Ow, gotcha. Cover up, the surprise is coming soon. If you see it, how could it still be a surprise? Yifeng stared at her, a hint of indulgence in his eyes. Fine. Gu Muxi pouted and covered her eyes again. After a while, she heard Yifeng return quickly. Okay, I'll take off the blindfold now. Yifeng's voice sounded close to her ear. When the blindfold was removed, Gu Muxi saw a dazzling light not far away. Fireworks soared into the night sky like shooting stars. Bursting into colorful splendor, the fireworks lit up the lake's surface, creating a dreamlike scene. Overwhelmed, Gu Muxi covered her mouth, eyes wide with surprise and touched by the beauty. It's so beautiful, she exclaimed, tears of joy welling up in her eyes. Do you like it? Yifeng stood beside her, softly asking. Gu Muxi nodded vigorously, then turned and hugged him tightly. Moved to tears. Yifeng gently wiped away her tears, and in the most earnest tone, he said, Gu Muxi, there's something I want to tell you. What is it? I like you. I like you. This sentence exploded in Gu Muxi's mind like a bomb, leaving her stunned and speechless. Did Xiaofeng just say he likes me? Did I hear that correctly? No. I didn't mishear. He likes me. Is this considered a confession to me? Gu Muxi stood frozen in place, her mind swirling with a mix of thoughts like porridge. And as Yifeng looked at her stunned expression, he couldn't help but smile, saying, I know that saying this to you so suddenly might scare you, but I don't want to have any regrets in my youth. Heaven has given me a chance. I must seize this opportunity. I can't afford to miss you. I don't want lifelong regrets. No one knows what unexpected things might happen tomorrow, so I chose a time, found an opportunity to confess my feelings to you. I don't know if you will accept this feeling, but I have no regrets. Even if you reject me, I won't regret it. This was a confession that had been planned for a long time. Yifeng had always wanted to find the right moment to bare his heart, and when the topic of their solo camping date came up, he knew the time had come. So he prepared many things, just enough for 2 people to sleep in a tent, a box of old popsicles in a cooler, a large box of fireworks ... hoping to find a suitable atmosphere to finally express the words hidden in his heart. And now, he had done it. After saying those words, Yifeng suddenly felt relaxed all over, a sense of relief washing over him. Regardless of the outcome, he had finally expressed his feelings. Yifeng looked at the still bewildered Gu Muxi and couldn't help but smile wryly. Was it really because he had been too abrupt and had truly scared her off? Or was Gu Muxi just not ready to accept it yet? Oh, perhaps he had been too hasty. Yifeng let go of her hand, smiling ruefully. Okay, Gu Muxi, I admit I might have been a bit hasty. If you can't accept what I just said, just pretend you didn't hear it. Suddenly, Gu Muxi grabbed his collar, pulled him closer, then stood on her tiptoes and kissed him directly on the lips. Yifeng's eyes widened in shock, completely dumbfounded. Doom. This time it was Yifeng's head that exploded with a blank slate. He was left dazed by Gu Muxi's sudden intense kiss. For a moment, he thought he was dreaming. Unbelievable. But as he felt the warmth of Gu Muxi's lips, he realized this was not a dream, not an illusion. Moments later, Gu Muxi finally pulled away from his lips, blushing and embarrassed, staring at him. Xiaofeng, I like you too. Xiaofeng, from now on, you belong only to this little lady. This domineering declaration left Yifeng dumbfounded. Truly, Gu Muxi was worthy of her name. This style was so like Gu Muxi. A smile crept onto Yifeng's lips, realizing that everything in that diary had been true. So, does that mean you're willing to be my girlfriend? Gu Muxi's cheeks turned as red as an apple. She huffed. What do you think? We've already kissed. What more do you want? From childhood, she couldn't pinpoint when she had started to like Yifeng. She just knew that she wanted to be with him every day, wanted to see him every day. Every morning, the first thing she did was call him to wake up. And every night, when she went to bed, she dreamt of him. She had no feelings for any other boys besides Yifeng, feeling that no one else could compare to him. She had thought maybe their relationship was just exceptionally close, that they understood each other so well that they had lost any romantic feelings for others. But the words from Chen Jiajia the night before made her realize that she had simply fallen for Yifeng. Even though she had always had this thought in her heart, not knowing Yifeng's feelings had kept her from confessing. Now, hearing Yifeng's confession, she felt nothing but surprise and sweetness after snapping out of her daze. Just like eating honey, sweet and sticky. The thin layer between them had finally been broken in that moment. No. I can't lose out. I have to kiss back. Yifeng smiled slightly and leaned down to kiss her. Gu Muxi's eyes widened, her heart pounding, feeling like it might burst. The fireworks were still blooming, the brilliant light reflecting on the mirror-like surface of the lake, creating a dazzling display. The two of them embraced by the lake, kissing, as if the whole world existed only for them. This scene, like a romantic and beautiful painting, the sweet and ambiguous atmosphere just about to overflow from the frame. After a while, Yifeng released her, licking his lips with lingering desire. Gu Muxi blushed all the way to her neck, feeling even more embarrassed seeing Yifeng like that. She grabbed his ear. Xiaofeng, what's with that expression? Ouch, ouch, let go. Yifeng quickly exclaimed. She let him go. The next moment, their eyes met, and they both smiled at each other. Perhaps it was just their unspoken agreement. Gu Muxi teased, from now on, this lady officially declares that you are my boyfriend. Xiaofeng, give me your hand. Why, can't I hold my boyfriend's hand? Gu Muxi grasped Yifeng's hand, a sweet smile playing on her lips. This smile could melt one's heart. Yifeng indulgently replied, all right, I'll let you hold it for a lifetime. The fireworks continued to erupt as they held hands, looking up at the magnificent display in the sky. Gu Muxi, I have a question for you. What is it? Do you have a diary? How did you know? Have you read my diary? Cough. No. I just guessed. Then why are you suddenly asking this? I remember hiding it away. Even my parents don't know about it. I just asked casually. Let me ask you one more thing. What is it? When did you start liking me? Elementary school. Middle school? It's hard to say, because it's a peculiar feeling. It's a process rather than a moment. I see. Thank you, Gu Muxi. Thank me for what? Thank you for appearing in my life. Yifeng turned to her, his eyes filled with affection. God gave me a second life, but you gave me my first true love. Meeting you, even if it takes 100 lifetimes of luck, is worth it. Gu Muxi smiled sweetly at his words, saying, Xiaofeng, when did you become so smooth-tongued? I've always been like this. Didn't you just feel it? Or do you want me to demonstrate again? Gu Muxi, Omega, bastard, I warn you, don't push your luck. No more talking, As the fireworks faded, Yifeng released her and felt content. So sweet, Gu Muxi blushed, wiped her mouth vigorously, and glared at him, saying, you're so annoying. Enough is enough. Heh. I'll never get enough. Yifeng smirked. Gu Muxi pinched his soft flesh around the waist. No more surprise attacks in the future. Hey, it was you who surprised me first. This is called fighting fire with fire, argued Yifeng. I don't want to deal with you. I'm hungry again. Gu Muxi pouted. Indeed. According to scientific studies, kissing is good for cardiovascular function, burns a lot of energy, and helps with weight loss. I think this kind of exercise should be done regularly a few times, Yifeng said solemnly. Gu Muxi blushed, rolled her eyes. You're full of nonsense. Humph. Ignore you. I'm going to have some fish soup. Heh. Let me heat it up for you. That'll do. Would you like another grilled fish? Miss, my grilling skills are pretty good. Sure. Do you need help? No need. Just wait to be served. Am I a pig to be fed? Forget it. I'll go brew some tea for you. The two collaborated. Yifeng prepared to fish, marinated them for a few minutes, then placed them on the grill net next to the campfire, while Gu Muxi brewed a pot of tea water and occasionally handed Yifeng a cup to quench his thirst. Sometimes, words were unnecessary between them. A glance or a gesture was enough to understand each other's thoughts, showing perfect understanding. After brushing the fish with oil 3 times, before long, the aroma filled the air, the fish skin crisp, and the flesh tender. Finally, they sprinkled salt, cumin, and chili powder, enhancing the aroma. Smells delicious. Gu Muxi, salivating over the grilled fish, exclaimed, delicious indeed. Please call me the master of grilled fish. Not to boast, but with this skill, I could open a chain store. Yifeng chuckled proudly. Hey, Muxi, I notice you light up when given a little sunshine. Stop talking. Is it ready? I can't wait. Gu Muxi picked up the chopsticks, swallowing her saliva. Don't be so impatient. You're like a hungry wolf. Please, serve it quickly, okay? Heh. A kiss before you serve it? HMPH. Hey, Gu Muxi, don't rush. Do you need that much? Don't worry. I can finish a fish this size. Yifeng rolled his eyes at her, Can you really finish such a long fish? Really? Don't doubt my appetite. Gumushi sniffed the grilled fish she just grabbed, looking satisfied. It was a 3-4-pound grilled fish. Go ahead, eat slowly, it's thorny. Yifeng, seeing her greedy expression, reminded her, okay. Got it. Gumushi replied absent-mindedly and began to eat the grilled fish. The two finished both grilled fish quickly. Burp. Yifeng burped, feeling content. That was great. I'm full. Burp. I can't eat anymore. Gumushi leaned back in her chair, patting her stomach. The two of them sat there, full and satisfied, gazing at the numerous stars in the sky. There are so many stars tonight. Gumushi enjoyed the cool night breeze and remarked. In the sky, the Milky Way was faintly visible, like a waterfall crossing the horizon. The starry sky reflected on the lake, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene. With the campfire, starry sky, lake, and her boyfriend beside her, Gumushi couldn't help but smile sweetly. Yes, it's beautiful, Yifeng agreed. Oh, Mushi, would you like an ice popsicle to settle your stomach? Sure. Hurry up and give it to me. No matter how full she was, she couldn't resist an ice popsicle. Yifeng ran into the tent and retrieved 2 ice popsicles. Sitting under the starry sky, they enjoyed their ice popsicles. Gumushi sat on the chair, swinging her legs, occasionally humming a tune, looking cheerful. After finishing the ice popsicles in a few bites, Yifeng, looking mysterious, said, Gumushi, I have another surprise for you. You're quite creative. What's the surprise this time? Gumushi asked curiously. Oh, have you forgotten? When we arrived, I told you I could arrange a mini concert for you, Yifeng said. Wait here for me. Saying that, Yifeng dashed to the Audi car, opened the trunk, and took out something from the back. Gumushi craned her neck, puzzled by the shape of the item. A guitar? Yifeng returned to the campfire with the guitar and said with a smile. Look, I've got it all prepared. You can play the guitar? Why haven't I seen you play before? Gumushi was surprised. Yifeng grinned. Being one of the top 10 students in the campus, he could play the guitar, but he wasn't exceptionally skilled. Just enough to play a few tunes. I've only started learning recently. Playing the guitar isn't that difficult. A little music theory, practice, and anyone can do it. Besides, I'm naturally talented. Yifeng smiled. Plucking the strings gently, a melodious guitar sound filled the air. Gumushi, resting her chin on her hands, asked eagerly, Yifeng, what song are you going to sing? Smiling mysteriously, Yifeng replied, a song you've never heard before. Did you write it yourself? Yifeng strummed the strings gently and sang. I forgot how it started. Perhaps it was a feeling toward you ... As the deep and magnetic voice echoed, it struck Gumushi's heart instantly. She was stunned. She didn't expect Yifeng to sing so well. Spellbound by his singing, she rested her chin on her hands and fell into his song. The cool night breeze carried the melodious song across the lake. After finishing the song, Yifeng stopped playing, smiling. Did you like the song? It was beautiful. I didn't know you had this talent. Gumushi smiled sweetly. Of course, but it's getting late now. Shouldn't we rest? Yifeng chuckled. Gumushi blushed. Rest. In this situation, half an hour later, inside the tent, the atmosphere grew awkward as two people lay stiffly, silent, and tense. Although their relationship was confirmed, they couldn't break the ice until now. Would they do something now? Gumushi blushed, her heart pounding. Yifeng, did you fall asleep? Stinky Fun, are you asleep? No. Are you not asleep either? Can't fall asleep. Me too. The tent was once again filled with an awkward atmosphere. Yifeng wanted to break this awkward tension, so he reached out and held Gumuchi's hand. Stinky Fun. No. I'm not ready yet. It's not allowed. Gumuchi quickly protested almost reflexively. Yifeng, what was he thinking? Where did this girl's mind wander off to? To calm her nervousness, Yifeng gently patted her hand and smiled. Don't be nervous. Just like usual. I know you're not ready yet mentally. Take it slow. This kind of nervousness after physical contact in the initial stages of a relationship is called love anxiety, and it has scientific basis. Yifeng was patient. The first and second bases were already taken. Was the home run still far away? That this matter couldn't be rushed, or it might make Gumuchi uncomfortable. Gumuchi was reassured and seemed to relax, her breathing much calmer. Stinky Fun, I'm sorry. It's okay, I don't mind. Go to sleep early. In the darkness, the two lay quietly, drifting off to sleep with the sounds of insects and birds outside. The next morning, sunlight shone into the tent, waking Yifeng up. He opened his eyes, but felt his left side being pressed down by something, making it numb and unable to move. Turning his head, he saw Gumuchi curled up in his arms, with her hand and foot still draped over him, like an adorable kitten. Gumuchi seemed to be having a pleasant dream, smiling foolishly and then rubbing her mouth against him before continuing to sleep. This girl. Yifeng took a deep breath, trying hard to control his fifth limb, but Gumuchi's foot rubbed against him again. Hiss. Gumuchi, are you trying to test an old supervisor with this? Yifeng drew in a cool breath. Huh? What's wrong? Is it already morning? Gumuchi mumbled, her long eyelashes trembling as she was about to wake up. She gradually opened her eyes, rubbed them sleepily, and said, Morning, Stinky Feng. Morning. Little she. Yifeng chuckled dryly. Little she. Heh. Gumuchi giggled, then stretched lazily. Stinky Feng, why didn't you remove the wooden sticks from the tent when setting it up? It poked me all night. Gumuchi rolled over, retracting her hands and feet from Yifeng. Yifeng quickly pulled the blanket up, feeling embarrassed. Really? I must have forgotten. Gumuchi sat up, yawning, so tired. Didn't sleep well last night. Camping is indeed not as comfortable as home, but it feels pretty good. Stinky Feng, let's get up and freshen up, shall we? Okay, you go first. I'll lie down for a bit more. Yifeng waved his hand. Got it. Gumuchi replied, and crawled out of the tent. Yifeng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The person finally left, or it would have been more awkward. He lifted the blanket, got up to change clothes, and then went outside. The two poured some cold boiled water from the kettle and brushed their teeth while squatting down. After a simple morning routine, they packed up, disposed of the camping trash, and drove back home. On the way back, Yifeng turned to see Gumuchi, who was in a good mood humming a tune. Why are you so happy? Did you come camping and happily find a boyfriend? Yifeng joked. You found yourself a girlfriend too. Are you not happy? Gumuchi retorted. I'm happy, of course. Yifeng held her hand, and they smiled at each other, fingers intertwined. By the way, little she, when do you plan on telling your parents about our relationship? Yifeng inquired. I'm not sure how my parents will react once they know we're dating. What if they get really mad? Gumuchi worried, various melodramatic scenarios playing in her mind. In these romantic dramas, the main couple always faces obstacles from their families after getting together and goes through hardships before ending up together. Whenever she thought of this, she couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. They probably won't, right? Yifeng guessed. I think it's safer to first sound out my parents, see how they feel. Gumuchi pondered. Okay, if you find it difficult, I can handle it. Yifeng indulged, feeling that there was nothing to worry about. Gumuchi had become his girlfriend, and he had no regrets in his life, let alone anything to be worried about. No, let me sound out my parents first, Gumuchi insisted solemnly. Seeing her serious and determined expression, Yifeng couldn't help but find her adorable and amusing. All right, we'll go with your plan. Yifeng indulged. The two bid farewell at the doorstep upon returning home. Gumuchi held Yifeng's hand, sweetly saying, see you at the window later. Okay. No problem, yet. The two lingered affectionately until suddenly Meng Xiaoyun came out, looking surprised at them. She. Son, why are you back so soon? Gumuchi quickly let go of his hand, laughed nervously. Yes, Aunt, we had enough fun and decided to come back. I'll go back and get something. Bye. Aunt. Gumuchi grabbed her backpack, swiftly ran back to her house. This child, why does she seem odd? Meng Xiaoyun noticed that Gumuchi seemed a bit strange. Ahem. Mom, where are you going? Yifeng quickly changed the topic. I'm going to the market to buy some groceries. I plan on making sweet and sour ribs for you tonight. Meng Xiaoyun smiled. Yifeng grimaced. Mom, isn't that Gumuchi's favorite dish? Is it? I thought it was your favorite. Did I get it wrong? Meng Xiaoyun shook her head and went downstairs. Yifeng slapped his forehead, saying helplessly, Mom really spoils Gumuchi. But it's also good. She probably won't object, which is a good thing. Midnight. In the commercial street of Chongqing Road, deserted, only Xinji Computer Store was still open. In front of the store, Zhao Xinji and Gao Hansheng were drinking, with 4 bottles of erguotu and scattered beer bottles on the ground. Burp tilde boss, you have to think ... think of a way. We haven't had any sales in almost a week. If we continue like this, we'll definitely go bankrupt. Gao Hongxing, his face flushed from drinking, said, in a tipsy manner. Ever since Xinji Electronics moved in, Xinji Computer Store failed to make a single sale, losing all customers, old and new, who all flocked to Xinji Electronics on the other side. Furthermore, Xinji Electronics had adorned the entire street with their promotional advertisements, offering significant discounts. So since Xinji Electronics moved in, Xinji Computer Store hadn't made any successful sales. Zhao Xinji's chubby face also turned red from drinking, almost drunk about 70 to 80%. It's all that Yi Brat's fault. Damn, he's deliberately trying to undermine me. Damn it, F***CK. Sometimes I really want to kill him. Zhao Xinji cursed and poured himself another glass of baijiu. Most of his cash flow had been turned into stock, but now that the stock wasn't selling, they were losing money on staff salaries and shop rent daily. On top of that, the old witch at home was spending money like water every day. At this rate, in less than 3 months, they would truly be bankrupt. Gao Hongxing, his eyes hazy from drinking, also started banging on the table. Yeah, I also want to. I want to destroy their store. Burn it. That way, we'll have business. After saying this, Gao Hongxing leaned on the table, completely drunk. But this sentence seemed to be a trigger that unlocked the crazy and dark thoughts within Zhao Xinji's heart. Smash it. Burn it. Yes. Zhao Xinji was already 70 to 80% drunk, and under the influence of alcohol. A crazy and evil thought arose in his mind. Yes, burn down Xinji Electronics Store. Once this idea appeared, he couldn't stop it anymore. 10 minutes later, Zhao Xinji walked unsteadily to the entrance of Xinji Electronics Store, carrying a bottle of gasoline. Ha ha, burn you, burn you. Zhao Xinji's face was filled with madness as he poured the gasoline in front of Xinji Electronics Store. He then took out a piece of paper, lit it with a lighter, and threw it into the gasoline. Doom. Instantly, flames shot up, engulfing Xinji Electronics Store with a massive ton of fire. At 1 a.m., a phone call woke up Yifeng. Yifeng picked up his phone and saw that it was a call from Wang Tai. At this time, why would Wang Tai call? Yifeng felt a sudden pang in his heart and quickly answered the phone. TZ, what's wrong? Brother Feng, something big happened. I just received a call. Our shop on Chongqing Road was set on fire. What? Yifeng sat up abruptly from the bed, looking shocked. Half an hour later, Yifeng and Wang Tai rushed to Chongqing Road, only to see flames raging. 2 fire trucks were spraying water. Firefighters were busy trying to put out the fire. Damn it! Yifeng clenched his fists and cursed. It's over. This shop is finished. Wang Tai was also at a loss. Yifeng quickly calmed down and said, let's go. We need to help quickly control the fire and prevent it from spreading to nearby shops. I hope the surveillance system in the shop wasn't burnt. The two then joined the firefighting efforts. 5 hours later, it was past 6 a.m. and the sky was already getting light. After completing the necessary procedures, Yifeng returned to the shop. Looking at the charred remains, his anger was rising, almost bursting. If it were anyone else, they would have been wailing and lamenting. But Yifeng knew that crying and wailing were of no use. Handling the situation calmly, finding the arsonist, and bringing them to justice were the most important things. Are you the owner of this shop? A middle-aged firefighter approached, holding a notebook. Yes. Hello. Thank you for your hard work. I am the owner of Zifeng Electronics Store. Yifeng shook hands with him. I am Kui Yanhai, the captain of the Chongqing Fire Brigade. Let me give you a preliminary assessment of the fire situation. According to our preliminary investigation, the fire started at the entrance, with traces of gasoline combustion on the ground. It is preliminarily determined that this was arson caused by someone intentionally. You can get the detailed fire report from our brigade later. In my personal opinion, this was deliberate arson that cannot be ignored. Calculate your losses and make a police report. Kui Yanhai advised. Thank you, Captain Kui. I truly appreciate it. I understand. I will file a report, and I believe the police will investigate soon. Yifeng nodded solemnly. Kui Yanhai was slightly surprised at Yifeng's composure and initiative, as most victims would be in shock and despair. Alright, we'll head back now. If you need any assistance, you can call our brigade. Kui Yanhai left his contact information and departed. Yifeng and Wang Tai then entered the ruins, looking at the devastation. Almost all the components and computers in the store were burnt to ashes. According to Wang Tai's documents, the loss of goods alone was around 80,000, plus 70,000 in renovations, totaling 150,000 in damages. This was a significant loss. Yifan clenched his fists, determined not to let the arsonist go unpunished. TZ. Go find the surveillance system and see if it's still usable. In every shop, Yifan had installed surveillance cameras. However, the current security system was not resilient. The surveillance system used a digital DVR system, which was not fire-resistant. As they examined the burned surveillance system, they found that the hard drive was almost completely burned. Damn, the hard drive is ruined. Wang Tai angrily tossed the charred hard drive aside. Yifan picked it up and inspected it carefully. It was beyond salvage, but even broken things could still be useful. Brother Fan, who could be so despicable to set our shop on fire? Could it be someone from Sheng Company? Wang Tai asked angrily. Yifan's expression hardened. It's possible, but burning down this shop wouldn't benefit them much. TZ. Think about who would benefit from this situation. Wang Tai pondered for a moment and said, it's Zhao Pangzi. With this shop burned down, there was only Zhao Xinji's computer store left on the street. From every angle, it seemed that Zhao Xinji stood to gain the most from this incident. Yifan nodded coldly. I initially thought it could be related to Zhao Xinji, but without the surveillance evidence, we can't investigate. No evidence means we can't investigate him. And the entire street, only our shop had surveillance installed. Even the intersection had no cameras. It won't be easy to get evidence. Wang Tai anxiously asked. So, what do we do? If the police can't find evidence, are we just going to swallow this loss? Yifan picked up the hard drive and said, maybe this still has some use. Brother Fan, isn't this thing broken? What use does it have? Yifeng's eyes turned cold. Even if it's broken, it can be useful. Keep it for now. We'll see what Zhao Xinji has to say when we meet him. During the work hours, the number of pedestrians on the road gradually increased, and many people were gathering on both sides of the road. The police had set up a cordon near the store, and someone inside was conducting an investigation and collecting evidence. Yifan was being questioned. The questioning police officer was named Zhou Guofeng. Mr. Yi, have you offended anyone recently? Zhou Guofeng asked. To dare to use gasoline to burn down your store, almost affecting the neighboring store as well. This grudge isn't small, Zhou Guofeng asked, as the young police officer beside him made notes. Yifan said seriously, I have always run my business uprightly, following all regulations. I pay every tax owed, and I have never offended anyone. Running a business, it's all about being friendly to make profits. I really have not offended anyone. Really? Are you sure? Would you like to think it over and recall? It would be helpful for us to solve the case, at least to have a direction and a suspect. If you say there is no one, we don't even have a suspect. Zhou Guofeng pressed on. Yifan put on a thoughtful look, then turned his head to look at the Xinji computer store across the street and said, if there were any grievances, it might involve the Xinji computer store across the street. Maybe because my business is doing better. The owner of that store is always complaining. But as I said, it's the customers' choice. They choose which store to support. I open my doors for business. I can't just drive away customers, right? Yifeng's words caught Zhou Guofeng's attention, and he looked over to see that the Xinji computer store's door was also open, seemingly operating as usual. All right. Thank you for your cooperation. We will conduct some inquiries in the area, Zhou Guofeng said with a smile. Shall you come with me for inquiries? The young police officer named Shall Yu smiled and said, sure, boss. The two of them left to do inquiries in the vicinity. At that moment, Wang Tai approached and asked softly, Fan, why didn't you just tell the police directly that the most likely suspect is Chubby Zhao? Yifan smiled slightly and said, Tias, you're naive. If I directly tell the police, they will probably invite Chubby Zhao for a friendly chat. With his personality, would he admit to such a serious crime as arson? If Chubby Zhao stubbornly denies it, and we don't have evidence, what will we do if he is released and we have no evidence? Wang Tai suddenly realized, yes, without evidence, we can't say for sure it was Chubby Zhao who did it. So, what should we do? Yifan looked in the direction of the two police officers and said softly, let them conduct routine inquiries first. When Chubby Zhao gets nervous, we can act. After the police leave, we'll go over, and then we can do this. Yifan leaned in and whispered a few words in Wang Tai's ear. Wang Tai looked surprised and asked, Feng, can we really do that? If Chubby Zhao is the arsonist, then it will definitely work. Yifeng nodded. Alright, I'll go prepare then. Wang Tai replied and then hurried away. In Shinju computer store, Ga Hanxing was nibbling on a steamed bun, looking excited. Ha ha. I wonder what kind of trouble Yifeng got himself into. Someone actually set fire to his store last night. Ha ha. Boss, I was drunk last night. Did you see the guy who set the fire? Jia Shinju was a bit nervous inside, but he maintained a calm demeanor, saying, I was drunk too. Didn't see anything. After setting the fire last night, he regretted it halfway through, and now he was both nervous and afraid. To avoid suspicion, he chose to go to work as usual the next day. If he disappeared inexplicably, the police would surely suspect him. Before coming, he kept thinking if he left any traces last night, and he felt there might be no evidence against him. Hey, if we see that guy, we should have dinner with him. What do you think, boss? Ga Hanxing chuckled. Nonsense. Go have your breakfast. Stop talking. Zhao Shinju retorted irritably. Ga Hanxing shrank his neck, wondering why the boss wasn't happy about this unexpected event. Just then, two police officers walked into the store. Is the store owner here? Zhou Guofeng asked calmly, scanning both of them. Yes. Hello officers, I am the owner of this store. My surname is Zhao. Officers, have a cigarette. Zhao Shinju put on a warm look, offering a cigarette. We don't smoke. We are here for inquiries. Zhou Guofeng gestured to decline. Yes, officers, I will definitely cooperate actively, Zhao Shinju said with a smile, but his hand putting the cigarette back in the box was shaking intensely, and his heart jumped to his throat. Zhou Guofeng cleared his throat and asked, the computer store across the street was burned. Did you see anything peculiar about that store recently? Oh, I'm not sure about that. I rarely had any interaction with them, Zhao Shinju hurriedly replying. Oh, is that so? When the store was set on fire, where were you? Zhou Guofeng raised an eyebrow, having just heard Yifeng complaining several times about Zhao Shinju. Now, Zhao Shinju claimed they had little interaction, which raised suspicions in Zhou Guofeng's mind. Ow. We were drinking at the store's entrance with my employee, Ga Hanxing. We both got extremely drunk last night, and then my wife came to pick us up, Zhao Shinju explained. Oh, what time did you drink until? Did you see anyone behaving strangely? Zhou Guofeng continued his questioning. Zhao Shinju shook his head and replied, we were too drunk at the time. We couldn't even see the road clearly and didn't notice anyone. Ga Hanxing, nibbling on the steamed bun, added, yes, officer, we were too drunk last night. We even forgot to clean up. We need to clean up properly before we can welcome customers. Pointing at the heap of trash and empty bottles near the door, Zhou Guofeng turned and saw the pile of bottles and leftover food, clearly leftover from the night before, and also noticed the smell of alcohol on Zhao Shinju. Well, in that case, we'll continue our inquiries in the area. We won't disturb your business, Zhou Guofeng said before leaving. Zhao Shinju watched the police leave with a slight relief, but his palms were damp with sweat, and his legs were trembling slightly. Facing police questioning when you're the perpetrator naturally leads to nervousness, but Zhao Shinju managed to calm down and appeared composed in front of the police. As he saw the police disappear from the door, he wiped the sweat off his forehead, breathed a sigh of relief, and turned to Ga Hanxing, instructing him to clean up. Ga Hanxing reluctantly replied, and Zhao Shinju was about to get a drink of water to relieve the tension. Zhao, you. I know it. It must be you, right? Suddenly, Yifeng's voice rang out at the door of the store. He turned to see Yifeng storming in, questioning fiercely. Zhao, it was you, wasn't it? You set fire to my store. Yan Shinju looked a bit dodgy, a bit flustered, and somewhat guilty, but he bravely retorted, Yi, I warn you, don't falsely accuse people. I just might sue you for defamation. Meeting both the police questioning and Yifeng's interrogation, he seemed a bit on the ropes. Yifeng interpreted Zhao Shinju's expression, and he was almost certain it was Chubby Zhao who did it. Zhao, don't try to dodge. Who else could it be but you? Yifeng stared at him. Zhao Shinju smirked, straightened his collar, and taunted, evidence? Do you have any evidence? Why are you yelling without any evidence? I'm telling you, it wasn't me. If you don't have proof, go find someone else. Don't cause a scene at my place, or wait for a legal letter. He knew that as long as Yifeng had no evidence, As long as he stubbornly denied it, Yifan and the police couldn't do anything to him. Just as Yifan was about to speak, Wang Tai rushed in, excitedly exclaiming, Fan, how did you get here? I have made a significant discovery. Yifan turned and asked, Taius, what discovery did you make? Wang Tai handed the hard disk to Yifan, saying excitedly, we found the digital hard disk from our surveillance system. It wasn't burned, and it definitely has footage of the arsonist. Zhao Xinji's face turned pale upon hearing this news, feeling as if the ground had slipped from under him. There was surveillance footage, and the digital hard disk wasn't burned. It was disastrous. Zhao Xinji's face looked extremely ugly. He glanced at the hard drive, blackened by fireworks, feeling nervous with cold sweat on his palms and legs trembling uncontrollably. Oh no. Oh no. He hadn't expected that the store still had surveillance cameras. As memories flooded back, he recalled seeing a surveillance camera at the store entrance when they first opened. If they saw the contents of the hard drive, wouldn't that expose him? Wouldn't that confirm him as the arsonist? The more Zhao Xinji thought about it, the more afraid he became, unable to suppress his inner fear. Yifan sneakily glanced at him, seeing his tense expression, silently sneering in his heart. Zhao thought so. It's really you. However, Yifan still maintained an excited appearance, patting Wang Tai on the shoulder before saying, well done, TZ, you go deal with other things first, I'll come find you later. Code, Funjay, this bag is for you. You need to take care of this hard drive. It will be handed over to the police later. They will surely be able to retrieve last night's footage. Wang Tai said angrily. They will definitely bring the arsonist to justice. Yifan happily acknowledged. After Wang Tai left, Yifan put the hard drive in front of Zhao Xinji, shaking it. Zhao thought so. You want an evidence, right? Well, here's your evidence now. You can wait to go to jail, he said as he attempted to put the hard drive in his bag. Zhao Xinji hurriedly grabbed him, saying, Yizije. Wait. You didn't immediately hand this over to the police. You must have another plan, right? Zhao Xinji noticed Yifan didn't give the item to the police right away. Perhaps he wanted money. This was something he absolutely couldn't let the police have. If it fell into their hands, he wouldn't be able to escape. Without much further thought, he directly grabbed Yifan. Yifan coldly chuckled. Zhao boss, you're really smart. It was you after all. But I do indeed have another plan. If the police take this and arrest you, who will compensate me? In the end, I'm out here to make money. That's all. Hearing this, Zhao Xinji's mind raced, understanding that Yifan wanted to use this opportunity to make some money. Zigao, you go out first. I have something to discuss with Yizije. Zhao Xinji discreetly dismissed Gao Hanxing. Okay. Gao Hanxing put down the broom, shook his head, and left the shop. After Gao Hanxing left, Zhao Xinji closed the shop's glass door and turned back to Yifan, stern-faced. Speak. Name your price. Yifan coldly chuckled. I've lost 200,000 in this shop. Aside from the loss, you have to compensate me for mental anguish, right? You set my place on fire. Damn it, it's my newly renovated store. We just opened not long ago. Let me tell you, 500,000 in mental anguish. Adding the money lost, that's a total of 700,000, not a penny less. If you don't agree, I'll hand this over to the police. Zhao Xinji's face suddenly changed. 700,000. His face became even uglier. 700,000 was no small amount. This person was ruthless enough, but compared to being sentenced to prison, spending 700,000 to mitigate the disaster was worth it. He clenched his teeth and said, Fine, 700,000. I will compensate you. Saying this, he hurried to get the hard drive, but Yifan evaded him. Why are you in a rush? Give me the money first. Yifan glared at him. Also, tell me honestly, did you set my Zifan electronics store on fire? Faced with Yifang's sharp gaze, Zhao Xinji knew he was in Yifang's hands and reluctantly nodded, confessing. Yes, I burned your store. But believe me, I didn't mean to. I just drank too much last night, really drank too much. And then I set the fire. Yifan grabbed his collar, glaring at him in anger. Tell me loudly, did you start the fire? Zhao Xinji was completely panicked, swallowing hard and finally admitting. Yes, I started the fire. Shouldn't that be enough? Yifan finally let him go, clapping his hands and coldly saying, Zhao thought so. You've got guts, dare to burn my shop. Tell me, how did you set it on fire? Jia Xinji nervously looked at the bucket behind him and said, I used that bucket, filled with gasoline. Yifeng turned to look at a white gasoline tank hidden in the corner near the doorway. Okay, I understand. Thinking that Yifeng was letting it go, Jia Xinji sighed in relief. Yizhe, give me a few days, I'll go raise the money, 700,000 for you. You must not hand this over to the police. Yifeng lightly laughed, pushing the hard drive toward him. I wasn't planning on giving this to the police. You seem to like it so much, so here, take it. Jia Xinji was confused by Yifeng's actions, but when he looked down, he saw that half of the hard drive had been charred, the exact part Yifeng had touched with his hand just now. Suddenly, Zhou Guofeng burst in with a group of police officers. Zhou Guofeng walked up to him, while two other officers grabbed him by the arms. Jia Xinji, we suspect you have something to do with this arson case. Cuff him and take him away. The two officers quickly handcuffed him. In that moment, Jia Xinji finally realized the truth. He widened his eyes, angrily staring at Yifeng and shouting, Hey, did you deceive me? The hard drive was damaged, it had already been burned. Jia Xinji glared angrily at Yifeng, but in his heart, there was more despair. He never expected Yifeng to deceive him. The hard drive had already been burned. The negotiation just now was a pretense to make him admit to the arson. Damn it! Faced with Jia Xinji's anger, Yifeng sneered, took out a mobile phone and a small camera from his bag. There was a hole on the side of the shoulder bag where the camera was positioned. Everything just now, including their conversation, had been recorded. Jia Xinji had admitted to his crime in his own words. Jia Fatty, I would rather see you go to jail than get money, Yifeng said coldly, then handed all the evidence to Zhou Guofeng. Zhou Guofeng gave Yifeng a knowing look, took the devices and put them into an evidence bag. Other police officers began to search the store. Take him back. Zhou Guofeng waved his hand. Yes. The police immediately took the pale-faced Jia Xinji away and put him in a police car. Zhou Guofeng turned to Yifeng and smiled. Impressive move, bossy. This trick is clever. Yifeng smiled faintly and said, Officer Zhou, I'll leave it to you from here. With you upholding fairness and justice, all criminals will be brought to justice. Don't worry, it's our duty. If there are any updates, I'll inform you later. Zhou Guofeng nodded. Yifeng smiled and said, Okay. By the way, if Jia Xinji's family wants to seek reconciliation outside the court, they can contact me. Reconciliation outside the court is just a way to reduce penalties. Arson is a serious crime, and the direct economic loss caused by Jia Xinji has reached a significant level of severity, which would result in a fixed-term imprisonment of more than 3 years, but less than 10 years, even with reductions. Yifeng not only wanted him to go to jail, but also to compensate with a large sum of money. If he just goes to jail without compensating, he would have suffered losses for nothing. Real money is the real benefit. Zhou Guofeng looked at him unexpectedly, feeling that this young man had a mind sharper than most. All right, no problem. I'll get going to handle this now. Zhou Guofeng nodded, shook hands with Yifeng, and left. Watching the police car drive away and some police officers searching for other clues in the store, Yifeng knew that this chapter was coming to a close. Brother Feng, you're amazing. The way you tricked him, he exposed himself and admitted to it. Impressive. Wang Tai raised his thumb. Once a person commits a crime, they panic, just like Jia Xinji. Yifeng said, By the way, TZ, let's find another location nearby to reopen the store. Contact the landlord for compensation too. When the compensation from Jia Xinji's side is in, we can share a part with the landlord. And we'll still earn a lot, Yifeng suggested. Heh. Boss Yi. Don't worry, I'll handle things from here on out. Wang Tai nodded. After some thought, Yifeng said, I need to report to university in 2 days. Can you handle things for me these days? I also need to visit the Huan family tomorrow. Sure, I understand, Wang Tai replied. Yifeng was busy until the afternoon before finally dragging his tired body home. After staying up all night, his mind had been on edge all day. When he got home, he lay down on the sofa and almost fell asleep instantly. Asterisk knock knock asterisk. There was a knocking at the door. Yifeng got up to open it, and standing there was Gumuxi. Oh my, smelly Feng, did you stay up late playing games last night? Your dark circles are so prominent. Gumuxi looked at Yifeng in astonishment. Indeed, Yifeng had dark circles under his eyes like a panda, Auntie looked exhausted. Come in. I'll explain it to you later. Yifan smiled wryly and plopped back on the sofa. Seeing him so exhausted, Gumuxi sat next to him, putting his head on her lap and gently massaging it. Smelly Fun, what's going on? Gumuxi asked in confusion. Yifan then briefly explained the situation to her. Upon hearing this, Gumuxi furrowed her brow and said, "This Zhao fatty is really despicable, isn't he? Some people, when drunk, are capable of anything." Yifan chuckled. "But thankfully, he's in trouble now, and once the compensations are settled, I'll feel much better." Gumuxi pouted, saying, "All you business people are so shrewd." Yifan smirked. "If I weren't, how could I win you over?" Blushing, Gumuxi pinched his waist playfully. "Win me over? Smelly Fun, are you looking to tease me?" Gumuxi, release me if you dare." Yifan shouted, playfully. Gumuxi let go of his head, giving a proud hum. "What's the matter, little Fun? Are you trying to rebel?" Yifan then suddenly pressed her down on the sofa, saying, "If a tiger doesn't roar, do you think I'm Hello Kitty?" With that, he bowed his head towards her. Blushing like an apple, Gumuxi glanced at him, asking, "What are you up to?" With a mischievous smile, Yifan replied, "Hehe, of course." Just then, footsteps could be heard approaching the door. What are you two doing?" Men Xiaoyun saw Yifan pinning Gumuxi on the sofa and was dumbfounded. Yifan was caught off guard and quickly sat up, saying, "Ahem, Mom, we were just fooling around, right?" Gumuxi, blushing, replied, "Oh, yes. Men Xiaoyun put down the basket of groceries and, hands on her hips, glared at Yifan. "Son, are you bullying Muxi again?" Yifan stammered. "It's not like that, definitely not," he defended, glancing subtly at Gumuxi. Gumuxi stuck out her pink tongue playfully and sat next to him, snuggling against his side. Meng Xiaoyun happily pinched Gumuxi's cheek. "Do you want to help me pick vegetables? I'll cook you a delicious dinner later." Gumuxi nodded, saying, "Sure. Thank you, Auntie." The two of them acted as close as a mother and daughter. Yifan chuckled at the stark difference in treatment. Both sat at the dining table to pick vegetables. Yifan nudged Gumuxi with his elbow, whispering, "Little Muxi, just wait until tonight. I'll teach you a lesson. HMPH, if you bully me, I'll tattle on you." Gumuxi whispered back, "Do you want an ice cream later?" Yifan teased. Hearing about the ice cream, Gumuxi's eyes lit up. "I want to have it." "Are you buying it for me? I'm your boyfriend. Who else would spoil you if not me?" Yifan chuckled. Gumuxi felt a sweet sensation in her heart and then playfully pinched Yifang's cheek, saying, "You're indeed a good partner." "It's settled then. After dinner, we'll go buy it," Yifan confirmed. "No problem." At night, around 9 o'clock, Yifan and Gumuxi bought ice cream and walked around the neighborhood. Yifan was yawning from fatigue. Gumuxi noticed this and suggested they take a rest nearby. Yifan lay down with his head on her lap, eating the ice cream. Gumuxi gently took the ice cream from him to avoid waking him up. Soon, she heard his steady breathing, indicating he had fallen asleep. Gumuxi finished the ice cream quietly, feeling a pang of pity seeing Yifan tired. She caressed his hair gently, murmuring, "Smelly Feng, you tire yourself out so much. If only I could help you and share some of your burden." Near asleep, Yifan shifted his head slightly, placing his hands on her legs, continuing to sleep peacefully. Gumuxi noticed his position resembling that of a little kangaroo, finding him quite amusing. "Smelly Fun, you can be quite cute sometimes." Gumuxi gently settled Yifan, who was slightly dozing, on the bench after supporting his head. She squatted down and carefully observed the sleeping Yifan. She stole a kiss from him secretly, hoping he wouldn't notice. Suddenly, an idea popped into Gumuxi's mind. Thinking back to last time, it was too embarrassing. But now that he was sound asleep, wasn't it the perfect opportunity? Her cheeks flushed a bit, but she mustered the courage to slowly move closer. As their faces were close enough to feel each other's warm breath, suddenly, Yifan opened his eyes. For a moment, their eyes met, and the atmosphere became awkward. Then, Yifan honestly closed his eyes again and puckered his lips. "I'm still asleep, go on," he said. "Gumuxi, Omega, you are clearly awake. You're annoying." However, before she could finish speaking, Yifan suddenly sat up, lifted his head, and kissed her. Gumuxi's eyes widened, her cheeks instantly reddening to the base of her neck, her heart pounding rapidly. After a while, Gumuxi reacted, moved away from his body, and pulled away from Yifeng's lips. "You rascal, how dare you ambush me like that? How disgraceful!" Gu Muxi blushed and rubbed her lips, looking as if she wanted to catch Yifeng. But Yifeng swiftly dodged her and quickly ran towards home, making faces as he ran back, saying, "Naya Naya Naya, come and bite me." "Stinky fun, stop right there." Laughter echoed in the neighborhood as the two played and teased each other. The next day at noon, Yifeng arrived at the Huan family carrying 2 bottles of maotai. He had already informed Huan He beforehand and arranged to have lunch together at his home. Yifeng knocked on the door. After a while, the door opened, revealing a girl in a rivet leather jacket with a ponytail. She seemed to be around 18 or 19, wearing a somewhat rebellious smoky makeup, exuding a hint of toughness. She looked like a street girl. As Yifeng observed her, she was also sizing him up. "Who are you looking for?" the girl asked grumpily, frowning. Hello. I'm Yifeng. I'm here to see Teacher Huan. And you must be Teacher Huan's daughter, right?" Yifeng asked warmly with a friendly smile. The girl in front of him should be Huan He's daughter, Huan Zuexu. Huan He had mentioned her before, saying she was a spoiled child whom he used to dote on when she was young but had since developed a somewhat stubborn character. Huan Zuexu responded with an "oh" and then turned around, calling out, "Dad, someone's looking for you." "Ha. It must be little Fun, right?" Huan He emerged from the tea room, walking quickly towards the door. Upon seeing this, Yifeng walked in, saying, "Hello, Teacher Huan. Today I'm here to mooch another meal from you." Huan He patted his shoulder, laughing. "You. What are you saying, being so formal?" "Oh, Teacher Huan, I didn't come empty-handed this time. Please accept these 2 bottles of wine. We can drink them later." Yifeng handed over the bottles. 2 bottles of 53-degree Fashion Maotai, worth 300 yuan each, were considered some of the most prestigious liquor. "You kid, just come. Why bring gifts?" "No. These 2 bottles, we'll finish them later. Let's have a few drinks." Huan He laughed. Following that, Huan He welcomed Yifeng into the house and introduced him, saying, "You keep coming by, but you haven't met her yet. She's my daughter, Huan Zuexu. This girl is always out and about, rarely coming home." Upon hearing her father describe her like that in front of a guest, Huan Zuexu's expression immediately soured, visibly unhappy. "Dad, what do you mean, always out and about? I'm just out for a bit of fun." "You're a teacher, use appropriate language," Huan Zuexu retorted. Seeing his daughter's defiance, Huan He was clearly annoyed and seemed inclined to scold her. Noticing the tension, Yifeng quickly changed the subject, saying, "Haha, I guessed you would be Teacher's daughter just by looking at her eyes and brows. Her forehead is a bit like yours. She really is beautiful. The power of genetics, truly amazing." Yifeng's flattery made Huan He chuckle. "You're too kind. This girl, no interest in studying, doesn't play the piano well, but she's an expert at going out. If she had half of your maturity and understanding, I wouldn't get gray hair so quickly." Yifeng joked, "In this era, being able to have fun is a skill too. I'm sure Miss Zuexu will have a bright future." Huan He shook his head and said, "All you do is praise me. Sit down and relax for a while. My wife is already cooking. We'll have lunch soon." "Sure. Teacher Huan, please have a cigarette." Yifeng saw an ashtray in the living room with some cigarette butts and took out a pack of cigarettes, lighting one and handing it to Huan He. Huan He took the cigarette and sat down, lighting it up and asking, "Little Fun, how's business at the shop lately?" Yifeng also lit a cigarette and replied, "It's going well. Everything is going according to plan. We've opened 6 branches in Guangzhou. The offline repair business is doing quite well. I estimate that within 2 months, we'll have expanded to 20 chain stores within a 5-kilometer radius in Guangzhou, covering the majority of the area. Once the operational model in Guangzhou is mature and we have a certain brand recognition, I'll consider expanding to other cities nationwide." Huan He was extremely shocked to hear this, not expecting Yifeng's progress to be so rapid. The development of Zifeng Electronics far exceeded his expectations. This young man was indeed talented in business. "It seems you have a clear development plan, with goals, which is excellent. Opening 6 chain stores so quickly is beyond my expectations," he praised. "Well, but since yesterday, we're down to 5 stores." Yifeng shrugged helplessly. "Oh? What happened?" Huan He asked, puzzled. Yifeng briefly explained what happened when Jia Crossing set the store on fire. Huan He listened attentively, then sighed, Zhao Fatty, really, so unreliable. He dug his own grave by now. It's his own fault. He shrugged. Although he said that, he felt that this was still a result of Yifeng's relentless pressure. With Zifeng Electronics' business model, there wasn't a computer store on the market that could compete. The advantages of scale, systemization, cost reduction, and efficiency brought by the model made it impossible for individual stores to compare. This was the triumph of a business model. It was normal for Zhao Crossing to be squeezed out, with or without this risk. Little fun. What do you plan to do next? He knew he must have come with a purpose. He never just came to eat and drink. After contemplating for a moment, Yifeng said, Teacher Huan, you mentioned last time that you have a student working at a computer parts distributor, right? Called something like Kojay Company. He was surprised by this sudden mention. Yes, that's right, at Kojay Company. They've obtained a lot of provincial distributor qualifications from manufacturers. Many dealers in the province, including those in Guangzhou, get their products from them. They are the sole designated distributor, and others can only get supplies from them, he explained. What's on your mind? Little Feng, are you interested in this company? He asked. Yifeng smiled slightly, nodded, took a puff of his cigarette, and then spoke. With the continuous expansion of the computer parts business and the development of the online store, the amount of supplies needed would be substantial. If they kept getting products from the primary and secondary dealers in Nancha and other cities, there would be an added layer or even two between them, which meant extra costs. In the long run, this would not be in the best interest of Zifeng Electronics. With the growing demand for supplies, Yifeng thought it might be better to bypass these suppliers and cooperate directly with the provincial distributor to reduce the cost of parts significantly. After a while, Yifeng finally said, I am quite interested. If there's an opportunity, I'd like to ask Teacher Huan to introduce me and help me out. The more friends, the more opportunities. He quickly caught on to Yifeng's intentions and replied with a smile. No problem. Little Fun, you really have great ideas. Yifeng was delighted to hear he agreed to the matter and smiled, saying, Then I will thank Teacher Huan in advance. Oh, no need to be so polite. It's just a small matter. He waved his hand and smiled. By the way, the tea leaves sold by Xinjiang are really good. I bought some back a few days ago and gave them to the people in the company to drink. They all said it was delicious. Yifeng squinted and smiled. That portion of the bonus from he was with his wife, Yifeng would buy tea leaves every month, and the profit from here was the bonus. Yifeng was hinting that the bonus would be deposited as scheduled every month. He nodded upon hearing this and said, If you like it, I'll have her send you a few more cans later. Drinking more tea is good for your health. Ha ha. Then thank you very much, Teacher Huan. Yifeng laughed. Yuting came out of the kitchen carrying dishes and said, Old man, Zifeng, Juan, come over for dinner. The food is ready. Okay, Xinjiang, you've worked hard. There are so many dishes, truly appetizing and delicious. Yifeng stood up, took a glance at the dishes, which included chicken, duck, and fish, and praised. Oh, it's not hard, Zifeng. We are all happy that you are here. Yuting smiled. He also stood up to invite Yifeng to dinner. Everyone sat down at the dining table. Yifeng personally poured wine for He, and the two of them exchanged pleasantries over wine. Juan, in the future, you should learn more from Zifeng, seek advice on academic matters. He's the top scholar in this year's provincial college entrance examination. Yuting instructed Juan. Initially surprised, Juan took a glimpse at Yifeng, unable to tell that he had such abilities. However, she immediately retorted, So what if he's the top scholar in the province? How to study is my own business. Upon hearing this, He frowned and rebuked, How can you be so disrespectful? Let Zifeng teach you more so you can improve your academic performance in the future. Don't fail any courses at university. With your poor undergraduate results, if you don't work hard, you won't even get your university degree. Juan put down her chopsticks and retorted, My results are my own business. You don't need to interfere. He was so angry, he couldn't speak properly. Yifeng could see that the young girl was in her rebellious teenage phase, coupled with a poor relationship with her parents. She probably often had conflicts. Truly, every family has its own challenges. However, he didn't want to cause family conflicts due to his arrival. so he changed the subject and asked, "Oh, Teacher Huang, don't be angry. I think Xuan is quite intelligent. I notice there are Red Alert and StarCraft posters on the walls of the house. Does Xuan also like playing computer games? Oh, you, a top student, know about Red Alert and StarCraft? Yes, those are my two favorite computer games. Hehe." Mentioning games, Huan immediately became interested. Frowning, "Huan," he said, all you do is play games all day, either at home or at an internet cafe. If you put your mind into studying, you would have already been admitted to Huaking University." Criticized, Huan pouted and remained silent, no longer resisting. Yifeng said, "If you really enjoy playing computer games, you should delve deeper. Maybe develop your own game in the future." Yes, I want to develop my own game in the future. I recently got a cheat code for StarCraft. Hehe, using cheats to defeat the AI opponents is super fun. Huan Zhuan's eyes lit up as she spoke. Surprised, Yifeng asked, "Oh, you know C++? Hehe, a little, self-taught." Huan Zhuan said proudly. Huan he was stunned, saying, "You learned C++ just to play games? My goodness, daughter, I didn't know you had these skills." He was also pleasantly surprised as he hadn't really communicated with his daughter much, not expecting her to have talent in programming. C++ is a profound programming language usually learned in university. Huan Zhuan retorted, "Dad, there are many things you don't know about me. When have you ever asked?" Huan he felt a bit guilty as he only focused on his daughter's studies, lacking in communication. Seeing this, Yifeng said, "I told you Zhuan is extraordinary. If she wants to do it, she definitely can." "Really? Can you develop a game framework based on your document?" Excited, Huan Zhuan asked. "Yes, are you willing to try?" Yifeng asked with a smile. Of course, I'm willing," Huan Zhuan exclaimed, seeing this as a great learning opportunity to understand the game development process. She loved games and wanted to develop her own. She had picked up various skills, including design, but her knowledge was scattered. She needed a clear direction. Seeing his daughter so interested in games and Yifeng willing to teach and even offering her a part-time job, Huang he was grateful and owed Yifeng a big favor. He raised his cup and invited, "Yifeng, it's really a lot to ask of you. Come, let me toast to you." "Oh, Teacher Huang, it's a pleasure to help. In the future, my company will definitely expand into the gaming business. With the widespread use of computers, computer games will undoubtedly open up a huge market." Yifeng smiled, surprised by Yifeng's foresight and thinking. Huan he admired him even more. It was fortunate to interact with such a mature, intelligent young person. A good relationship could be established, even beyond mere benefits. "All right, let's have a drink." Huan he poured wine for Yifeng and raised his cup again. Adjusting her studded leather jacket, Huan Zhuan raised her juice glass boldly and said, "Bro Feng, I toast to you too." Feeling that she finally met someone who understood her, Huan Zhuan began to develop positive feelings towards Yifeng. Everyone raised their glasses, creating a lively atmosphere. With Yifeng's witty remarks, the meal ended without any more quarrels between father and daughter, but laughter and harmony. After the meal, Yifeng soon took his leave. Huan he personally saw him downstairs. "Yifeng, honestly, I really have to thank you today," Huan he said, feeling it had been a long time since he had a good meal with his daughter like today. Being a teacher for so many years, teaching so many students, yet, unable to educate his daughter properly, he realized that he had neglected her care in ordinary times. Through this experience, he understood some things. Proper communication and encouragement were very useful in dealing with his daughter. Yifeng knew what he was thankful for and said, "All right, no need to thank me. I'll leave now. You go back and rest. Today has been hectic. If you say that, I won't be happy. In the future, you must come often. I'll be very happy." Huan he jokingly said, "Yes, I'll definitely visit again another day. Goodbye, teacher." "All right, take care on the way." Huan he watched Yifeng leave, feeling deeply moved. Such a mature and intelligent young man with deep understanding. A bright future lay ahead. Who wouldn't love a young man like this? If he was his son-in-law, it would be great. However, obviously, Xuan was not a match for him. Oh, I wonder if Yifeng has a partner. If not, there might be an opportunity. The next morning, the sunlight was gentle, shining through the window of the room and casting a slanting light into the room. Still in bed, Yifeng was still asleep. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a sound at the window. Hey Yifeng, get up. It's time to go to school. We need to go for registration at school. A clear and melodious voice sounded outside the window. Yifeng opened his eyes, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and smiled. Gumuxi's branded alarm clock rang on time again. He got up, got dressed, pulled back the curtains, and saw Gumuxi retracting the clothesline outside the window. Hi. Good morning, little Zixi. Yifeng greeted her with a smile while leaning on the windowsill with one hand. Gumuxi was wearing a cute pink pajama, with shiny black hair scattered, delicate features without makeup, with a flawless face that could easily overshadow various female celebrities in the entertainment circle with just her natural beauty. HMPH. Yifeng, please call me by my full name. Hearing my nickname gives me goosebumps. Gumuxi rubbed her arms, looking disdainful. Heh, alright, whatever you say. By the way, did you pack your luggage last night? Yifeng asked. I packed it a long time ago. Do you think I'm you? What about you? Gumuxi asked. I had a bit too much to drink yesterday. Haven't packed yet, but it's alright. I don't have much stuff, so I can pack quickly. Just one suitcase. Yifeng replied. HMPH. Why do you drink so much all the time? Oh well, I'll help you pack later. Gumuxi rolled her eyes at him. Yifeng chuckled. Sure, come over then, and I'll treat you to breakfast later. More than 10 minutes later, Gumuxi came in with a suitcase. Meng Xiaoyun was in the kitchen making breakfast and came out to take a look when she heard the noise. Zixi, you're up so early. I made breakfast. Let's have breakfast with Zifeng before going to school for registration. Auntie, you don't need to bother. We'll eat outside later. I'll go help Yisha pack his luggage first. He didn't do it last night. Gumuxi said obediently. Hearing this, Meng Xiaoyun smiled gently. These kids. Why is Zixi suddenly so nice to our son? Inside the room, Yifeng had finished washing up, changed into a new set of clothes, a white shirt and casual pants, looking much more mature than his high school days. At the door, Gumuxi peeked in and said with a smile, I'm here. Yifeng, her eyes curved into a crescent shape, looking very cute. Gumuxi, you're just in time. Help me fold and pack my clothes. Yifeng smiled as he pulled out his suitcase. Humph, always bossing me around. Besides breakfast, you owe me an ice cream bar. Gumuxi pouted and walked into the room. Sure. As many as you want. Hehe. Yifeng responded. Gumuxi started picking out Yifeng's clothes, folding them neatly, and then placing them in the suitcase. This outfit looks a bit old. It's not a good look to wear. You should buy some new clothes in a couple of days. Hey. Why are you taking those torn pants with you? Don't bring them. How come the collar of this shirt has stains? Didn't you eat and spill food? Gumuxi kept organizing the clothes while nagging. Yifeng listened to her nagging and felt sweet inside. Okay. After we finish the school procedures, we'll go buy clothes. I'll buy you a few sets too. Yifeng indulged her. Me? I have enough clothes to wear. What do I need to buy? Gumuxi shook her head. Yifeng leaned over and asked in a low voice. Oh. Penny pinching now. Don't worry, your boyfriend is worth millions. We have money to buy clothes. Gumuxi blushed at his words and shyly glanced at him. Who said I'm penny pinching? Humph. Always asking for more. So you don't want it? Of course I do. Hehe. That's what I thought. You said you wanted to dress up a bit for college, right? You know about women's fashion. I don't know about women's fashion, but I know what looks good on you. You should trust your boyfriend's taste. Alright. Then buy me some clothes. I'll buy you men's clothing in return. You should trust your girlfriend's taste too. The two whispered to each other, and Meng Xiaoyun happened to pass by the door and saw them standing so close, smiling. Zixi, son, wait a moment, I'll get you a red envelope to wish you success in university. Thank you, auntie. Gumuxi turned around and thanked her. Yifeng laughed. Mom, don't worry. When we go to South China Institute of Technology, we'll take care of each other. No need for that. A red envelope for good luck, Meng Xiaoyun said. Then she went back to her room. After a while, she came out again with 2 more red envelopes, one for Gumuxi and one for Yifeng. You two are grown up now, and you'll have to stay at school in the future. When you're out and about, please be careful. Okay. Meng Xiaoyun reminded them with some reluctance. These two had been able to come home every day after school, but now that they were going to university, they would have to live on campus, which made her somewhat reluctant. Yifan hugged his mother gently and reassured her. "Mom, we'll come back on weekends when we have time, so you don't need to worry too much." All right, I know my son is responsible now. Take care of Zixi more," Meng Xiaoyun said, feeling a bit emotional, but probably didn't want Yifan to see her like that, so she turned and left the room. Yifan felt a pang in his heart and joked, "My mom, she's been worrying about us for a lifetime." "Yeah. When you get to university, don't cause trouble, and don't let Auntie worry," Gu Muxi said seriously. "Why would I cause trouble? As long as people don't bother me, I won't bother them, but if they do, I'll make sure they regret it." Yifan chuckled. Gu Muxi gave him a disapproving look and said, "Behave yourself at school. Hurry up and pack your clothes. We're ready to go. I'm hungry." Yifan grinned. "All right, let's hurry up." The two packed their luggage and headed downstairs. Yifan drove out the Audi 100, loaded the luggage onto the trunk, and said, "All set, get in the car. Let's go." "Okay, Yifan. Let's go to university," Gu Muxi exclaimed excitedly. Yifan let out a deep breath and thought to himself, "University, here I come." Under the bright morning sun, at the entrance of South China Institute of Technology, there was a bustling crowd of people. It was the day for new students to register, and the entrance was filled with students dragging suitcases or carrying bags, each wearing a youthful smile, full of anticipation for the upcoming university life. There were many senior students wearing student council vests at the entrance to welcome and guide the new students through the registration process and help with carrying luggage to the dormitories, showing great enthusiasm. At the left side of the school entrance, there were two tables set up, with 2 teachers and 5 students holding signs that read "Welcome Yifan to enroll in South China Institute of Technology." A sophomore student from the student council took a look at the sign and whispered to a senior student in their 3rd year, "Senior Wu, who is this Yifan? How come even Professor Song from the computer science department came out to welcome him? Don't you know? Haven't you read the news? He's the provincial top scorer in this year's college entrance examination." Senior student Wu gave him a look. "Ah, the top scorer? Why would he come to our South China Institute of Technology? Shouldn't he be at Huaking University, Jingbai University, or even Shanhu University? How did he end up at our school?" the student asked in shock. Wu shook his head. "I don't know. Somehow, he turned down offers from Huaking, Jing University, and even prestigious Ivy League schools abroad. I heard that even the Ivy League offered him a $50,000 scholarship for a year, but he still refused and chose South China Institute of Technology. Hey, the enrollment office of our school heard about this and even made a special visit to his house. They came back smiling from ear to ear. I heard the school offered him a full 4-year scholarship with all tuition covered and tuition free. That's right, to show how much they value him. They even arranged for Mr. Su and Professor Song from the enrollment office to welcome him at the school entrance." The sophomore student was astonished to hear this. "Oh my, a top scholar who turned down even Ivy League schools. No wonder the school values him so much." Their whispers were overheard by Mr. Su from the enrollment office. "Ahem, what are you whispering about? When you meet Yifan later, you need to be warned and bring him to complete the registration procedures." 3rd-year student Wu Kixiang replied, "Of course, Mr. Su, you can count on us to show the excellent spirit of South China Institute of Technology when we welcome Yifan." Professor Song Kangwen from the computer science department looked at the time on his watch and said, "The agreed time is almost here. Why hasn't he arrived?" He had slightly yellowish skin and wore thick glasses, giving him a scholarly look. He was the class teacher of the computer science class 1 and also an associate professor. He should be here soon. If he's late, I'll give him a call. Today is the first day of registration. The roads may be crowded with people, Mr. Suhikai said with a patient smile. At that moment, a sudden Audi 100 drove up on the main road, which drew attention from the nearby DRIZZLE, Jetta, and Santana cars, as it was a rare luxury car in the area. As soon as the Audi 100 appeared, many students nearby looked over and quickly made way for the car. "Oh my, is that an Audi? Did a leader from the city come? It must be a leader's child coming to study. Wow, luxury cars are so beautiful. The body, the wheels, it's like a work of art." Mr. Suhikai also saw the car and quickly stood up and walked to the front, pushing his glasses up to see if a high-level leader had suddenly arrived. After all, Most of these cars were executive vehicles, and the passengers were of high rank. The car drove forward slowly and suddenly turned towards the left side of the school, heading towards their location. After a moment, the car stopped in front of where they were standing. Mr. Suhikai put on a smile and walked towards the car window, waiting for it to be rolled down. The window was slowly lowered, revealing a handsome young man in the driver's seat. Mr. Suhikai was taken aback at first, then his expression turned to pleasant surprise. Oh, it's Yifeng, right? Ha. Welcome, Yifeng. Hello, Teacher Su. I'm really sorry. There was a bit of traffic on the road, and I troubled you to come pick me up. Yifeng said kindly with a smile, turning off the engine and getting out of the car. Oh, no trouble at all. Not at all. Ha. Teacher Suhu burst out laughing, feeling delighted to have the provincial top scorer in the college entrance examination like Yifeng under his wing. He received recognition from the school leadership and even a substantial bonus because of this. Why would it be a bother? He was even worried that Yifeng might change his mind at the last minute. At this moment, Gu Muxi, the co-driver, also stepped out of the car, stunning everyone around with her appearance. She was wearing a blue and white lawn dress, her dark, flowing hair, exquisite and beautiful face, and radiant white skin under the sunlight making her the center of attention. Oh my goodness, what a beautiful girl! Wu Qixiang exclaimed in shock, muttering to himself. She's the most beautiful girl I've ever seen. A nearby junior student was also mesmerized. Gu Muxi became the focus of the whole crowd for a moment. I will go to the architecture department to register first. Take care of yourself, Gu Muxi said lightly with a smile. Okay. Be safe. You can call me if you need anything. Yifeng replied with a smile. Got it. Gu Muxi stuck out her pink tongue playfully, retrieved her luggage from the trunk, and went to register by herself. Yifeng took his luggage and a backpack, placing them in the co-driver's seat, then asked Su Hui, Teacher Su, is there anywhere to park nearby? Yeah, you can park by the side of the road where there are white lines. Teacher Su Hui replied, coming back to his senses. However, he couldn't help but ask, is this your car? Yes. It's new, Yifeng casually replied, then got into the car and started the engine again. Teacher Suhu was shocked, swallowing repeatedly, amazed. A student as young as Yifeng driving a luxury car. How envy-inducing. One might never be able to afford that car in a lifetime with their salary. The students behind them were all dumbfounded. Oh my god. Could it be that Yifeng is a super rich second generation? I admit, jealousy makes me ugly. He drives a luxury car and has a beautiful girl with him. And what do we have? Ahem. We can dream during our lunch break, right? After a while, Yifeng parked the car, picked up his luggage, and walked over with it. Wu Qixiang, in a show of enthusiasm towards the freshman, hurried to take Yifeng's luggage, warmly offering, Hey Yi, let me help you with that. Thank you, senior. Yifeng nodded with a smile. Approaching Su Hui again, Yifeng inquired, Teacher Su, should I go register now? Su Hui waved his hand and smiled. Oh, not in a hurry. I will take you there later and introduce you to the beautiful campus environment on the way. By the way, let me introduce you. This is Teacher Song Kangwon from the Computer Science Department, and he will be your class advisor from now on. Song Kangwon walked over, warmly welcoming. Welcome, Yi, you are the first provincial top scorer recruited by our school. Hello, Teacher Song. Your praise is too much. I'm just lucky, Yifeng humbly replied. Come on. Let's go in together first, and I'll help you with your enrollment procedures, Su Hui smiled. Okay. Thank you to both of you teachers and senior. Yifeng nodded. In his heart, Song Kangwon couldn't help but appreciate Yifeng a bit more. So outstanding, yet so humble and cautious. That's a good young person. On the other side, Gu Muxi was looking for the registration entrance for the architecture design major, but there were too many people, and she couldn't find it for a while. However, she stood by the entrance, catching the eye. Yifeng, all the school enrollment procedures have been completed. If you encounter any problems at school in the future, you can directly call me. Su Hui smiled warmly. Okay. Thank you for your hard work today, Teacher Su. I must treat you to a meal to show my gratitude. Yifeng thanked him, establishing a good relationship with Su Hui, making it more convenient for him at school in the future. Haha. You are too polite. Sure. When you are free next time, Su Hui laughed and admired Yifeng more, finding Yifeng's way of speaking and acting very comfortable. Alright, go check out the dormitory first. This is the new dormitory building at South China Polytechnic that I specially applied for you. Yifeng nodded and said, "Thank you, teacher. I will go up now." After bidding farewell to Su Hui, Yifeng alone carried his luggage upstairs to his dorm, room 602. When he arrived at the door of room 602 on the 6th floor, before entering, Yifeng heard playful noises coming from inside the dorm. "Come on, can you guys be normal? Just to clarify, I am straight. What's not normal about us? Hehe. Hey, calm down a bit. Don't scare the newcomer later." Yifeng knocked on the door, then pushed the door open and found 3 people inside the dorm: a chubby guy, a slightly handsome guy with a center part, and a slender young man with glasses, somewhat shy, with slightly worn-out, yellowish clothes. In a glance, Yifeng suddenly recognized the guy with the center part hair as an acquaintance, feeling a bit surprised. That guy also seemed stunned when he saw Yifeng. "Oh my god, it's you. Yifeng, my bro." "Ow. Yanjian bro." The two stared at each other, both taken aback. Yes, the guy with the center part hair was Yanjian, whom Yifeng had met when fixing computers at Zhao Xinji's place. The first computer repair fee Yifeng earned was given by Yanjian. Unexpectedly, they met here and became dorm mates. What a small world. Oh my god. This is so unexpected. We are real fated to be together. From now on, we are dorm mates, bro. You won't charge for computer repairs anymore, right? Yanjian warmly grabbed Yifeng's shoulder and joked. "Alright, we're on the same team. We are roommates from now on." Yifeng grinned. Watching the two, the chubby guy exclaimed, "Oh my god, you guys know each other." "Of course, it's fate," Yanjian briefly explained. The chubby guy was amazed to hear that Yifeng could repair computers skillfully and admired him, reaching out to shake Yifeng's hand. "Bro Feng, you have to teach me your craft in the future. By the way, I'm Keijo." Yifeng saw the sincerity in his somewhat awkward face and replied with a smile, "Sure, no problem." At this moment, the skinny guy with glasses sitting on the bed also approached, a bit timidly standing in front of Yifeng. Hello, Senior Yifeng. I'm Sun Tugan." "Hello, Sun classmate." Yifeng initiated a handshake and smiled warmly. Observing Sun Tugan's shy and humble demeanor, Yifeng, who himself had come from a rural background, felt a sense of closeness as he believed everyone had their own strengths and saw no need to be divided by backgrounds. Sun Tugan, feeling Yifeng's goodwill, finally revealed a relieved smile. Yanjian then suggested, "Alright, now that our dorm of 4 is finally united, how about we go eat together, have some drinks? What do you say?" It was important for the dorm relationships to be harmonious as they would be spending the next 3 years together. "Sure. Sounds good. This will be the first meal. We can split the bill. Let's find a small eatery. 50 to 60 yuan should be enough." Yifeng smiled and signaled Yanjian. Though both Yanjian and Yifeng could afford the meal, they still considered the pride of the other two, Sun Tugang and Keijo. Accepting Yifeng's nod, Yanjian looked at Sun Tugang and suggested a nearby Cantonese restaurant for their meal. Sun Tugang relaxed a bit and agreed. I'm okay with it." Keijo cheered. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go." The 4 quickly tittied up and rushed out the side door. There was a food street next to their dorm that was popular with the students from the adjacent finance university and their own university. Being the start of the new semester, many groups of students were out seeking lunch. Finding a Cantonese restaurant, they ordered for dishes and a beer. During the meal, Yanjian pointed out a short-haired beauty in a certain direction, and Yifeng joked that she might just have a stunning back profile but an ordinary face. This led to banter among them, and eventually, Yanjian attempted to flirt with her, only to be taken aback by her less than pleasing appearance when she turned around. After the meal, they discussed each other's backgrounds, and Yifeng learned about his roommates' diverse personalities and upbringings. Reflecting on the bond they were forming, Yifeng appreciated the serendipitous meeting and the prospect of spending the next 3 years of university life together. After having lunch, the 4 of them returned to the dormitory. Yanjian couldn't wait to unpack the desktop computer from the box. "Brothers, now that we've eaten and drunk our fill, let's play some games together. Let's play StarCraft Online." Yanjian exclaimed excitedly. "You guys go ahead. I have some things to take care of." Yifeng took out a laptop from his backpack. Kepangzi glanced at it, eyes widening in surprise. "Wow, Funjay, you have an IBM ThinkPad T20. That thing is expensive. How much did you pay for it? A little over 13,000 yuan. This type of laptop is suitable for work, not for gaming, Yifeng said with a smile. This laptop can be considered the pioneer of the T-series, with a titanium mallow body weighing only 2.2 kilograms. Though it only has 512 megabytes of RAM and a 12 gigabytes hard drive, it is quite outstanding in terms of performance at the time. Wow, Fengjie, your family is quite well off, Kepangzi said enviously. Yan Jian also looked admiringly and said, this laptop is amazing, but unfortunately, my dad didn't buy it for me since I already have a desktop. Yifeng gave him a side glance and said, Yan, you could afford it if you saved a little from your monthly allowance, right? Yan Jian smirked and said, do you think my dad is that generous? You're mistaken. He said aside from my fixed monthly allowance, he wouldn't give me any more money. If I want to spend more, I have to earn it myself. Curious, Kepangzi asked, my dad only gives me 500 yuan each month. How much does your dad give you? Not much, just 7,000 yuan. Yan Jian boasted. Keijo and Sun Tugging exchanged looks. Then Keijo exclaimed, hurry up and start playing landlord. Join the game, Yifeng added, while Sun Tugging clapped and cheered them on. Finally, under the expectant gaze of the three, Yan Jian decided to treat them to beef noodles for breakfast tomorrow, with added meat. Keijo also brought out his computer, plugged it in, and connected to the internet to browse various chat rooms and school forums. Suddenly, he exclaimed, oh my, this is big news. Startled, Yan Jian, who was playing at the nearby table, exclaimed, what's with the commotion, Pangzi? You scared me. Come see, big news on the school forum. Keijo shouted excitedly. Fengjie, come take a look. Yifeng was responding to work emails and said, I'm busy now, I'll check later. Ignoring him, Yan Jian casually said, what big news could there be? Probably someone winning a big prize at an event or something. No, it's about a beauty. We have a new campus beauty. Wow, she's really pretty. This appearance is heavenly. Keijo stared at the screen with wide eyes. Hearing about a beautiful girl, Yan Jian quickly abandoned the game and rushed over to see the screen, marveling at the photo displayed. On the screen was a beautiful girl in a blue dress, with long flowing hair, standing on the roadside holding a suitcase, exuding grace. Especially her fair skin and flawless beautiful face were attention-grabbing. My goodness, a beauty amongst beauties, truly deserving of the title of new campus beauty. Yan Jian also exclaimed. Keijo, with a dreamy expression, commented, she's the most beautiful girl I've ever seen. Yan Jian agreed, nodding. Indeed, I've seen many women, but she ranks first among them. The entire school forum is filled with her pictures and discussion threads. Beauties truly have influence. The guys on the school forum are so excited. Fengjie, come take a look. Exclaiming, Keijo waved Yifeng over. After finishing sending the email, Yifeng got up and took a look. Oh, isn't this sexy? Didn't expect this big commotion. It seems her name as the new campus beauty will spread throughout the school. So, Fengjie, isn't she pretty enough? Keijo grinned mischievously. My girlfriend is indeed very beautiful, Yifeng nodded, smiling. Yan Jian and Keijo immediately gave him scornful looks. Come on, do you think we're fools? Are we that easy to deceive? Disbelievingly, Keijo asked. Fengjie, do you think we're dumb? So easily fooled? Yifeng, lost for words, shrugged and said, if you don't believe me, let it be. I can't be bothered to explain. Yan Jian chuckled and said, hey, Fengjie, I'll send you the photos later, so you can have more realistic dreams tonight. Oh, what Jianjie said makes sense. Fengjie, I'll pick the photos for you. If you really like the new school beauty, go ahead and pursue her. We've got your back. Keko patted his chest, expressing his loyalty. Yifeng smiled, shook his head. They're already in my hands. No need to pursue. You guys go play some games. I still have some things to take care of. With these words, Yifeng returned to his position and continued working. With his laptop, he was able to work remotely through QQ, although sometimes it would lag due to server issues, barely being able to manage. For important documents, he had to rely on email. Fortunately, he had set up a smooth channel through his own server. Ding ding ding. Han Pinggan sent a message. Han Pinggan, Fengjie, the renovation of the 3 internet cafes is almost done. Should we start preparing for the equipment to be installed? Yifeng. Alright, I'll start preparing to purchase the machines. You keep an eye on the construction progress. Han Pingen. Got it. Funjay, I'll wait for your notice. Yifeng rubbed his chin. As the internet cafe renovations were almost completed, it was time to discuss loan matters with the bank. With 3 internet cafes, each expected to have 200 machines, totaling 600 machines, priced at around 5,000 RMB per machine for high-end configurations, this amounted to a 3 million RMB cash investment. If purchased in bulk, the price could drop to around 4,000 RMB, still requiring a 2.4 million RMB investment. Such a large sum of money, if invested from the company's cash, would tighten the cash flow. Therefore, Yifeng had planned from the beginning to use the bank's money to make money, leveraging other people's money to earn profits, as leverage was the best method, provided there was enough excess returned from the actions taken. Based on the current earning capacity of the internet cafes, according to market research, the daily earning per machine varied from 60 RMB to 100 RMB, depending on fluctuating prices at different times. With a 3 million RMB investment, the payback period would only take 3 to 4 months. The internet cafe industry was so lucrative that since 2001, various capital had successively entered the market to occupy it, resulting in internet cafes spreading all over the country and becoming a memory for a generation. Yifeng planned to take an aggressive expansion strategy at the moment. As long as these 3 internet cafes ran profitably for a period, he planned to leverage 10 million RMB from the bank to open chain internet cafes across the city. After capturing most of the Guangxi market within the year, the business model would be replicated in Shanghai, Shenzhen, and Beijing, first-tier developed areas with more consumption potential than second- and third-tier cities. In 2 years, opening chain internet cafes in first-tier cities was one of Yifeng's business goals. On that account, Yifeng took out his phone and called Huan He. During their last meal together, he mentioned knowing several bank executives, a connection that could help with fund issues. Leaving the dorm, his call was answered. "Hello, Zifeng, what's up?" Huan He's friendly voice came from the other end. "Oh, hello, Huan teacher. Are you busy right now? Are you available? I have something I'd like to seek your advice on." Yifeng smiled. When asking for help over the phone, it was essential to confirm the other person's availability before diving into the matter, to avoid being abrupt. This was basic courtesy in social interactions. "Haha. I'm just having tea in my office. I'm available. What do you need?" Huan He laughed heartily. After a moment of contemplation, Yifeng continued, "Well, Huan teacher, my 3 internet cafes are almost done with renovations and are entering the final stages. I would like to apply for a business loan from the bank. You mentioned knowing some people in the bank last time, right? I'm thinking about setting up a meeting." Huan He was surprised. "They're done with renovations already." "Zifeng, your efficiency is impressive." "Haha, no problem. How much are you planning to loan?" "Yifeng, 3 million RMB. Huan He paused and said, 3 million RMB. That's a significant amount. I estimate there are only a few banks that might find it convenient to lend you that much. Some banks might require more complicated procedures. I suggest you could start by talking to the Guan Province Development Bank. It's a regional bank, not a big bank, but they have good policies supporting small and micro enterprises lately, with more convenient procedures and better terms. With the qualifications of your Shifeng company, there shouldn't be any issue in your application. I know the manager of their credit management department. I can arrange a dinner for you to meet." Hearing this, Yifeng felt relieved. It was indeed crucial to maintain a good relationship with Huan He. By involving Huan Zuexu in his dealings, he had created a favor with Huan He, making it easier for him to help now. "Haha. All right. Thank you in advance. If there are any updates, just give me a call directly," Yifeng happily replied. Huan He, "Sure, I'll arrange it as soon as possible. I know you're nearing the start of the semester. Let's try to meet during the weekend for everyone's convenience." "All right, thanks, Huan teacher." Yifeng expressed his gratitude. "By the way, how is Xuan doing these days? Is she following through with the development according to the documents?" Yifeng mentioned Xuan's matter. "She spends all day in her room coding." Huan He responded, "She will have to report to the technology university in a few days, but she doesn't think much about it. All her focus is on coding. Still, it's all right. Better she stays indoors than wander outside. Haha. Oh, I have to thank you for that. You've uncovered her talent. I initially wanted her to study accounting, but now I have to find a way to switch her to a computer science major. Wang He acknowledged. Well, it's a small thing. Finding Zhuangshuan's passion, she's so intelligent and sharp. As long as she persists, she's bound to succeed, Yifeng praised. Every parent likes to hear compliments about their children, giving them a sense of fulfillment. Don't praise her too much. Let's see if she can keep at it. Ha ha. Wang He modestly responded. The conversation continued for a while before the call ended. Yifeng looked at his phone and chuckled. This was the tremendous effect of having connections. To achieve things, especially in business, having a strong network was crucial. Establishing effective relationships in society was a profound and indispensable aspect, only to be truly understood through experiences. The so-called necessity of having a patron in business was not something that just fell from the sky. It had to be grasped, and maintaining good relations would ultimately translate into opportunities. Yifeng was about to head back to the dorm when his phone rang. It was Gumushi calling. Hey, Zhao. Missing me. HMPH tilde so narcissistic. Who misses you? I'm just hungry. Thinking of asking if you want to go to the food street to eat something, Gumushi retorted with a blush. Sure, I'm not hungry but I can accompany you. Hehe. Yifeng indulged her. Alright then. Let's call it a plan. Wait for me at the front of the 12th building of the girls' dormitory. See you in a bit tilde hehe. Gumushi joyously exclaimed. After hanging up, Gumushi laid on her bed, swinging her clean legs, showing her excitement and contentment. Meanwhile, Chen Jia was cleaning and quipped, Zixi, who were you talking to on the phone? So excited. Hehe, of course, it's that bother Feng. We're going to the food street later. Gumushi blushed, delighted. Oh my. One Feng to the left, one Feng to the right, always on your mind. After falling in love, I feel like you're all starry-eyed. I've heard that besides one getting silly after pregnancy, one also gets silly forever after falling in love. Chen Jia joked. No way. You're talking nonsense. I don't talk about him all the time, Gumushi denied with a toss of her chin. Chen Jia chuckled. I might buy a recorder next time to record all your words and catch you red-handed. Just then, their roommate Ding Ying entered with a bouquet of flowers and chocolates, saying, Zixi, someone has brought you gifts again. This is the third time today. This time it's from a senior named Zhu Shanhai. Chen Jia shook her head. As expected, Zixi gets a lot of admirers wherever she goes. Back in high school, she'd receive various small gifts now and then, with many anonymous love letters. Looks like it hasn't stopped in college either. But it seems the gifts have upgraded. No more just snacks, now chocolates too. Ding Ying laughed. I was browsing the school forum at noon, and Zixi has become the new school beauty and goddess of our school, causing a stir. She followed up with gossip, sitting next to Gumushi. Hey, Zixi, who's this senior Zhu Shanhai? Do you know him? Gumushi sat up, pouted. I know him, the senior who helped me with the enrollment procedures this morning. But he's quite annoying. Can't believe he sent me flowers this afternoon. If he doesn't take back the gift, you guys sort it out. I don't want it. I have a boyfriend, after all. I'll post on the forum saying, I'm happily in love, please don't disturb. Chen Jia teased, Zixi, I remind you, if you post that, your dear Feng might become the enemy of all the boys in the school. They might come after him with nightsticks. Quite risky. Gumushi huffed, I dare them. Fun is under my protection. You mean he'd be your personal bodyguard? Chen Jia teased, putting the broom down. Well, I guess so, forget it. But if anyone asks you to deliver gifts, decline on my behalf. No need to overdo it. Gumushi clasped her hands, showing respect. Oh, it's getting late. I need to wash my hair and head out. Otherwise, Feng will keep waiting downstairs and complain, said Gumushi as she rushed into the bathroom. Chen Jia chuckled lightly, shaking her head. This girl, she's really good to Yifeng. Hehe. Quite sweet. Ding Ying chipped in with a smile. Half an hour later, after washing her hair and changing clothes, Gumushi hurriedly left the dormitory. Downstairs at the girls' dormitory, Yifeng stood under the tree in front of the dormitory building, observing the sun setting behind the hill, then glanced at the time. 7 o'clock already. Usually, Gumushi was pretty fast. Why was she running late today? Yifeng pondered quietly. After a while, Gumuji's figure appeared at the door. She had a small sling bag on her shoulder, wearing a white shirt and jeans, looking fashionable and beautiful. She ran up to Yifeng, who looked surprised to see some light makeup on her face. "Oh, it's been a while, haven't you? Why are you wearing makeup?" Gumuji blushed and retorted, I like it. Don't you think it's pretty? Beautiful. Beautiful. Gumuji, you're the most beautiful. Yifeng indulged her. Shall we go? Where do you want to eat? Yifeng turned around, only to see Gumuji lifting her hand. What's up? What do you want? Yifeng asked. Your hand. Gumuji blushed, glaring at him. Stinky Feng, hold my hand. What are you waiting for? Yifeng smiled, raised his hand to hold her hand, gave it a squeeze, feeling Gumuxi's hand was smooth and soft. Miss Gu, shall we go now? Shall we set off? Gumuxi leaned contentedly against him, hand in hand, walking side by side. Along the way, they strolled through the campus, chatting casually. Yifeng, you don't know how annoying it was for me today. 7 or 8 people came up to ask for my phone number, and 3 even sent flowers to my dorm. It's really irritating. Gumuxi complained with a pout. Yifeng chuckled. That's to be expected. Being the new campus beauty, you're truly outshining the others. Gumuxi rolled her eyes at him and said, You're still laughing. You still have the mood to laugh. At this rate, how am I supposed to study? Are you not afraid someone will steal me away? Yifeng looked at her seriously. No, because he'll be beaten to death by you. Gumuxi. Yifeng, feeling itchy again. Gumuxi pinched his soft waist. Am I such a violent person? Am I not gentle? Yifeng took a sharp breath and chuckled. You're the most gentle. I haven't seen such a gentle girl since the last time. Gumuxi burst into laughter, like a blooming flower, beautiful and charming. At that moment, Yifeng looked at her smile and felt his heart melt. Zishi, you look really beautiful when you smile. You should smile more in the future, Yifeng suggested. Gumuxi gave him a sly glance. If I smile all day, won't I become a fool? Even a fool who looks good, Yifeng said seriously. Yifeng, watch me not tear you apart. Gumuxi exclaimed, ready to act. Knowing he couldn't match her, Yifeng quickly ran away. The two of them playfully made their way out of the school gate and arrived at the street where they would have dinner during the day, only to find it even livelier at night. Doing business as a university student seemed quite profitable, money to be made all day long. Wait, Gumuxi, let's call a truce first. You said you were hungry, right? What do you want to eat? Yifeng asked, waving his hand. Gumuxi naturally hooked her arm around his and arrogantly said, I want to eat. I want to eat rice cakes, and skewers, and many other delicious things. Yifeng smiled. Okay, no problem. It's up to you. Eat whatever you want. Let you become a little chubby. Then no one will try to steal me away. Blushing at his words, Gumuxi retorted, Who's becoming chubby? I refuse to be a chubby girl. Yifeng chuckled, knowing Gumuxi cared a lot about her figure, and that it was a girl's nature to love beauty. There's a stall selling lamb skewers ahead. Let's go check it out. Excitedly, Gumuxi pulled Yifeng towards the stall. When they arrived, they found the stall owner to be a middle-aged man from out of town, his beard resembling Alibaba's. You handsome guys, want to eat something? How about 2 skewers of lamb? They are delicious and worth every dime. The enthusiastic stall owner greeted them. Mimicking his accent, Gumuxi said with a smile, Give us 2 skewers, with lots of chili, some extra meat for that authentic taste. Yifeng added, Boss, these are so fragrant. Add some crispy skin to make it even better. Hearing their conversation, the stall owner was puzzled. Are you also from Xinjiang? Gumuxi couldn't help but laugh and said, No, we learned it from TV. The stall owner chuckled heartily. He grilled 2 skewers of lamb for them, and even gave them an extra 5 yuan plate of lamb offal that was fragrant and delicious. Wishing you a long and happy relationship. Come back often when you're free. The stall owner placed his hand on his chest and bowed. Feeling warm-hearted, Gumuxi thanked him with a smile. Thank you. Business is good here. Yifeng paid, and the two found a corner on the street to enjoy their skewers. So delicious. Gumuxi enjoyed her skewers, her cheeks puffing up like a cute hamster. Eat slowly. Don't choke, Yifeng reminded her. For 3 yuan, a skewer this big, the boss is really generous, Gumuxi happily said, oblivious to the oil stains on her mouth. In no time, she finished her large skewer of lamb, but her lips were smeared with oil stains. You have oil all over your mouth. Let me wipe it for you. Yifeng took out a tissue and gently wiped her lips. Blushing at Yifeng's earnest expression and feeling his gentle touch on her lips, Gumuxi's cheeks turned red, her heart pounding faster. Okay, all clean now, Yifeng smiled. Hehe. Yifeng, you're really sweet. With that, Gumuxi tiptoed, turned her head, and planted a kiss on his cheek. Yifeng touched his cheeks absent-mindedly. He didn't expect Gumushi to be so proactive, causing his heart to flutter like he had just eaten honey. Okay. Gumushi, you dare to attack me, the young handsome guy, without any courtesy. Watch my lightning 5 kisses. Yifeng pouted, ready to return the kiss. Gumushi blushed, then backed away, making a face at him. Ha ha, I won't let you kiss me. No no no. Gumushi's cheeks turned even redder. She dodged his advance and grabbed his hand, twisting it back to subdue him perfectly. HMPH, Stinky Fawn, I won't let you kiss me. Everyone is watching. Gumushi's eyes carried shyness as she glanced at the passers-by on the street. People passing by occasionally glanced at the two of them. Yifeng smirked and said, Hehe, when we go back, we'll find a quiet corner, somewhere without people. That works too, right? Gumushi's cheeks blushed even more, all the way to her neck, as she shot him a look. How could this Stinky Fawn be so insistent? He was so naughty. Hey, Gumushi, if you don't speak, I'll consider that you've agreed. Humph, I'll ignore you. Let's talk about it when we get back. Hehe. I understand. I get it. Ooh, Stinky Fawn. You understand nothing. I want to have ice cream. No problem, for sure. I also want to have some. Little Shishi, do you want an old popsicle? Yes. 2 of them. Whenever the topic of food came up, the two automatically called a truce. Gumushi linked arms with Yifeng, and they continued their stroll and snacking. They practically tasted all the street food they encountered along the way, buying just one item and sharing between the two of them, allowing them to taste more. When they reached the end of the street, there was a small leisure square with an ice cream and old popsicle stand next to it. Here they have ice cream and old popsicle. Gumushi excitedly pulled Yifeng towards the stall. When they arrived at the storefront, she turned to Yifeng and asked, Stinky Fawn, do you want some? Burp tilde I'm full, so I'll pass. You go ahead and enjoy. Yifeng burped, shaking his head helplessly. They had a big meal for lunch earlier, and he had eaten so much for dinner already that he would be overstuffed if he ate more. Alright, then you can watch me enjoy it. Gumushi smiled triumphantly. Boss, 1 ice cream, and another old popsicle. The boss of the shop was a middle-aged man with a hat on, wearing casual clothing that had an artistic flair. Sure thing. Miss, just a moment. The middle-aged boss smiled slightly, turned around to pack the ice cream for her. After finishing, he handed her an old popsicle as well. Young man and young lady, our shop has some seating right beside. You can take a rest if you're tired. The middle-aged boss courteously offered. There were 5 sun umbrellas beside the shop, providing seating space under them. Great. Thank you, boss. Yifeng nodded with a smile and paid for the treats. They found a seat by the roadside and sat down to rest. Gumushi indulged in her ice cream, and soon her lips were stained white with ice cream, resembling a little white beard. Seizing the chance, Yifeng gestured for her to come closer. Stinky Fawn, what are you doing? Gumushi obediently moved closer, looking puzzled, uncertain about Yifeng's intentions. Yifeng gently held her chin, drawing their faces closer. Suddenly, he kissed her on the lips. Gumushi was caught off guard by the kiss. Her eyes widened, and her cheeks turned as red as apples. Holding an ice cream in one hand and an old popsicle in the other, her hands froze midair, not knowing how to react. Unbeknownst to them, the middle-aged boss saw the whole scene. He squinted slightly, showing a knowing smirk. Young love, so wonderful. Surrounding passers-by also cast envious glances at the couple. After a few seconds, Yifeng released her, smacking his lips and laughing. The ice cream tastes so sweet. Gumushi felt her cheeks burning hot, her heart pounding rapidly, as if it was about to leap out. She glared at him, saying, Darn it, Stinky Fawn. You, with so many people around. Oh, little Shishi, we're even now. Yifeng said with a straight face. Gumushi took a big bite of her ice cream, almost as if she was taking revenge on him, muttering, HMPH. You'll wait and see, I'll get back at you later. What? You want to retaliate? Well, I can counterattack now. Heh. Let's see what you're up to, Yifeng teased, moving closer with a pout. But the next second, what met his lips was the chilling old popsicle. Now, Yifeng had his mouth full of ice cream, looking like he had a white beard. Ha. You look so funny like this. Gu Mushi laughed heartily, her crisp laughter echoing in the night air like wind chimes on a summer day. Gu Mushi, I'm going to smear this on your face, Yifeng joked. As the two played around, guitar music suddenly sounded from nearby. The two instinctively looked over and saw the middle-aged boss sitting at the shop entrance, tuning a guitar. He furrowed his brows as he seemed to have trouble with certain notes, unable to harmonize them no matter how much he adjusted. Oh, the guitar broke again. The middle-aged boss sighed, shaking his head with a wry smile. Boss, it seems like the second or third strings are off. Can I try to help? Yifeng smiled at him. You can tune a guitar. The middle-aged boss looked surprised. I've learned a bit in the past. The middle-aged boss welcomed him to give it a try. Handing the guitar to Yifeng, he carefully inspected it, adjusted the strings one by one, and then listened carefully to the notes before fine-tuning the tension of the guitar strings. After the adjustments, Yifeng smiled and said, "It should be fine now." Strumming the guitar strings, all the notes were in tune, creating a more harmonious sound. The middle-aged boss exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, you did it. The guitar is tuned perfectly now. You're really talented, young man." The middle-aged boss expressed his gratitude sincerely and gave Yifeng a thumbs up. After trying a few notes and chords, Yifeng glanced at Gu Mushi, who looked curious, and a thought crossed his mind. "Boss, can I play a song?" Yifeng asked with a smile. "Of course, and let me get a microphone and speakers. I sing a few songs when I'm free. It's one of the few hobbies I had after running this shop." The middle-aged boss cheerfully responded. Soon, he brought out a microphone stand, a speaker, and the necessary cables from the shop. Placing it all next to Yifeng, the middle-aged boss said, "What song do you want to sing, young man?" "The one from the last time," Gu Mushi eagerly asked. "Since I heard you sing by the lake during camping, I can't stop dreaming about that scene and your magnetic voice. Your singing seems to have some kind of magic, making me think about it every day." Yifeng strummed the guitar, playing a relaxed melody that sounded sweet and joyful even before any lyrics were sung. "Not that one. I have a new song in mind. A very nice song, Gu Mushi, a song that is perfect for you, a gift." Yifeng sat in front of her, his legs crossed, looking at her with an indulgent smile, lightly strumming the guitar strings. "The sky appears like it's raining. I really want to live next door to you, standing foolishly below your home, looking up, counting the dark clouds. If a piano appeared in the scene, I would sing a song for you to hear, despite water pouring down." Yifeng's magnetic voice filled with emotions accompanied by a light and sweet melody resonated throughout the bustling street. People passing by took a pause, attracted by the beautiful singing. Soon, a large crowd gathered at the storefront, completely blocking the passage. "This song is so good to listen to. Such a sweet melody." "Yes. This handsome guy is singing so well. Is he singing for his girlfriend? So sweet." People in the crowd whispered to each other, then fell silent, completely immersed in the song, swaying their heads gently to the rhythm. Yifeng didn't notice the growing crowd behind him because in his eyes, there was only Gu Mushi, and in his world, there was only Gu Mushi. "Singing this song for you, it doesn't conform to any particular style. It simply represents my wish to make you happy, melting the frozen glacier for you, becoming a moth fluttering towards the flame for you. There is nothing that isn't worth it. Singing this song for you, it doesn't conform to any particular style. It simply represents my hope for your happiness, tossing and turning for you, giving up the world for you, why not?" Bringing a hint of warmth in the late summer chill, those transitional colors. With the conclusion of the song, Yifeng performed the final guitar solo, adding a perfect ending to the song. The guitar sound slowly faded, but the lingering melody and catchy rhythm seemed to echo in the ears of every listener present at the scene. After a moment of silence, the crowd exploded into enthusiastic applause. The enthusiastic applause lasted for a long time. Yifeng was startled by the sudden burst of applause, and quickly turned around to look. Unbeknownst to him, a crowd had gathered behind him. "Wow, so many people?" At that moment, someone in the crowd shouted, "Song God! Song God! Sing another one." "Yes, please sing another one. What magical song is this? So nice to listen to. A melody I've never heard before, so catchy. Sob. Such a sweet song, but it made me cry. The crowd became excited and started chanting for the song God. They were all young people from nearby universities, many of whom had once had someone who touched their hearts, so the song resonated deeply with them. Some were still immersed in the emotions of the song and hadn't snapped out of it yet, like the middle-aged boss who, gradually coming back to his senses from his daze, excitedly looked at Yifeng. You sing so beautifully, handsome. What is this song called? His eyes shone with eagerness. Why not? Yifeng smiled slightly and handed him the guitar. Why not? What a great name. The middle-aged boss took the guitar but placed it on the table first, then took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to him. Hello. Nice to meet you. I'm Zenon. Yifeng. Yifeng took the business card with both hands and glanced at it. Zenon, general manager of South Mountain Music Studio. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. He hadn't expected the owner of an ice cream shop to have such a position. Seeing the doubt in Yifeng's eyes, Zenon laughed and explained, "This is my wife's shop. I often come here to help out after work. I also love music, but I lack talent, so opening a music production studio fulfilled my long-cherished dream. Young man Yi, you sang so well just now. I hope we can communicate and talk about music in the future. I enjoy chatting about music and tasting good food with talented young people." Yifeng also handed him his business card and smiled. "Coincidentally, I also like making friends. Here's my card." "Great, that's settled then," Zenon said happily. Yifeng stood up and took Gumuxi's hand, bidding farewell. "Thanks for the guitar today, boss. We'll make plans for another day." "No worries, you helped me fix it. After all, this guitar has been with me for years. I can't bear to part with it if something happened to it." Zenon expressed his gratitude. Yifeng smiled. "All right, boss C. We'll make plans for another day. It's too crowded here, so we'll take our leave." With that, Yifeng and Gumuxi slipped away from the crowd and headed to the side of the street. "Ha. Why are you running away? Why not sing a few more songs?" Gumuxi covered her mouth and chuckled. Yifeng gave her a look and said, "Do you think I'm a human jukebox? Am I holding a personal concert here? If the crowd gets rowdy, it'll be hard to leave." Gumuxi nestled her body against his arm and said sweetly, "That's because you sing so beautifully. I like it too." Yifeng patted her head affectionately. "I'll sing for you again in the future." "Great, but it'd be best if you record them on tape so that I can listen to your songs on my Walkman," Gumuxi said eagerly. "Sure. I'll do that, as you wish." Yifeng smiled. "That's wonderful. You promised me that. No backing out. Whoever backs out is a puppy." Gumuxi hugged him happily. "Hey, Gumuxi, after all the hard work I put into singing for you, don't I deserve some appreciation?" "Ow. What kind of appreciation?" "Hey. That kind." "Ow. What kind?" "Hey. Are you pretending with me?" No way. Omega women, such troublemakers. One has to take matters into their own hands to thrive." "Stinky Fun. What are you doing?" Yifeng cupped her face in his hands and kissed her. Stinky Fun. You." A few seconds later, phew. "Stinky Fun. You've had enough. This is in the street." Gumuxi's face turned as red as an apple. Blushing, she glared at him shyly, and wiped her lips. Fun was getting more and more presumptuous. Perverted Volve. Heh. "All right, let's continue when we get back." Yifeng licked his lips, not fully satisfied. No way. Gumuxi proudly raised her chin. Seeing her hesitant yet eager appearance, Yifeng was itching in excitement, but knowing they had already reached second base multiple times, was a home run still far away. No rush. "All right, it's getting late. Let's go back. It seems like there will be a counselor roll call tonight," Yifeng said with a smile. "Ah, roll call. I almost forgot. Let's hurry. I don't want to lose points on the first day." Gumuxi held his hand and started to rush back. Returning to school, Yifeng escorted her to the dormitory building. It was already 9 o'clock at night. Hardly anyone at the dorm entrance. "Okay, Stinky Fun, I'll go up first." Gumuxi waved her hand, showing a hint of reluctance. Yifeng leaned in, pointing to his right cheek, saying, "Wait, give me a kiss before you go." Gumuxi rolled her eyes at him, but lightly pecked his cheek. "Is that enough?" Such an opportunist. "I'm going back now, you should too." Gumuxi pouted, turned and left. Yifeng chuckled, feeling pleased. Gumuxi was quite interesting. He hummed a tune on his way back to the dorm. As soon as he arrived, he coincidentally met the counselor doing room checks and roll calls. This counselor seemed like a recent college graduate, wearing glasses and having a stern expression. Yifeng, why are you coming back so late? Do you want to lose points? The counselor said, pushing his glasses up, not showing any mercy. Oh, Counselor Zhuan, don't mind. Let's have a cigarette first. He just went out. Probably didn't notice you were checking the rooms. Kepangzi quickly stepped in, offering a cigarette while defending Yifeng. Taking the cigarette, Zhuan pretended, this is an exception. Starting from the school year, we'll have room checks and roll calls regularly. Be more careful. With that, he left with his notebook, passing by Yifeng, frowning, step aside. Yifeng moved aside, and once the counselor was gone, he shook his head, muttering, a little bit of power and he gets all high and mighty. This was the most arrogant and bossy counselor he had ever encountered. University counselors were supposed to help students with their academic lives, but this one seemed to enjoy his little bit of authority for room checks, roll calls, and scholarship applications, making the students feel oppressed. Oh well, come on, Fawn, don't argue with him. In the future, we'll have to maintain good relations with him, otherwise, it'll be hard to get leaves and scholarships, Kepangzi advised. Yifeng smiled and said, I came here to study, not to be oppressed. Besides, I already have a full 4-year scholarship, he can't touch me. Yan Jian stood up from his computer and said, exactly, Fawn, you're the provincial top scorer. What's there to fear? If he gets too arrogant next time, give him a piece of your mind. Yifeng shook his head, saying, I don't bother people who don't bother me. As long as he doesn't provoke me, it's fine. Yifeng returned to his desk, preparing to change his shoes. Yan Jian sniffed, looking a bit surprised. Huh, Yifeng, why do you smell like women's perfume? It's very subtle, but it really smells like a woman. Yifeng rolled his eyes and teased, your sense of smell is quite sharp. Huh, hey, buddy, knowing perfume means knowing women, self-taught. Come on, confess, where did you go this afternoon until evening? Yan Jian came over, hooking his shoulder, full of curiosity. Where else could I go? I went shopping with my girlfriend, visited the night market, Yifeng casually replied. Girlfriend? Wow, Fawn, this morning you were eyeing the new campus flower, and now you have a girlfriend. Playing quite the field, huh? Just like my old days. Yan Jian teased. Yifeng laughed, asking, can't it be the same person? Yan Jian shook his head, laughing, new campus flower. Hey, Fawn, you can't be serious, daydreaming at this level. I'll go take a shower now, you can keep daydreaming. Don't want to disturb your good dreams. With that, Yan Jian took his clothes and went to the bathroom. Yifeng shrugged, ignoring him, and continued online to handle the company's affairs. 2 days passed since the start of school registration. New students began attending classes and getting ready for military training. When the camouflage uniforms arrived, the military training would begin. However, the class teacher, Song Kanwen, informed that due to issues with the factory, the uniforms hadn't been delivered on time, and they would have to wait for another half a month. On the 3rd day of school, Yifeng received a call from Wan Tai, saying that 3 popular accessories were out of stock. Customers were impatient, but their suppliers also had no stock left. This would likely result in losing many clients. Immediately, Yifeng requested a leave to rush to the company. At noon, Yifeng arrived at the company and met Wang Tai in the office. TZ, what's going on? Why are we out of stock for the Ten2 M6 for graphics card, Samsung 950NF, and HY128 memory? Weren't we sourcing from Botching Company all this while? Yifeng frowned, questioning. I called Botching Company. They mentioned that the agency had changed, and the provincial level agency wasn't supplying the stock, but they don't have any stock either. Wan Tai answered helplessly. Yifeng's face darkened, sensing foul play. We can't afford to be out of stock for these 3 items, we will lose a lot. Yifeng pondered, asking, do you know who took the agency rights for these products? It seems like Sheng Company. I'm not entirely sure, but that's what I heard from higher-ups. Wang Tai shrugged. Hearing Sheng Company's name, Yifeng squinted. It was indeed their doing. Dang bang. At that moment, the secretary knocked on the door, then entered, saying, Manager Liu, General Manager Pan from Sheng Company and General Manager you are here for a visit. Would you like to see them? Lu Dinnu looked surprised, not expecting Sheng Company to come over. All right, let's meet them. Lu Din nodded. Heh. Manager Lu, we'll go together. Yifeng smiled faintly. The group left the meeting room and saw Pan Chenfu and Yu Guanchun in the office. The two noticed Yifeng and Wang Tai behind Lu Din. Hehe. Mr. Yi. Long time no see. Pan Chenfu stood up, showing a hint of mockery. Yifeng stared at him calmly and asked, I heard General Pan recently obtained the agency rights for 3 accessories. Hehe. Mr. Yi, your information is quite accurate, Pan Chenfu admitted directly, not beating around the bush, even showing some pride. He had spent a lot of money and pulled some strings to secure the agency rights in the city from the provincial level. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone, strengthening his market position and hitting Yifeng. Now that he was here, he wanted to negotiate with Lu Din to give him a good deal on supplies if he could push Yifeng aside. Moreover, not only Lu Xin's company, but other similar companies in the building could negotiate like this. As long as they were willing to distance themselves from Yifeng, Pan Chenfu could offer better prices to them. Businessmen always prioritize their interests. As long as they agreed, Pan Chenfu could limit Yifeng's suppliers, firmly controlling Yifeng's resources. All of this was within his plan. Yifeng just casually inquired, but he didn't expect Pan Chenfu to readily admit it. Congratulations to General Pan, Yifeng said calmly, but his heart sank. If Pan Chenfu got more mainstream product distribution rights, then he might control the source of goods. This was very dangerous. Oh, so General Pan and Bossy know each other. Come on, let's all sit down and chat. Lu Xinzi was a bit surprised, but considering Yifeng was a channel salesperson, it was normal for him to know different distribution companies. Hearing Yifeng congratulating Pan Chenfu, Lu Xinzi couldn't help but speculate on the relationship between the two. At first, he thought they had a good relationship, but as he carefully observed their expressions after they sat down, he suddenly felt that the atmosphere was somewhat off. General Pan, what brings you here this time? Lu Xinzi handed out cigarettes to everyone. It's not a favor, just here to discuss cooperation with Director Lu. Pan Chenfu lit a cigarette, blew a smoke ring, but his eyes were on Yifeng. The meaning in his eyes was that Yifeng was not suitable to be here. Lu Xinzi was a bit awkward, but he eventually addressed Yifeng. Isn't Bossy busy with something else? Yifeng probably guessed what they wanted to discuss. Using the advantage of the supply of goods was equivalent to secretly making Lu Xinzi a 3rd-level agent for popular accessories, such as those 3 accessories. Perhaps, it would also involve other conditions from Pan Chenfu, like restrictions on the supply to him. Well, indeed, there are other matters. You guys talk. I have something to attend to, so I'll leave first. Yifeng did not light up a cigarette, got up and bid farewell before leaving. Hehe. Bossy, no need to be formal on your way out, Pan Chenfu smirked. Yu Guanchun also laughed, watching Yifeng and Wang Tai leave. After Yifeng and Wang Tai left Keiheng Company, Wang Tai couldn't wait to ask, Funjie, what should we do? Why do I feel like Pan Chenfu is targeting us with that old fox's gaze? Get rid of that feeling, because indeed, it is also aimed at us. Yifeng's expression darkened. What should we do then? If Director Lu agrees to cooperate with Pan Chenfu, our cooperation with Keiheng Company might be at risk. Wang Tai was worried. Yifeng snorted and said, Sheng Company doesn't have the ability to dominate everything. Does he really think he can control the computer accessories market in Guan City? TZ. Later on, call the business manager at Keiheng Company. Tell them that West Maple Electronics will double the original quantity of accessories ordered, and also hint that we are preparing for a big promotion and may need more accessories. First, stabilize Lu Xinzi. The profit from several models of accessories compared to our amount of goods is still not enough to shake him. After pondering for a moment, Wang Tai clapped his hands and said, Good idea, Funjie. I'll make the call when I get back to the office. Yifeng nodded, pondered for a moment, and said, TZ. Let's first go to Nanchao Trading. Bring 2 packages of high-quality tea leaves. Okay, Wang Tai replied. The two bought 2 packs of top-quality tea leaves and then headed to Nanchao Trading. Funzi received them at the tea house. Ha. Why does Yi Xiaojage have time to come here today? Funzi asked with a smile as he poured tea for the two. Fun, I came here specifically to drink a cup of tea and discuss that matter with you. How is the arrangement going? Fun. Yifeng calmly asked. Last time, Yifeng offered an idea to Funzi, hoping that he would dig a big pit for Sheng Company. It had been over a month, and there were several communications between Yifeng and him during this period. as the plan was in progress. It's almost done. I contacted a friend, Xing Company, and they will soon issue a bid, and then we will engage in bidding. And another company, Hanhai Company, is also preparing, using the joint investment of your third company and mine. Kai has already handled things, and the plan can be executed soon. Fan Zi spoke confidently, as if everything was under his control. Yifeng felt relieved upon hearing this and praised, "Fan, you indeed act quickly, so I can rest assured now. If there is no Sheng Company, Feng's business will definitely reach new heights." Fan Zi also seemed a bit excited, but he contained his emotions and turned to Yifeng. "Hey, what's the comparison with Yizhaojage? I heard that West Maple Electronics under Yizhaojage already has 6 stores, and you can probably earn over $1 million a month, right?" Yifeng sensed the subtle implication in his words, shrugged, and said, "Hey, I can't earn that much, just enough to support the company. Where is it like fun with such a huge family business?" Fan Zi handed Yifeng and Wang Tai cigarettes, laughed, and said, "Ha. Don't play co. Just the profit from goods supplied by me to you in a month amounts to no less than 300,000. You can't make too little." Yifeng chuckled as he accepted the smoke, not commenting. Wang Tai, on the side, said, "Fun doesn't know how much we spent. Hiring so many people and renting shops, it probably costs over 100,000 a month. We really don't earn much." Fan Zi poured tea for them, glanced at Wang Tai, and said, "Well, actually, Wang Zhaojage, Yizhaojage, I am quite optimistic about the development of West Maple Electronics. If there is no profit, it wouldn't have developed so rapidly. I heard that many computer repair businesses in Guan City have shifted to your place. This is a sizable market, low cost, and high profit. In fact, frankly, we can deepen our cooperation." "What do you mean by deepening our cooperation?" Fan Zi blew a smoke ring, squinted at Yifeng, and said, "For example, if I invest in shares in your company, with capital, West Maple Electronics can quickly seize the market in Guan City. And moreover, I can increase the supply of goods, ensuring a worrying-free supply, benefiting us both." Ever since Yifeng rapidly developed, Fan Zi had the idea of investing in shares. Seeing Yifeng make so much money in the market, he couldn't help but feel envious and jealous. So he had been wanting to discuss this with Yifeng. If Yifeng agreed to open up and let him also have a share of the pie, everything would be fine. Otherwise, he might use Yifeng's business model to enter the market. If that happened, the two might transition from partners to competitors. He didn't want to go that far, so he proposed investing in shares. In his view, this method was beneficial for both. Because he was unwilling to continue being just an agent when he saw Yifeng's company thriving and making loads of money, he couldn't help but covet a slice of the pie. Seeing that Yifeng seemed to be deep in thought, Fan Zi continued to tempt, "Yizhaojage, think about it. If I invest, then in the future, we will be on the same team, and I'll surely give you the best discount when you order goods." Wang Tai also looked towards Yifeng, wanting to see Yifeng's attitude towards Fan Zi's investment. When it came to the pros and cons for the company, he believed Yifeng understood it better than himself. After Yifeng pondered for a long time, he said, "President Fan, this plan is go, but this is a major issue, so please allow me some time to consider it." Yifeng naturally understood Fan Zi's intention. However, it was about sharing a piece of the market, especially a piece of the cake of Yifeng Electronics. This was a matter involving personal interests. How could he agree? Although it was impossible to agree, Yifeng did not plan to directly refuse at the moment, choosing to maintain a vague attitude instead. This was because he still needed to maintain a relationship with Fan Zi to continue sourcing products from non-Qiao trading. If the supplies from non-Qiao trading stopped, Yifeng Electronics would undoubtedly face a supply crisis, leading to a situation where there were no goods to sell, or they would have to source products at higher costs from third-level distributors, which would undoubtedly increase costs and reduce profits. So, for his own benefit, Yifeng would not easily break ties with Fan Zi. However, Fan Zi actually had his eyes on Yifeng Company, so he needed to be more vigilant. Ha, that's right, this matter is indeed important. Think it over. For both of us, cooperation brings benefits without harm. If we join hands, we can grow stronger together. Fan Zi warmly said on the surface, but there was a hint of chill in his heart. Judging from Yifeng's attitude, it wouldn't be easy to persuade him. It seemed they would need to figure out another way in the future. At that moment, Lan Kai pushed the door open, carrying some pastries in her hands. Come, don't just drink tea, have some pastries. I bought them on my way to the company this morning. They're from Zhengshan Garden. Lan Kai said with a friendly smile, placing the pastries on the coffee table. Heh, Secretary Lan, did you anticipate our visit? Your foresight is too strong. Yifeng chuckled, knowing that these pastries were probably bought for Fengzi. Yi is kidding. How could I predict anything? It just happened that I bought them, and you happen to be here. Please try them. Lan Kai chuckled, covering her mouth. Okay. Then we won't be polite. Yifeng nodded and handed the plate to Fengzi, signaling him to go ahead. The host should be the one to start, and guests typically follow suit. It was a common courtesy. Fengzi smiled and took a pastry, then asked Lan Kai, how are things going with Xingcheng Company and Hanhai Company's preparations? Are there any other situations? President Fan, everything is going smoothly. We will release the bidding announcement tomorrow, and the bid conference can be held the day after tomorrow, Lan Kai replied earnestly. Fengzi nodded. That's good. Keep an eye on it, and also, spread some rumors to Xingcheng Company. Let them invite more companies to bid together. By then, we, along with the support of Hanhai Company, can also participate in the bidding. Yi, are you going? Yifeng smiled slightly, saying, yes. Why not? I will represent Yifeng Company. Ha, good. If Sheng Company knows you will be there, they will certainly put in more effort, Fengzi said with a loud laugh. Let's raise our cups together, with tea instead of wine, to the success of the plan, Fengzi proposed, holding up his cup. Yifeng squinted, smiled slightly, and raised his cup as well. The show was about to begin. That afternoon, in Pen Chenfu's office at Sheng Company, Ten Chengfu was in a good mood, watering the plants. At that moment, the door opened, and Yu Guanchen walked in excitedly. President Pan. President Tan. Great news. Ten Chengfu turned around, puzzled, and asked, oh, what news has got you so excited? Ha. Our company just received a bidding invitation from Xingcheng Company. They are gearing up to undertake a major municipal project, requiring 800 complete computers, with a project budget of 5.1 million. Yu Guanchen exclaimed. If they could secure this project, with even a 20% profit margin, it would mean millions in revenue, a thought that excited him. Moreover, this project might not be the end point. More business opportunities could follow once connections were established. Oh, Xingcheng Company? What kind of company is that? Ten Chengfu contained his inner excitement and inquired, curious. President Pan, rest assured, I've checked. Xingcheng Company mainly specializes in modern office technology, focusing on private factories and municipal projects, with a scale in the tens of millions, and is reputable, Yu Guanchen explained. And just now, I asked around and found out that other companies have also received invitations. Hearing this, Pan Chenfu finally smiled, saying, this is a great opportunity to make big money. It must be seized. Have you replied to them? Our Sheng Company will also participate. Hey, President Pan. I have already replied. I gave them our company email. They've also sent us the project details to reference. I believe we can manage the sourcing and have cost advantages. It's an opportunity worth pursuing, Yu Guanchen said enthusiastically. Ten Chengfu cheered, saying, ha, good. Go all out. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Come in, Pan Chengfu said. Sai Tongming walked in, and seeing Yu Guanchen, he knew why Yu Guanchen was there to report some news. President Pan, are you aware of Xingcheng Company's bidding? Sai Tongming asked. Yes, I just received the good news, Pan Chengfu nodded, looking at him. After a moment of contemplation, Sai Tongming continued. The documents they sent also include other requirements, such as deadlines. If we win the bid, we need to prepare and deliver the goods within 5 days. Additionally, there are some products in the complete machine configuration list that we don't currently represent, which may pose some risks. Ten Chengfu furrowed his brows, feeling that Sai Tongming was being overly cautious. What are you suggesting? Sai Tongming solemnly said, I think it may be better for us not to participate in this bidding, as the risks are a bit higher than usual. Yu Guanchen, who had long been dissatisfied with the newly arrived Sai Tongming, retorted sarcastically, Old Sai, as far as I know, many competitors have decided to participate in the bidding. Are you implying we lack the capacity compared to them? What's the big deal with a 5-day deadline? Really? It's just fulfilling the order day and night for 48 hours straight. We have managed to process over 1,000 units in 3 days before, he added logically. Furthermore, I've reviewed the product list. It's not something we or our competitors lack. Can't we source it from elsewhere if needed? His words completely contradicted Sai Tongming's cautious approach, and it made sense. Sai Tongming's face darkened slightly as he replied, if the deadline could be extended to 2 or 3 weeks, I would have no issue. But 5 days might be too tight. The risk would still exist, Yu Guangchun scoffed, saying, so your suggestion is for us to watch others make money without taking any risks. In the business world, can you truly avoid all risks? This is a 5.1 million project. If you're not willing to take risks, why bother doing business? Even farming has risks, bad weather, storms, that's also a risk. Seeing the two couldn't agree, Pen Chenfu intervened. Alright, I'll make the decision on this. Listen to me, for such a major project, we must strive for it. It may even open up more opportunities in the future. It's not worth giving up due to a slight risk. I've decided, Sheng Company will also participate in the bidding, and Guangchun, you're in charge of this. Yu Guangchun looked pleased and glanced smugly at Sai Tongming before saying, alright, we'll follow President Pan's lead. Let's strive to secure this project. 2 days later, in the meeting room of the Cloud Rising Hotel. This day is the day, and Sheng Company is holding a public bidding. More than 30 people have gathered in the meeting room, representing 20 companies from the city. Please all personnel participating in the bidding sign in, submit the bidding documents, and pay the bid security deposit, announced a manager from Sheng Company to the crowd. Yifeng, Wan Tai, Feng Zi, and Lan Kaiyi were all present at the scene. However, Yifeng and Wang Tai deliberately kept a distance. Feng, do you think the people from Sheng Company will really show up? I haven't seen them yet. What if they back out at the last minute? Wang Tai whispered to Yifeng. Yifeng smiled and replied, don't worry, they registered to participate, so they will definitely come. With such a big opportunity, they must want a piece of the pie too. Money is just too tempting, he added. Just as he finished speaking, 3 people walked in through the door, including Pan Chengfu, Yu Guangchun, and Sai Tongming. Pan Chengfu glanced around and saw Yifeng. Hehe, Mr. Yi, are you here to participate in the bidding as well? Pan Chengfu greeted insincerely, a hint of disdain in his eyes. With such a good money-making opportunity, I can't afford to miss it. Mr. Pan is here too, right? Yifeng responded calmly. You're right, who wouldn't want to make money? It looks like we'll be competitors in a bit. Mr. Yi, I won't go easy on you, Pan Chengfu said critically. Let's see who has the ability. No need for your mercy. Whether we can win this project or not depends on the client's decision. Watch out for not making a mistake. Yifeng retorted without mercy. After speaking, Yifeng went to register with Wang Tai and submit their bid. The smile on Pan Chengfu's face disappeared, and he looked resentful. Kid, you're still inexperienced. If you want to compete with me, let's see how it turns out. Mr. Pan, let's go submit our bid as well, Yu Guangchun said excitedly. He had prepared carefully for this bidding, and he was confident that they could win the project. Sure. Let's go. Pan Chengfu nodded, then sat down in a prominent position in the meeting room with Sai Tongming. All the companies present completed the bidding process and took their seats. Representatives from Sheng Company and a notary public sat at a table at the front before the meeting commenced. They started reviewing the contents of the bidding documents in order and began the bidding process. Bidding involved reading out the bidding prices and discount prices. Since this was a computer hardware procurement, the room for maneuvering was limited. Sales companies like Yifeng would not be able to offer prices as low as Pen Chenfu or Fengzi, who were second-tier distributors. As a result, the overall project pricing would be higher. Shifeng Company, bidding price 5.06 million, no other discounts. Sheng Company, bidding price 4.8 million, with a 5% discount. Hanhai Company, bidding price 5.03 million, with a 5% discount and additional system software services included. Upon hearing the bidding prices, Ten Chengfu smirked contemptuously. Did Shifeng Company really think they could win with that pricing? Ridiculous. Ha ha. What a waste of effort by Yifeng. This bidding is almost in the bag. Yu Guangchun exclaimed. Mr. Pan, it looks like we have a great chance of winning. Indeed, if we secure the project, you will have a significant contribution, and you will surely get a bonus, Pan Chenfu praised. Thank you, Mr. Pan. Yu Guanchen replied proudly, glancing at Cai Tongming. Cai Tongming remained unfazed, completely dismissing Yu Guanchen and not seeing any need to argue with him. Now that Pen Chengfu had confirmed their success, he was just here to observe. I need to use the restroom, Cai Tongming said coldly, getting up and leaving. Yu Guanchen snorted softly, muttering under his breath, what a problem. Cai Tongming's good hearing caught his comment, and his face darkened. He didn't say anything and left the meeting room straight away. In the restroom, after washing his hands, Cai Tongming took out a pack of cigarettes to smoke. However, he realized his lighter was left at the office and futilely checked his pockets. What bad luck, Cai Tongming sighed, and was about to leave. I have a lighter here, a voice suddenly said from behind him. Cai Tongming recognized the familiar voice and turned around to see Yi Feng. Yi Feng was smiling as he handed him the lighter. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Cai Tongming smiled back, taking the lighter, lighting his cigarette, and handing the lighter back. Yi Feng took out a cigarette for himself and lit it. Mr. Cai, it seems I might have to congratulate you in advance. Your bidding price is indeed low. Yi Feng blew out a smoke ring, smiling. Cai Tongming shook his head and said, winning the bid also comes with significant risks. It's not something to be happy about. Yi Feng was taken aback, sensing there was an underlying meaning in Cai Tongming's words, indicating dissatisfaction with Pen Chengfu's decision to participate in the bid. It seemed that even within Sheng Company, there were disagreements. However, Cai Tongming was indeed a discerning individual, able to see the risks involved. From their previous interactions, Yi Feng could tell that Cai Tongming was astute, meticulous, and an excellent managerial talent. Their brief encounter during the previous dinner had impressed him, and he hadn't expected Sheng Company to have such a capable individual. Yi Feng pondered for a moment, thinking about possibly recruiting Cai Tongming to his side. Mr. Cai, maybe this is an opportunity to make money after all. I am tempted to, but I lack the strength, Yi Feng shrugged, smiling. Cai Tongming narrowed his eyes and took a few glances at Yi Feng before speaking. Mr. Yi is joking. You run such a big business at a young age, you definitely have the strength. It's just that you don't want to bid too low. But how come a smart person like you is participating in the bidding? Cai Tongming felt something was amiss. Given Yi Feng's intelligence, he should understand that Yi Feng Company's pricing was too high, and they stood little chance of winning the bid. Compared to second-tier distributors like Funzi, who had the advantage of better procurement costs, Yi Feng's offered price was higher. How could Yi Feng, a smart individual, not see that? Why then did Yi Feng Company bid, despite such high pricing? That was the part that seemed peculiar to Cai Tongming. I'm just bored and thought to give it a try. What if I win? Yi Feng neither confirmed nor denied it. Hey. I see, it looks like Mr. Yi doesn't have much hope. Cai Tongming responded sincerely. However, he didn't notice any sense of disappointment in Yi Feng's eyes. This made him doubt Yi Feng's intentions and made him suspect that Yi Feng had just come along as a competition runner. A competition runner referred to bidding companies collaborating and secretly agreeing on cooperation. In this scheme, the bidding company would pay a set amount to the competition, ensuring that the bidding company would secure the bid. Yet, it looks like the hope is slim. Yi Feng smiled, extinguishing his cigarette, then pulled out a business card and handed it to Cai Tongming. Mr. Cai, this is my business card. We had a great time last time, and if there's a chance, we can go out for a drink again. Cai Tongming was momentarily surprised but accepted the card, putting it in his pocket before taking out his own card. No problem, Mr. Yi. This is my business card. Let's keep in touch. Cai Tongming sensed Yi Feng's goodwill and found it slightly suggestive of an attempt to connect with him. He was moved inwardly and did not refuse, but also did not explicitly respond to Yi Feng's gesture. All right, let's keep in touch. Yi Feng looked at him, revealing a meaningful smile. The two cunning individuals glanced at each other, each harboring their own thoughts. Yi Feng then left the restroom entrance and headed back to the meeting room. Cai Tongming also put out his cigarette and returned to the meeting room. As soon as he re-entered the meeting room, he saw that Sheng Company had already finished announcing the bidding and was about to announce the winning company. Tension and anticipation were palpable among the companies present. Pen Chengfu felt confident that his bid was extremely competitive and was eager to hear the announcement. The winning bid goes to Hanhai Company. Congratulations, the Sheng Company manager announced, applauding. The Hanhai Company representative, a middle-aged man in a suit, stood up with a joyful expression and walked towards the Xingcheng company manager and others to shake hands. How could it be them? Their bid was so high, Yu Guanchen exclaimed in shock and anger, slamming the table. The Xingcheng company manager responded calmly. Manhwaedit company offered an annual computer software service worth 300,000. While their bid was high, we believed their terms were more suitable for our company. Tan Chengfu's expression changed suddenly, not expecting Manhwaedit company to suddenly emerge as the successful bidder, offering such attractive additional conditions. Following the signing of the contract between Xingcheng and Manhwaedit, the Xingcheng representatives left first. After a while, representatives from other companies in the meeting room were also about to leave. Suddenly, the Manhwaedit representative, the middle-aged man in a suit, called out to them, "Ha ha, don't be discouraged, everyone. I'm planning to subcontract the entire project for 4.83 million, without any discounts required on your part. As for the software services, it was developed by our company previously and doesn't incur much cost." Ha ha. Everyone suddenly realized the situation. This guy was here to earn commissions. After just 2 days of work, preparing a bid to make a profit of 200,000 sure seemed like easy money. "Mr. Liu, we are willing to take the subcontract at 4.83 million. Funzi was the first to speak up, indicating their interest in securing the project. "My Shifeng company is also willing, even though we won't make much. It's an opportunity to help a friend," Yifeng said cheerfully. "We can also take it. Though it's a bit of a lower profit, we can manage it too." Many companies started joining the competition. After some pondering, Pan Chengfu found that this price was even lower than his bidding price, and there was no issue in accepting the subcontract. "Our Sheng company can also accept the contract. Mr. Liu from Manhwaedit, you may not be aware, but we recently obtained exclusive representation for 3 popular products, including the TNT to graphics card for our city market," Pan Chengfu shouted. Hearing this, Mr. Liu from Manhwaedit was pleased. "Well, that's perfect. Let's discuss in more detail." Tan Chengfu and Yu Guanchen couldn't be happier. They hadn't expected this twist of fate. Other companies looked enviously at them, including Yifeng. "Congratulations, Mr. Pan," Yifeng said through clenched teeth, his face looking grim. Tan Chengfu, seeing Yifeng's frustration, secretly reveled in his success. With his advantage in procurement, he felt confident and overpowering. "Mr. Yi, it seems you've made a fruitless trip today, wasted 2 days of effort. I do feel a bit sorry for you," Pan Chengfu taunted. Yifeng, with a dark expression, left without a word. Seeing this, Pan Chengfu couldn't help but laugh aloud. "Mr. Yi, have a safe trip back." Ha ha. Tan Chengfu saw Yifeng leaving dejectedly, feeling very comfortable inside, even more satisfying than winning this project. He still clearly remembered how Yifeng manipulated the online public opinion to attack Sheng Company, causing Sheng Company to lose many channel partners and suffer a great blow. This time he finally scored a victory. "Tan Zong, that kid is overreaching, even thinking about taking the project in front of us. He's quite naive," Yu Guanchen sneered. "He's always just a clown jumping around. Sooner or later I will deal with him." Tan Chengfu gritted his teeth in a low voice. Yu Guanchen nodded and said, "If we don't deal with him, we won't be able to let go of what happened last time. But, Pan Zong, let's first settle the matter of this project. By doing it well this time, we can earn up to 1 million. Good. Let's go meet Liu, the general manager of Manhwaedit," Pan Chengfu said joyfully. At this moment, Sai Tongming suddenly spoke up. "Pan Zong, General Liu, there are still things at the company that need to be handled. I'll go back first." Tan Chengfu waved his hand. "Go ahead. The next tasks will be handled by me and old Yu." Sai Tongming felt Pan Chengfu's indifferent attitude towards him and felt somewhat disappointed. "Well, I'll leave then." With those words, Sai Tongming turned and walked away without looking back. Tan Chengfu and Yu Guanchen arrived in front of Liu, the general manager of Manhwaedit Company. "Ha ha, General Liu, thank you for your hospitality." Tan Chengfu went up and tightly shook his hand. Liu smiled and said, "Just helping each other out. This isn't the place to talk business. Let's discuss it in the hotel tea room." "Ha ha, sure. No problem." Tan Chengfu laughed. The 3 of them found a quiet tea room in Tangyan Hotel, seated separately. Tan Chengfu stood up first to light a cigarette and complimented Liu. "General Liu, you have great ideas. I never expected you to approach this project from the software service aspect and win it. Hehe, I just have some inside information, Liu said mysteriously. Tan Chengfu guessed that Liu must have communicated in advance with the principal on the other side. No wonder ... it was so easy to win this project. It seemed that Liu had a deep relationship with the principal. This made Tan Chengfu value Liu even more. Haha. It's also your ability, General Liu. Tan Chengfu continued flattering. Liu took a puff of smoke and smiled. Alright, don't praise me too much. Yu Guanchun was a little impatient. General Liu, shall we first talk about the subcontracting contract? Tan Chengfu glanced at him, surprised by Yu Guanchun's eagerness, as it could easily ruin the atmosphere. Hey, old Yu. Sir T to General Liu first. What are you standing around for? Tan Chengfu scolded. Ah, sorry. I am really sorry. General Liu. Yu Guanchun hurried to pour tea for Liu. Liu took a puff of smoke and then said, Alright, pens on. General Liu, let's get down to business first. He took out a laptop from his bag and said, I already made plans for subcontracting, and I've also prepared the subcontracting contract in advance. Take a look, it's not complicated. With that, Liu turned the laptop screen to face both of them. Tan Chengfu carefully read the contract 3 times. The subcontracting contract was indeed not complicated, clearly outlining the responsibilities, rights, and obligations of both parties, following common standard templates. However, the contract explicitly stipulated that all parts of the machine needed to be purchased as per the contract's list, and any changes to these parts would result in failure in acceptance, view as a breach of contract by the subcontractor. More than a 5-day delay would also be considered a breach. Moreover, a breach would entail paying a 5-fold penalty of the contract amount. Tan Chengfu carefully checked the list of parts and found that most of them were available in his company. As for some parts like chips and casings, they were also available in other similar companies, easily procurable within a day or 2, without any issues. General Liu, I've gone through the contract. There's no major issue, but isn't the 5-fold penalty a bit too much? Tan Chengfu hesitated. Ah, pens on, with your company's strength, would you ever breach such a small project? If you lack confidence, I can offer it to other companies, Liu said, half jokingly and half threateningly. Tan Chengfu hurriedly said, Haha, General Liu jokes, the main components in a parts list, such as the graphics cards, monitors, and memory, I exclusively represent them. If I can't do it, no one else can do it either. He wanted to make it clear to Liu that he was indispensable in completing the project. Ah, that's why I initially decided to work with you. Let's cooperate and make money together, Liu said with a smile. Alright, since General Liu is so sincere, we can sign the contract now. I have both the company seal and personal seal with me. Tan Chengfu wanted to finalize things as soon as possible, lest things get complicated later. Liu nodded, then called the attendant to print out the contract. After printing it out, both sides stamped and signed the contract, sealing it with their fingerprints. A legally binding contract was successfully signed. General Liu, thank you for your trust. I hope we have a pleasant cooperation. Tan Chengfu was excited, stood up and shook hands with Liu. Of course, mutual benefit. However, I would like to remind Pan Zong, try to complete the procurement mission according to the contract's timeline. If you fail to deliver the goods, I won't be able to explain it to the principal. I will also have to bear the 5-fold penalty. Liu solemnly reminded. Alright, no problem, you can rest assured. Procuring 800 computers as a whole machine won't take more than 3 days, and within 4 days, I can deliver as promised, Tan Chengfu confidently said. Liu nodded. Good. As long as the process goes smoothly. Oh, it's already noon. Tan Chengfu suddenly understood Liu's meaning and quickly said, Ah, General Liu, if you're not in a hurry to leave, how about we have a meal together? After eating, I'll have old Yu accompany you to relax a bit. There's a sauna and massage on the 4th floor of Tengyun Hotel. Quite nice. Is that so? I haven't been there before. Tan Zong, you're really knowledgeable. Liu looked pleased. Tan Chengfu grinned, feeling like he had a good grasp on Liu's preferences. Old Yu, why are you still standing there? Go to the restaurant and reserve a table. We'll go now. Tan Chengfu glared at Yu Guanchun and said, Alright, I'll go and make the reservation. Yu Guanchun, seeing that the contract was settled and things were almost certain, was overjoyed and quickly went out to make the reservation. Tan Chengfu gestured. General Liu, please, let's go have a meal first. I'll have old Yu arrange everything, And I'll get you a membership on the 4th floor so you can choose freely later. Hehe. He spoke while revealing a knowing smile. Tan Chengfu knew how to tailor his words to the listener, making them feel connected, which could potentially help advance the relationship. Liu also showed a sly smile and said, "Haha, I didn't expect Penzon to also be one of us." The words were emphasized with pauses, carrying additional meaning. "Well, of course, I also visit occasionally. Oh, I have time," Pen Chenfu whispered. "Haha, next time we'll go together," Liu happily exclaimed. Tan Chengfu nodded repeatedly, saying, "No problem, General Liu. Let's go have a meal together and have a few drinks." 3 days later, Sheng Company. Tan Chengfu was leisurely drinking tea in his office. Suddenly, there was an urgent knock on the door. "Come in." Tan Chengfu put down his teacup and looked over to see Yu Guangchun hurriedly entering with a worried expression. "Boss Pan, there's a problem with the procurement of project components." Tan Chengfu furrowed his brow slightly, wondering what kind of problem could arise from procuring computer components, which should be a simple task. "What's wrong, Lao Yu? What's the issue?" Wiping the sweat off his forehead, Yu Guangchun replied in a low voice, "Boss Pan, the procurement department reported that all other computer components have been sourced except for the 9 States Wine God CPU fan." "How is that possible? Aren't the 9 States Wine God fans everywhere on the market? Aren't there plenty of stocks we can source from other companies? How can there be a shortage?" Tan Chengfu asked in disbelief. Yu Guangchun's face turned somewhat unpleasant as he explained, "Boss Pan, according to the contract, the specified 9 States Wine God CPU fan is the 12 centimeters. 4 volts version, not the 14 centimeters 5 volts version, or the older 12 centimeters 3 volts model. This version is an experimental model released by 9 States, with limited shipments. Therefore, there's actually limited stock available. Our colleagues at the procurement department have searched the entire electronic science building and managed to only secure 45 units. We're still far from the required 800 units. Tan Chengfu was taken aback. How could this happen? Is it indeed specified in the contract? He had carefully reviewed the contract and the parts list multiple times, confirming that it was indeed the 9 States Wine God CPU fan, a popular brand that should not be out of stock. "Yes, we procured the components according to the contract requirements," Yu Guangchun hurriedly confirmed. Tan Chengfu stood up abruptly from his seat, walked quickly to his desk, and retrieved the subcontracting contract from the filing cabinet, examining it closely. Indeed, the specification for the 9 States Wine God CPU fan was marked as P1 to U4, and he vaguely remembered that this P1 to fan had different variants, with the most common one being the old P1 to U3 model. It also noted that it was the 4 volts version, truly a 12 centimeters 4 volts model. Upon realizing this, he suddenly exclaimed, "Damn, Lao Yu, why are you only telling me this now?" Tan Chengfu threw the contract down in anger, glaring at him. As Yu Guangchun explained that he was previously instructed to accompany Han Hailiu for 2 days, Pen Chenfu's face darkened. "How could this happen? Have you consulted all counterparts in the electronic science building? Have you reached out to our distributors?" Tan Chengfu urgently inquired. Exasperatedly, Yu Guangchun replied, "Well, I've contacted everyone, and many have the 9 States Wine God fans, but none have this specific model in stock due to the limited number of units sold." Tan Chengfu sank back into his boss's chair, his expression mixed with disbelief and distress. "We only have 2 days left, which means we must deliver by 6 o'clock the day after tomorrow." Yu Guangchun anxiously asked, "What should we do now, boss?" Tan Chengfu, realizing the severity of the situation, instructed Yu Guangchun to continue searching for the source of the product in Guangxi City, urging him to procure the needed components at all costs. As Yu Guangchun left, he hesitantly asked, "Boss Pan, why did Liu Tai refuse our request to switch to the newer components?" The dark possibility of a trap suddenly struck Pan Chengfu, leaving him bewildered and uncertain. His mind was racing with suspicions towards Yifeng's involvement in the predicament. Tan Chengfu struggled to accept a baseless intuition. A deep insight, a disturbing thought lingered, suggesting that Yifeng might be connected to the situation. Nevertheless, he tried to reason with himself, explaining that there was no substantial evidence to support such a claim. Despite his efforts, the unsettling feeling persisted, clouding his judgment and enveloping him in a whirlwind of uncertainty. Tan Chengfu's mind was chaotic, but action was necessary. "Lao Yu, you check the source of goods first. It must be fast." I'll go to Hanhai Company again, negotiate with Liu Tai in person. Now he only had two options, either convince Liu Tai to change the parts, or he could only follow the contract requirements. If there was a breach of contract, the consequences would be extremely serious. Okay. I'll go check immediately. Yu Guangchun nodded heavily and left. Ten Chengfu sat on the chair, his face extremely gloomy. 2 days later, Pen Chengfu failed to persuade Liu Tai, but finally received some good news. They finally found a supplier for the P12U4 from Nanchao Trading. Ten Chengfu was well aware that Nanchao Trading had always been his competitor, but at this critical moment, he had to put aside his pride and seek help from Nanchao Trading. At noon that day, Pen Chengfu took Yu Guangchun to Nanchao Trading for a visit. When they arrived at the front desk, they asked the receptionist, "Hello beautiful, we have an appointment with Mr. Feng from Nanchao Trading. Is he in the office?" "Oh, you are Mr. Pan from Sheng Company, and Mr. Yu, right?" the receptionist asked. "Yes," Pen Chengfu nodded. "Mr. Feng told me he is busy in the office right now. He asked you to wait in the meeting room for a while," the receptionist replied. "All right, we can wait." Ten Chengfu's eyes showed a hint of anxiety, but now that he was under someone else's roof, he had to lower his head. "Please follow me." Led by the receptionist, the two of them arrived at the meeting room outside Mr. Feng's office. Ten Chengfu and Yu Guangchun sat on the sofa, looking somewhat anxious. However, every move of theirs was clearly seen by the people in the office. Ye, they are really in a hurry. Mr. Feng opened the blinds and smiled. "Indeed, they should be. If they don't deliver the goods before 6 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, we can send them a lawyer's letter right away." Yi Feng tapped the ash of his cigarette. Mr. Feng lit another cigarette, smiled, and said, "I have already prepared the legal team and the lawyer's letter. It will be sent tomorrow, and the day after, they will receive a court summons. This lawsuit may last for 2 to 3 months, but they are bound to lose." Yi Feng nodded. "The rest is up to Mr. Feng." "Ha, no problem. The compensation from Sheng Company is already a substantial sum. I reckon even if they sell Sheng, they won't be able to make up for it. I have to say, Yi, your strategy is quite ruthless, but I like it." Mr. Feng was thrilled. Yi Feng looked at Mr. Feng deeply. Mr. Feng had much more power than he had anticipated. Moreover, this man was very deep and valued profits highly. Dealing with such a person could only be done through mutual benefit, and trust should not be easily given. Mr. Feng calmly smoked his cigarette and did not rush to leave, intending to leave the two outside waiting. After he finished his cigarette, he straightened his clothes, smiled at Yi Feng, and said, "I'll go attend to them. You wait here, Yi." With that, Mr. Feng opened the door and walked out of the office. "Ha, sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Pan." "Mr. Yu," Mr. Feng greeted warmly with a big smile. Ten Chengfu saw Mr. Feng, and the displeasure on his face instantly disappeared. He stood up warmly and shook hands with him. "It's normal to be busy, Mr. Feng. We might be disturbing you for our visit." The three of them smiled as if they were long-lost friends, very hypocritical. "Please, have a seat, Mr. Pan. What business do you have for us this time?" Mr. Feng sat in the main seat and asked with a smile. Ten Chengfu sat down and got straight to the point. "Mr. Feng, I heard that your company is representing the P12U for fans from Juzhou Fengshan, right?" "Yes, that's correct," Mr. Feng nodded. Ten Chengfu was overjoyed and said eagerly, "Mr. Feng, I have a project that requires this fan model, and I need 800 sets. Do you have that many in your warehouse?" "We do have them, but I'm not sure how many are left. Let me check." Mr. Feng made a call to Lonnie. After a while, he hung up the phone with a regretful expression. "I've checked, we do have that fan model, but there are only a little over 100 sets left in the warehouse." "However, 800 sets, what?" Ten Chengfu's face immediately fell, shocked to hear the bad news following the good news. "Please, Mr. Feng, think of a solution. Even if you have to get more stock from above, I'm willing to pay 3 times the price to buy from you." Ten Chengfu gritted his teeth. "I'll ask around and let you know if there's any update," Mr. Feng casually replied. After a while, Lonnie entered and said, "Mr. Feng, you have an important meeting to attend later." "Oh, I almost forgot." Mr. Feng slapped his thigh, then looked at the two of them. Ten Chengfu politely stood up. "Since you had other matters, we won't disturb you. I'll be waiting for your call anytime." "No problem. When I have any updates, I'll inform you first thing, Mr. Fun said solemnly. Lani, see these two gentlemen off for me. Sure. Mr. Fun, please this way. Gentlemen. Lani then escorted the two out. After they left, Fun came out of the office and said, Mr. Fun is really good at acting, giving them some hope and then delaying them for a day. Heh, forgive me. Little brother, you saw through it all. Mr. Fun chuckled, then suggested, how about having breakfast together at noon? Let's have a few drinks. Fun looked at his watch, shook his head politely. I'm sorry, Mr. Fun, I have to go back to school now. Every time I come out, I have to ask for leave, and our counselor is not very happy about it. Haha, all right, another time then. Mr. Fun stood up and smiled. The two chatted for a while. Then Mr. Fun personally saw Yifeng off the company. Yifeng drove back to school. The next morning, Yifeng had just woken up when he received a call from Gu Muxi, asking him to meet at the side door for breakfast. It was only 7 a.m., still early, with few people on the road as most college students would be sleeping in until 8 or 9. However, Gu Muxi maintained her habit from high school, early to bed, early to rise. With her presence as a human alarm clock, Yifeng's daily routine had become very regular. When he arrived at the side door, he saw Gu Muxi standing next to the door, wearing a light blue morning dress, with two cute ponytails tied up. Her exquisite face was youthful and beautiful, attracting the attention of passers-by. Yifeng chuckled to himself, and as a trick, he sneaked from the bushes, circled behind Gu Muxi, then suddenly rushed forward, covering her eyes with both hands. Guess who I am? Yifeng had no time to finish his sentence when Gu Muxi immediately grabbed his hands. Dang. Yifeng was then fiercely thrown with a shoulder throw. Ow. Gu Muxi. It's me. Yifeng fell to the ground, crying out in pain. Gu Muxi was taken aback. She hadn't expected the sneak attack from behind to be Yifeng. She covered her mouth in surprise, wondering why it was Stinky Fun who wanted to scare her. This guy still wants to scare me? Humph. But she felt sorry for him and quickly helped him up. Stinky Fun, are you okay? Yifeng took a deep breath, gave her an exasperated look, and said, try doing that, falling on this hard concrete floor. Gu Muxi pouted and said, Who let you approach me from behind? It's a reflex. I thought it was a pervert. Yifeng. It seemed that he shouldn't play such surprise games with Gu Muxi in the future. It could be life-threatening. However, looking at it from another angle, most men probably wouldn't be able to take advantage of her. She could probably handle 3 to 5 of them without any problem. In that sense, she was quite safe. Alright, let me help you massage. Where does it hurt? Gu Muxi coquettishly offered to help him rub his back. Her sweet and tender voice made Yifeng feel like his bones were melting. Matilda, it hurts here. Yifeng grabbed her hand and placed it somewhere else. Is it this spot? Let me massage it for you. Don't be mad at me. Gu Muxi continued to coquettishly say. It was rare to hear Gu Muxi's coquettish voice, which made Yifeng extremely happy. Gu Muxi's coquettishness. It was a charm that no man could resist. And here. This position. Better now. Not yet. Also help me rub here. Ooh, Stinky Fun. Does your chest also hurt? Yes. It might be the impact of your inner strength. My chest really hurts. Hurry up, Zixi. If anything, another day, I'll also help you rub your chest. Gu Muxi. Dang. A loud banging sound followed by a man's painful scream. 1 minute later. Cough cough. Gu Muxi, don't be angry. I was just joking. Oh, by the way, what do you want for breakfast? I'll buy whatever you like. Yifeng held Gu Muxi's hand with one hand, rubbed his forehead with the other, and asked with a smile. Gu Muxi pursed her lips, pretending to be angry. I want yao diao, lon and big yao diao, and I want so milk. Let me guess. Is it very thick so milk? Yifeng smirked and winked. Yes. It's thick so milk. Gu Muxi raised her chin proudly, but then she saw Yifeng's lewd smile and suddenly froze. Hey, Stinky Fun, why are you laughing so lecherously? Yifeng immediately put on a righteous and gentlemanly look, and said seriously, What? How could I, a gentleman, be lecherous? Gu Muxi, don't defame me. Oh, by the way, Little Zixi, I have a question for you. Go ahead. What's the question? Well, actually, drinking more so milk at night is good for your health. Huh, why is it good to drink some milk at night? Doesn't the book say it's best not to eat anything after 8 in the evening? Gumuxi asked with confusion. Because after people exercise, they need to replenish protein, which is most suitable for people who exercise at night, like night runners, Yifun explained with a smirk. Gumuxi's face lit up in realization. Oh, I see now. You learn something new every day. But this girl won't be exercising at night. Humph. Yifun squeezed her hand and solemnly said, You will. This is our future happiness. What? Gumuxi looked puzzled and innocent. You'll understand in the future. Let's go buy some food first, I'm starving. Yifun quickly changed the topic, fearing if she figured it out, he'd suffer her displeasure of having a bit of extra fat around the waist. Hand in hand, the two walked intimately towards the food street. The food street served late-night snacks at night, and there were no wasteful moments during the day. With a bustling morning market, it was really a way for the shop to earn double the rent. The landlords were making a fortune. Yifun took her to buy a long deep-fried dough stick and some rich soy milk, as she munched on them while continuing to browse. Tasty. Gumuxi's cheeks bulged as she mumbled unclearly. Little she, take small bites, no one is competing with you. I'm afraid you'll choke. Yifun shook his head and said with a smile. Don't worry. I won't choke. I have soy milk. Gumuxi excitedly boasted. After taking a bite, she picked up the deep-fried dough stick again, ready to devour it. Other girls ate the dough stick gracefully, nibbling slowly, but she opened her mouth wide and stuffed it inside. Yifun stared in astonishment as she shoved the large fried dough stick in her mouth gaping wide open. He couldn't help but swallow nervously. Their future happy life seemed assured. Gumuxi bit into it. For some reason, Yifun felt a chill down his spine. Why did he have a feeling of shared experience? He couldn't understand. He really couldn't understand. Hey, Stinky Fun. Look, there's a chicken over there. Its feathers are so cute. Gumuxi suddenly exclaimed with delight, seeing a stall selling chicken-flavored noodles with a basket of her chickens beside it. One of the chickens had mostly white feathers with black and brown patches, giving it a bit of beauty. Gumuxi, delighted, quickly ran over and squatted in front of the basket to admire them closely. The fur chickens were startled by her and quickly moved back. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Little chick, come let me pet your head. Gumuxi smiled at the white-feathered chicken like trying to amuse a child. Yifun squatting beside her couldn't help but nod in agreement. This chicken does indeed look quite unique. See, I told you it's cute, right? Look at its feathers, so beautiful and pretty. Gumuxi praised endlessly. Little she, we have an idiom to describe a beautiful chicken. Do you know what it is? Yifun asked earnestly. What idiom? Gumuxi was puzzled. It's the chicken. You're so beautiful. What? The chicken. You're so beautiful? Is that really an idiom? I've never heard of it. Stinky Fun, did you make it up? Hehe. In a new era, there should be new idioms. Try to understand it. Well, this idiom does fit the occasion. The chicken. You're so beautiful. Don't. Why are you humming now? Are you excited? Seeing this chicken makes me happy. Can't help it. Gumuxi also laughed. Oh, this is such a coincidence. Yifun, seeing her eyes filled with joy, was slightly moved. Girls, they really couldn't resist cute little animals. But that's okay. Maybe he could buy it for her to keep as a pet, as long as she liked it. Little she, this chicken is so cute. Shall we ... Before he could finish, Gumuxi cut in. Shall we just eat it? Make it into a chicken soup. It looks so adorable. Its meat surely tastes delicious. Gumuxi even licked her lips. Yifun, okay. Gumuxi was indeed not your average girl. Boss, kill this chicken for me. I want to eat chicken-flavored noodles. Gumuxi stood up and shouted. Half an hour later, Yifun and Gumuxi sat in the shop, enjoying their chicken-flavored noodles. Gumuxi, I have to say, the chicken you chose is indeed a good one. It tastes amazing. Of course, Gumuxi replied smugly. Suddenly, she saw a piece of chicken leg remaining in Yifeng's bowl and couldn't help but drool. Stinky Fun. She tugged at Yifeng's sleeve, acting cute. Ow. What's up? Give me. Let me eat your chicken. Faft. Yifeng had just taken a mouthful and sprayed it all out. The table was a mess. Gumuxi widened her eyes in surprise and asked, Stinky Fun, Is it really necessary for this reaction? I just wanted to eat 2 pieces of chicken from you. Is it worth making such a big deal? Asterisk cough cough asterisk. Little she. Let's keep it civil. Yifeng quickly wiped his mouth, then tittied up the table. Gumuxi scratched her head in confusion and asked, "What's uncivil about mentioning chicken? Really? Anyway, just remember this. Here, I'll give you some chicken. I'm full and can't eat so much." Yifeng served the chicken to her bowl. "Ha. Thanks Stinky Feng." Gumuxi happily planted a kiss on his cheek. Yifeng chuckled and said, "I'll serve you 2 more pieces. Will you kiss me twice then?" Gumuxi blushed and spat out, "HMPH, dreaming." "Stinky Fun, your nerve is getting thicker and thicker. Aren't you ashamed?" "Oh well, I guess his face must be impenetrable even to missiles." "Stinky Fun, I'm a little thirsty. Wait for me here. I'll go buy 2 bottles of drinks. Do you want Asian cola or Gatorade?" she asked as she got up. "Oh. Little she, rarely this proactive. Then give me a bottle of Gatorade." Yifeng smiled. "Humph, I have my allowance. I'll go buy it. You wait here," Gumuxi said and bounced out of the shop. Yifeng looked around the old shop, noticing its traditional Cantonese style with charm. He observed the worn-out hanging clock with spider webs, the torn landscape painting of sunrise, glossy tables and chairs, and checkered floor tiles. Also, the middle-aged boss wearing rubber sandals, occasionally making clacking sounds as he walked. The whole atmosphere exuded the old-fashioned Cantonese vibe, making one feel familiar and nostalgic. Suddenly, Yifeng noticed a silver portable music player left in an empty corner on a chair. Who left a music player behind after eating noodles? Yifeng walked over, picked up the music player, and saw a cassette tape of Sun Yanzi inside. Considering there were only 3 tables of customers left in the shop, Yifeng saw the middle-aged boss nearby and asked, "Boss, it seems someone left their music player here. You should keep it just in case they come back for it." The middle-aged boss, carrying a bucket of chicken soup, replied without turning his head, "Just leave it there for now. I have no free hands at the moment." Yifeng shook his head, smiled, and went to the cashier to put it away. Classmate, that seems to be my music player." Suddenly, a clear and crisp female voice came from behind. Yifeng was startled because the voice sounded all too familiar. It was like a lightning bolt to his brain, leaving him stunned. He turned back in disbelief and saw a girl behind him. She was wearing a floral dress, had shoulder-length hair, wore a butterfly headband, with a delicate face and gentle demeanor, exuding a southern charm that felt like a spring breeze. When he saw her for the first time, countless memories flashed before Yifeng's eyes. "Hi, classmate, I'm Lu Yao. Nice to meet you." Lu Yao. These words echoed in his mind, and the voice kept repeating, "Hi, classmate, I'm Lu Yao." Lu Yao, his former wife. Her sudden appearance brought back numerous memories. Yifeng stared at her flawless hand, then at her, hesitated to reach out but pulled back. His heart was restless. Facing the woman he had loved for 7 years, then have her betray him, was emotionally complex. The deep love and the subsequent betrayal intertwined within him. The sweet memories of their 7 years of marriage were etched in his heart. The vows, the embraces, the passionate kisses, all seemed to burst like bubbles under her cold gaze. He wanted to know why she changed. When did she change? Countless thoughts raced through his mind. Emotions surged, tears shimmered in his eyes. "Why did you change?" he muttered, his voice low and hoarse. Classmate, what are you saying? What do you mean, I changed? Do you know me?" Lu Yao tilted her head, full of confusion. She sensed the emotional turmoil in him and felt a pang of sympathy. She had an impulse to offer him her shoulder to lean on, but her rationality stopped her. She was perplexed by his reaction, and why this male classmate seemed so distraught upon seeing her. "Classmate, are you all right?" Lu Yao asked with concern. Yifeng was taken aback, then coldly said, "I'm fine. You can go now." It was time to let go. To completely let go. Once lovers, once haters, now mere strangers to each other. And it would remain that way. Lu Yao waved goodbye and said, Okay, goodbye classmate." As she turned and walked away, her floral silhouette disappeared into the crowd on the street. Right at that moment, Gumuxi passed by with 2 bottles of drinks. Bouncing back to Yifeng, Gumuxi sweetly said, "Hey Stinky Feng, here's your Gatorade. I wanted it at room temperature. I didn't want you to drink it cold in the early morning." Yifeng forced a smile and said, "It's fine. Room temperature works. By the way, who was that just now? A classmate of yours? Muxi turned to look in the direction of the street where she had returned. Yifeng shrugged and smiled. I don't know her. Just a stranger. Oh. I thought it was your classmate. By the way, Shufeng. Military training starts on Friday, right? Muxi asked with a smile as she sat back in her seat. Yes, we will have military training during the Indian summer days, and I guess we'll all get sunburned. Yifeng chuckled. I'm not afraid though, but you might need some extra shades. Muxi teased, raising an eyebrow. What's wrong, if I get a tan? Do you have a problem? Yifeng raised an eyebrow, teasingly replying, I'll be applying sunscreen all over my body every day. Muxi puffed her cheeks, saying, No, I don't want to get tanned. Let's buy some sunscreen after breakfast. Yifeng chuckled in his heart, finding Muxi's behavior really adorable. After finishing breakfast, they went to buy 4 big bottles of sunscreen, 2 for each. Yifeng raised the corner of his mouth. He had never used so much sunscreen in his previous life. They then continued shopping and Yifeng returned to the dormitory around noon. As soon as he entered, he saw Yan Jian and Kep Hangzhi in a red alert matchup. Feng Jie, where did you go early in the morning? Did you go for a workout? Yan Jian asked, raising his eyebrows. Workout? Do I look like that kind of person to you? Yifeng retorted. Yan Jian and Kep Hangzhi both nodded simultaneously, saying, not just look like, you are. Yifeng. Omega. All coming from you. What kind of look is that? Am I a righteous person? Yifeng laughed as he joked, then returned to his desk. He looked at Sun Tugang, who was busy reading the newspaper, and curiously asked, Lao Sun, why are you so into reading newspapers? Sun Tugang scratched his head, replying, I am looking for a suitable part-time job. I want to use my spare time to work part-time, but all the ads in the newspaper are for full-time jobs. It seems no one is looking for part-time. He looked a bit disappointed. Yifeng knew that Sun Tugang's family was not well off, and his university tuition fees were pooled together by villagers from the village. He was surprised that Sun Tugang was considering taking a part-time job, balancing work and study, a level of determination and willpower not everyone possessed. Feeling empathy for him, Yifeng knew helping someone required a certain skill, respecting the other person's dignity. Tugang, if you are looking for a part-time job, why not work part-time at my company? We urgently need help with software promotion. Would you be able to help me promote the software online? Yifeng asked with a smile. Feng Jie, can I? Sun Tugang looked hesitant and lacking in self-confidence. Yifeng walked over, patted his shoulder, and encouraged him. As long as you want to do it, you can. I believe anyone who is willing to take action can succeed. Just like you. Sun Tugang was moved by these words and felt greatly encouraged. Thank you. Feng Jie, I understand. I will work hard. Although I don't know what promotion and operations are, I will learn it. Sun Tugang replied spiritedly. Yifeng nodded approvingly, saying, that's right, you should show courage and confidence. As long as you have enough courage, no difficulty can stop you. If you take the part-time job, I'll pay you 200 yuan a month first. Once you achieve good results, I'll increase your salary. What do you think? Sun Tugang was shocked and overwhelmed, saying, what? 200 yuan? That much? 200 yuan was more than his monthly food expenses. He was very grateful for Yifeng's generosity. Just do well. This amount is nothing. There will be plenty of opportunities to earn big money in the future. Yifeng made an empty promise, chuckling. It seemed that every boss liked to make empty promises, but Yifeng was more of a practical person. This 200 yuan was just about the living expenses of an ordinary college student. Most students ate similarly, with cafeteria vegetarian dishes costing 5 mao, non-vegetarian dishes costing 1 yuan, and meat dishes costing 2.5 yuan. With frugal eating habits, a meal would cost about 3 yuan, and a day's expenses would total around 7 yuan. This amount was sufficient for a month's expenses. Yifeng's habit of dining out frequently was rare among students, as most students were financially struggling. All right. Thank you, Feng Jie. Sun Tugang held Yifeng's hand excitedly. Yifeng smiled and said, come back later. I will provide you with a computer and some work documents. Follow the instructions in the document, and you will learn quickly. When the software is officially promoted, you can be of great help. Yes, I will learn well, Sun Tugang replied earnestly. Just then, Yifeng's phone rang. Ow. I need to take this call. Yifeng stepped out into the hallway and saw it was from Fengzi. Hey, Fun General, any good news? Haha. Yi. My clever buddy. Indeed there is good news. Sheng has started negotiations with Han Hai. They'd rather pay a sum of money to terminate the contract. But that's just wishful thinking, isn't it, squandering our plans? Fengzi's laughter came through the phone. Yifeng narrowed his eyes calmly. It seems they are really desperate. Is the lawyer's letter ready? Fun General, it's been prepared. I will send it to Penchenfu by 6 this evening. I intended to ask if you wanted to come over and witness it together, Fengzi said with a smile. No need, Fun General. I have classes in the afternoon, so I'll leave it to you. I trust you. Yifeng politely declined. If he went there, it would inevitably lead to drinking, and Fengzi would continue discussing investing in West Maple Electronics during that social gathering. Therefore, Yifeng directly turned down the invitation, not giving him that opportunity. All right, but when you have time, do come by for a drink. It's been a while since we hung out together, Fengzi said. No problem, let's make plans when we're both free. The two chatted for a while, then hung up the phone. On the other hand, in the office of the chairman of Nanchao Trade and Commerce, Fengzi sat with a stern expression on his face, playing with his phone. Kai, do you think Yifeng doesn't want us to invest in his company? Fengzi asked, turning to Lan Kai, who was standing beside him. After a moment of hesitation, Lan Kai replied, maybe he hasn't thought it through. In theory, it's a win-win solution. We provide the funds, and he captures the market. But if he values his equity a lot, he might not be willing. I think, perhaps we shouldn't rush this matter. Fengzi nodded, saying, you're right. He may simply be cautious about us. The relationship may not be at that level yet. Kai. Later on, send him a gift from me. Occasionally connect and communicate more to build trust. Lan Kai smiled slightly, nodding, sure, I understand. Fengzi glanced at his watch and said, you go arrange sending the letter to Shen by this afternoon. Then tomorrow, Friday, notify Liu Teal immediate to file a lawsuit at the court against Sheng for breach of contract. Start a civil lawsuit. Lan Kai nodded. Yes, I'll go arrange it. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the atmosphere inside Sheng Company was tense, with everyone looking nervous. Yu Guanchen and Pen Chengfu were sitting with black faces, wordless. Despite 3 days of efforts, they were still unable to resolve the final component issue. Han Hai had refused any negotiation and issued a final notice. If the project wasn't completed, they would sue Sheng for breach of contract. They would have to pay a penalty of 5 times the project capital. That was over 20 million yuan. Sheng could not afford such a huge amount. Once the news spread within the company, a wave of unease swept through the employees. You guys go tend to whatever needs attention. We will deal with the Han Hai project. Ten Chengfu finally spoke, breaking the silence. Other employees remained silent, observing the seriousness of the situation. At that moment, a group of lawyers in black suits and glasses entered Sheng Company. Is Mr. Pan from Sheng Company here? We are from Junchen Law Firm. I am Peng Zhonchan. I am officially here to deliver a lawyer's letter on behalf of Han Hai Company, said Pen Zhonchan, extending the letter to Pen Chengfu. Then, he turned and left. Ten Chengfu looked at the lawyer's letter, slumped on the chair, his face turning pale. It's over. Everything is over. Shen is finished. Unexpectedly, he who thought he was clever had fallen into this trap today. A contract violation with legal effect on paper, a lawsuit that was unwinnable. Ten Chengfu buried his face in his hands, tears finally streaming down his face. Everyone looked at him. No one spoke, and the office was quiet. Only the sound of his sobbing could be heard. At night, in the girls' dormitory, room 306, Gu Muxi is wearing a cute pink nightgown, lying on the bed with her white legs swinging. She is humming a little tune, in a good mood. Chen Jiajia comes out from the bathroom, sees the scene and smiles, asking, Muxi, why are you so happy today? Did you find money outside? Is that so? Am I really happy? I don't think so. Gu Muxi blushes and denies directly 3 times. Chen Jiajia walks to her bed, leans on the bed frame, and teases her, saying, you say no, but your tail is about to wag in the air. Is it because you went out to play with Yifeng today? Are you happy? Gu Muxi suddenly sat up from the bed, about to retort, but any retort in front of Chen Jiajia is futile, so she blushingly says, yes, of course, happy. Oh my, I feel like I'd been fed a big bowl of dog food, Chen Jiajia jests. At this point, Ding Ying curiously asks, Muxi, Jiajia said you and Yifeng have known each other since childhood, growing up together, from elementary school to university. Don't you feel too familiar with each other? I haven't stayed with my brother for so long. Gu Muxi pondered for a moment and replied, Indeed. Sometimes it does feel too familiar. I even feel embarrassed to address him. Chen Jiajia. Some. Ding Ying. Sigma LLL. So Xiaomei asked in amazement, Oh, Muxi, have you both progressed to this stage? So quick. Gu Muxi sensed their implications and felt her cheeks burning, casting a glance at the three. What are you thinking? Can't you think of something less scandalous? I mean, the last time he got drunk, his clothes were all dirty, and I helped him undress. Oh. I see. The three simultaneously showed a knowing look, although the disbelief in their eyes was evident. Hey, Muxi, we're all university students, adults, we understand. Adults should do adult things, right? Su Xiaomei giggled. What things are you talking about? What are you thinking? Really? Gu Muxi's cheeks had turned red to the base of her neck. Of course, it's about making love. The three said, in unison. Gu Muxi, oh, Q, no way. Ha ha. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. But Muxi, what are the qualities your boyfriend has that make you like him so much? Ding Ying asked curiously, as she hadn't seen what Yifeng looks like. Gu Muxi brushed her chin with one hand, saying, he has so many good qualities. Taller, maybe. The three looked puzzled at the same time. Cough. No, he's tall, a bit handsome, and also a bit rich. But regardless of his strengths and weaknesses, I like him. Gu Muxi explained. Isn't he just tall, rich, and handsome? Ding Ying exclaimed, picturing in her mind an image of a wealthy playboy, dressed in Armani, wearing Alcan leather shoes, smoking a cigar, and wearing a gold watch, exuding an aura of wealth. Does Gu Muxi really like this type? To an extent, but not entirely. Gu Muxi chuckled. Chen Jiajia interjected, what tall, rich, and handsome? Yifeng was a very quirky person even in high school, but he's a genuinely good person. Muxi, aren't you worried that someone will snatch him away? I'm not worried, Gu Muxi assured. Chen Jiajia teased, Muxi, with your temper, only Yifeng can handle you. With someone else, they would have run away long ago. I advise you. Women should be gentle as water. Men like that kind of temperament. Gu Muxi was surprised. Gentle? What does being gentle mean? Chen Jiajia hesitated to explain. Wow, the goddess's skills are so impressive. The new students around are still in a daze. They watched as their senior was taken down with just one move. The explosive power, the seamless movements. It was simply amazing. Indeed, beautiful flowers always come with thorns. Previous generations did not deceive me. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Gu Muxi coldly snorted, move again, and I'll break your arms and legs. Ju Shanhai. In an instant, he felt a chill down his spine, feeling horrified. This junior sister is too terrifying. Enduring the pain in his back, he quickly got up from the ground and ran away in a hurry. Gu Muxi then smugly clapped her hands, smiled proudly, exactly the intimidating effect she wanted. Chen Jiajia slapped her forehead, thinking to herself, indeed. High school moments are relived once again. Gu Muxi disliked being touched by the opposite sex, especially their hands. Back in high school, there were several people who didn't believe it and were educated by Gu Muxi, causing all the pursuers in the school to dare not touch her ever again. Of course, except for Yifeng, which was also the reason Yifeng was often resented by others. Chen Jiajia walked up to her and whispered, Zixi, you were too harsh. I heard that the senior named Ju is deeply involved in the student union. Aren't you afraid of causing trouble? Afraid? Jiajia, what do you think? Gu Muxi glanced at her. Oh? Never mind. Maybe I overthought it. Chen Jiajia pulled the corner of her mouth, knowing Gu Muxi's temperament, if provoked. One must be prepared to face the consequences. But Zixi, you must pay attention to your image. Don't forget about our plan. If Yifeng sees this side of you, wouldn't our plan be ruined? Chen Jiajia advised in a low voice. Oh. Okay. Next time I'll be more careful. Gu Muxi adjusted her camouflage hat and said solemnly. By the way, what was our plan? Chen Jiajia contemplated for a while before replying. Oh, I haven't figured it out yet. Gu Muxi. Oh, I just thought of something. Why don't you go buy a bottle of drink to give to Yifeng? It's so hot. He'll definitely appreciate it. See? My idea is not bad, right? Chen Jiajia said smugly. After a half-hour break, each class began their separate training routines, which included standing at attention, at ease, turning, marching in step, and other coordinated movements to promote class unity. Gumuxi's class finished training and disbanded quickly. The 4 roommates hurried off to buy drinks. Gumuxi bought salt soda and also picked up 2 ice pops because she knew Yifeng also liked them and would be happy. The 4 of them returned to the soccer field, where 4 classes were still training in formation drills, including the computer science class 1 where Yifeng was. The 4 sat on the steps in front of the class formation, waiting. When Gumuxi appeared, she immediately caused a commotion among the 4 classes. The sunlight reflected off her beautiful face, her fair skin glowing as if radiating light. Combined with the camouflage uniform, she was charming and attractive. The new students from the 4 classes were amazed at the first sight of her. Wow, this girl is so beautiful. I know. She's our new school flower. My goodness, she's so beautiful. Just like the perfect goddess in my dreams. Back off. She's my goddess. What did you say? Buddy. Draw your sword. Stop arguing. Don't disturb my view of the beauty. The new students were discussing animatedly, but were soon reprimanded by their military training instructors and about a dozen were taken out to do push-ups. In the meantime, Yifeng was practicing posture under the scorching sun. Funjie. Look, your goddess is here. Yan Jian whispered beside him. Yifeng tilted his head slightly and did see Gumuxi with 3 other girls, presumably her roommates. He saw her tear open the packaging and start eating the ice pop, unconsciously swallowing his saliva. Damn, is Gumuxi deliberately showing off in front of me? This is provocation. Provocation. Hey, Funjie, the new school flower indeed looks beautiful, much prettier in person than in photos. Go ahead and pursue her. I support you. Although the probability of you winning her is small, just 0.1%, but don't worry, I'll be your strategist, at least boosting your success rate by 10 percentage points. Yan Jian chuckled. Yifeng, forget it, you might as well go be Fat K's strategist. At this moment, Yifeng's gaze met Gumuxi's, and they smiled at each other. Gumuxi even stuck out her sweet little tongue and licked the ice pop, seemingly teasing Yifeng. However, this casual gesture left many people dumbfounded. My goodness, I envy that ice pop. A freshman with a middle-parted hairstyle laughed foolishly. Ooh, you're so disgusting. A classmate next to him scornfully glanced at him, then said, I'd rather be that stick in her hand. Humph, isn't that the same kind of perverted thinking? As the two were talking, they suddenly saw Gumuxi smiling sweetly in the direction of the formation. She had cute dimples on her cheeks, and her eyes curved into charming crescent moons. At that moment, the new students from the 4 classes were abuzz. Look, she seems to be smiling at me. Get lost. She's clearly smiling at me. Stop arguing. I confess, it was actually me. From initial discussions to later nose resembling a market, even the instructors couldn't control the chaos. Inside the computer science class 1, someone even whistled, getting restless. Yan Jian tousled his hair and confidently remarked, Hey, the new school flower seems to be smiling at me. Alas, it's just my fate, with my damn unplaceable charm and innate temperament. Upon seeing Yan Jian so self-absorbed, Kepangzi disdainfully rolled his eyes at him. Jianjie, are you shameless? Are you so full of yourself? Clearly, she's looking at me. Kepangzi chuckled. Hey, you are even more shameless than me. Yan Jian sneered. Pot calling the kettle black, we shouldn't criticize each other. Kepangzi grinned. Then turning to Yifeng, Kepangzi said, Alright, Funjie, weren't you planning to pursue the new school flower? Now might be a good opportunity. When you gather up your courage to strike up a conversation, we'll be your wingman. Yifeng raised the corner of his mouth. Wingmen, do I really need them? Yan Jian arrogantly claimed. Of course, Funjie, you need a professional wingman, like me. I am a professional wingman driver, with at least 10 years of experience. Believe me, I am a professional. As he was saying this, suddenly 2 whistles rang out. Hey you there. The dark-skinned military instructor stared at him and shouted, Me. Instructor. Yan Jian pointed at himself incredulously, thinking, could I be this unlucky? Yes. You. Fall in. The instructor barked. Yan Jian reluctantly joined the formation with a hanging face. Aren't you talkative? Seems like you still have plenty of energy. 100 push-ups. Start now. The instructor commanded. Yes. Yan Jian chuckled bitterly and obediently began doing push-ups. With Yan Jian as a cautionary tale, the formation fell silent again, standing at attention without a word. On the spectator stands, Gumuxi, eating a popsicle, smiled as she watched Yifeng. Eating my popsicle and watching everyone training under the hot sun gives me strange sense of satisfaction. Hehen. Poor Feng can only watch and not eat. He must be so jealous. Gumuxi laughed lightly. Chen Jiajia looked at the scorching sun above her head, then at the popsicle in Gumuxi's hand. Licked her lips. Muxi, it's so hot now. Later, when the popsicle melts, let me eat it. Nope. Can't. Won't. Not giving it to you. This is for my smelly Feng. Gumuxi protectively guarded the popsicle, rejecting 3 times in a row. Chen Jiajia. Having a boyfriend means losing your girlfriends. Painful. So painful. Okay. I know you care about your man, Gumuxi coquettishly said. Of course. He's my boyfriend. I naturally care about him. Dingying covered her mouth and laughed. I know. Physically. No. Not at all. Gumuxi blushed, denying. Chen Jiajia reminded. Hey, Muxi. Don't forget our gentle lady plan later. Got it. Gumuxi made an okay sign, indicating understanding. After 7 or 8 minutes, the instructors of the 4 classes finally announced dispersal. In the computer class 1, Yan Jian lay on the ground, panting heavily, his face pale. Yifeng smiled and asked, Are you okay? You should try doing 100 push-ups in a row. Of course there's a problem. Yan Jian rolled his eyes at him. Can you even get up now? Is it too hot? Kep Hangzi asked in confusion. Yan Jian waved his hand continuously, weakly saying, I can't get up. I have no strength. Look, the new school flower seemed to be coming over. Kep Hangzi suddenly exclaimed, adjusting his clothes. Indeed, the new school flower was walking towards the direction of computer class 1. Holding a bottle of energy drink and a popsicle. Wow. More than 50 students from computer class 1 immediately erupted into cheers and excitement. Since computer science majors were mostly male, most had turned into animals, staring intently at the approaching new school flower. Damn. Who is she coming to see? Maybe it's me because I'm so handsome. TSK. Are you a cricket's cricket? Stop yelling. She's actually coming to see me. Maybe she's been secretly in love with me for a long time. Everyone scoffed. Dream on. The male students of computer class 1 were in a frenzy, each subconsciously adjusting their hair and clothes, trying to present their best side in front of the new school flower. Kep Hangzi smirked and stood up straight, full of confidence. She's looking over here. Is she looking at me? Funjay. Kep Hangzi saw the new school flower's gaze turning in their direction and became extremely excited, grabbing Yifeng's sleeve and jumping up and down. Yifeng. Yan Jian flicked his center-parted hair self-importantly. Fungjie, if the new school flower takes a liking to me, don't be upset, don't blame me either. It's not my intention, it's just that I'm more handsome, you know. Yifeng rubbed his forehead dumbfoundedly. Unbelief in the behavior of these two. Quick, look, she's coming over. Kep Hangzi exclaimed excitedly, adjusting his clothes. At this moment, all the new students from the 4 classes had their eyes fixed on Gumuxi. Gumuxi's incredibly beautiful face was wearing a sweet smile that could melt hearts. Whom could the new school flower be here for? This question simultaneously arose in everyone's minds. As all eyes were on her, Gumuxi walked towards Yifeng's direction. Classmate. Hi. Yan Jian was about to step forward to shake hands, but was directly ignored by Gumuxi, freezing in place as everyone's scornful gazes fell upon him. Yan Jian felt extremely embarrassed, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. Damn. Major facepalm moment. Looking back, he saw Gumuxi walking directly to Yifeng, and he was dumbfounded. Damn. The new school flower was actually here to see Yifeng. The new students of computer class 1 were all dumbfounded. Countless gazes suddenly converged on Yifeng, with expressions of surprise, envy, and jealousy. Kep Hangzi and Sun Tugging stood next to Yifeng, dumbfounded, their mouths hanging wide open. Kep Hangzi looked incredulously at Yifeng, exclaiming, when did Funjie get together with the new school flower? Even more shockingly, the new school flower in front of Yifeng was acting all shy and girlish. Blushing, Gumuxi handed the energy drink to Yifeng, saying softly, "Hey, smelly Fun. Here you go." Her voice was soft and gentle, like a mosquito. Yifan looked bewildered, wondering what had gotten into Gumuxi today. Ow. Okay. Moxie, are you okay? Yifan felt uncomfortable as he was being stared at with those eyes and soft words from Gumuxi. Something was definitely off about her today. However, their conversation was heard by others, and those nearby were shocked. Particularly, Yan Jian and Kep Hangzi were both dumbfounded. Yan Jian ran back and arrived at Yifeng's side, asking, "Funjie, do you know her?" "Do I know her? I've told you guys before. She's my girlfriend. You just didn't believe me." Yifan shrugged and laughed. "What? Your girlfriend?" Yan Jian and Kep Hangzi almost shouted in unison, their voices echoing throughout the class. The other new students were all shocked, many feeling their hearts shatter into pieces. Damn. The new school flower already has a boyfriend. She's already taken. Oh god. The pain. Following this, it seemed like Yifan heard the sound of many glass shattering. Huh? Was he having auditory hallucinations? Yes. Any problems? Yifan smiled. Kep Hangzi looked at Gumuxi in disbelief, then turned to Yifan to confirm. "School flower, for real?" With a sweet smile, Gumuxi replied, "Yes, he's my boyfriend." Kep Hangzi immediately gave a thumbs up to Yifan, exclaiming, "Funjie, amazing." Yan Jian patted Yifeng's shoulder, admiringly saying, "Funjie, you're awesome. I hereby dub you the strongest." Sun Tugun looked at Yifan with admiration, full of respect for him for being able to pursue such a beautiful girlfriend. Truly enviable. The trio shouted in unison, "Hello, sister-in-law." Upon hearing three people call her sister-in-law, Gumuxi felt her cheeks flush, and she simply responded with a soft to acknowledge the title. Yifan smiled and introduced, she. These three are my roommates, Yan Jian, Kep Hangzi, and Sun Tugun. Besides Tugun, the other two are jokers. Gumuxi covered her mouth and chuckled, greeting them. "Hello, I am Yifeng's girlfriend. My name is Gumuxi. Please take care of Yifeng in the future." One of them said, "How can we take care of Funjie? Usually, it's Funjie taking care of us." Kep Hangzi scratched his head politely. Yan Jian nodded, saying, "Yes, Funjie is the leader of our dorm, 602. Funjie is my idol." Sun Tugun grinned. Gumuxi glanced at Yifeng and teased, "Oh, can't believe it, Stinky Fun, you can lead a group now." Yifeng chuckled, "Well, you know, we're all brothers." Gumuxi patted her stomach and pouted, "Stinky Fun, I'm hungry. Let's go to the cafeteria for lunch." "Perfect timing, I'm hungry too. Let's go eat." Yifeng laughed, taking her hand, and then said to his three friends, "I won't be eating with you guys at lunch. Handle it yourselves." "Ha ha. No worries, Funjie is going with his girlfriend. We'll go to the food street later for noodles." Yan Jian responded. "All right, then we'll go," said Yifeng, leading Gumuxi out, under the curious gazes of many. Watching the two leave, Kep Hangzi smiled and said, "Funjie and sister-in-law are so sweet, I'm envious. They make me want to fall in love too." Yan Jian patted his shoulder, laughing, "Thought so. Don't you already have someone, do I didn't know." Kep Hangzi looked puzzled. Yan Jian held up 5 fingers. "Yes, with Wu Gunyang, right?" Kep Hangzi? "Oh no. Building A's plan seems to have gone wrong," Chen Jiajia said seriously. So Xiaomei nodded gravely, then asked after a moment, "Jiajia, what was our plan for building it?" Chen Jiajia was at a loss. "You don't know?" Ding Ying, beside them, also looked bewildered, saying, "Actually, I don't either." Chen Jiajia scratched her head and chuckled. "Well, I seem to have forgotten to tell you, but it's fine. Let's inform Muxi and execute Plan B." With that, Chen Jiajia sent a text message to Gumuxi. So Xiaomei excitedly asked, "Are we finally going to execute Plan B?" What is Plan B? Chen Jiajia. Plan D is about executing the gentle lady dining plan. Just imagine, a man and a woman sitting together at a meal. The woman kneading slowly and gracefully, smiling without showing her teeth, frequently offering to serve food to the man, showing both ladylike behavior and care for the man, Chen Jiajia explained. As long as Muxi faithfully carries out the plan, showing her gentle side, it will definitely make Yifeng look at her with new eyes. Ha ha. Ding Ying nodded and praised. "Great plan. So smart. I get it now." So Xiaomei exclaimed, let's catch up quickly. In the cafeteria, during meal time, it was crowded. Yifeng and Gumuxi found a secluded corner to sit. Muxi, wait here. I'll get us some food. I have a lot of meal tickets with me, Yifeng said, indulgently. Okay. Gumuxi nodded. When Yifeng left, Gumuxi secretly took out her phone and checked the text message from Chen Jiajia. Oh, do I really have to do this? Gumuxi was stunned after reading the content of the message. Oh well, today I must show my gentle side and make Stinky Fun look at me differently. After a while, Yifeng brought two enamel bowls, each covered with vegetables on top and rice at the bottom. Food is here, for you. Yifeng handed one bowl to her, with only vegetables on top. Gumuxi picked up her chopsticks, took a piece of vegetable leaf, and chewed it slowly. The taste of the greens is really good today, she said. Yifeng, aren't they the same every day? How can you taste anything different? Yifeng watched as she took another small piece of vegetable leaf and continued chewing. Ahem, Muxi, do you just want to eat the leaves and leave the vegetables? Gumuxi covered her mouth and spoke gently. No, I just feel that it's nice to chew slowly when eating. Yifeng teased, is that so? But at this rate, you won't finish your meal even by nightfall. Gumuxi looked at the bowl filled with rice and vegetables, realizing he was right, and chuckled. Well, then, you eat more. I'll eat less. You need more energy, so eat more. With that, Gumuxi gave him her plate. Ow. Okay. Yifeng started eating quickly. But every now and then, Gumuxi would still offer him food. Before long, Yifeng's bowl was filled with piles of greens. Ahem, Muxi, you don't have to keep serving me food. You haven't eaten much yourself, Yifeng said, looking down at the full bowl of greens. Oh, it's only right to serve food to your boyfriend, Gumuxi said sincerely, sticking to her plan. Yifeng patted her head, puzzled. You don't have a fever, do you? What's gotten into you today? Are you confused? Gumuxi glared at him. You're the one who's confused. She blurted out before realizing it wasn't right, then quickly added, that's not right. I'm just trying to show a tiny bit of gentleness today. Yifeng shook his head, rubbed her head, and said fondly, Muxi, you don't have to do this. You don't need to change yourself for me. Silly. Because I like you just the way you are, Gumuxi said softly. Gumuxi stared at Yifeng in a daze, her heart touched by his words. Yes. Have I changed myself, or is it still me? Then, she burst into laughter, her eyes crescent-shaped in a cute manner. HMPH tilde smelly fun. You're right. Yifeng saw her return to her usual self and smiled, saying, that's more like it, let's eat. All right, Gumuxi said, as she used her chopsticks to pick up a big chicken leg from his bowl, munching on it. Yifeng chuckled at her, finding this version of Gumuxi the most adorable. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Jiajia and the others watched in astonishment as Gumuxi took a bite of Yifeng's food. Chen Jiajia sighed. Operation B is officially a failure. Ding Ying chuckled, saying, a failure? How come it feels like a success to me? Su Xiaomei nodded, showing a similar amused smile. Yes, they are indeed too sweet, such a crush. After having their meal, they took a stroll in the campus-shaded pathways during the lunch break. Gumuxi walked with hands behind her back, stepping lightly on the dappled sunlight that scattered on the ground. Clad in a military green camouflage suit, she resembled a carefree and happy bird. She turned back, walking backward while looking at Yifeng, sweetly saying, Smelly Feng, I feel so free in university, without heavy academic pressures, without too many rules, and we can even use computers in the dorm. Yifeng slightly smiled, saying, yes, university is quite relaxing. It's like halfway stepping into society. More freedom indeed. She spun around in place and asked, many seniors have invited me to their clubs recently, like a street dance club, calligraphy club, painting club, photography club, journalism club, and many more. Smelly Fun, which club do you want to join? Me? It doesn't matter to me. Joining a club is just for extra credits, Yifeng replied casually. Gumuxi pursed her lips. Smelly Fun. Just pick one. Wherever you go, I'll follow. I heard the drama club is go. Less work and relaxing. And with my actor-level acting skills, being a lead role is no problem at all. Yifeng brushed his hair back. Haha tilde come on. Your acting skills. It's full of loopholes except for the loopholes. Gumuxi covered her mouth, laughing. Don't believe me? Suddenly, Yifeng reached out and pulled her into his arms, a strange smile on his face. Gu Muxi was surprised and asked, "What kind of smile is that?" Haven't you noticed? This smile has 3 parts of coldness, 3 parts of mockery, and 4 parts of casualness," Yifeng explained. "What? Who can recognize that?" Gu Muxi replied, making a funny face. As they playfully interacted, the scene became more intimate as Yifeng leaned in and kissed her lips, leaving Gu Muxi stunned and motionless in a picturesque moment. Far away, Chen Jiajia and the others witnessed this rare intimate moment, marveling at the sight. Later on, things took an unexpected turn for Yifeng as news about him and broke out on the school forum, making him the talk of the campus. The 3 friends in the dorm surrounded his computer, informing him of the escalating situation and the fierce reactions from other students. Despite the online uproar caused by Gu Muxi's popularity, Yifeng was unfazed, staying true to his stance of not bothering others unless provoked. As they stood united in their support, Yifeng's phone rang, a call from the boss of Penguin Company, surprising him with unexpected news. Before this, Yifeng had met the founder of Penguin Company, Miteng, and the technical director Zhang Zhibei at the Guanxi Baitian Hotel, and they had preliminary discussions about Yifeng investing in Penguin Company. At that time, Yifeng proposed an investment plan. He would invest 1 million yuan in Penguin Company in advance, take 10% of the company's shares, participate in the company's operation, and the 2 parties also discussed a gambling agreement. In the gambling agreement, if Yifeng could achieve an annual revenue of over 10 million in Penguin Company within a year, he could increase his shareholding to 51%. If he failed to achieve the revenue target, he would need to invest another 5 million in Penguin Company without being able to increase his shareholding. At that time, both Miteng and Zhang Zhibei were somewhat interested, but for changes in shareholding, they needed approval from other shareholders, including third-party investor shareholders, IDG Capital, Telecom Group, and other co-founders. Now that Miteng was calling, it was definitely a sign of progress. A confident smile crept onto Yifeng's face. This year was the most difficult year for Penguin Company, and it seemed that they were getting anxious. After the phone rang 3 times, Yifeng calmly answered the call. "Hello, Miteng, good to hear from you." "Haha. Yifeng, I have good news to tell you today." Miteng's hearty laughter came through the phone. "Oh, what good news?" Yifeng pretended not to know and asked. "After Zhang Zhibei worked on the other shareholders, everyone now agrees to discuss your investment in the company. Everyone thinks it's time to bring in new investors and funds." Miteng said. "I see. That's great news," Yifeng smiled. "However, there are some details that need to be discussed in a meeting, including the gambling agreement." "Yifeng, do you have time to come to Shenzhen these 2 days? Let's set a time, and I'll inform the other shareholders," Miteng asked. After a moment of thought, Yifeng replied, "I'm only free on the weekends. Tomorrow is Saturday, so I can come to Shenzhen at 9 o'clock in the morning. My schedule is quite tight." "Miteng, does this time work for you?" "Haha, that works. I also want to finalize this matter for the company as soon as possible. Let's meet at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. I'll inform the other shareholders and arrange a meeting room. I'll send you the location later via text message," Miteng said with a smile. "All right, I'll wait for your message," Yifeng smiled. After discussing the business matters, they exchanged pleasantries for a few more minutes before hanging up. Yifeng toyed with his phone, contemplating how to negotiate the investment in the company. His goal for Penguin Company was to eventually acquire full control, to eventually hold 100% of the shares. However, he knew that haste was not the way to achieve this goal. He must proceed gradually and cautiously. The first step was to make an investment, gaining some operational management authority along the way. The second step was to successfully fulfill the gambling agreement, seizing control of the personnel and operational department of Penguin Company. The third step was to plan to acquire the shares from the original shareholders. Yifeng was extremely ambitious when it came to Penguin Company, because this company would eventually become a huge entity, not just within Penguin Company, but also in the entertainment industry they invested in. Now was the best time to enter Penguin Company. Once they solved the funding issue and figured out a profitable model, there would be nothing standing in their way. Therefore, he had to seize this unique opportunity. Yifeng's mind raced as he considered his next steps, and he picked up the phone to call Wan Tang. After a while, the call connected. "Hello, TZ, are you free the next 2 days?" "Yifeng, the next 2 days are the weekend. and I plan to go back to the company to deal with the supplier issues. Do you need anything? I will have Ping An assist you with those matters. For the next 2 days, you will accompany me to Shenzhen. Yifeng replied. What? To Shenzhen? Yifeng. Why are we going to Shenzhen? Hehe. Mateng from Penguin Company just called me. There have been developments in our investment plans. We have a meeting scheduled in Shenzhen early tomorrow morning, and I need you to prepare a brief overview of our company's situation and send it to me as a document. This time, you will come with me too, to learn and get some hands-on experience, Yifeng explained. Wow, that's great. No problem, Yifeng. Wang Tai exclaimed excitedly. He had heard Yifeng mention the investment in Penguin Company before, and he was also a fan of the QQ software operated by Penguin. He was pleased with the opportunity. All right, then see you tomorrow. On the other side, in the CEO's office of Penguin Company, Mateng looked at the four co-founders, partners in front of him, and tapped the table. You all know the situation. Tomorrow at 9 o'clock, Yifeng will come to Shenzhen for the investment meeting. If any of you have anything to bring up, please do so now. Penguin Company was founded by all 5 of us together, and I respect your opinions and ideas. Zhang Zhibei sat up straight on the sofa, speaking seriously. I agree to let Yifeng invest in the company. Although 1 million yuan is not a lot, they have the technology, and they are about to operate a 361 computer security management software. If we join forces, it may increase our company's revenue channels. Most importantly, there is the gambling agreement. If he can't achieve a 10 million level revenue, he will need to invest an additional 5 million, which can greatly help our financial difficulties and give us more time to explore profitable business models. If he can successfully fulfill the gambling agreement, our company will have self-sufficiency. By increasing the user base in the future, our company will also rise quickly. Overall, it's more advantageous for the company. Penguin Company is our hard work. The company is facing operational difficulties. Even the servers cannot be expanded. I don't want to see the company bankrupt, let alone sold. Zhang Zhibei spoke and the office fell silent. The other 3 remained silent, saying nothing more. Mateng also remained silent. He understood that everyone tacitly understood that this decision was beneficial for the company, but perhaps less so for the founding shareholders. Sometimes, the interests of the company and personal interests were not aligned. Yifeng's entry would inevitably dilute everyone's shareholding, touching upon the interests of all shareholders. Why is everyone silent? Why am I the only one speaking? Zhang Zhibei's face showed a hint of dissatisfaction. Mateng then spoke up. I think Zhibei makes a good point. This is a pivotal moment for the company, and we need to set aside personal interests for the greater good. Cheng Dan. Lao Su. I know you have worked hard for so long and are reluctant to let others interfere in company affairs. This is currently the only investor willing to invest directly. If we wait for our revenue to grow like other capital companies, we won't be able to pass this threshold. You too. Show your stance first. Cheng Dan, a young man wearing glasses with a slender face, who wasn't yet 30 years old, was in charge of administration and human resources at Penguin Company. I agree with Zhibei and Mateng's views. However, I need to voice my concern. I don't want Yifeng to be directly involved in company operations. He is an outsider and unfamiliar with the company. If he acts recklessly, it could have a negative impact on the company. There is a risk of new problems arising. Another young man with a slick, clean-cut hairstyle, Lao Su, Yi, was responsible for company client relations and external affairs. I think Cheng Dan's concerns are valid. Bringing in a new investor is justifiable and needed, but I oppose Yifeng directly participating. These 2 expressed their viewpoints, and Mateng, with a neutral expression, had his concerns clear. He simply didn't want his shareholding to be diluted too much, and his power to be taken away by others. This was about personal interests. Mateng then turned to the last partner. Lao Zhen, as our chief operation officer, what's your perspective? Zheng Jing, the main operational head of Penguin Company, responsible for QQ marketing and operations. He held the most significant power and responsibilities. Zhibei makes a good point. We need to find a new method and quickly increase revenue. This has been a lingering issue for us. Perhaps Yifeng will bring us a different answer and approach. However, I also agree with Cheng Dan and them. We should not rashly let him participate. He needs to be familiar and understand our business situation and technical status before proposing his solutions. As the head of the operational department for nearly 2 years, I have tried several revenue plans, which were not very ideal. I truly feel guilty, Zheng Jing concluded, sighing heavily, feeling somewhat helpless. Mateng waved his hand. This is not a meeting for blame, so let's not discuss that now. We have reached some consensus at least. We can bring in Yifeng for investment, which everyone agrees on. However, his investment conditions include participation in company affairs and fulfilling the gambling agreement. This is unavoidable. What Lao Zheng said is right. We can provide Yifeng with the space to participate in operations, but we also need to prevent new risks from arising. I will personally monitor this aspect, and I take full responsibility. Regarding his preliminary 10% share quota, we discussed this before. IDG and Telecom agreed to each contribute 1%, and you guys give up 1%. The remaining 4% will be diluted from my shares. If he fulfills the 10 million revenue gambling agreement, we will convene a shareholders meeting later for a joint decision. After stating that he would take full responsibility, the people in the office showed surprise and saw Mateng's determination to push this matter forward. After pondering for a moment, Chen Dan nodded, saying, "Then let's go with what Mateng said." Although all present were company founders and partners, Mateng held the decisive power within the team. The others also nodded in agreement. Mateng finally smiled. "All right, everyone, go back and prepare. Yifeng will be here tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Early the next morning, Shenzhen Bay Hotel. This hotel is one of the few 5-star hotels in Shenzhen, with luxurious architecture and a good reputation in the city. Mateng and his group of 5 people, along with their secretary, arrived at the hotel first and waited in the lobby. After a while, at 8:30, 2 black Buick business sedans arrived at the hotel entrance. 2 middle-aged men with slick-back hair exited the cars, one wearing gold-rimmed glasses, a suit and leather shoes, while the other in a casual jacket, slightly chubby, with a kind face. Mateng's group went up to greet them, smiling and saying, "General Gong, General Sun, good morning." The middle-aged man in the suit and leather shoes was Gong Feizheng, the vice president of IDG, representing IDG at the meeting. The other middle-aged man in the jacket was named Sun Feng, the general manager of the telecommunication group's investment department. "Haha, you all are here really early. Has the delegation from Yifeng Company arrived?" Gong Feizheng asked with a smile. Mateng checked the time and replied, "I just made a call. They will be here soon." Sun Feng chuckled and said, "Ma General is indeed capable, bringing in new investments so quickly. Congratulations." Although there was a smile on his face, a hint of dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes. He was already discontent with Mateng. If Mateng's company failed, to more than $1 million invested in the company would be lost. Despite bringing in new investors and funds, if they couldn't resolve the revenue dilemma, the fundamental issue would remain unsolved. For investors like them, who didn't participate in the day-to-day operations, the most important aspect was the return on investment. If they couldn't recoup their investment, it would be considered a significant investment failure. Telecommunications and IDG had joint investments, and on this matter, they held the same opinion. While introducing new funds was acceptable, the fundamental goal was to increase the company's profit-making ability. Penguin Company had been established for almost 2 years, with most of the money spent on human resources and server expenses, yet a viable profit model had not yet been explored, leading to several failures. This made them deeply question Mateng and his team. Mateng apologized, saying, "The introduction of new funds is urgent. As long as we pass this difficult period, the company will improve." Gong Feizheng smiled ambiguously. Sun Feng nodded and said, "I hope so. By the way, I read through the investment plan this time. Is Yifeng Company really willing to sign the betting agreement?" "Yes, General Sun, they are quite sincere, and their company is also developing an internet product that seems to be popular. It appears that they have the capability to fulfill the betting agreement," Mateng replied. "It's good if they can deliver. I'm concerned they might be talking big, but it's fine. It's important to try things out to know the outcome." Sun Feng shrugged and smiled. He didn't really care about this $1 million investment. It was petty cash to him. He was more interested in seeing the new investors enhance Penguin Company's profit-making capability, which would increase the value of their equity. This way, when the time came to sell or transfer ownership, there would be potential buyers, and at least the investment wouldn't be lost. As they were chatting, a black Audi 100 sedan approached the hotel entrance. Everyone subconsciously looked towards the door. Two young men in white shirts and black trousers got out of the car. The valet took the keys to park the car, and the two young men quickly entered the hotel lobby. One of the young men, with a slick-back hairstyle, had a handsome face with a confident smile and a sparkling wristwatch. Ma Teng's eyes lit up as he quickly went to greet them, saying, "Welcome, welcome, welcome ye, brother, to Shenzhen. Ma General, I'm really sorry to have kept you waiting." "I'm not late, am I?" Yifeng asked with a hearty laugh. "Not at all. We just arrived too," Ma Teng replied, reaching out to shake Yifeng's hand warmly. Subsequently, Ma Teng introduced Yifeng to everyone around, and Yifeng shook hands with them, getting to know each other. Sun Feng scrutinized Yifeng with narrowed eyes. His first impression was that Yifeng was young, very young, probably in his early 20s. Although he dressed maturely, there was still some youthful look on his face. What surprised him was Yifeng's confidence and composure. A young man in his early 20s demonstrating such maturity was unexpected. "Ha ha, Yi General, I heard from Ma General that your computer business in Guangzhou is thriving. At such a young age, you've accomplished so much. It's truly admirable. This is all thanks to the guidance of you seniors. To be able to achieve a little success, one needs the support of those who came before. I cannot be considered as the new generation following in the footsteps of the older generation to pave the way." Yifeng's tone was confident and self-assured. Addressing them as seniors also indicated respect, enhancing the relationship between the two parties. Gong Faizan's eyes showed a hint of appreciation as he said, "Ha ha, Yi General is very kind. Business people should exchange and learn from each other. I'm also interested in the computer market. Let's find an opportunity to exchange ideas." His words were just light gestures. For IDG, a few $1 million were mere trifles, and interest in such matters was minimal. "That's no problem," Yifeng replied with a smile, not pursuing the topic further, thus ending the conversation. Sun Feng, on the other hand, was impressed. Having met many small company CEOs before, once they knew he was an investor, they would quickly switch gears to flattery, eager to go out for drinks and discuss investment matters immediately. Now, seeing Yifeng, Sun Feng realized he was different. Very confident, and this confidence appeared to be genuine, stemming from his actual capabilities. "Now that Yi General has arrived, let's go to the meeting room together." Ma Teng extended his hand in welcome. The group chatted and laughed as they walked to the designated meeting room. Ma Teng took the main seat, while Yifeng and Wang Tai sat on the right, and the others were seated on the left. Wang Tai was seeing this level of formality for the first time, and felt quite nervous, sweating in his palms. He whispered to Yifeng, "Brother Feng, do you need me to do anything later?" His voice was trembling. Yifeng patted his shoulder, reassuring in a soft tone, "No need to be so nervous. Just take your cue and light up when those two old generals start smoking." "Oh, I understand." Wang Tai took a deep breath to calm himself down completely. Out in a new environment, he didn't want to embarrass Yifeng. He needed to strengthen himself internally. Yifeng smiled and whispered, "That's right. Just treat it like a casual conversation. You can just listen on the side." Yifeng intentionally brought Wang Tai along to give him some practice. This way, when Wang Tai had to handle business discussions in the future, it would be a bit easier for him. "Shibei, distribute our proposal to everyone and let Yi General and I'll see the detailed details," Ma Teng instructed. Zhang Shibei stood up and distributed the documents to each person. The focus of this meeting was to confirm the investment plan, which included specific cash investment amounts and timing, the betting agreement, and more detailed information about Penguin Company, such as backgrounds, scale, major shareholders, teams, employees, products, operation details, and so on. All essential information that investors needed to understand. It took Yifeng over half an hour to carefully review the entire proposal, and it was largely as expected. From the financial statements and financial status, it was evident that Penguin Company was struggling to make ends meet, with significant outflows and mainly high costs related to human resources and server infrastructure. The server maintenance costs alone amounted to $200,000 per month. No wonder QQ had frequent breakdowns, while this maintenance cost looked high. It was relatively low considering QQ's vast user base. These past few months had indeed been the most challenging period for Penguin Company. As for the investment amount and timing, Yifeng had no objections. $1 million could be invested in a week. But regarding the clauses in the betting agreement, one condition stated that Yifeng only had the right to be a consultant to the company, and suggestions needed to be approved by Penguin Company's other partners. Yifeng knit his brows. Wasn't this compressing his operational space to the bare minimum? If he didn't have authority to make decisions or to get directly involved, there was a possibility that achieving the revenue target through betting would face unexpected obstacles. Because he wouldn't be able to control the push for specific projects and tasks, this was also disadvantageous for him to assert his power within Penguin Company. Ma Teng noticed Yifeng's expression and asked, "Yi General, do you have any thoughts on this proposal?" Setting the documents down on the table, Yifeng simply stated, "The other contents are acceptable, but this betting agreement is not." Menteng was also taken aback. After a while, he squinted his eyes and calmly asked Yifeng, "Yi, do you think there are some inappropriate terms in the gambling agreement?" A sense of gravity rose in his heart, feeling that Yifeng was not someone easy to deceive, with deep cunning. The meeting room fell quiet as Yifeng tapped on the table, producing a knocking sound that seemed to echo in the hearts of those present. "Yi, the gambling agreement states that I only have the right to be consulted on company affairs." "That's not right," stated Yifeng firmly. "If that's the case, why gamble with me? Is this gambling agreement still useful?" Yifeng stared unyieldingly at Menteng, neither showing any sign of compromise, chilling the once peaceful atmosphere of the meeting room. Sun Feng and Gong Feizhen exchanged a glance, both wise enough not to speak. They were just shareholders, lacking the right to meddle in the company's affairs. Moreover, they had no intention of getting involved in this matter, merely watching from the sidelines. However, Sun Feng glanced at Yifeng and found this young man quite intriguing and courageous. It was clear to Sun Feng that Yifeng had a single goal: power, the authority to have a voice within Penguin Company. When it came to their own interests, this young man dared to disrupt the subtle harmony between them, displaying a level of courage and audacity far beyond ordinary people. It required immense courage and daring to possess such determination. At this moment, Cheng Dan broke the silence and softly said, "Yi, we are concerned because you are new and still unfamiliar with the company's operations. If work is assigned to you impulsively, it may cause you trouble and affect the company's business." Although Cheng Dan's words seemed to be in Yifeng's favor on the surface, the underlying meaning was clear. You are not familiar with the company, so it's best not to get involved in specific affairs. Yifeng glanced at him and smiled. "Cheng, am I someone who is easily troubled?" The statement was made with a smile but effectively shut down any further comments from Cheng. Neither agreeing nor disagreeing with Cheng's words, Cheng was momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. Beside him, Sun Feng smirked, feeling Yifeng's strong presence. He was an investor and needed to assert his authority. Menteng's expression darkened slightly, but then he smiled and said, "Yi, I think after we have had some time to work together and you are more familiar with the company, we can discuss how to achieve the 10 million yuan in revenue, which is also our goal. In the future, we are a team, and I am definitely willing to let you take the reins." Menteng's word signaled his reluctance to yield, aiming to make Yifeng sign the agreement first and then discuss further participation in company affairs. It seemed he wanted to hold on to Yifeng for a while longer, not readily relinquishing authority. Yifeng smiled slightly. "Menteng, you make a valid point." Hearing this, the others relaxed slightly, the tension in the room dissipating. "Let's discuss investment matters in the future when I have had more time to understand your company," Yifeng said calmly. The others were taken aback by his statement. They had thought Yifeng had already compromised, but it turned out he was suggesting delaying or even not investing at all. And his stance was resolute. Sun Feng was surprised by Yifeng's audacity. What assurance did he have? Yifeng took out a hard drive from his bag, placed it on the table, and said with a smile, "This is the profit model I designed for QQ, but this model can only be implemented and executed by me personally. If I only have the right to be consulted, I cannot fully control the process, rendering this plan meaningless." After speaking, Yifeng packed up his belongings, glanced at those across the table, shrugged, and said, "It seems today may not be the best time for serious discussions. However, it's been a pleasure meeting all of you. If there's nothing else, I need to go back to handle company matters." His words implied that he was leaving the rest to deal with it themselves. Yifeng. Zhang Zhibei looked anxious and wanted to persuade Yifeng not to leave. He didn't want to miss this opportunity. Waiting another 2 months would risk the company's financial chain breaking. Sun Feng and Gong Feizhen were also extremely surprised. Could this matter be called off? Was Meng Tang really reluctant to let go? If no one took a step back in this conflict, it was impossible to continue the discussion. As Yi Feng was about to leave, the silent Meng Tang finally spoke. Yi, please wait. I've just thought about it. You're right, Yi. I believe in your abilities. You can surely create greater value for the company. I propose that Yi serves as the vice president of our company, in charge of the operations department, working with Lao Zheng. What do you think? Cheng Don's expression darkened, saying nothing. Zhang Zhibei nodded and said, I think it's feasible. Lao Zheng is most familiar with the company's operations, and you working together with Lao Zheng is the most suitable. Lao Zheng, initially stunned, responded, I will do my best in this new role. Sun Feng's eyes sparkled with a glint. Meng Tang yielded, relinquishing authority. Yi Feng's daring tactics had succeeded. It seemed that Penguin Company's financial situation was even worse than reported, in urgent need of new funds and profitable business development. For the survival of the company, Meng Tang was now willing to yield. With Meng Tang's concession, the hope for changing the profit situation now rested with Yi Feng. Previously, Yi Feng had seen the report about Zifeng Company. Aside from its computer business, Zifeng Company also planned to promote a software called 361 Computer Security Butler, the only software in the industry to use heuristic scanning technology. This software's profit model was clear and had great potential. Perhaps considering the 361 Computer Security Butler's potential, if QQ could collaborate with it, there might be hope. Sun Feng, thinking of this, suddenly said, Yi, Meng Tang is showing sincere intentions. I think it's time for Penguin Company to introduce some fresh blood and new vitality. Sun Feng's words were supportive of Yi Feng, an attempt to appease him. Even Sun Feng's words prompted Meng Tang to put on a warm smile and ask Yi Feng, I'll have Zhibei adjust the agreement now. What do you think? At that moment, all eyes turned to Yi Feng, waiting for his response. Yi smiled. Meng Tang, that's a good suggestion. Joining Penguin Company and becoming part of the team would be an honor for me. Meng Tang burst into laughter and said, ha ha, to have the approval of Yi is even more of an honor for us. I believe that with our future cooperation, we will be able to make QQ bigger and stronger. In the end, Meng Tang shook hands with Yi Feng, expressing gratitude for his trust and looking forward to fruitful cooperation. The room exuded a friendly and harmonious atmosphere, concealing countless schemes and calculations underneath. Both sides reached a cooperation agreement, and Sun Feng was also happy with the outcome. With new investments, the company's valuation will increase, and consequently, the equity value will be higher, which is advantageous for oneself. Ha ha. This is truly a cause for celebration. Such good news. How about we go grab a meal together later? Sun Feng suggested. Good. Zhibei, you go ahead and reserve a table for us. Order the food. Ma Teng turned to Zhang Zhibei. No problem. Zhang Zhibei replied cheerfully, then left the meeting room. After the discussion on business matters, everyone took their seats, and the waiters brought tea for them to enjoy while chatting. Sun Feng took out a cigarette, feeling the urge to smoke. Seeing this, Wang Tai immediately stood up and offered him a cigarette, saying, Come on, everyone, the official matters are over. Let's have a smoke. Sun Feng admired Wang Tai's gesture, thinking highly of this young man's capabilities. Under General Yi's leadership, all the subordinates are talented young individuals, ha ha. Sun Feng praised. Yi Feng, on the other hand, humbly commented, Wang Tai has always been my right-hand man. His ability to work and execute tasks is excellent. Upon hearing this, Wang Tai felt a sense of pride and excitement from the recognition of the two. Gong Feizhen also accepted a cigarette from Wang Tai, saying, Competence is crucial. Only with such capabilities can one achieve results. The young lad looked spirited and full of energy, very impressive. Everyone present was smoking, including Ma Teng. In Yi Feng's memory, Ma Teng was also an experienced smoker, and was quite fond of alcohol. He had no qualms about smoking or drinking. As they smoked and chatted, the conversation was more casual and avoided discussing business matters. Yi Feng understood that certain issues, especially specific details within the company, were challenging topics and not to be discussed in front of investors and shareholders. Discussing company issues in front of investors and shareholders would be foolish. Therefore, Yi Feng followed their lead in discussing other topics, such as food and popular travel destinations. After about 15 minutes, Jean Jibei returned to inform that the private room and the menu were all set, and they all proceeded to dine on the second floor of Shenwan Hotel. Yifeng thoroughly enjoyed the lunch, which turned out to be a simple gathering without any serious discussions. A bit of alcohol was served, but the main focus was on socializing due to the large number of people present. However, Sun Feng hinted a few times that he would like to meet Yifeng another time, which Yifeng readily agreed to. After the meal, they exchanged contact information, and Yifeng and Wang Tai bid farewell. Wang Tai drove back as Yifeng had consumed a fair amount of alcohol and needed to rest in the passenger seat. Hey, Fengjie, now you're officially the vice president of Coco. What are your plans for the future? Wang Tai exclaimed excitedly as he drove. Yifeng, with half-closed eyes, replying, of course, I will follow the plan and work accordingly. Coco has great potential and many opportunities to make money. They've only been established for less than 2 years and haven't fully explored their path yet. For example, within Coco's membership program, it's not just about providing benefits similar to internet cafe memberships that would just be criticized by users. It's about creating a system that adds value for the members, making them truly feel the distinction and privilege of being a Coco member, fulfilling their social needs successfully, Yifeng explained. Deep in thought, Wang Tai responded, Fengjie, I understand. So, it's about exploring the potential needs of the users. Yifeng nodded, smiling. Yes, as long as the demand is genuine, there will be a market, and thus, opportunities to make money. Haha. I get it now, Fengjie. Wang Tai suddenly brightened up. When the two returned to the school, it was already afternoon. Yifeng went back to the dorm and fell asleep immediately. He slept soundly until the early morning of the next day. Subconsciously, he picked up his phone and saw multiple missed calls from Gumuxi, along with text messages she had sent. Text message 1 from Gumuxi. Stinky Fun. How dare you not answer my calls? Humph. I was planning to go out and have fun this weekend. Forget it now. Text message 2 from Gumuxi. Hey, Stinky Fun. Why aren't you answering my calls? I've called you multiple times. What on earth are you doing? It's seriously annoying. Text message 3 from Gumuxi. HMPH tilde. This little lady is going to sleep now. I'll deal with you tomorrow. Text message 4 from Gumuxi. Ah, can't sleep. Stinky Fun. I miss you. As Yifeng read Gumuxi's messages, a sweet smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. This girl ... clearly misses me. Acts tough. But ... she won't be angry, right? Yifeng got up from his bed, glanced around the dorm room. It was still early, and all his dorm mates were still asleep. He took a cold shower to wake himself up, then went out of the dorm, intending to call Gumuxi, but was surprised to see her call coming in first. Startled, Yifeng answered the call. As soon as he put the phone to his ear, a loud voice came from the other end. Stinky Fun, you finally decided to answer my call. Tell me, where were you hanging out last night? Yifeng quickly moved the phone away from his ear to protect his eardrums. Hey little Zixi, don't be mad. I went to Shenzhen for work yesterday. Just work-related matters, Yifeng explained briefly. Gumuxi calmed down after listening. HMPH. Fine, but next time remember to tell me, otherwise, you made me worrying all night long. Yifeng felt a warmth inside him and reassured her. Alright, next time, I will definitely inform you beforehand. Today is Sunday. Why don't we go out on a date? I promised you last time. I'll buy you a few sets of clothes, Yifeng suggested, already imagining Gumuxi in a sailor suit, transforming into a cute high school girl. That image was truly amazing. His mouth nearly watered at the thought. On the phone, Gumuxi, upon hearing the date proposal, excitedly exclaimed, Great. I'll meet you downstairs in an hour. Haha. Then she hung up. On the other end, Gumuxi jumped out of bed in excitement, her long and slender legs kicking in the air. Chen Jiajia, seated at the table doing her makeup, saw her like this through the mirror and teased, who was talking about being furious last night? Who was planning to punish someone the next day? Why are you so happy just because of a date plan? Gumuxi blushed and pouted. What? Did I say something last night? Chen Jiajia. The changes that come over girls in love. It not only affects their intelligence, but also thickens their skin. She. What are you guys planning to do on your date? Chen Jiajia turned around curiously and asked. Gumuxi got off the bed, put on her shoes, and casually replied, Of course, we are going shopping for clothes. Stinky Fun said he would take me to buy a few new outfits. Just shopping for clothes. Is it that simple? Chen Jiajia looked skeptical. Gu Muxi rolled her eyes and said, yes, it's that simple. What else could we do? Idiot, what kind of date for young lovers is just shopping for clothes? Are you going out with your parents? Of course, we should do something more exciting and passionate, Chen Jiajia said seriously. At this moment, Ding Ying, who was helping out, sat up from the bed and raised her hand, saying, I know this one. Eating, shopping, watching a movie. That's what couples should do. Incorrect, Chen Jiajia directly denied. Huh, incorrect. Then what is the correct answer? Ding Ying looked puzzled. Gu Muxi also felt puzzled. She and Yifeng only had two things to do when going out: shopping and eating. She lacked the experience and didn't know what the correct answer was. Chen Jiajia stood up, patted her chest, and said, based on my experience from watching 18 romance dramas, when a guy asks a girl out, if they don't do something serious, can they justify their youth? Eating, shopping, watching a movie are just foreplay, and they lack technical content. The threshold is low, so many people use them. The correct answer should be, in a closed space, the two engage in intimate moments, such as a dance hall date. Imagine, in a dimly lit dance hall, two people gently holding each other, with soothing melodies in their ears, dancing gracefully to the rhythm. How warm and sweet that would be. Many female leads in romance dramas have dance scenes with the male lead. After sufficient foreplay, then, do what needs to be done. Ding Ying praised. Great idea. Jia, you are indeed the love guidance master of our dorm. Haha, to kind. I'm just an average student at a third-rate university. Chen Jia modestly responded. Gu Muxi chuckled and said, Love Master Chen Jia, where's your boyfriend then? Chen Jiajia's smile instantly faded. Oh, I don't even know if my boyfriend exists. What his name is? Bringing up this topic made Chen Jiajia resentful. She. But you have to listen to me this time. I guarantee it will be a hit and elevate your relationship, Chen Jiajia said solemnly. A hit? Elevate? Gu Muxi blinked in confusion. Chen Jiajia felt the idiom was off and continued. Well, let's call it a hit and 1,000 miles. Anyway, it will definitely ignite your feelings more. Gu Muxi. Jiajia, you're also a top student at a prestigious university. What kind of idiom is that? Ding Ying excitedly said. Hey, she. Those are minor issues. The key is Jiajia is right. I think a dance hall date is good. Really good. See? Xiaoying also thinks it's good. After you dance, you can find a nearby hotel, inn, or hotel. There are surely many around. Chen Jiajia chuckled. Go to a hotel? Why not just sleep in the dorm? There are beds there. Gu Muxi said bewilderedly. Chen Jiajia slapped her forehead, saying, Who said you go to a hotel just to sleep? Can't two young lovers, full of vigor, do things lovers do? By that time, the fire will be raging fiercely. To burning, intense burning, that's youth. Gu Muxi blushed as she understood what Chen Jiajia was implying, then spat out. What? I don't want that. Just thinking about it made her feel very embarrassed. HMPH, I won't bother with you. I'm going to get ready to go out. After saying that, she grabbed her clothes and rushed to the bathroom. When she came out, she was wearing a white shirt and jeans, giving off a hint of a 90s Hong Kong style. Oh, are you willing to wear new clothes today? Chen Jiajia joked. Gu Muxi blushed and retorted, Clothes are meant to be worn. Why wouldn't I wear them? After that, she sat at her desk and began to put on makeup. Gu Muxi didn't usually wear makeup as she found it bothersome. She only wore light makeup when going out with Yifeng. After spending nearly half an hour, she finished her makeup and stood up, saying, I'm off to have some fun. Okay. Chen Jiajia gestured with her hand. Gu Muxi had just walked out the door when something crossed her mind. She turned back and saw that everyone was busy with their own tasks, not paying attention to her. She tiptoed back, opened a drawer, put her ID in her wallet, and blushing, hurriedly left. Downstairs at the women's dormitory, Yifeng was waiting at the entrance. At that moment, a young man with a slick-back hairstyle walked over, holding a box of chocolates shaped like a heart. He stood not far from Yifeng, and they looked like door gods, with incoming female students casting doubtful glances at them. Hey, buddy, are you waiting for your girlfriend? The young man, bored out of his mind, struck up a conversation with Yifeng. Yeah, Yifeng casually responded. The young man approached and said with a smug smile, I'm also waiting for a girlfriend, a future girlfriend. Yifeng raised an eyebrow. A girlfriend is a girlfriend. Why future girlfriend? Gu Muxi's figure appeared at the dormitory entrance. Look, my future girlfriend is here. The young man, ecstatic, quickly adjusted his clothes. With his eyes fixed on Gu Muxi, his expression showed a hint of nervousness. When he saw Gu Muxi approaching, his heart raced with excitement. The goddess is coming to me. The young man rushed a few steps forward, offering the chocolates in his hand. Hi, Gu classmate, But Gu Muxi simply passed him by, diving straight into Yifeng's embrace. Morning. Stinky fun. Gu Muxi lifted her head and said sweetly. Snap. The young man froze in his spot, looking at Gu Muxi in Yifeng's arms, his heart shattered. Good morning, Shao. Yifeng lovingly patted her head. Let's go. Let's grab something to eat first. I'm hungry. Gu Muxi intimately linked arms with Yifeng, cooing. Sure. No problem. Yifeng nodded and then looked at the young man, saying, Buddy, this is my current girlfriend, and future as well. After that, Yifeng and Gu Muxi turned and walked away. Watching the two leave, the young man felt struck by lightning and sat on the ground. Oh no. Snowflakes fall. The north wind blows. The young man sat on the ground for a long time, with a dazed expression. Then he stood up again, clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and said, Yuan Hua. Will not give up. I will come back again. I will take you back with my own hands. Yes, I will take you back. A passing girl looked at him with a compassionate look as if he had a mental disorder. Is this person a bit crazy? On the other side, Yifeng and Gu Muxi were sitting in a food street, eating buns from a roadside stall. Zifeng, is your vegetable bun delicious? After finishing a char siu bun, Gu Muxi asked, if you want to eat, just say it. Here. Have this one. Yifeng smiled and stuffed the bun into her mouth. Gu Muxi took a big bite and mumbled, so tasty. Yifeng teased, you are such a glutton, eating your own and eyeing mine. I want to eat your bun. Any problem, said Gu Muxi, puffing out her chest and raising her chin in a coquettish manner. Ignoring her, Yifeng said, no problem, actually, I also want to eat your bun. I won't give it to you. HMPH, Gu Muxi protected her meat bun on the table to prevent Yifeng from taking it. Heh. One day I will definitely eat it. Yifeng licked his lips and smirked. Gu Muxi was puzzled, then looked at his expression and immediately said disdainfully, Yifeng, what kind of expression is that? So lascivious. Lascivious? Me? No way. Yifeng tried to act dignified. Gu Muxi casually asked, are you full? Do you want to order something else? No. I just want to eat buns, and two. Yifeng smiled and then loudly called out to the owner. Boss, 2 more meat buns, big ones. Gu Muxi laughed and said, stop it. Aren't all buns the same size? Yifeng chuckled. Nope, some are slightly bigger than yours. Bigger buns than mine. Gu Muxi glanced at him, and then looked down. Yifeng, you're asking for trouble. Don't be impulsive. Impulsiveness is the devil. Then I'm the devil's advocate. Don't run. Gu Muxi, wanting to playfully bite him. After leaving bite marks on Yifeng's hand, Gu Muxi finally let go contentedly. At that moment, the boss brought to meat buns. Here are the meat buns, young people. I picked the 2 largest ones. Yifeng took the buns, paid, and then raised them in front of Gu Muxi. Hey. They look about the same size. Gu Muxi pouted. Yifeng felt a chilling glare. Run away. Instantly, Yifeng jumped up and ran. Yifeng. Don't run. Face your fate. An hour later, in the city center, Tian shopping mall, Zihu. Don't be mad. Can I treat you to an ice stick? HMPH. No. Then, how about 2? That's more like it. Yifeng eventually persuaded her back by offering 2 ice sticks as compensation. Watching Gu Muxi happily licking the ice sticks, Yifeng couldn't help but laugh inwardly. Gu Muxi was so easy to please. Yifeng, what kind of clothes do you want to buy for me? Gu Muxi took a bite of the ice stick, finishing the first one, then asked. Hehe, you'll see, when we get there. It's in Tian shopping mall, Yifeng said mysteriously. What clothes? And why so mysterious? Not something shady, I hope. Gu Muxi blushed at the thought of the lace nightgowns she saw in TV dramas. And black stockings, but quickly dismissed the idea. Of course you can wear them out in public. Trust me, and you'll like it. Yifeng smiled. Really? Then let's go. Gumuxi was curious. Wait, you haven't finished eating yet. Finish first, Yifeng said. Gumuxi quickly finished the second ice stick. Okay, I'm done now. After they finished their ice sticks, they walked into a foreign trade store in Tiant shopping mall with Yifeng leading the way. The clothes I want to buy for you are in here, Yifeng said with a smile. Where are they? What kind of clothes? Gumuxi looked around but couldn't figure out the style from the various clothes displayed on the shelves. A saleswoman in a professional suit approached them and asked if they needed help. Please show us all the sailor suits you have. Yifeng smiled. Sure. Come this way, sir. The saleswoman was surprised that this seemingly not-so-rich young man was so generous. She led them to the sailor suit display area, where there were various styles of sailor suits, from short skirts to ultra-short skirts, to super short skirts. Yifeng was quite satisfied after a glance and said, Not bad. Wow, such pretty clothes. Gumuxi was pleasantly surprised to see sailor suits in person for the first time. Sir, this is our entire collection of sailor suits, the saleswoman emphasized. Yifeng nodded and then said to Gumuxi, Zihui, I'll pick a few sets for you to try on. Huh, you're picking from me? Gumuxi was puzzled. What? You doubt your boyfriend's taste? Yifeng joked. All right, pick for me then, as long as I like it, Gumuxi said confidently. Don't worry, you'll definitely like what I pick, Yifeng said seriously. _author's note. The translation may not be entirely accurate, as it is a literal translation of the text provided. Stinky fun, do I look good? Gumuxi looked at Yifeng, who had a dazed expression, and asked again. Yifeng came to his senses and praised. You look great, very beautiful, heh. I also think this style of clothing looks good, but the skirt seems a bit short. Gumuxi shyly grabbed the hem of her skirt. It was the first time she wore such a short skirt, almost reaching her thighs. She walked out of the dressing room and looked at herself in the full-length mirror, feeling joyful. Yifeng walked up to her, chuckled softly, and said, Silly girl, these clothes, just wear them for me in the future, heh. Gumuxi blushed and glared at him, saying, Humph, bad guy. What are you thinking in your head? Guess a big-headed ghost. You pervert. Well, I am truly honored to receive that title. Stinky fun, you have thick skin, huh? Do I have skin? I don't even care about my face. Haha tilde okay. You win. At that moment, the female sales assistant walked over, exclaiming, Sir, your girlfriend looks so beautiful in this outfit. I've been selling clothes here for 3 years, and your girlfriend is the most beautiful girl I've ever seen. The sales assistant's continuous praises made Gumuxi feel embarrassed. Stinky fun, should we buy this outfit? Gumuxi raised her head and asked. Buy it. Of course, buy it if you like it, Yifeng readily agreed. Really? That's great. Gumuxi hugged him happily, like a child who had just received a new toy. Yifeng patted her head affectionately and said, I'm your boyfriend. I'll spoil you. Who else would? The female sales assistant watching them couldn't help but smile. Such a sweet couple. Envious of their love, Yifeng then picked out 5 different colored sailor suits for Gumuxi. The skirts were knee-length, similar to what she used to wear. Gumuxi tried on each set, stunning everyone every time she appeared from the dressing room. She liked all these styles, and Yifeng bought them on the spot. Gumuxi also picked out a few sets she liked, and Yifeng bought them without a word. When it came time to pay, the cashier was shocked. A total of 20 new outfits, including sailor suits and other trendy casual wear. Skirts. Sir, your total is 13,000 yuan. The female cashier respectfully handed over the bill. Gumuxi was taken aback by the amount, and quickly grabbed Yifeng's arm, saying, Stinky fun, this is too expensive. Shall we go to the wholesale market and buy again? 13,000 yuan was enough to cover several years of expenses for an ordinary family. She had never spent so much money in her life, and all at once. Yifeng cheekily teased her. Don't worry. With my millions in wealth, this amount is nothing. Besides, what's the point of earning money if you don't spend it? Save it for the afterlife. Yifeng paid with his card and left the address for the shop to deliver later. As they left the store, hand in hand, they continued strolling the streets, buying various snacks for lunch and finding a quiet spot in a nearby park. Stinky fun, open your mouth. Why? I'll feed you a fishball. Gumuxi fed a fishball to Yifeng. He chewed for a moment and chuckled. What kind of fishball is this? Clearly just dough with some seasoning powder. Fake. No wonder it's so cheap. Gumuxi rolled her eyes at him and teased. And you can tell the difference. Exaggerated. Making yourself sound like you eat abalone all the time. Yifeng smiled without commenting. Abalone. He had eaten his fill of top-grade dried abalone in the past. Little Zixi, let's exchange our food. Yifeng eyed her fishball. Although it was fake, it tasted quite good. Gumuxi quickly guarded her food. Warily watching him and asked, what do you want to exchange? I'll give you a grilled sausage. You give me a fishball. I want to eat your abalone ball. Yifeng dangled a fragrant grilled sausage in front of her. Gumuxi's eyes lit up, licked her lips, and said, deal, but you can only exchange one sausage for 2 balls. Deal. Give it to me. Yifeng chuckled. The two exchanged their food, and Gumuxi took a bite of the sausage, thoroughly enjoying it. Wow. Little Zixi, your mouth is so small, yet you can eat so much. Yifeng exclaimed in surprise. HMPH, of course, even if it's small. This lady can eat a lot. Gumuxi proudly retorted. Looks can be deceiving, and one should not judge a person's capacity by their appearance. Yifeng praised. As they chatted and savored the snacks, they soon finished all the treats, ending with 2 cans of cola. Gumuxi, feeling full and content, patted her stomach. I'm full. Heh. Little Zixi, after eating, what should we do? Yifeng smirked, asking mischievously. What? Little Zixi, what do you want to do? I don't want to do anything. Just relax. Well, I want to do something. What? Lie down and relax. With that, Yifeng lay down and rested his head on her slender legs. Gumuxi blushed and scolded. HMPH, Stinky Feng. Why do you always lie on my legs? Shameless. Heh. It's comfortable lying here. Yifeng replied shamelessly. Gumuxi smiled sweetly, allowing him to lie down and even helping him scratch his head. Hey, Stinky Feng, how come you have a white hair? Gumuxi noticed a white strand in Yifeng's hair and plucked it gently. Maybe I've been a bit tired lately. Yifeng yawned, feeling drowsy. You're always busy with work, not resting properly. I heard from Wang Tai that you stay up late coding at night. Gumuxi pouted, feeling concerned. 361 software is about to launch. There's a lot to do. Can't help it. Yifeng smiled. He had been busy with work lately, also traveling to Shenzhen to discuss collaborations. It was indeed tiring, and he hadn't rested properly for a while. But seeing his business thriving, he felt a sense of accomplishment. Even if it happened again, Yifeng believed he could reach the peak once more. You look tired. Why don't you rest for a while? Gumuxi massaged his head gently, showing care. Heh. Okay. Yifeng closed his eyes, enjoying the gentle massage. After a while, Yifeng fell asleep unknowingly, breathing softly. The autumn breeze rustled, a few dry leaves fell, and the trees whispered. Everything was quiet and beautiful. Gumuxi watched Yifeng's slightly furrowed brows and gently smoothed them out with her hand. Yifeng seemed to be dreaming something pleasant, with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Gumuxi also smiled, sweet and genuine. Sleeping Stinky Feng looked quite cute indeed. Time passed slowly, and Yifeng slowly opened his eyes, feeling groggy and disoriented, unsure of how long he had been asleep. He turned his head and saw Gumuxi eating a bag of small steamed buns, making crunchy sounds. Are you awake? Did I wake you up with my eating? Gumuxi asked, unclearly. Yifeng sat up, rubbing his temples and smiled. No, I woke up on my own. Zixi, have you been here the whole time? Gumuxi gave him a white look and said, you were lying on my leg, where else could I go? Oops. My leg fell asleep. Gumuxi suddenly felt his legs going numb, probably from being pressed for too long, causing a rapid flow of blood. Yifeng looked apologetic and quickly helped her massage her legs. Gumuxi blushed, quickly pulling away Yifeng's hand. Embarrassed, I can do it myself. When Yifeng's hand pressed against hers, she felt a sensation like being shocked, and goosebumps rose all over her body. Hey, let me help you. Yifeng smirked and reached out his hand. Gumuxi patted his hand, blushing like an apple, saying, I don't need it. Zixi, how long have I been asleep? Yifeng chuckled, asking. Not long, less than an hour. Gumuxi glanced at the time on her phone. Yifeng sighed. I thought I slept for a long time. They had both relaxed and enjoyed their time together in the park. After strolling in the park, Gumushi proposed to go explore other places in the shopping district. She had initially planned for a ballroom date with Yifan, but was unsure of how to bring it up. So, she decided to pretend to stumble upon a nearby place and drop a hint to Yifan casually. "Well, since you're feeling better, shall we go for a walk? Maybe to the park," Gumushi suggested. Yifan agreed, and they held hands as they continued to explore. They chatted, laughed, and enjoyed each other's company like any other couple in the park, creating a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. There were no conflicts of interest or emotional entanglements, just the two of them enjoying each other's company. As they roamed around the park, Gumushi led the way, subtly hinting at a direction. Sensing her intentions, Yifan asked quietly, "Zishi, where are you taking me?" Trying to cover up her true intentions, Gumushi replied, "Oh, nowhere specific, just wandering around." However, Yifan, keen and perceptive, could tell that she was hiding something. "Oh, really? I don't believe you," Yifan teased. Gumushi, caught off guard, blushed and finally confessed, "Yes, I wanted to go to the ballroom. Care to join me?" "Sure. Why not? I'm curious too." Yifan smiled. They eventually arrived at the entrance of a dance hall, where Gumushi pretended to be surprised, suggesting they go in to explore. Upon buying tickets, they entered the dance hall hand in hand, where loud music greeted them, and they found themselves amidst the lively atmosphere of the dance floor. The scene was somewhat different from what they had imagined, more reminiscent of a rural stage than a modern nightclub. Despite the unconventional setting, they decided to join the dancing couples and had a good time trying out their dance moves. Half an hour later, Yifan couldn't help it and dryly chuckled, "Zishi, how about we take a break for a while?" "Huh, resting so soon?" Gumushi asked in surprise, not even out of breath. "If we don't rest soon, my foot will be swollen from you stepping on it." Yifan rolled his eyes. "How? My bad." Gumushi felt embarrassed. Yifan said, "Can you move your foot away from mine now?" Gumushi looked down and saw her foot was stepping on Yifang's, so she quickly moved it. "Accident. It's all an accident." "Yishao, do you think I have no talent for dancing and I'm clumsy?" Yifan twitched his mouth, thinking to himself, "Yes." But on the surface, he comforted her. "Don't be discouraged. Nobody is perfect. It's normal if there are things you can't do. With more practice, you might be able to do it." Gumushi couldn't help but reveal a sweet smile. "You're really good at comforting people. Let's take a break over there." The two walked to the nearby resting area, ordered to colas, and took a break. Suddenly Yifang's phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was a call from Wang Tai. "Hello, TZ, what's wrong?" Funjie. Something big happened. Ting'an was stabbed. He's currently undergoing emergency treatment at the People's Hospital. Upon hearing this, Yifan was struck as if by lightning, stunned on the spot. The sudden bad news made his heart fall into an abyss. "What? Ting'an was stabbed?" "Yes, I just received a call from the hospital. The doctor said the injuries are quite severe. Emergency surgery is ongoing." The doctor confirmed from the wound that it was a stab wound. Yifeng's face turned pale in an instant, but years of tempering made him quickly calm down. He must remain calm, collected. He can't panic. "TZ, we need to hurry to the People's Hospital, right now. Also, don't tell Nana about this for now. If Nana asks, just say her brother is on a business trip," Yifan said, in a deep voice. "All right, I'll leave immediately." "Funjie, see you at the hospital," Wang Tai said, and hung up. Gumushi saw Yifang's sudden change. It must be something serious, so she asked nervously, "What happened to Stinky Fan? You mentioned what happened to Han Ping'an. Is there some kind of trouble?" Yifang's face darkened. He stood up and said, "Ping'an was injured and admitted to the hospital. The situation is critical. I have to go there. Zixi, you go back to the school and wait for me." With that, Yifan turned and ran out of the dance hall like a sprinter. Gumushi couldn't help but feel nervous, her palms sweating. "Stinky Fan, please be careful." 10 minutes later, Yifan arrived at the People's Hospital by taxi. As soon as he got out of the car, he headed straight to the emergency room. Wang Tai was already waiting at the entrance. "Funjie." Wang Tai stood up to greet him. "How is the situation?" Yifan asked in a deep voice. "Just now the doctor said the situation is stable, but he lost a lot of blood, and he's still unconscious." Wang Tai gritted his teeth. Damn it, who would be so ruthless to Ping An? If I catch him, I would skin him alive. Wang Tai cursed loudly, hitting the wall with his fist. Yifeng's eyes also flashed with anger, but he didn't let the rage cloud his judgment like Wang Tai did. How much is the surgery cost for Ping An? Yifeng asked calmly. The doctor said it will cost about 30,000 yuan. Wang Tai replied. Yifeng took out a bank card from his wallet and handed it to Wang Tai. You go pay first, then have the hospital arrange the best private ward for Ping An and hire 2 nurses for him. As long as he gets better, money is not a problem. The card's password is my birthday. Wang Tai took the bank card, nodded, and went to make the payment. Shortly after, Yifeng sat down by the emergency room door, waiting. 3 hours later, the sun had set, and the emergency room door opened again. The attending doctor came out, seeing Yifeng and Wang Tai approaching. Are you Han Ping An's family? Yes. How is he now? Yifeng hurriedly asked. The doctor took off his mask, sighed deeply, and said, the surgery was successful. The patient is out of danger now. Fortunately, he was brought in on time. Any later, and he would have lost too much blood. The patient had a total of 18 stab wounds, 2 of which hit vital organs, piercing major arteries. Very dangerous. Yifeng heard that Han Ping An had 18 stab wounds all over his body. His mind buzzed. He was stunned. 18 stab wounds. Han Ping An was stabbed 18 times. 18 times. Damn it. Yifeng's anger was difficult to contain. He clenched his fists, nails digging deep into his flesh, drawing blood. Whoever did this, they will pay 100-fold price sooner or later. Yifeng always considered Han Ping An as his brother, and now, seeing Ping An suffer such a calamity, his anger was beyond words. Doctor, when can he wake up? Yifeng asked hoarsely. It might take at least a day for him to wake up. Thankfully, except for those 2 critical wounds, the others are superficial, not too deep. This is like a lucky break in a stroke of misfortune. The doctor replied. After waking up, the patient will need at least a month of rest. Yifeng felt relief hearing this, nodded, and said, I understand. Thank you so much, doctor. It's nothing. You can go to his room later. He will be transferred there. Now I have other matters to attend to. Saying that, the doctor left. Wang Tai wanted to ask more about the specific situation, but the doctor had already walked far away. Yifeng turned to Wang Tai and said, TZ, get 1,000 yuan in cash, put it in an envelope, and give it to the doctor who just left. Ask him to take good care of Ping An. Oh, I understand. I'll do it right away. Wang Tai looked enlightened. Sometimes money can be effective. At that moment, Han Ping An was wheeled out of the emergency room by the medical staff, with Yifeng and Wang Tai following to a private ward. In the ward, the female nurse specially instructed not to disturb the patient's rest. Yifeng and Wang Tai had to stand by the bedside, watching Han Ping An, who lay on the bed with various tubes inserted, his face as pale as paper. The atmosphere in the ward was tense. No one spoke. Yifeng watched Han Ping An on the bed, feeling a sharp pain in his heart. After a while, he whispered, TZ, let's go outside. Let Ping An rest well. Yes. Fungi ... Wang Tai clenched his teeth. The burning anger had nowhere to vent. The 2 left the ward and sat on chairs at the entrance. Where was Ping An stabbed? Yifeng asked in a deep voice. The doctor said it was at Donchi Shopping Mall in University Road. Wang Tai replied, taking out a cigarette from his pocket, but he remembered they were in a hospital and put it back. Yifeng pondered for a moment and said, Ping An must have encountered trouble at the internet cafe. You're renovating. He goes there every day to supervise the progress of the renovation. Let's go. Let's pull the surveillance footage at the internet cafe. Wang Tai asked in confusion. Funche, shouldn't we report this to the police first? Report to the police. If the police catch the culprit, it would be too easy for them. A trace of killing intent flashed in Yifeng's eyes. Wang Tai was shocked. He understood Yifeng's thoughts. Just as they were about to leave, 2 policemen walked towards them. You 2, stop right there. 2 police officers hurried over to Yifeng, one of them a middle-aged policeman with a look of surprise on his face. Mr. Yi, I didn't expect to run into you here. Officer Zhou, hello. Yifeng greeted calmly. The officer in front of him was the one who had helped him with the Zhaoxinji arson case last time. Zhou Guofeng glanced at Yifeng and smiled. Mr. Yi, what a coincidence. My first case in the University Row area happens to involve you. Yifeng chuckled. Maybe. I'm just too unlucky. Officer Zhou, are you here to investigate this case? Zhou Guofeng nodded. We received a report from the public that someone was injured near Dongqi Plaza. Blood everywhere at the scene. The person has been taken to the hospital, and I rushed over after finishing the on-site investigation. I have already inquired about the extent of the injuries with the doctor. The victim is still unconscious, but the investigation continues. Mr. Yi, is the victim someone related to you? Yifeng reply, he's an employee of my company, named Han Ping'an. Yifeng then briefly explained Han Ping'an's information. After Zhou Guofeng finished recording, he asked, has Han Ping'an offended anyone recently? Or have you offended anyone lately? Yifeng pondered for a moment, shook his head, and calmly said, no, Ping'an is usually quiet and has been busy with work recently, not interacting with many people. I just want to mind my own business. As we say, good manners lead to good business. I wouldn't easily offend anyone. A young police officer named Shaoli beside him asked, if there has been no offense, how come your employee was attacked for no reason? Yifeng shrugged, replying casually, I don't know either. This is something I hope you two officers can find out, to bring justice for us. After a brief silence, Zhou Guofeng asked, I saw that the site was under renovation and there are surveillance cameras, but the control room is locked. We can check the surveillance footage if we can get the key. Would you go back to check? Yifeng shook his head. The key is with Han Ping'an, and we don't know where he's put it. Besides, the internet cafe might just have cameras installed, not a formal system yet. I'm not sure about the details. We need to go back to the store to find out. If not, we can only break the door open, Zhou Guofeng said, gazing at Yifeng sincerely. Mr. Yi, please go and check. If there's surveillance footage, it would be helpful for our investigation. Please hand it over to us as soon as possible. You have my number. Feel free to contact me anytime. I understand, Officer Zhou. I will inform you promptly if there are any other clues. Yifeng nodded and replied, I will go back to check now, Officer Zhou. Let's keep in touch. With that, Yifeng exchanged a look with Wang Tai, bid farewell, and left. Zhou Guofeng watched Yifeng's departing figure with a slight frown. As a veteran in law enforcement, his intuition told him that the young man seemed to be hiding something. Shaoli, have you retrieved the surveillance footage from the mall? Shaoli hesitated for a moment, then replied, when we arrived, Li Jie said he had already gone to retrieve it. It should be back in the office soon. All right, let's go back. Inform the nurse to call me as soon as the patient wakes up, Zhou Guofeng instructed. Got it, boss. I understand. Shaoli nodded. Yifeng and Wang Tai arrived at the second floor of Dongqi Plaza, at Zifeng Internet Cafe. The entrance had already been cordoned off, but the police had left after collecting evidence, leaving an empty space inside. They crossed the police line and entered the Internet Cafe, seeing overturned tables and chairs, a mess all around with large bloodstains on the floor. From the scene, it was easy to imagine how brutally Han Ping'an was attacked at that time. It was simply horrifying. The more Yifeng looked, the darker his expression turned. Damn it, Feng. I want to tear them apart. Wang Tai couldn't contain his anger, his eyes red with fury. Calm down first, go open the door to the control room, Yifeng hoarsely instructed. The control room was a separate room behind the counter, and it was locked, so the police couldn't get in. Wang Tai took out a key and opened the door, and both of them entered the control room. Yifeng activated the computer, skillfully accessing the surveillance system, and pulled up the footage from the time of the incident. The footage showed Han Ping'an entering the internet cafe at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, with 3 construction workers still inside. After a while, 5 figures walked in, dressed in flashy clothes, with one of them having dyed blonde hair. Some carried iron rods, others unsheathed large shiny knives. Upon entering, the 5 men immediately began attacking Han Ping'an without a word. The 3 construction workers were scared and fled, fearing for their safety, running out of the internet cafe in a hurry. In the internet cafe lobby, Han Ping'an picked up a wooden plank from the ground and fiercely fought back against the 5 men. Despite his brave resistance, grabbing one of the men and hitting him aggressively, overwhelmed by outnumbered opponents with knives, Han Ping'an was soon knocked down, lying in a pool of blood. The man with blonde hair didn't stop there, delivering several more blows to Han Ping'an's back before finally stopping. After knocking down Han Ping'an, the 5 men went on a rampage, smashing everything in the internet cafe before leaving calmly. A while later, passers-by found Han Ping'an lying in a pool of blood and carried him out. Watching the scenes on the surveillance footage, Yifeng's eyes turned bloodshot, his anger erupting like a volcano, shaking with fury. Every slash in the surveillance footage seemed to be cutting into his heart. Damn it! I want to kill them! Wang Tai, in a fit of rage, pounded the table uncontrollably, wishing to grab a knife and act on this fury immediately. Yifan remained silent, watching the footage again, this time pausing second by second to find the clearest image of the faces of the 5 attackers. Sure enough, after a while, Yifan identified 2 familiar faces among the attackers. It's them. Fan, who are they? Wang Tai asked, leaning in closer as he noticed the 2 faces in the surveillance footage, his anger escalating further. Damn it, it's these 2 little bastards. The 2 people in the footage were the same hooligans who had robbed Han Ping'an earlier, and had been reprimanded by Yifan and Wang Tai, with Han Ping'an stabbing them. Damn it, they must have come for revenge against Ping'an. Wang Tai exclaimed angrily. Yifeng's voice turned solemn. They might not just be targeting Ping'an. If it's solely about revenge, they wouldn't have smashed the internet cafe and continued to attack after injuring him but would have fled. There's more to this than just revenge against Ping'an. It seems our internet cafe has been targeted. Wang Tai expressed shock, asking, Fan, by who? With a cold glint in his eyes, Yifan replied, whoever it is, the priority now is to find these brats. If they dare to touch my brother, they will pay an even greater price. Fan Jie, how do we pull out these little bastards? Wang Tai asked in a deep voice. Yifan pondered for a moment and said, last time I had dinner with Boss Ning, he mentioned knowing some shady people who do business. Whether they're white or black, they need to be contacted. Those who do business can't stay clean. Must tread the gray area, establish connections in every way. I'll contact Boss Ning tomorrow to ask for introductions. These few people are so arrogant, there must be someone backing them up. If we know where they used to hang out, or who's behind them, we might be able to find them. Although there's no absolute certainty, I have to do it. Wang Tai nodded, then looked down at the monitor and asked, Fan Jie, what about this surveillance disc? Yifan calmly said, keep it for now. If we can't solve it within 3 days, we'll hand it over to Officer Zhou. Got it. I understand. Wang Tai nodded solemnly. Yifan took out a cigarette from his pocket and handed one to Wang Tai. TZ, do you know why I wanted to bring you out to do this? Wang Tai scratched his head and said naively, because we're brothers. Yifan looked at him, blew out a smoke ring, and in a hoarse voice said, yes, we are brothers. Ping'an is too. Now Ping'an is still lying in the hospital bed. If I don't avenge him, who will? This debt must be repaid. At night, in the Emperor KTV box of the dynasty, a dozen young people were drinking, playing games, smoking, and the box was filled with smoke. Ha ha. Come on. Drink up. A young man with a gold chain raised his glass and said, revealing two gold teeth as he smiled. Ma Feng quickly stood up, toasted, and said, hey, Gold Tooth Shay, I toast to you. You really vented your anger today. Damn it, that kid stabbed me last time. My leg still hurts. Gold Tooth chuckled. It was just a casual thing. I was just doing what Boss Da asked me to do, and happened to run into that kid. Tough luck for him. Gold Tooth Shay, you're like a brother to me. Today you're really fierce. From now on, wherever you lead, I won't go the opposite way. Ma Feng flattered, pouring more alcohol for him. Another young man in torn bell-bottoms next to him asked, Gold Tooth Shay, won't that kid be killed by us? He was worried about causing a death that would alert the police. What's there to fear? With Boss Dai backing us, you don't have to worry. Worst case, spend some money to find a scapegoat. It's not the first time. I'm still doing well, right? Ha ha. Gold Tooth waved, unconcerned. Currently, getting someone else to take the blame was a common practice. Spend some money, serve a few years or a decade, get tens of thousands of dollars, shorten the sentence with more money, and get out eventually. Working a year couldn't earn even 10,000, and they could never earn as much as they would in prison in a lifetime. Yet, a hammer, you have nothing to fear. Boss Dai has a lot of influence. He's got us covered. Ma Feng confidently smiled. Heh, that's good. That's good. From now on, we'll follow Boss Dai. Follow Gold Tooth Shay. A hammer grinned. At that moment, the box door opened. A middle-aged man in a black jacket and glasses walked in, followed by two strong men. Gold Tooth quickly stood up to greet the newcomer, happily exclaiming, Hey Boss Dai. Hello, Boss Dai. Other young men also got up to greet, Hello, Boss Dai. Ma Feng saw Dai Maokai arrive and felt admiration. The man in front of him had a lot of control in the area near the University Road, with many connections. Dai Maokai, the boss of Mapson Company, mainly a private lending company, focusing on lending business, and running to internet cafes around the University Road. The cash flow from the internet cafes was invested in the lending business, making a lot of profit in recent years. Hehe, you guys keep playing. I'll talk to Gold Tooth about something. Dai Maokai pushed his glasses and smiled kindly to the young people. Gold Tooth felt pleased. He must have done well, and the boss was about to reward him. Hehe. Boss Dai, if you have anything to say, a phone call to me would be enough. No need for you to come all this way. Gold Tooth flattered. Dai Maokai nodded, gesturing for him to leave the box. In the lounge outside the box, Dai Maokai stood with his hands behind his back, looking up at the neon light. Gold Tooth also glanced at it but didn't see anything. Boss Dai, do you have any instructions? Dai Maokai turned around, stared at him, and calmly asked, I told you to go mess up the internet cafe. What did you do? I didn't do anything. Just helped a couple of brothers teach a kid who didn't know any better a lesson. Gold Tooth replied honestly, taken aback. Dai Maokai's eyes flashed with anger. He glared at him, then slapped him across the face. Smack. The slap landed solidly on Gold Tooth's face, leaving him dazed and confused. F***ck. Teaching a lesson? You almost killed someone. You idiot. If someone hadn't told me, were you planning to hide it from me? Dai Maokai grabbed his collar, his face fierce and menacing. Stunned by the slap, Gold Tooth took a while to regain his senses. Boss, I didn't think it was anything serious, so I wanted to tell you later. Dai Maokai pushed him out, glaring at him, scolded, You've grown wings, haven't you? How dare you act on your own behind my back? Do you know the police are already investigating this case? Are you not using your brain when you act? FCK, what's in your head other than women's chatter? You dare to act recklessly in the business sector, and in broad daylight. Damn it, do you have a pig brain? Are you? Dai Maokai's anger escalated as he continued. He went over to smack his head repeatedly, scolding him as he did so. Gold Tooth could only shrink back in the chair, hands protecting his head, enduring Dai Maokai's hits and scolding. After a few minutes, Dai Maokai's anger subsided, and he stopped hitting. Did you bring some people to attack someone? Gold Tooth still had his hands on his head. Weakly reply, I brought 3 brothers, and those 2 minions. Dai Maokai gave him a stern look and scolded, a bunch of idiots. Stop fooling around tonight. All of you, stay in the company's dormitory for a period of time, and stay out of sight. Gold Tooth looked down, dutifully replying, Yes, Boss Dai, I'll take them back soon. But Boss Dai, I don't think there's much to worrying about. That kid used to be a scavenger. Even though he got a job, we should be the ones afraid, right? It shouldn't be a big deal, right? Dai Maokai poked him on the head, scolded, Are you stupid? If the police find out about you all, won't I be implicated? You better stay honest with me. F***ck. Early the next day, Yifeng took sick leave from his instructor and went directly to find Ning Fei Peng. At the Electronic Science Building, Ning Fei Peng's office, Yifeng entered carrying 2 boxes of precious tea leaves. He saw Ning Fei Peng already waiting with tea brewing. Haha, good morning Ning Jie. I'm sorry to bother you so early in the morning, Yifeng said with a loud laugh as he approached. Ning Fei Peng stood up to greet him. No bother at all. I have nothing much to do today. I'm happy you came to drink tea with me. And you always bring me tea whenever you come. Are you treating me as an outsider? Yifeng chuckled and said, This is the last batch of Westlake Longjing before autumn. Are you sure you don't want some? Wow, you can get your hands on this. Since you brought it, of course, I want it. I won't be polite, Ning Fei Peng said as he accepted the gift. Yifeng sat down and handed Ning Fei Peng a cigarette, lighting it for him. Ning Fei Peng smiled and asked, Yi, you called me last night and came to see me so early this morning. There must be something on your mind, right? I guess it's not a small matter. Yifeng, with a serious tone, replied, after taking a deep drag from his cigarette, Indeed, there is something. I need your help. In my company, there is a guy named Han Tengan. Yifeng continued. Ning Fei Peng nodded, saying, I remember him. He's the quiet one. Seems reliable. What happened to him? Yifeng's voice lowered as he said, He was severely injured yesterday afternoon, and he's still unconscious. Ning Fei Peng was shocked and his anger evident in his voice. This. How did it happen? Yifeng then explained the situation to Ning Fei Peng. After hearing it all, Ning Fei Peng slammed the table in anger. These people are outrageous, daring to attack and harm someone openly in broad daylight. Despicable. Suddenly, a horrifying thought crossed Ning Fei Peng's mind. Could it be that Yifeng intended to handle this matter himself instead of going to the police? What do you plan to do? If you need help, just tell me. Yifeng was grateful for Ning Fei Peng's friendship and willingness to assist. You mentioned some friends in the underground world of Guanxi. I want to investigate those people, and then, if it's about money, money is not a problem. I can offer 2 or 3 times the amount if needed, Yifeng said, his eyes glinting with cold determination. I just want them dead. This vendetta had to end. Yifeng believed he had encountered similar situations before in his shady dealings and knew that sometimes being ruthless was necessary. Ning Fei Peng, seeing Yifeng's steely gaze, couldn't help feeling a chill. Yifeng had been provoked, and those who dared provoke him would likely face dire consequences. I know someone who might help you, but it will come at a cost, Ning Fei Peng said, after a moment of contemplation. Oh, who? Yifeng inquired. Yan Wan, Yan Zubing. Ning Fei Peng said, in a low voice. Yifeng was surprised to hear that name, having only heard rumors about Yan Zubing, rumored to have 3 eyes on his forehead, with the 3rd eye capable of causing death with just a glance. Yifeng thought such legends were exaggerated, but the fact that even he had heard of Yan Zubing suggested his notoriety in the underworld. Do you know him? Yifeng asked in disbelief. Hey. I got into a scuffle at his bar with some drunkards, and when Yan Zubing stepped in, he broke their legs and threw them out. Since then, I frequented his bar with friends, so I've met him a few times, but our relationship isn't deep. Ning Fei Peng explained. To get him to help, it will cost quite a bit, and it depends on his willingness, Ning Fei Peng added. Money is not a problem, Yifeng asserted. Seeing Yifeng's determination, Ning Fei Peng realized this was a task that must be done. Wait here, I'll give him a call to see if he's available to meet. If he is, we'll go to his place, Ning Fei Peng said before making the call. After a while, Ning Fei Peng returned with a pleased expression, saying, He's available now. If you want to meet him, we have to go to his house. Yifeng stood up, eager to address the matter promptly to avoid complications. Let's go now. I know where his house is, Ning Fei Peng said, preparing to leave. Before exiting, Yifeng asked, how many people are at Yan's house? 4. His family of 4. Plus a maid. His elderly father also resides there, and their child is around 4 or 5 years old. Why do you ask? Ning Fei Peng replied. Of course, I have to bring gifts. Can't go empty-handed, right? Yifeng chuckled. Ning Fei Peng, realizing his oversight, said, oh, right, we should bring something. As they left the office together, Yifeng appeared deep in thought, already considering how to approach dealing with such influential figures. While Yifeng had dabbled in underground dealings before, this was his first time being involved with a legendary figure. Nevertheless, he knew he had to proceed. This feud and grudge must be settled. At noon, Golden Bay District. Ning Fei Peng drove with Yifeng and arrived at the entrance of the community. The community had security guards and strict access control, indicating a relatively high level of security. Yifeng wasn't surprised to see Yan Zubing living in such a community, as there were also people from the establishment living here, making it one of the few high-end communities in the city. Living here was safer than living in a standalone villa. Buddy, let's go, Ning Fei Peng said with a smile as he closed the car door. Yifeng nodded and picked up a large bag of gifts. The two arrived at the community entrance, where after the security guards made a phone call to confirm their visit, they were allowed to enter. Before long, they reached Yan Zubing's door. Ning Fei Peng rang the doorbell, and after a while, an elegant lady opened the door. She had wavy hair and a full figure. Hello, sister-in-law, Ning Fei Peng greeted with a bow. Madam. Yifeng smiled slightly and greeted. Their relationship with Yan Zubing was different, so their way of addressing was also distinct. When interacting with others, especially with those in higher positions, one should not feign closeness as it can backfire. The elegant lady glanced at the two, smiled, and said, It's Fei Peng, come in, Zubing is waiting for you in the study room. Hey, great. Thank you, sister-in-law, Ning Fiping said with a big smile. As soon as they entered, Yifeng handed the gift bag to the elegant lady and said, "Madam, it's my first visit, so I bought a little gift, please accept it." The elegant lady saw that inside the bag was a box of high-quality jewelry from Golden Continent, indicating the expensive contents. This young man must be wealthy indeed and must have an important matter to seek Yin Zubing's help. In an instant, many thoughts flashed through her mind as she accepted the bag, saying, "You're too kind. It's the least I can do." Yifeng replied with a smile, Grandpa, come catch me." Suddenly, a 5-year-old boy ran from inside the house to the hall. "Oh my, Xiao Hui, wait for Grandpa." A gray-haired elderly man hurriedly followed. When the elderly man entered the hall, he was shocked to see Yifeng, and Yifeng was surprised to see them. The grandfather and grandson they had met in the park before. At that time, the boy had fallen into the water, and Yifeng had bravely rescued him. It was such a coincidence to meet them here. "My heavens, it's you, young man, the benefactor." The elderly man hurried to Yifeng, holding his hand tightly. Ning Fiping looked bewildered, wondering how Yi Buddy knew Yin Zubing's father. The elegant lady beside them also seemed surprised but quickly understood the situation. The young man before them was the kind-hearted person who had saved her son. "Head, sir, didn't expect to meet here." Yifeng shook hands and said. The elderly man expressed his gratitude. "Fate indeed. I went to the park several times looking for you, even had my son look for you, but couldn't find you. Today is really fortunate to see you. I'm so happy. I haven't properly thanked you yet." "Dad, this young man saved Xiao Hui?" the elegant lady asked. Yes. If it weren't for this young man, Xiao Hui might not have survived." "Xiao Yu, why don't you pour tea for the benefactor?" The elderly man hurriedly invited Yifeng to sit in the hall. Xiao Yu went to fetch tea, and Yifeng and the elderly man sat down, chatting warmly. With this connection, it would be easier to get closer to Yin Zubing. Indeed, doing good deeds can bring good results. Shortly after, a well-built middle-aged man with a crew cut and a tough military aura entered the room. This was Yin Zubing, the active Yama. Ning Fiping got up to greet him, and Yin Zubing warmly invited them to have lunch together. "Who's this?" Yin Zubing turned to Yifeng, scrutinizing him. "Mr. Liao, I'm Yifeng. Pleased to meet you." Yifeng stood up, reaching out his hand with a smile. It was their first meeting, so he couldn't be as familiar as Ning Fiping was. Smart businessmen understood the importance of maintaining a certain relationship with such people, but also keeping a distance. Yin Zubing smiled, shook hands as a gesture of goodwill. The elderly man stared at Yin Zubing, rebuking him lightly. "You couldn't find the benefactor even though you kept looking for him, and only when he came to you." Yin Zubing was surprised and thankful to Yifeng. The man who had saved his son was right in front of him. "You're the one who saved my son. Thank you so much." Yin Zubing shook Yifeng's hand warmly. "It's the right thing to do. How could I stand by and watch someone in need? Helping others is natural, and when I saw your son in the water, rescuing him was the priority." Yifeng humbly replied. Yin Zubing admired his kind heart. "Ha, let's have a few drinks today. I haven't properly thanked you yet," Yin Zubing said with a big smile. "I'd be more than happy to have a drink with you." Yifeng expressed gratitude to Yin Zubing through their relationship with each other's families. At this moment, Ning Fiping spoke up, indicating a serious matter they needed Yin Zubing's help with. Yin Zubing agreed to assist after understanding the situation. The conversation continued with tea and more discussion, and when Yifeng brought up Han Ping's case, Yin Zubing agreed to help resolve it. Upon hearing Liao Xubing's agreement, Yi Beifeng's eyes flashed with joy. With Liao Xubing's help, they had gained a significant boost. "Thank you so much, Brother Bing." Liao Xubing chuckled and said, "I've always been clear about debts. You saved my son's life. It's nothing really. Besides, Dai Maokai sending someone to harm your brother, morally speaking, he can't justify it. Intervening in this matter on your behalf also upholds righteousness." As Yi Beifeng heard him place such importance on righteousness, he couldn't help but change his stereotypical impression of this group of people who were out in the world. Not everyone who mixes in such circles is necessarily completely bad. It all depends on self-interest. Such people may be few, very few, but they definitely exist. Ha. I always knew Brother Bing is a man of righteousness and loyalty. Ning Fiping timely flattered from the side. Seeing Liao Xubing blowing a smoke ring, he laughed and said, "In this world, One must adhere to certain beliefs throughout their lifetime. Bei Feng's estimation of this person rose a bit more upon hearing this. Liao Xubing wasn't as fierce and sinister as rumored. On the contrary, there was still a sense of righteousness, no chivalry. Brother Bing's words make sense, Bei Feng echoed. Liao Xubing said, Bei La DW. I'll call Dai Maokai now. I'll ask him if he was behind the attack towards your brother. With that, Liao Xubing took out his phone and dialed Dai Maokai's number. The call was quickly answered. Ah, ha ha ha. Brother Bing, it's an unexpected pleasure to receive a call from you suddenly. Dai Maokai's flattering laughter came from the other end of the line. Liao Xubing, smoking, his smile fading, calmly asked, Mr. Dai, I heard your people were out yesterday afternoon. Oh, out for what exactly? Dai Maokai feigned ignorance, wearing a look as if he had no clue. But in his heart, he realized why Liao Xubing was calling about the previous day's incident. Liao Xubing coldly heaved and his voice grew more imposing. Dai Maokai, now sweating profusely, hastily disclaimed, Brother Bing, you misunderstand. I truly had no idea. My men attacking someone. I honestly don't know. Who was attacked? Do I know them? Dai Maokai, knowing Liao Xubing's reputation in the city, didn't dare provoke lightly and had to deny to avoid incurring Liao Xubing's wrath. Well, I'll pretend you're unaware, but this matter needs to be settled. Whoever attacked my men, you should know the rules of the streets, right? Liao Xubing coldly smiled. If you refuse to play by the rules, I can help you understand them. Liao Xubing continued, applying pressure. All right, understood. I'll go check with my men and get to the bottom of this. Brother Bing, I understand the rules. If I find the people accountable, I'll make sure they face consequences immediately. Dai Maokai responded urgently. Liao Xubing sternly said, I need results by the end of today. I'm not that patient. Don't stall with me. If the people can't be found, you'll have to explain it to my brother personally. Dai Maokai promptly agreed. Liao Xubing then ended the call. On the other side, in Moxun Company's office, Dai Maokai listened to the busy tone on his phone, his face extremely grim. Damn, that damn Jinya always causing trouble for me. He even dragged Liao Xubing into this mess. Damn. Dai Maokai felt his situation was now very tricky. The infamous Yan Wang Liao Xubing was not to be trifled with. He had a considerable reputation in the city, controlled multiple venues, and had capable comrades. Provoking him was akin to setting off a time bomb. That brat Jinya claimed the guy he harmed had no background. Damn it, never thought he was one of Liao Xubing's men. For Liao Xubing to personally make inquiries, with such a tone, this matter might be hard to resolve. Damn. Could it have been the connection the Axfeng Company found? In that case, what was the relationship between the owner of Axfeng Company and Liao Xubing? Dai Maokai sat in his boss chair, contemplating. After a moment, he picked up the phone and dialed a number. Bring Jinya and those forbos to the company immediately. Hurry. After hanging up the phone, Dai Maokai angrily slammed his phone on the desk. Liao Xubing was someone he couldn't afford to provoke yet, so this matter had to be remembered first. On the other side, in the dormitory of Moxun Company. Hey, Shun Wan, pay up. Oh damn, Jinya brother won again. Jinya brother's card skills are amazing. 5 individuals were seated around a bed, playing cards and betting money. Why are you still gawking? Pay up. Ha ha. Jinya grinned. Ma Feng and the others started paying up. At this moment, the door suddenly opened. Jinya bro, the boss wants you guys at the company. The leading tattooed man called out. Jinya was ecstatic at the news. Could it be that things got settled, and he could leave now? That'd be fantastic. In the afternoon, Jinny and Mahon, along with 3 others, arrived at Moxun Company and headed to the office. Hey, Jinya Jay, did I take care of everything? Mahon curiously asked. Of course. There's nothing I can't handle in Guanxi. Jinya replied proudly. From now on, follow me and work for Dai together. I guarantee you will live the good life. Jinya said smugly. Okay. We'll listen to Jinya G's orders. Mahon agreed. Jinya patted his shoulder with a satisfied smile and said, if you don't need to hide anymore, I'll take you to pick up girls at the bar. Ha ha. The group soon arrived at the office door. Jinya knocked and called out. Boss, we're here. Come in. Came Dai Maokai's low voice from inside. Jinya pushed the door open, smiling broadly. Hey boss, what can we do for you? The 5 of them stood in front of Dai Maokai in a neat line. Looking respectful, Daimyo Kai was smoking and leaned back in his boss chair, gazing at Jinya, and asked in a deep voice, "Jinya, do you really not know the background of the person you guys attacked?" Jinya was surprised and unsure why Daimyo Kai asked again. I know. That kid used to pick up trash and then got a job at what was it? Maple Company. Mahong and the others happened to see him working at an internet cafe, and I took care of him." Jinya explained again. Daimyo Kai snorted, already doubting his words. How could someone who picked up trash warrant a phone call from Yanzubing? But this matter needed to be explained to Yanzubing. Daimyo Kai blew a smoke ring, stood up, and motioned for Jinya to come closer. Jinya, with a sycophantic smile, quickly approached and asked, "DRIZZLE, what can I do for you?" Suddenly, Daimyo Kai grabbed Jinya's hair and slammed his head against the desk 3 times. Bang! 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 Jinya's head was hit 3 times, causing it to break and blood to stain the tabletop. This sudden action shocked the other 4. Why did Daimyo Kai suddenly turn violent against Jinya? Daimyo Kai pushed Jinya's head out, causing him to fall to the ground, unconscious and unable to stand. At that moment, 8 burly men in black suits guarding the door walked in. "DRIZZLE." Daimyo Kai wiped the blood off his hands with a tissue, calmly saying, "Take them all into custody." Yes. The 8 men immediately handcuffed the 5 individuals. DRIZZLE, what are you doing?" Mahong's face turned pale, feeling uneasy. Daimyo Kai spat out, his expression ruthless. "You dare to question me? It's your own damn fault for attacking the wrong person." Damn. Mahong and the others were confused as to why Han Ping'an had become an untouchable person. Wasn't he just a trash picker? Jinya, feeling hopeless, cried out, DRIZZLE, why? He had been working with Daimyo Kai for 6 years, helping with loan collection, and didn't expect this treatment. Looking at Daimyo Kai's cold expression, Jinya felt a chill in his heart. Daimyo Kai grabbed his hair and said grimly, "Do you know whose person that you attacked is? Damn. He's from Yanzubing. Now, he wants me to hand you guys over. What do you say?" Jinya, upon hearing Yanzubing's name, felt like he had been struck by lightning. Yanzubing, a legendary figure in Guanxi. How could Yanzubing, of all people, advocate for a trash picker? "DRIZZLE, please, save me," Jinya pleaded, tears and snot streaming down his face. He knew what kind of person Yanzubing was. Messing with him meant certain doom. The what Daimyo Kai said next made him realize he was truly on his own. "You guys brought this upon yourselves, thinking you could mess with anyone you wanted? I warned you several times not to act recklessly and to listen to orders, but you didn't listen. Damn it, this time, you can deal with it yourselves. Take them all away." Daimyo Kai flicked his hand, and the 8 suited men promptly dragged the 5 individuals out. Jinya, with a look of despair, shouted as he was dragged away, DRIZZLE, remember the past services I rendered for you. Please save me." Daimyo Kai only heaved, offering no response. Because he knew that getting into a feud with Yanzubing over Jinya wasn't worth it, he wouldn't do something without benefit. Jinya was destined to become a discarded pawn. Daimyo Kai finished his cigarette and then dialed Yanzubing's number. "Hey, Brother Bing, I've figured things out. Tonight at 8 p.m., at Drunken Fragrance Pavilion, private room number 1, I will set up a table for you and your brothers from Maple Company. Yeah, those 5 brats are here. Good. I'll be waiting for you there." At 8 p.m., 5 black sedans arrived at the entrance of Drunken Fragrance Pavilion from the dark night and parked. Yifeng got out of the car, his face dark. "Ting'an, tonight I will avenge you. Hehe. Yi Laodi, after you." Yanzubing smiled slightly and gestured with his hand. "Brother Bing, please," Yifeng politely replied. The 2 walked side by side, followed by 6 burly men in white shirts. A group of people entered the building and arrived at the agreed-upon private room. 2 black-suited guards opened the door upon seeing Yanzubing and Yifeng. "Brother Bing, DRIZZLE is waiting inside. Please come in." Yanzubing didn't even look at him, just walked straight into the compartment. Yifeng followed into the compartment, which was quite spacious, measuring more than 60 square meters. In the middle of the compartment was a large round table, with 5 people seated at the table. In the middle was a middle-aged man with an oily hairstyle, wearing glasses, slightly chubby, and looking amiable. When the middle-aged man saw Yanzubing, he quickly stood up and greeted him with a smile. "Haha, Brother Bing. Long time no see. Welcome, Welcome. Mr. Dai Maokai took the initiative to shake hands, but Yin Zubing didn't extend his hand, instead staring coldly at him. Mr. Dai Maokai awkwardly forced a smile, withdrew his hand, and politely said, Brother Bing, please have a seat. General Dai, today I'm not here to discuss matters with you. My younger brother Yi will be speaking with you. You've got the wrong person. Yin Zubing took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and didn't offer Mr. Dai Maokai a cigarette. Mr. Dai Maokai then noticed the young man standing next to Yin Zubing, who looked quite refined, with a scholarly atmosphere, appearing to be around 20 years old. Hello, how may I address you? Young brother. Mr. Dai Maokai couldn't give a cigarette to Yin Zubing, so he passed it to Yifeng. However, Yifeng remained cold and didn't show any intention of accepting the cigarette. Yifeng. Mr. Dai Maokai, seeing Yifeng's refusal, flashed a hint of annoyance in his eyes. Yin Zubing saw this scene and became even more appreciative of Yifeng. This young man had quite the courage and firm stance, especially in front of Mr. Dai Maokai. As everyone took their seats, the waiter brought tea, and everyone lit cigarettes, filling the compartment with smoke. Yin Zubing, being the highest-ranking individual present, was the first to speak. General Dai, one of my brother's men was severely injured by your people, and he's still unconscious in the hospital. You need to provide an explanation for this. I already know the past grievances between us. It was your people who provoked the situation first. To severely injure someone like this, I must say, your people are quite audacious. Yin Zubing glared coldly at Mr. Dai Maokai as he finished speaking. Mr. Dai Maokai felt the chill from his icy gaze and awkwardly smiled, retracting his hand and politely said, Brother Bing, please have a seat. General Dai, today I set up this meeting not to settle things with you but for my younger brother Yi to handle it. You've misunderstood. Yin Zubing took a drag from the cigarette and smiled with interest. The tensions rose as Yifeng declared, Mr. Dai, where are the men who attacked my brother? Mr. Dai Maokai called for the offenders to be brought in. 5 men, including Jinyi and Ma Feng, were ushered in by burly black-suited men. The beaten-up men, Jinyi and Ma Feng, kneeled in fear and apologized to Yifeng. Then, Jinyi turned to Yifeng with a serious expression and said, Young brother, look, without your instructions, I've already given them a good beating. Tonight, with General Bing present, I will make sure to give you a satisfactory explanation. Brother Yi, I will cover your brother's medical expenses and add 500,000 more as compensation. What do you think? The offer of 500,000 was a substantial amount, enough for an ordinary person's expenses for more than a decade. Mr. Dai Maokai assumed that Yi, surnamed Yi, wouldn't refuse, considering no one wanted to have issues, especially regarding money. Mr. Dai Maokai presented his conditions and then looked at Yifeng, waiting for his response. Yin Zubing also turned to Yifeng, eager to see his reaction to the offer. Yifeng blew a smoke ring, then coldly laughed. General Dai, is this the kind of resolution you want to give me? Do you think I'm easily deceived, or that I'm a fool? The atmosphere chilled as everyone was shocked by Yifeng's response. Mr. Dai Maokai's smile froze on his face. After a moment, he suppressed his anger, forced a smile, and asked, Brother Yi, what is your decision? Yifeng flicked the cigarette ash, stood up, and calmly said, Each of these 5 men, 36 slashes. The room fell silent at Yifeng's demand. Each man had to endure 36 lashes. This was essentially a death sentence. Mr. Dai Maokai was stunned, realizing Yifeng's severity. Yin Zubing admired Yifeng's determination as he understood Yifeng's intentions. The punishment aimed to not only seek vengeance for his brother but also to intimidate Mr. Dai Maokai, ensuring a complete end to retaliation. As fights and business often hinged on ruthlessness, Yin Zubing saw potential in forming a deep bond with Yifeng. Mr. Dai Maokai's face darkened as he stared at Yifeng, trying to reason with him, and said, Brother Yi, leave some leeway for the future. We might meet again. Do we have to be this harsh? Did you think about showing mercy and they attacked my brother? If no one had taken him to the hospital, he would have died. What do you say? Mr. Dai Maokai was speechless, realizing he was in the wrong. Yin Zubing, puffing on his cigarette, only smiled and remarked, General Dai, let this be a discussion between you and Brother Yi. Mr. Dai Maokai felt irritated by Yin Zubing's support for Yifeng. In this situation, he had no leverage to change Yifeng's mind. Realizing he had no more options, Jinya and the others begged for mercy on their knees, pleading with Yifeng for forgiveness. Yifeng grabbed Jinya by the collar and said with a cold gaze, "It's too late for regrets." Silly. With that, Yifeng slapped Jinya with such force that his teeth flew out. Yifeng always felt a sharp pain and burning anger when he thought of the scenes of Han Ping'an being hacked to death in the internet cafe. Knowing that Han Ping'an almost died at their hands only fueled his anger towards the 5 individuals. Yifeng clapped his hands and turned to Yin Zubing, asking, "Brother Bing, can you help?" This meant that Yin Zubing's men would take care of the execution. Yin Zubing shrugged, smiling, "Of course. Happy to help." "Camel, these 5 people are in your hands," Yin Zubing said to a middle-aged man in a white shirt with a lean face. "All right, Brother Bing, no problem. Leave it to me." The man called Camel revealed a vicious smile. "You guys, help me drag these people downstairs." With that, Camel took a machete from someone nearby, and so, Gold Tooth and the Hornets were dragged out of the private room to another one. Soon, the screams of Gold Tooth and his gang could be heard from the neighboring room, their cries like the wails of vengeful spirits, chilling to the bone. The people on Dai Maokai's side turned pale, looking at Yifeng with fear in their eyes. This young man was not to be trifled with. Yifeng, however, remained calm, sitting in his place smoking and drinking tea. Dai Maokai's face was extremely ugly, but he remained silent. The spacious private room fell silent, only the cries from the neighboring room could be heard, clear and piercing. Yin Zubing turned to Yifeng, offering him a cigarette as a sign of approval. "Have one? Special stock?" Yifeng smiled, accepting the cigarette. "Thank you." Yin Zubing chuckled. "You did well, Yi. When you have time, come to my bar for a drink." "No problem, Brother Bing." Yifeng nodded. After about 10 minutes, the door of the private room opened again. Camel's white shirt was stained with blood, the knife in his hand still dripping with blood. "Yi, Brother Bing, it's done. Not a single one left." Camel wiped the blood off his face, revealing a sinister smile. "Well done. Let's go. Time to go back." "Camel, go change your clothes." Yin Zubing extinguished his cigarette, getting out. He then looked at Dai Maokai, his tone chilly. "Mr. Dai, I hope such a thing won't happen again next time." "Not good for anyone." Dai Maokai forced a laugh, replying, "Yes, yes, Brother Bing, I'll make sure to discipline these little kids well in the future. Safe journey, Brother Bing." Yin Zubing turned and left, walking alongside Yifeng as they exited the private room. As they passed the neighboring room, Yifeng peeked inside, seeing the 5 individuals lying in a pool of blood, their condition unknown. That private room felt like the Chinese hell. Yifeng felt nothing as he glanced at them, knowing that in this society, one must be ruthless to stand firm. On the other side, Dai Maokai breathed a sigh of relief as Yifeng and the others left, then turned and scolded his men. "What are you all still standing around for? Hurry up and take these people to the hospital." It was midnight. Yifeng and Yin Zubing were walking in the community garden, smoking. "Yi, do you know how I would look at you if you agreed to Dai Maokai's conditions?" Yin Zubing blew a smoke ring, smiling as he asked. "Brother Bing, how would you look at me?" Yifeng shook his head. Yin Zubing said calmly, "I would look down on you, and I would continue to do so for the rest of my life." Yifeng remained silent, not responding. Yin Zubing continued, "Sometimes money is indeed important. Everyone wants to make money, can't get by without it. However, money is not everything. It cannot buy morality, true brotherhood, or righteousness. Do you find it silly that I, a gangster, talk about justice?" Yifeng shook his head and chuckled. "Not at all. I know, Brother Bing, you have your principles, just your methods are different from ordinary people." Yin Zubing pointed at him and grinned wryly. "You, young as you are quite a smooth operator. But you're right about something. A man should know what to do and what not to, a line he won't cross. Don't be fooled by my reputation. Most of it was thrust upon me. If I could make money peacefully, who would want to kill and fight? Who wants to live with their head hanging by a thread? I don't do shady business, run bars, KTVs legitimately, make clean money. I don't go looking for trouble, often teach my men to be gentle and kind for profit, and occasionally donate to poor students in mountainous areas. If it were someone else, they could easily win a 3 Good Entrepreneur Award. But no ifs. When you reach this level, you always have to be wary of the wolves around you. Let your guard down for a moment, and you could get bitten. If you don't want to get bitten, sharpen your own teeth so that when they come at you, you won't lose out." Over the years, I've lost 7 brothers. I don't want to continue this fighting and killing. It's meaningless, even repulsive. But with so many depending on me for their livelihoods, thousands of families surviving, sometimes there are things you're forced to do. Yin Zubing spoke softly, as if he wanted to tell Yifeng something but couldn't bring himself to say it all. Maybe he couldn't confide everything to Yifeng, hence the somewhat obscure manner of speaking. Yifeng didn't probe further, saying in acknowledgement, "Brother Bing, people are complicated. No one can define who is just and who is wicked. In all your actions, follow your own sense of morality. Brother Bing, you're a great example to follow, worthy of emulation." Yin Zubing burst out laughing, eyes slightly moist from laughter. He pointed at Yifeng's nose. "You, always saying the right things, but it's rare for someone to understand me like you do. Ha ha. You're right. People are complicated. There is no absolute justice or evil." At that moment, a luxurious car drove into the community. Passing by them, Yin Zubing pointed to a visibly drunk chubby man in the car. "Do you know who he is?" Yifeng shook his head, showing he didn't know. "He is, by day, the one who represents justice and judges criminals." Yin Zubing chuckled. Yifeng looked closely, as if he recalled reading about him in the news. Yin Zubing continued, "But what you don't know is, he keeps 2 little mistresses, 3rd and 4th girls, both not of legal age, from city middle school. Isn't this world absurd?" "Indeed it is. This is reality." Yifeng smiled, having encountered such people before, even in his past life. Yin Zubing patted his shoulder. "Well, it's getting late. I won't hold you back. That would be hypocritical. I consider you a friend, so you have to treat me as one from now on." "Ha ha. That's a given, Brother Bing." Yifeng chuckled. Although Yifeng said that, based on principles, he still needed to keep a distance from Yin Zubing. They could be friends, but not brothers. That was a matter of principle to him. 3 days later, on the sports field of South China Institute of Technology, new students from each class marched in formation under the scorching sun. "Left turn. Halt." The military instructor Zhao Jun stared solemnly at the crowd and shouted, "Take a 10-minute break, replenish your fluids, and get ready to continue training later." "Dismissed." The students from Computer Science Class 1 heard this and excitedly cheered, dispersing in all directions. Yan Jian sat directly on a nearby flower bed, complaining, "I'm so tired. If this continues, I'll get sunburned and won't be as handsome anymore. My looks." "Maple bro, why did you buy 2 bottles of water? Quickly, give me one. I'm so thirsty." Yifeng chuckled and said, "All right. Keep one for yourself." Yifeng tossed the water to him. Yan Jian caught it and grinned. "Maple bro, is the other bottle for your wife?" "Of course. I gave you all mine. Don't even think about the leftovers," Yifeng said matter-of-factly. Yan Jian took a sip of water, stood up, looked around, and suddenly said, "Hey, speaking of the devil, here comes Cao Cao." In the front, Gu Muxi ran towards Yifeng with excitement. The boys from other classes nearby couldn't take their eyes off Gu Muxi, the beautiful new school flower. Gu Muxi had a graceful figure, exquisite appearance, full of youthful vigor, and looked striking in her green military training uniform. Stinky Maple, Gu Muxi happily threw herself into Yifeng's arms, right in front of everyone. The sound of broken hearts echoed as they watched the new school flower in another man's embrace. It was heart-wrenching. In the distance, a sinister face peeked out from behind a tree, watching the scene with a changed expression. "No, my goddess, you belong to me. Don't throw yourself into someone else's arms." Yuanhuo's face collapsed, feeling the pain of heartbreak like a knife. He pounded his fist against a tree trunk, then howled in pain. "Ouch. It hurts." On the other side, Yifeng rubbed Gu Muxi's head, chuckled, and said, "Muxi, many people are watching. If you don't mind, neither do I." Gu Muxi turned around and noticed that everyone's eyes were on them. She blushed immediately and quickly pushed Yifeng away. Just as they were caught up in the moment, she remembered the onlookers' presence. "Maple, let's go somewhere else." To the small grove nearby, Gu Muxi whispered. However, Yan Jian overheard this and looked surprised, exclaiming, "Whoa, Maple bro, are you guys up to something thrilling? And besides, we only have a 10-minute break. Maple bro, you can't be that quick, right?" Yifeng, closing parenthesis ... go away. Leave us alone. Can't you eat more green vegetables? Your head is filled with nonsense. Moreover, I'm not limited to 10 minutes, okay? Underestimating me, aren't you? Gu Muxi looked puzzled by the sigh. asking, "Stinky Maple, what are you guys talking about?" "What 10 minutes? Ahem. Nothing. We were just discussing the timing of human exercise. Don't mind him. Let's go." Yifeng chuckled. The two walked into a small grove on the left side of the sports field, surrounded by a dozen trees forming a small courtyard. "Muxi, are you thirsty? Here's a bottle of water for you." Yifeng picked up the water bottle. Muxi was about to take it when Yifeng suddenly took the water back. "Oh, I forgot. I'm a little thirsty too. Hehe." Saying that, Yifeng unscrewed the cap, took a big gulp, and even licked the bottle mouth. "So delicious." "Hey, Muxi, your turn to drink." Muxi, seeing him licking the bottle mouth, blushed. Maple is definitely doing it on purpose. Yes, he was totally doing it on purpose. Muxi glared at him and said, "HMPH tilde Maple, you're smelly, shameless." She said this, but still accepted Yifeng's water. Just as she was about to unscrew the cap, Yifeng suddenly held her hand. "Don't move. There's a spider on your head." "Huh? Spider?" Muxi was startled, then reached out and touched her head, but didn't find anything. "Hey, you were told not to move. What if it crawls into your clothes?" Yifeng said seriously. "Oh, okay, I won't move." Muxi froze, not afraid of spiders, but worried about how hard it would be to catch one if it got inside her clothes. "Yes, that's right, stay still." Yifeng took 2 steps to the side, slowly getting closer. Suddenly, Yifeng leaned down and kissed her on the lips. "Ha." Muxi widened her eyes, her cheeks turning red as an apple, not reacting at all. Then he hugged her by the waist, and she couldn't break free. Muxi blushed. Darn it, fooled by this scoundrel Yifeng again. There wasn't any spider. This guy must have done it on purpose. After a moment, Yifeng let her go, licked his lips, still with a hint of enjoyment, and chuckled. "So sweet. Yifeng, you actually tricked me." "Humph." Muxi gritted her teeth, reaching to pinch his waist. But Yifeng was all too familiar with her moves, immediately dodging and making her hand land on empty air. The next moment turned into a chase, with Muxi chasing after him, both hiding and seeking among the trees, laughing joyously. Muxi got tired of chasing, so she pretended to be angry, crossed her arms, and sat on a chair in the pavilion. Yifeng went over to coax her. "Hey, don't be mad. After school this afternoon, I'll treat you to ice cream, to sticks." But Muxi suddenly grabbed him, giving him a death grip. "Ah, let go." "Muxi, are you trying to kill your husband?" Yifeng squirmed in front of her chest. Muxi hadn't noticed yet, feeling proud, until the see who'll be a widow and who'll be living alone. Yifeng then nuzzled against her chest. Muxi blushed as she grabbed his ear. "Ah, Muxi, what are you up to?" Yifeng quickly broke free, rubbing his ear. "HMPH, always taking advantage of me, you big Wolf," Muxi said with a red face, sticking her tongue out at him. Yifeng, caught in the act, shamelessly replied, "Hey, I warn you, don't slander me." "You don't slander me." Muxi rolled her eyes, laughing. "Forget it, I'm done talking to you. By the way, is Han Ping'an feeling better now? I visit him every day. He's much better now, can eat porridge, but the doctor says he has to stay in the hospital for at least a month." Speaking of Han Ping'an, Yifeng's smile faded, sitting next to Muxi. "Sigh. Yi shout, who did he offend to get stabbed like that? Why haven't you told me about this?" Muxi asked curiously. Yifeng touched her hair affectionately, saying, "Some things you don't need to know. Sometimes knowing too much isn't good." In Yifeng's eyes, preserving her innocent fantasy of the world was fine. She could see more of the world's brightness and not worrying about the darkness. Muxi pouted. "All right, fine. If you won't tell me, then I won't ask. But if you go visit him in the afternoon, bring me along. Let's buy some fruits and supplements for him. Ping'an doesn't lack anything. I've already bought a bunch of supplements and nutrients. No need to buy more. Just bring flowers, it can improve his mood." Yifeng smiled. "All right." Muxi nodded. After school, Yifeng drove and took Muxi to the hospital. On the way, Muxi personally picked a bunch of fresh flowers. When they arrived at the hospital and entered the ward, they saw Wang Tai already sitting next to Han Ping'an, feeding him banana puree. Brother Fun. When Han Ping'an saw Yifeng, his face lit up with gratitude. "You don't need to get up, just lie down." Yifeng smiled. "Tai's, cheers. Why did you come so early?" Wang Tai grinned. "I sneaked out early. They don't call the role after military training. You're really something. Yifan shook his head and smiled. Gumuxi placed the bouquet in a vase and asked Han Ping'an with concern, "How are you feeling? Is your wound better?" "Much better. Thanks for your concern, sister-in-law." Han Ping'an nodded. "That's good. Focus on healing. Learn some self-defense to prevent bullying again." Gumuxi spoke in a teacher-like tone. Yes." Han Ping'an nodded. Yifan went to Han Ping'an's bed, held his hand, and said with a smile, "Ping'an, focus on recovering. Don't worry about anything else. I'll take care of everything for you, rest assured." Non still doesn't know. "I just told her you're on a business trip. I asked Zhuo Qingqing and Zhuo Qianchen to take turns taking care of her." When Han Ping'an heard this, he was deeply moved, tears welling up in his eyes. "Thank you, Brother Feng." He couldn't express his feelings with words, only the simplest ones. But he knew he owed Yifan too much in this life and could only repay him with dedication and loyalty. "We're brothers. No need to thank me." Yifan patted him amicably. Suddenly, two policemen walked into the room, led by Zhou Guofeng. What a coincidence. Mr. Yi is here too." Zhou Guofeng, surprised to see Yifan, remarked. According to his investigation, Yifan was the top scorer in the college entrance examination, studying at South China University of Technology, so he should be busy with his studies. It seemed that Yifan still paid considerable attention to this subordinate. "I had some free time after school, so I came to visit." Yifan responded warmly with a smile. "Oh, I'm here today to confirm the perpetrators who attacked Han Ping'an," Zhou Guofeng said, taking out 5 photos from his bag and placing them in front of Han Ping'an. The photos showed Jinyi and the others. "Han Ping'an, these 5 people are the ones who stabbed you, right?" Zhou Guofeng asked. Han Ping'an nodded, asking, "Officer, is it them? Have they been caught?" Zhou Guofeng's face showed a strange expression as he glanced at Yifan, saying, "Yes, they've been caught, but it looks pretty bad. Each of these 5 people was stabbed exactly 36 times, not more, not less." Zhou Guofeng stared at Yifan with a smirk, asking, "Mr. Yi, what do you make of this?" Facing Zhou Guofeng's sharp gaze, Yifan remained calm, shrugged, and chuckled. "I really don't know. Maybe it's just my karma catching up with me." Zhou Guofeng chuckled. "But this karma seems a bit too timely, doesn't it?" Yifan replied calmly, "Humans cannot predict whether unexpected events or tomorrow will come first. Life is unpredictable." Zhou Guofeng put the photo away, returned it to his bag, and said, "Boss Yi, you better be more careful from now on. It's best if such incidents don't happen again." This statement seemed to express concern for Yifan on the surface, but was actually a warning, reminding Yifan not to cross the line. Zhou Guofeng's intuition told him that these 5 injured individuals might have a connection with Yifan, but lacking evidence, he could only leave it at that. "Thank you, Officer Zhou, I understand." Yifan nodded. "Okay then, we'll be leaving now. I'll contact you if there's anything else." With that, Zhou Guofeng turned and left without looking back. Outside the corridor, a police officer named Ziliu asked in a low voice, "Boss, since you suspect him of being involved, why not continue investigating?" Zhou Guofeng glanced at him and replied, "Some things don't need to be delved into. Besides, the incidents involving those 5 individuals haven't been filed, and we have no evidence whatsoever." "Oh, I see," Ziliu muttered. At 8 p.m., Yifan and Gumuxi found a restaurant near the hospital to have dinner. They chose a seat by the window, and a waitress handed them menus warmly. "What would you both like to eat?" Yifan smiled at Gumuxi. "Muxi, just order whatever you want. A couple of dishes for us to share." "Heh, all right," Gumuxi replied with a sweet smile. As they were ordering, Yifan turned to look out the window at the passers-by, the bicycles, and street vendors setting up stalls. Across the street, there was a wall with a slogan advocating family planning, fewer births, better births, a happy life, and 1 child for each couple, fewer births for better development. Below that, a vendor was selling cotton candy, and 4 children surrounded him, excitedly bouncing around. This scene of life passing by made Yifan nostalgic. Lost in his thoughts, he was momentarily captivated by the scene and seemed to drift off. The current state of the country truly left much to be desired. "Stinky Fun, what are you looking at?" Gumuxi waved her hand in front of his eyes, puzzled. "Oh, just looking at the cotton candy stand across the street. It looks like it tastes good." Yifan chuckled. "It does taste good. we can buy some later. But who knows if the vendor will still be there by the time we finish our meal. They might have gone home, Gumuxi remarked. In the absence of nightlife and entertainment, most people tended to return home early. Soon, their meal arrived, and as they ate and chatted casually, Gumuxi asked, Stinky Fun, are you joining the New Year welcoming event? The New Year event? It doesn't seem to have much to do with me, Yifeng replied. One of the teachers who's organizing the event approached me. They want me to host the New Year event. Apparently, active participation could lead to scholarship opportunities. Do you want to go? I do. It's a rare opportunity for practice, plus the chance for a scholarship. Of course, I want to participate. Not everyone is like you. The top scholar of the province with a year-round scholarship. Heh. Muxi, are you envious or jealous? HMPH, I'm not envious. After all, you're my beaufriend. Ha ha. Little Muxi, and look at you. With food all over your mouth, Yifeng handed her a tissue to wipe her lips, and Gumuxi pouted cutely in response. Yifeng couldn't help but tease her. You look like a little fish with that mouth. I am not. How can a fish's mouth be as big as mine, or eat the same things I do? Gumuxi retorted, opening her mouth to reveal her white teeth. Amused, Yifeng quipped, Indeed, you eat like a champ. Here, have a long piece of food. And Gumuxi picked up a slice of black fungus and placed it in his bowl, saying, Have a piece of black fungus, it's nourishing and good for your complexion. Playfully Yifeng chuckled, Who told you that? Some salesperson trying to promote health products. Who says black fungus helps with complexion? People in online chat room said so. They claim it's good for women, makes your skin glow, Gumuxi said earnestly. Yifeng almost choked on his food. Ha ha. Muxi, don't believe everything you read online. There's a lot of misinformation out there. Oh, okay. Gumuxi seemed puzzled by Yifeng's strong reaction. Do you like eating black fungus? If not, I'll take it back, she offered with her chopsticks. Yifeng quickly guarded his food, laughing. No way, I'm not after your food. Gumuxi rolled her eyes, saying, HMPH, Stinky Fun, I don't want to steal your food. After almost half an hour, they finished their meal, paid the bill, and were about to leave when an elderly man with white hair and a cane approached Yifeng. Young man, could you help me with something? The elderly man politely asked as he took a camera from around his neck, trembling slightly. Can you take a photo of me and my wife to commemorate our 50th wedding anniversary today? He pointed to his wife in a wheelchair nearby, his eyes filled with deep affection. It was just a simple gesture, and Yifeng happily nodded and smiled, saying, No problem. I wish you a happy golden anniversary. Thank you. The elderly man cheerfully handed him the camera, and his face, full of deep wrinkles and creases, seemed to light up. You're welcome. Yifeng accepted the camera and found that it was an old Nikon film camera with many worn spots on the shutter, indicating that the old man often used it to take photos. Seeing this, Gumuxi curiously leaned over and asked, Can you use a camera? Are you underestimating your man? I happen to be the CEO of a tech company. What tech gadget wouldn't I know how to use? Yifeng chuckled. Gumuxi covered her mouth and said, Look at you, all full of yourself. Given a little power and you'd open a dye shop. They approached the elderly couple, and Yifeng asked with a smile, Sir, can we take a photo? Please, just wait a moment. The old man turned around, took out a rose from his bag, then walked over to his wife, took her hand, placed the rose in it, intertwined her fingers, helping her grip the flower. Yifeng and Gumuxi were stunned to see this scene. It was then they noticed that the old woman seemed different though her eyes were open. She had a vacant expression, and her limbs seemed uncontrollable. The old man let go of her hand and carefully adjusted his wife's collar, patting her pale hair. Every glance, every move, was filled with the old man's deep love for his wife. Seeing Yifeng's puzzled expression, the old man sighed and explained, My wife had a stroke 10 years ago, which left her like this. Young people, we're ready, he said. Okay. Yifeng couldn't help but feel envious of this old couple's love for each other being together, loving each other for a lifetime. Even though his wife had been bedridden for 10 years, their love remained strong. They must be happy. Yifeng picked up the camera, crouched down, and took a photo of the couple. 3, 2, 1. Cheese. The old man smiled happily in cooperation, and though his wife showed no expression, the rose on her chest was especially vibrant. Asterisk click, asterisk. The camera captured this touching moment. Do you need more photos? Yifeng asked. No. Thank you, young man. The old man kindly replied. Yifeng then handed the camera back to the old man. Under the gaze of Yifeng and Guxixi, the old man hung the camera around his neck and slowly pushed the wheelchair. Dear, let's go home, the old man said. It's our wedding anniversary today. Are you enjoying yourself? The flower is pretty. Let's plant it when we get back. The old man's ramblings became increasingly distant. Guxixi's eyes welled up with tears as she rested her head on Yifeng's shoulder, smiling. Their love is so beautiful. In the past, carriages were slowed, messages far, a lifetime enough to love one person. This poem fits well, doesn't it? Yifeng nodded. Yes, very fitting. Let's go. We should head back. Guxixi wiped away her tears and reached out her hand. Yifeng, give me your hand. Why? Yifeng placed his hand on hers, and they interlaced their fingers. There's another line from the poem. Hold hands, grow old together, Guxixi said, looking at him with a sweet smile, revealing dimples and crescent-shaped eyes. Yifeng patted her head, laughing. Silly, wasn't that what I was supposed to say? Humph. No way. Holding hands, they left the hotel and strolled along the dimly lit street. The cool autumn night breeze gently swayed Guxixi's flowing hair. Yifeng, what if we grow old? What if you go first? What would I do? It won't happen. Little Zixi, you'll definitely walk ahead of me. HMPH, why? I don't want to walk ahead of you. Silly, if I go first and leave you alone in this world, how could I be at ease? Ow, ha ha, why are you crying? Little Zixi, so sensitive. Yifeng, I warn you. Don't tickle me again. If you tickle me, I'll kiss you. Yifeng planted a kiss on her cheek and ran off. Truly thrilling. Blushing, Guxixi called out, Yifeng, don't run away. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, I can still catch you. Their laughter echoed in the dark street. That night, Guxixi returned to the dormitory. As soon as she entered, she saw 3 roommates huddled together eating sunflower seeds. Hey, why is Zixi back? Chen Jiajia saw Guxixi and asked with a face full of gossip. Rolling her eyes, Guxixi dropped her bag, sat down, and took off her shoes, saying, where else would I go if not back here? Jiajia teased, you could go anywhere, like the Grand Mansion, Swan Hotel in the daytime, or even the Garden Hotel. You can go anywhere. Blushing, Guxixi retorted, what are you thinking? Have you been to all those places? I'd like to go, but I don't have a boyfriend. If I did, you guys wouldn't see me for 15 days in a month. Jiajia proudly declared. Wow, Jiajia, amazing. Ding Ying gave a thumbs up in admiration. Guxixi didn't hold back and exposed her. Don't believe her bragging. Who held a male classmate's hand in high school by accident, blushed all day, then daydreamed about it. Thought the guy was going to pursue her. Embarrassed, Jiajia stammered. No, I'm not like that. How could I be that kind of person? I've seen big scenes and watched 20 melodramas. How did it become 20 now? Wasn't it 18 before? Guxixi asked, puzzled. I watch 2 new ones these days. Super exciting, super juicy. Copied them from the internet cafe. Do you want to watch? Jiajia smirked strangely. Suemi and Dingying raised their hands. I want to watch. Blushing, Suemi said, I just want to see something exciting. Guxixi sat back in her chair, smiling. I don't want to watch. It's all melodramatic plots. Not as good as writing my novels. Moving her chair closer, Jiajia said, hey, it's really juicy. The show is called The War of Men. It's about the female lead, and there are 2 male leads. Then a third party gets involved. The second male lead likes the female lead too. So the 2 men fight over the woman, battling it out, even having a fight in the pouring rain. The female lead watched the 2 men fighting for her in the rain, kept shouting on the side, stop fighting, stop fighting. I almost cried at that scene. Dingying leaned in, shocked, my goodness, is it really that exciting? Now I really want to watch it. Unmoved, Guxixi said, I won't watch it, the second male lead is so boring. At that moment, her phone rang with an unknown number. Zixi, who's calling you? Answer the phone. Jiajia reminded. I don't know. I don't recognize this number. Guxixi answered it with a puzzled expression. Hello, who's this? Ha ha. Zixi, it's me. Recognize my voice. Came a slightly sharp male voice from the other end. Who are you? Guxixi rolled her eyes. It's me, Li Mubai. Can't you recognize my voice? Uncle Guo gave me your number. Of course, I'd call you first. Leave me alone. Guxixi promptly hung up the phone, looking dejected. Startled, Jia covered her mouth. Amazed, who's that? Zixi. A handsome guy. Oh, a nuisance, Guxixi huffed. Shocked, Jia covered her mouth. Could he also like you? Oh my god. Zixi, are you going to stage the war of men? At night, in the luxurious suite of the Grand Goose Hotel in Broad City. Oh no. Oh my god. Mushimaime broke my phone. My heart hurts. Liu Mubai stood in front of the mirror, looking mournful. Behind him, a noble woman was helping him pack his clothes into a suitcase. You. Always bothering Mushi, what's the point? No wonder she found you annoying in junior high school. The noble woman rolled her eyes and joked. Mom, you don't understand. Mushi and I are like Sakuragi Hanamichi and Akagi Haruko, Conan and Ran, Inuyasha and Kagome. We are destined to be together. Liu Mubai adjusted his bangs confidently. The noble woman shook her head and laughed. What are you saying? I didn't understand. Why are you so naive? I shouldn't have sent you to study in Japan. Liu Mubai held onto a chair, crying bitterly. It's all Dad's fault, causing me and Mushimaime to be apart for so many years. Longing breaks my heart. It breaks my heart. But now, I am going back. The twists of fate cannot separate us. The will of the gods cannot shake my steadfast belief. The main characters in manga have to go through countless hardships before truly coming together. I believe this is a test given to me by fate. I can bear it. The noble woman. Why is this kid always so delusional? It's been so many years. Zixi has grown up. What if she has a boyfriend now? The noble woman mercilessly delivered a blow. Liu Mubai's face changed instantly. His body tensed up. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The daughter of destiny will always wait for the son of destiny. I am back now. Liu Mubai shook his head firmly, not believing that Gumushi would have a boyfriend. Because, he asked Gu Xingzhan, and even Gu Xingzhan hadn't heard of Gumushi having a partner. Yes, that's right. I still have a chance. The noble woman folded the clothes, closed the suitcase, and said, all right, I sent you back to study well. Learn some real skills, not to come back looking for a partner. If you truly excel, you will naturally have girls liking you. Liu Mubai clenched his fist to his chest and said firmly, Mom, I don't have eyes for other women. I have decided on Gumushi. The noble woman sighed. You're being stubborn. Whatever, I'm too lazy to argue with you. Rest early. Tomorrow you'll be reporting to South China University of Technology. I'm going back to sleep too. With that, the noble woman left the room with crossed arms. Liu Mubai chuckled, stood on the chair, opened his arms. Mushimaime, I'm here. The next day at noon, after the morning military training, it was mealtime, and Gumushi and Yifeng went to the cafeteria together. On the way, Gumushi grimaced and said, Stinky Feng, that Mubai guy seems to have come back. He actually called me last night. Yifeng was startled, then remembered the guy who always wore floral shirts, styled his hair with gel since junior high, and acted cool. Liu Mubai's father used to be the factory manager of a steel plant, and the Liu family and Gu family had a good relationship since Gu Xingzhan was promoted by Liu Mubai's father during his tenure. Both families lived in the same workers' community, and Liu Mubai had a childhood crush on Gumushi. But after Gumushi started learning judo, she beat him up when he was bothering her, and he toned down a bit. Later, in junior high school, in the first year, Liu Mubai wanted to confess to Gumushi and kept bothering her. Gumushi got annoyed and kicked him into a ditch filled with cow dung. From then on, he was nicknamed Liu Mutton. It was said that Liu Mubai's father resigned from the steel plant and went to do business in Southeast Asia. So Liu Mubai dropped out of school in the second year, and he was unheard of since then. Yifeng still remembered this guy because they used to climb trees and compete in peeing distance together when they were kids. Haha. That Liu Mutton guy really came back. Yifeng chuckled to himself. Yeah. He's really annoying. Gumushi said with a headache. Yifeng hugged her waist and said with a smile, Don't worry, I'm here. Decides ... he should be more afraid of you. Ha ha ha. Gumushi rolled her eyes at him and pouted. Am I that scary? I'm cute, aren't I? Yifeng pinched her nose and teased. Well, yes. Little she's the cuttest in the world. HMPH tilde that's more like it. Gu Muxi said playfully. The two of them arrived at the school cafeteria talking and laughing, then lined up to get their food. Gu Muxi was waiting in line, and suddenly, there was a loud shout behind her. Ha ha, Muxi Maimei, I found you. The loud voice attracted the attention of the surrounding students, who turned to look. A guy in a floral shirt with a hairstyle similar to the Taiwanese boy band F4s walked over with an excited look on his face. Gu Muxi glanced back, her mouth tugging slightly. How did this guy find her? Come, Muxi Maimei, long time no see. Let's hug. Liu Mubai opened his arms to embrace her. Ada, dang. Gu Muxi kicked Liu Mubai, sending him flying and crashing to the ground. Yifeng chuckled to himself. Why did this guy have to provoke Gu Muxi? He was asking for trouble, but as Gu Muxi's boyfriend, Yifeng pulled her back seriously and said to Liu Mubai, Hey, Liu Mubai, what are you doing? Now, she is my girlfriend, so give up on this idea. Liu Mubai got up from the ground, his face changing color at the news. Yifeng, what are you saying? What? Girlfriend? Yifeng smirked and nodded. Yes. Any problem? With that, Yifeng took Gu Muxi's hand, asserting his dominance. The male students around saw this and felt their hearts break. Oh my god, the new school flower really has a boyfriend now. Is this official announcement? Holy moly. Heartache. Gu Muxi blushed, but she still glared at Liu Mubai, saying, Liu Mubai, stop bothering me. I'm afraid Yifeng will misunderstand. Seeing the two holding hands, Liu Mubai sat down in disbelief. Oh no. Snowflakes floating down, the north wind blowing, the world covered in vastness. Yifeng was puzzled. Where did the background music come from? At that moment, Yuan Hu8, who was watching from the cafeteria entrance, also saw the scene. Empathizing, he could understand Liu Mubai's feelings. Such a pitiful person. Liu Mubai suddenly got up from the ground and said to Yifeng, I don't believe it. You two must be working together to deceive me. Since Uncle Gu said Muxi Maimei didn't have a partner, and now suddenly she does, there must be deceit involved. Yeah, deceit. Luckily, I'm smart and didn't fall for their trick. Liu Mubai felt secretly pleased, thinking he must be right. No, I don't believe it at all. You must be tricking me, right? Liu Mubai stared at Yifeng and shouted. Yifeng shrugged and smiled. Liu Mubai, what would make you believe then? Unless Muxi is willing to give you a kiss, otherwise I won't believe it. Liu Mubai was confident that Gu Muxi would never do such a thing. If they were pretending, a fake couple, Gu Muxi would definitely not want to kiss Yifeng in front of so many people. Knowing Gu Muxi's character, she would surely get embarrassed and then leave angrily. As long as these two were fake, it meant Gu Muxi found an excuse to avoid him. There's still hope for me. I'm so smart. Liu Mubai crossed his arms, smirking confidently, looking pleased. Muxi, I told you they're a fake couple. Look, you're hesitating. Liu Mubai noticed Gu Muxi blushing but not moving, and he became even more certain. Gu Muxi felt there were too many people in the canteen, feeling a bit embarrassed, but when Liu Mubai provoked her like that, she gathered her courage. If you want a kiss, then kiss. Gu Muxi blushed and pecked Yifeng's cheek. Doom. This scene struck Liu Mubai as if hit by a thunderbolt, and he collapsed again. The canteen erupted in chaos. They are a real couple. There's no drama left now. Damn. Who is that guy? So lucky. I'm jealous. Yuan Hua, at the door, also ended up on the floor, looking bewildered. No. Ever since seeing Gu Muxi's photo, he had been obsessively infatuated. He never expected this. Gu Muxi and that guy were so sweet together. Didn't leave any opportunities open. It hurt too much. In the canteen, Liu Mubai got up unsteadily from the ground, eyes filled with jealousy and staring at Yifeng. Yifeng, you snatched my toy when we were kids, took my position as a class representative in middle school, and now in college, you're taking my goddess. We are enemies. Yifeng, you still remember all those old things. You hold grudges too much. But I remember something about you too. Watching adult films in middle school. Yifeng chuckled. All eyes in the room turned towards Liu Mubai in a peculiar way. Liu Mubai blushed, defensively stammering. No, don't believe him. He's defaming me. He's defaming me. Yifeng added. Moreover, 3 times. Hehe. Gu Muxi giggled, but pinched Yifeng discreetly, whispering, You're so naughty. Liu Mubai's face turned red, trying to defend. Yifeng, stop changing the topic. Remember my words, I won't give up, and you won't earn my recognition. I will come back again, come back to duel with you. Humph. After speaking, Liu Mubai left, or he felt he would have to hide because of the embarrassment. Once outside the canteen, he bumped into Yuan Hua. Buddy, sorry, need to pass. Liu Mubai grimaced. Pro, I understand your feelings, I truly do. Honestly, I have a crush on Gumuxi too. Yuan Hua confessed earnestly. Damn. So, we're rivals, and you dare block my way. Are you searching for trouble? Liu Mubai struck a battle pose, cautiously watching Yuan Hua. Hey. Don't be like that, we should unite. Yuan Hua quickly suggested. Think about it, now that Gumuxi's boyfriend is that guy, we are both third-party pursuers, or rather, secret admirers. Our goal is the same, to get rid of Yifeng first. Trust me, with the right tools, no wall corner is impossible to topple. We are the dark horses. Liu Mubai nodded. I acknowledge you, the ultimate secret admirer, but since we are partners now, why not come up with a title? Yuan Hua, what's this guy thinking? Alright, what title do you suggest? Liu Mubai pondered and suggested. Let's call ourselves the Avengers Alliance. This title sounds promising. I agree. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Yuan Hua. Yuan Hua said seriously. I'm Liu Mubai. The two men shook hands firmly. On the other side, Gumuxi and Yifeng were having lunch. How did Liu Mubai become so? How should I describe it? Like a teenager? Yifeng laughed. What's a teenager? A teenager refers to someone with adolescent melodrama. These people are self-centered, ignoring objective facts, and have peculiar behaviors. Yifeng explained with a smile. Oh, right. Liu Mubai is definitely suffering from teenage melodrama, Gumuxi affirmed. Well, let's just ignore him. He's probably just acting out of impulse. Since he's back, the Liu family should also be back in the country. We should visit them one of these days. They took care of us when we were younger, and Mr. Liu was very accommodating and easy to talk to. Yifeng smiled. Liu Mubai's father, Liu Zongqian, used to be the director of Factory 3. He had promoted Gu Xingzhang to deputy director before leaving for abroad, indirectly benefiting Easy Jianjun, who became a skilled worker with doubled pay and benefits. There's a saying about being grateful to those who helped you since, during difficult times, some senior students were not helpful. Still, one senior student, Mr. Chen, took a leave from work to help him solve a technical problem, which was seen as a favor. Hence, Gumuxi always extended invitations to Mr. Chen for dinner, occasionally inquiring about technical matters. This paved the way for a close friendship and led Mr. Chen to introduce venture capitalists when Easy Jianjun was ready to launch his software. A lack of gratitude would have limited the opportunities that follow. Therefore, successful business people often emphasize gratitude as they understand the logic behind it, seeking mutual benefits and relationships. Gumuxi nodded, saying, Yeah, let's go back home first. After returning, I'll ask my dad to visit Mr. Liu. He was very kind to us growing up. Hehe, Xiao Huixi has grown up. Yifeng patted her head. Gumuxi stared at him and said, I was always mature. Do you still see me as a child? Yifeng glanced at her seriously. Really? I don't believe it unless you prove it to me. Gumuxi felt his gaze and blushed. HMPH, you're so mean. Let's just eat your food. As they spoke, Yifeng's phone rang. He answered it, and it was from an unknown number. However, he still picked up the call. Hello, who's this? Hello Yifeng. This is Cai Tongming. Cai Tongming. After pondering for a moment, Yifeng could probably guess the reason why Cai Tongming called. Sheng Company was done for. It's understandable for a talented person to seek shelter in difficult times. Yifeng had interacted with Cai Tongming a few times, and his impression of him was good. He was steady, thoughtful, and had strong social skills, making him suitable for a professional manager. Oh, it's General Cai. Hello, hello. Yifeng warmly greeted. A bitter laugh came from the other end of the phone. Yi General, you're joking. I'm no longer a general, I've already left Sheng. Oh, everyone goes through low points, no need to lose heart. Brighter days may be ahead. Yifeng comforted. Hopefully. By the way, Yi, are you free tonight? It's been a while since we had a meal together, ha ha. Cai Tongming said with a smile. No problem for tonight. Just confirm the location with me via text later. Yifan replied with a smile. Inviting someone out for a meal usually meant having a favor to ask, but Yifan knew Cai Tongming well enough to suspect he hadn't decided where to go. Having a meal was just a way to deepen their mutual understanding. Finding a job was not as simple as imagined. It wasn't only about the company's prospects, but also about the company's key figures, like the boss's character. As the saying goes, a leader's personality determines the success of an enterprise. Yifan was clear in his mind, and didn't mind having a meal to deepen his understanding of Cai Tongming. It was a mutual opportunity. After a brief chat, they hung up. Gumuxi pursed her lips and said, "Yi, are you busy again tonight?" "Oh, heh. Yes, but don't worry, I'll be back soon," Yifan said, patting her head and smiling. "Okay, if you come back early, bring me some sweet soup. I haven't had it in a long time." Gumuxi pouted. "Sure. No problem." Yifan nodded. On the other side, in the afternoon, Cai Tongming arrived at Sheng Company. Inside the company, there were only a few people left, busy tidying their desks. It seemed most employees had left. Cai Tongming sighed and shook his head. If Pen Chengfu had listened to his advice, not opposed Yifeng, and not participated in that project, Sheng Company wouldn't have ended up bankrupt. Persuading that stubborn guy was indeed difficult. Since the first time he saw Yifeng, he knew this young man wasn't easy to deal with, a fact Pen Chengfu and Yu Guanchen couldn't believe. Now, it's all over. He came back this time to pack up and leave. His resignation application had been submitted, and there was no way Pen Chengfu could interfere now. The company faced significant compensation claims, and bankruptcy was a foregone conclusion. Just as he reached the door, he heard a commotion coming from Pen Chengfu's office and saw Yu Guanchen storming out, shouting back, "Pen Chengfu, don't bother looking for me again. This matter has nothing to do with me. You are the company's legal representative. I'm just an employee. Don't you dare put all the blame on me." At this point, Pen Chengfu rushed out of the office, his face haggard and his eyes bloodshot, angrily shouting at Yu Guanchen. "Yu Guanchen, you, as senior executive and small shareholder, also want to walk away. Damn, you have some responsibility in this. I've given you a lot over the years. Are you unwilling to contribute?" Yu Guanchen retorted. "Damn, I deserved that. What do you mean given to me? Anyway, this matter has nothing to do with me. This company no longer concerns me. Take care of yourself." With that, Yu Guanchen left without turning back. Pen Chengfu stomped in anger, cursing, "You ungrateful scoundrel. Damn it." After his tirade, he turned and saw Cai Tongming standing not far away. A brief pause. Each time he saw Cai Tongming, he was reminded of his foolish decisions. Tongming, you're here," Pen Chengfu said, softening his tone and awkwardly asking, "I'm back to get some things." Cai Tongming replied calmly without mentioning Tan's title. Sheng Company had great profit potential, and there was hope to make a fortune. Now, it was all gone. Cai Tongming felt Pen Chengfu didn't deserve his respect. The downfall of Sheng was primarily Pan's fault. "I see." Pen Chengfu's expression was grim, unsure of what to say to Cai Tongming. His pride wouldn't allow him to admit his mistakes in front of Cai Tongming. "Let's go. Let's leave," Pen Chengfu said, taking out a cigarette, lighting it, and returning to his office. Cai Tongming sighed, and didn't respond, entering his office to pack his personal belongings. 30 minutes later, he arrived at the base of the Electric Science Building with a small suitcase. Suddenly, he saw a crowd gathering below, looking up towards the building. "Oh my! Look, someone seems to be attempting suicide. Who is that? Why would they do that? It's too high. Can't see clearly. Damn! What a shock! Someone is really going to jump." The cacophony of voices resembled a market. Cai Tongming approached the crowd, looked up, and immediately recognized the person upstairs. It was Pen Chengfu. Cai Tongming stared in shock at Pen Chengfu on the building. Pen Chengfu threw the cigarette down, then stood and jumped out the window. His body plummeted in midair. Dang! Pen Chengfu's body landed on the cement ground, blood splattering. The scene erupted in screams. Cai Tongming stared dumbfounded at Pen Chengfu's body on the ground, his box also falling to the ground. At 7 p.m. that night, at Baiyunru restaurant, Yifan arrived by taxi, paid the fare, and as soon as he got out, he saw Cai Tongming smiling and coming to greet him. "Ha ha! Yi General, long time no see." Cai Tongming greeted loudly. Yifan shook his hand and said, "Yeah, It's been a while. Let's not stand here. Let's eat. We're hungry. All right, I've asked the waiter to bring tea. We just need to order, Sai Tongming politely said. Yifeng looked at him curiously. Sai Tongming indeed knew proper etiquette. Haha, you're really something. I eat anything. Just order as you like, Yifeng said as they continued chatting and went upstairs to a private room. With only the two of them in the room, they both sat down. Sai Tongming took out a pack of cigarettes and offered one to Yifeng. Yi General, about the electric signs, do you know what happened this afternoon? Sai Tongming asked in a low voice. Yifeng took the cigarette, lit it, and nodded. It's a big issue. The entire electric science building knows about it. Sai Tongming sighed and said, I was there when President Pen jumped off the building. I saw it with my own eyes. When I went to get things this afternoon, I felt something was off about his mental state, but I didn't expect. I heard his wife divorced him a few days ago and took the kids back to her family. And Yu Guanchen also had a falling out with him and quit. Yifeng said calmly, it was his choice. The winner takes all. That's how cruel it is. Sai Tongming had already guessed that the previous bidding project was likely related to Yifeng, and naturally understood the meaning behind his words. Yes, as Yi General said, history has always been written by the victors. Yifeng flicked the ash and smiled. If I had let Pen Chenfu succeed, I wouldn't be much better. At most, I have a stronger psychological resilience. Sai Tongming squinted at Yifeng and said with a smile, Yi General, what a joke. Who could bring you down? Yifeng couldn't help but grin. You're right. Sai Tongming was taken aback. He didn't expect Yifeng to exude such confidence. At that moment, he had made his decision. He poured Yifeng a cup of tea respectfully and said, Yi General, this tea is a tribute to you. To be honest, with Sheng gone, I have nowhere to go. I sincerely hope Yi General can take me in, Sai Tongming said. Yifeng took the tea, admired him, smiled, and said, with someone as talented as General Tsai, how could I leave you out? Welcome to Shifeng Company. Sai Tongming expressed his gratitude. Thank you so much, General Yi. He didn't expect Yifeng to be so decisive and efficient, handling things with such vigor and decisiveness. With such a boss, he had a promising future. General Yi, I respect you. Sai Tongming raised his teacup. The two clinked their cups and shared a smile. As the dishes and drinks continued to arrive, they chatted and drank. After discussing business matters, their conversation drifted to various topics. During the meal, Sai Tongming took the initiative to refill Yifeng's drink, offer cigarettes, and ensure everything was well taken care of. After a few rounds of drinks, Yifeng casually mentioned, Lao Tsai, what do you think about the future prospects of computer accessories? Sai Tongming, who had studied abroad and witnessed the development of the internet, confidently replied, I think there is great potential. In country M, the computer penetration rate has already reached 80%, and the accessories market is worth billions of USD. With the country's economic development and the increasing computer penetration rate, along with the domestic market's population size, there is a potential market worth tens of billions. Given the continuous advancement of technology, the industry turnover rate is high, and even in the mature stage, the industry can be very profitable. Yifeng smiled and asked, do you think selling computer accessories is the most profitable? After a moment of contemplation, Sai Tongming replied, based on the industry chain situation, I believe the most profitable would be the manufacturers, as they control core technology and pricing. However, entering that field requires substantial capital, and we may find it difficult to penetrate. Therefore, excluding that, selling accessories would still be profitable. Yifeng then joked, why should we exclude it? Surprised, Sai Tongming asked, did Yifeng want to become a manufacturer? Yifeng continued, in the entire computer field, or the electronic industry field, the industry chain revolves around the semiconductor industry chain, which includes chip design, research and development, sales, and in the future, the semiconductor industry will be crucial. This is not just about making money, but also about the country's development. If we only focus on selling accessories for profit, our vision would be limited. My goal is not just that. I hope to accumulate initial capital and then enter the semiconductor field, becoming a manufacturer, and even a monopolistic chip manufacturer. Blushing, Sai Tongming nodded repeatedly, agreeing with Yifeng's ambitions. He felt that this young boss was even more ambitious than himself, which was quite humbling. Yifeng waved his hand, saying seriously, technology is the future. Whoever controls technology can control the future. Of course, that is our goal. Currently, besides accumulating capital through selling accessories, we are also focusing on the internet application ecosystem. Our 361 software is in its final stages and will soon be launched in the market. This will be our first step into the internet ecosystem. Through this step, we can enter e-commerce, social networking, and once we have users, everything will follow. Perplexed, Sai Tongming exclaimed, "Ah, Yi, General Yi, isn't our Shifeng company just in the business of selling computer accessories?" Yifeng chuckled, "Ha ha. How could we only focus on one business? One needs to diversify. Currently, although selling computer accessories is the most profitable, soon its revenue share will decrease, and surpassing it will be the 361 software and the chain of internet cafes." Why die? Sai Tongming wondered how these three businesses were related. But Shifeng company was moving in this direction. And if the revenue from selling computer accessories decreases, how high would the revenue from the other two businesses be? It was unimaginable. Seeing his bewildered expression, Yifeng laughed and said, "Now, you may not have a concept yet. Wait until Saturday when you report to the company." Sai Tongming raised his glass, saying, "Yes, General Yi, no matter which position I am in, I will quickly familiarize myself with the business and tasks." He followed Yifeng's arrangements without seeking any specific position. Yifeng looked at him appreciatively and said, "Yes, I will assign you a specific position once you come to the company on Saturday. Sometimes, we cannot rush things, especially in personnel appointments. It must be done formally to show regard and ensure that the person feels valued. This also serves as a positive example for other employees. These are the ways a boss must understand to manage subordinates." Saturday morning at Shifeng company. The company had not opened yet, but Sai Tongming was already waiting at the door. Today, he was dressed elegantly, with styled hair, looking sharp and energetic. It was his first day reporting to the new company, and he wanted to make a good impression. "Hey, Lao Tsai, why are you here so early?" A voice sounded behind him. It was Wang Tai. Sai Tongming politely greeted him, aware of the relationship between Yifeng and Wang Tai. Wang Tai waved his hand nonchalantly, saying, "You're earlier than me. It's only 8:30 now. Work starts at 9. We have Monday and Tuesday off. Work on Saturday and Sunday, and there are staff rotations even on rest days." "Oh, I see, thank you," Sai Tongming said, realizing the schedule was reasonable, and they even had weekends off. Such benefits were not even available at Shengde. Across the city, not to mention the entire country, only state-owned enterprises might have a similar setup. Most private companies could only offer 1 day off or 2 days off per month. As the bosses would say, if you don't do it, there are plenty of people willing to do it. Unexpectedly, Shifeng company had weekends off, which made him particularly impressed. Seeing his surprised expression, Wang Tai felt a sense of pride. The system designed by Fan is indeed fantastic. "Come in, have a seat, wait for the other employees to arrive." Wang Tai held the door open and invited him in. As Sai Tongming stepped into the company, he was amazed. The workspace was well organized, with neatly arranged workstations, tidy desks, and clean floors. This was far better than Shengde. My goodness, such a large office area. Must be around 700 to 800 square meters, right? Sai Tongming asked in astonishment. Wang Tai gave him a look and chuckled. "It's more than that. Half of this floor belongs to our company. We only had a corner last time, but last month we rented half a floor. The Internet Cafe project and the 361 project are about to start, so we hired quite a few people." Sai Tongming was shocked to hear this information. What? Half a floor? This big? Sai Tongming never expected that Zifeng company would be this big. The office area alone is twice the size of Shengde company. According to Wang Tai's introduction, Zifeng company now has a main staff of 90 people, not including the computer store staff or frontline personnel being recruited, such as netcafe managers. Among the seated employees, the majority are software technical staff from 361, totaling 45 people. They are carefully selected graduates from top universities with exceptional professional skills, mostly from the best computer science programs in Guangxi City, including outstanding graduates from Guangxi University of Science and Technology. Listening to Wang Tai's introduction, Sai Tongming was impressed by Zifeng company's setup. Although outwardly it appeared to be a company that sells computer accessories and primarily focuses on computer repair services, based on the staff allocation, it seemed more like an internet technology application company. Therefore, he couldn't help but be more curious about this 361 software project. What kind of software could prompt Zifeng Company to invest so much in manpower? As time passed, employees from various departments gradually arrived for work, all punctual and appearing enthusiastic. Cai Tongming and Wang Tai were taking a break in the smoking area within the office when unexpectedly, Yifeng walked in. Yifeng, good morning, Yifeng. They both immediately got up to greet him. Yifeng waved his hand and said, "Please sit down, no need to be so formal." Cai Tongming then offered Yifeng a cigarette, which he accepted with ease. Lao Tsai, TZ, I have instructed Zhuo Qianchen from the administration department to inform all departments for an impromptu meeting. Take a break, and we'll go to the meeting soon, Yifeng said, while sitting down and lighting his cigarette. Cai Tongming and Wang Tai then went to the meeting room with Yifeng as the heads of all departments were already waiting inside. Zifeng Company adopts a flat management structure, minimizing hierarchy as too many levels could make the company bloated. Yifeng sat in the main seat and glanced over, seeing all department heads present. In the company, there were 3 project managers overseeing 5 departments. Wang Tai was responsible for the Zifeng Electronics project, focusing on computer accessories and managing computer repair shop operations. The second project was the Internet Cafe project handled by Han Ping'an. The third project, 361 Computer Security Manager, was temporarily managed by Yifeng, as he developed the software's underlying architecture. The 5 departments were finance, administration, electronic sales, technology, and legal. The largest department was the technology department, housing the 361 software technical staff, with a vacant department manager position. Zhang Lei, the technical supervisor, had the highest technical skills, lacked in management capabilities. The finance department was managed by Fu Han, a professional teacher poached from the university's accounting department. The administration department was temporarily managed by Zhuo Qianchen, known for her meticulous work. The electronic sales department was overseen by Wang Tai, tasked with managing store employees and after-sales personnel, including an upcoming online customer service team. The legal department, with only 2 members, was managed by Luo Xian, a former law professor specializing in finance and commercial law. Though Zifeng Company was short of talent and relatively small in scale, its formal structure, overseen by Yifeng's policies and departmental workflows, ensured smooth operations. The meeting was primarily focused on discussions related to the launch of the 361 Computer Manager software and its development direction. Before beginning, a personnel appointment was announced. Introducing the newest team member, Cai Tongming, a highly educated professional with expertise in electronic product channel management, received a warm welcome from the attendees. Wang Tai happily smiled and said, "Hey, Funjie, does Lao Tsai come to our electronic sales department? My department has added another key member." Yifeng nodded and said, "Yes, I have discussed with Lao Tsai before, so today I officially appointed Cai Tongming as the channel manager of the electronic sales department, mainly responsible for expanding the source channels, maintenance work, and building online sales channels. Diversified and stable source channels are the important foundation for the development of Zifeng Electronics, with great responsibility." Cai Tongming was deeply moved in his heart. He understood the importance of this position. Whether Zifeng Company can sell what kind of accessories, reduce inventory costs, and maintain a stable supply of accessory products all depended on him. He felt the trust from Yifeng. Firm trust. "Yes, General Yi, you can rest assured that I will put in 200% effort and do a good job, not to let your trust down." Cai Tongming bowed to Yifeng and said solemnly. The meeting room was filled with enthusiastic applause. Yifeng smiled and said, "I believe in you, and I believe in your abilities. Trust the person, use if trustworthy, the kind of person and the extent of their effectiveness." He had a scale in his heart. Cai Tongming is steady, and his channel and business relationships are outstanding, making him the perfect fit for this job. Similarly, it was like putting up a safety net for Zifeng Company. With this net, this foundation, there will be no impediments when offline and online sales are launched, allowing for more products to be sold. Yifeng waved his hand, asked him to sit down, and said, "Now let's officially start the meeting." Zhang Lei, Please report on the latest situation of the 361 Computer Security Manager. Use the projector to present, so that colleagues from other departments have an idea. Okay. Generally, Zhang Lei stood up, then connected his notebook to the projector to display the content introducing the 361 Computer Security Manager. After more than 2 months of upgrade and expansion, the 361 Security Manager has completed internal testing and some online upgrade previews. Based on user feedback data verification, the software has met the market promotion standards set by DRIZZLE. Everyone, please take a look. This is the function of our software. The software uses an innovative virus-killing function, making it the first of its kind in China. It can proactively kill viruses based on abnormal conditions inside the computer when facing different program viruses and new program virus intrusions, achieving both active and passive protection, ensuring the safety of personal and business computers. This is the core function of our software, a significant breakthrough in meeting users' computer security needs. Moreover, this software is not just a virus-killing program, but also a computer manager software that can monitor real-time memory garbage generation, optimizing running processes with one click, significantly improving the user experience with computer equipment. Based on these two core functions, we will continue to update and enrich other features of the 361 Computer Security Manager in the future, such as desktop functions, file archiving functions, system error repair, etc. Zhang Lei then explained the operating logic of the software in detail, and everyone in the meeting room listened with excitement. This software is amazing. It truly addresses the pain points of the user's needs. Luo Xian from the legal department exclaimed excitedly. He was more sensitive to security aspects and installed antivirus software on his personal computer, but the foreign paid software was particularly expensive. Generally, this is really impressive. Sai Tongming sighed, finally understanding why Zifeng Company attached so much importance to this software. Once it was officially promoted, it would definitely become a hit on the market and become the #1 antivirus software in the country. Yifeng smiled and added, according to my previous deployment arrangement, this software will adopt a 2-tier membership fee strategy. For ordinary individual users, we can provide a limited free version, which will be permanently free. The free version will benefit tens of millions of individual users, providing them with computer security and management. The member fee version will unlock advanced virus libraries, offering stronger computer protection and excellent membership service functions. This version is designed for a large number of high-end individual users and security-conscious business users. The member fee version will also become Zifeng Company's main source of revenue. This software will also bring huge traffic users to the company, taking the lead in winning users on the internet. In the era of the internet, owning users means owning the future. The goal of our software is to become the #1 antivirus software in the country. Yifeng's words excited everyone present, eliciting enthusiastic applause. Fun J, when will our software officially launch? Wang Tai couldn't wait. It will officially launch next Wednesday. Next, we will proceed with the formal work deployment. Take note, if there are any supplementary areas, feel free to suggest and supplement. Yifeng chuckled. Firstly, after the software's market promotion, it will be linked to our Zifeng e-commerce platform for joint promotion. The electronic sales department needs to actively follow up on source reserves and merchandise shelving. The technology department also needs to prepare for the surge in server downloads to prevent server downtime and to ensure to back up servers promptly for emergencies. At this meeting, Yifeng made detailed deployments for pre- and post-launch of the software, combined with departmental cooperation, to ensure steady promotion and operation after the launch. The meeting lasted from morning till noon, laying out specific meeting documents and work arrangements, filling the entire Zifeng Company with hope and vitality for the future. After finishing up the operational documents within the company, all based on previously summarized advanced experiences, the next steps would be handed over to the respective departments for implementation. Once the work was done, Yifeng leaned back on his chair, smoking and looking out at the clear sky outside, feeling particularly cheerful. At this moment, Gu Muxi called. Hello, Yishan. My mom called me and asked if we are going home. I also miss my mom, and I want to go back for a visit. Are you going back too? Yes. It's also a weekend with free time. It's been a while since school started, and it's time to go back and visit. I'll come pick you up at the school later. Yifeng replied with a smile. Heh. Great, I'll be waiting for you at the school gate, Gumuxi said sweetly. After hanging up the phone, Yifeng left the company and drove back to the school. At noon, outside the South China University of Technology gate, Gumuxi was dressed in a light blue sailor suit, the autumn wind swaying her skirt. Her tall and graceful figure, coupled with her fair and slender legs, was extremely eye-catching, causing male students passing by to glance at her involuntarily. Whenever a couple passed by the school gate, male students would unconsciously look at Gumuxi, leading to arguments between couples and causing the young men's hearts to ache. At this moment, in a shady corner near the school gate, Liu Mubai and Yuan Hua were secretly watching. Both of them had lustful expressions. Gumuxi, she's really beautiful. Yuan Hua sighed admiringly. Yes, she's the woman I've set my eyes on. Liu Mubai also had a fascinated expression. Then he realized and immediately grabbed Yuan Hua, shouting, Damn it, she's my woman. You're not allowed to think about her. Yuan Hua coughed awkwardly and quickly exclaimed, Release me. She's not ours now. Don't forget, we're a team. No. An alliance. We're the Avengers Alliance. We still have common enemies, Liu Mubai said. Thinking, Right, we're the Avengers Alliance. Then he let go of Yuan Hua's neck. Gumuxi is alone now. It's our opportunity, Liu Mubai whispered. Ah, you mean to be aggressive? That won't work. We can't beat her. Yuan Hua said anxiously. Liu Mubai tapped his head and said, You're silly. She's probably waiting for a ride or a taxi. I'll drive my Suzuki GS1 motorcycle over later. Maybe she'll be able to sit on the back seat. Then I'll let her experience my magical driving skills, captivate her heart completely, make her fall in love with me. Once she's in love with me, I'll quickly propose to her, then get married and have a child. The child I and she have together. If it's a boy, I'll name him Liu Mumo. If it's a girl, I'll name her Liu Zixi. Then we can send our child to a prestigious kindergarten with good teachers, and we can. Yuan Hua, this person, is his mind fry. Don't daydream. Wait until everyone leaves. Yuan Hua rolled his eyes at him. Liu Mubai wiped his mouth, grinned and said, You stay here. I'll go get the motorcycle. With that, Liu Mubai swiftly departed, and soon after, he was seen riding a Suzuki GS1 motorcycle out of the campus, heading towards Gumuxi. Yuan Hua looked envious. To be able to ride a motorcycle in college, this guy must come from a good family. You see, nowadays students barely have any money. They either take the monorail bus or ride as a pillion on someone else's bike, and those with even less money have to rely on bus route 11, which is just their two legs. Only rich people can afford to ride motorcycles. Liu Mubai arrived in front of Gumuxi on his motorcycle. Hey, Muxi's sister, are you alone? Where do you want to go? I can give you a ride. Liu Mubai took off his helmet, shook his middle-parted hair, and struck what he thought was a handsome pose. I'm going home, but I don't need you to take me. I'm waiting for Yi Shao. Gumuxi decisively shook her head in refusal. Hey, don't wait. On such a hot day, do you really want to squeeze onto public transportation with him? Or ride a bicycle? Muxi's sister, try riding on my motorcycle. It's so comfortable. Riding a motorcycle will get you home quickly. No need to take the bus. Liu Mubai was persistent, continuing to persuade her. Gumuxi narrowed her eyes, raised her hand and made a gesture like cracking her knuckles, creating a creepy sound. Liu Mubai, you better disappear from my sight in 3 seconds. Liu Mubai. Ahem, Muxi's sister. Don't be rash. 3. Wait, Muxi's sister. 2. Alright, I'm out. While saying this, suddenly an Audi 100 approached them and stopped next to them. Liu Mubai, envious, took a glance and thought to himself, Audi 100, a luxury car. Which rich second generation in the school is this? No, he must not let the rich second generation get close to Muxi's sister. Liu Mubai got off his motorcycle, approached the car, and knocked on the window. Hey man, could you move forward a bit? You're blocking my way. The window slowly rolled down, and in the next moment, Liu Mubai was dumbfounded. What the heck? Yifeng. The person inside the car was indeed Yifeng. Is this your car? Asked a shocked Liu Mubai. Of course, it's mine. If it's not mine, then is it yours? Yifeng laughed. Zihehe. Get in the car. Let's go home. Gumuxi smiled sweetly, bounced over, opened the passenger door, and got in. Let's go, Yi Xiao, let's go. The car started, zoomed off, raising a cloud of dust and leaving Liu Mubai with a face full of dirt. Cough, cough, cough. Liu Mubai scowled, coughing repeatedly, yelling in anger. Damn it, Yifeng. Even if you drive a luxury car, you won't stop my fiery heart for Gumuxi. HMPH, if you go back, I'll go back too. With that, Liu Mubai hopped on his motorcycle and quickly disappeared into the distance. At the steel factory workers' residential area, at the Yifeng's house, Kuxingzhan and Yi Jianjun were having tea and chatting in the living room. Li Wen and Meng Xiaoyun were picking vegetables in the kitchen. When will Zifan and the others be back? Meng Xiaoyun turned her head to ask, seeing that it was already 12:30 at noon. They should be back soon. I just called Muxi, and she said she's already on her way back with Zifan, replied Li Wen. Alright, I'll start cooking so the kids can have a hot meal when they come back. Meng Xiaoyun nodded. Okay, you go ahead. I'll finish picking here by myself, Li Wen replied, then casually asked, Xiaoyun, those two kids grew up together almost every day since they were young. Why are they not getting along now? I think Zifan is such a good boy, smart in studies, top the province, can earn money, has a good personality. I don't know what Muxi is thinking. If they get along, we'll become family. Huh, said Meng Xiaoyun with a smile. Well, I also thought about it, but relationships rely on fate. When the time comes, things will work out for them by themselves. Li Wen pondered for a moment, then suddenly came up with an idea. Hey, what if we try to set them up? Meng Xiaoyun paused in shock and asked, how do we set them up? Li Wen leaned closer, whisper, wait a moment, after they come back, we'll each subtly ask and probe. You ask Zifan, I'll ask Muxi. First find out their thoughts. If they are interested, then we'll let them make the first move. That way, it'll be more interesting in the future. Meng Xiaoyun, so, what do you mean by all this? Li Wen continued, hey, it's just guiding them, seeing if they are interested in each other. If they are, then we'll let them show their intentions. You get it? Meng Xiaoyun. She was bewildered. It took her a while to understand Li Wen's meaning. Okay, let's do that. After dinner, we'll ask about their intentions. Downstairs, Yifeng parked the car, took out bags of things from the trunk, clothes, accessories, watches, and many nutritional supplements, all gifts that Yifeng had bought for the elders. Yifeng, do you really have to be honest with my parents? What if they don't agree? Gumuxi worried. Then what do you suggest? Yifeng teased. Gumuxi pondered for a moment and replied, if they don't agree, we'll make it a done deal. Let them be grandparents in advance. Yifeng exclaimed in surprise. Oh my god. Muxi, you're so daring. But this method, I like it. Hehe. Gumuxi blushed and said, HMPH, that's also for you. I don't know what magic you use to make me like you. Yifeng flipped his hair and proudly said, of course, it's because I'm so handsome. Theft. Gumuxi couldn't help but laugh. You're shameless. The two of them went upstairs together and returned home. Mom, Dad, we're back. After entering the house, Yifeng called out. Meng Xiaoyun came out from the kitchen, wiping her hands and said, Zifeng, Muxi's back. When she saw the bags of gifts in Yifeng's hands, she asked, Son, what are all these things? Hehe. These are gifts that Muxi and I specially bought for you guys. Teas, necklaces, skincare products, clothes, there's a whole bunch. Yifeng shrugged. Meng Xiaoyun rolled her eyes and said, you just need to buy gifts for Muxi's parents. Your dad and I have everything we need. Meng Xiaoyun was frugal and never bought clothes or jewelry for herself. She thought as long as she was worn and well-fed, it was enough. Last time, Yifeng gave her over 200,000 yuan, and she hadn't touched a penny of it, saving it for Yifeng's future wife. Hey mom, this is my filial piety. Let me show it. Yifeng smiled. Yes, auntie, all of this is Yifeng's thoughtfulness, Gumuxi said obediently. Meng Xiaoyun chuckled then said, okay, hurry, go wash up and get ready for dinner. Gumuxi replied cheerfully and ran to the bathroom to wash her hands. Yifeng put away the gifts, greeted Guxingzhan in the living room, and handed him a cigarette. Guxingzhan took the cigarette, smiling and asked, Zifeng, how does it feel to be in university? It's fine, quite relaxed. The professional courses are not too difficult, Yifeng replied. Hey, I'm not worried about your studies. I'm more concerned about your personal life. Got your eye on any female classmates? Gu Xingzhan chuckled, looking eager for gossip. Yifeng, with a mysterious smile, said, "Well, of course." Li Wan, who was pouring water nearby, immediately perked up her ears, thinking it might not be good news. Was Yifeng beaten to the punch by another girl? That would be bad news. Gu Xingzhan, looking like a bystander, hastily asked, "Who is it? Which female classmate? Is she beautiful? Where is she from?" Gu Xingzhan's questioning was like pouring beans from a bamboo tube. Sitting on the sofa drinking tea, Yi Jianjun couldn't help but curiously stare at Yifeng. It was the first time he heard Yifeng mention a girl he liked, and he couldn't help but wonder who she was. Feeling uncomfortable being stared at by three elders, Yifeng was about to muster up the courage to explain everything. "Yi Xiao, come over here." Gu Muxi suddenly shouted from the bathroom door, interrupting Yifeng. Yifeng had to get up and go over to the bathroom door, asking softly, "Muxi, what's wrong?" Gu Muxi looked serious and said, "I just sneakily glanced at my mom's expression. It doesn't look good. I'm just worried that if you mention it, and my parents don't agree, it would be very awkward on the spot. Let's wait a bit. If you decide to say something, let me do it instead. That way, you'll have less pressure, and maybe my parents won't oppose it too much." The outcome of revealing the truth might differ depending on who does it. After some thought, Yifeng found Gu Muxi's suggestion reasonable. "You're right. Okay, you find the opportunity to tell them." Yifeng wasn't afraid to come clean, but he didn't want to put Gu Muxi in a difficult position if things didn't go well. Letting her handle it might make things easier for Uncle Gu and Abli. Gu Muxi gestured okay. As the meal was served, the two chatted and ate together merrily, discussing school matters. During the meal, Gu Muxi ran to get the gifts to show the elders. Taking the chance, Li Wan approached to have a private moment with Gu Muxi. "Hey, do you think Yifeng is really thoughtful, buying us so many gifts?" Li Wan started hinting. "Yes." Yi shouted. "Well, this time," Gu Muxi replied without looking back while searching for gifts. Sensing the right timing, Li Wan continued, "Hey, there are not many young people like Yifeng. I wonder how many girls are eyeing him at school. He must be very popular at school, right?" "Yes, he is quite popular. After all, he was the top scholar in the province." "Why do you suddenly ask about this, Mom?" Gu Muxi asked in confusion. "Oh, just a casual question. I just think Yifeng, being so popular, might have caught the attention of other female classmates." Li Wan probed further. "Hey, what do you think of Yifeng, Zihu?" Li Wan started probing Gu Muxi's thoughts. Gu Muxi blushed slightly and said, "Yi Xiao is indeed a good person, excellent in many aspects." Li Wan's eyes lit up, seeing a glimmer of hope. It was clear that Gu Muxi maybe had some feelings for Yifeng. But just as she heard that Yifeng had set his eyes on a female classmate, she looked a bit worried. "Yeah, such a good kid, so popular, there must be many girls chasing after him." Li Wan's tone was suggestive. Gu Muxi chuckled dryly, trying to understand her mother's intentions. But then, Li Wan picked up the gifts and patted Gu Muxi's shoulder meaningfully. This left Gu Muxi even more puzzled, unsure if her mother thought well or not of Yifeng. When Yifeng went to pour tea, Meng Xiaoyun approached him directly, asking, "Son, what do you think of Huhu? You've grown up together since childhood. You must know her well, right?" Yifeng was taken aback. "Well, she's very nice, Mom. Why are you suddenly asking about this?" Meng Xiaoyun showed a knowing smile. "I see. Interesting, really interesting," muttering to herself before walking away. Yifeng was puzzled. What was so interesting? What did Mom mean? Could it be she found out about the matter between him and Gu Muxi? Although confused, he kept a calm facade, poured the tea, and handed a cup each to Gu Xingzhan and Yi Jianjun. "This is a little something specially picked out for you by me and Yi Xiao." Gu Muxi placed the gifts on the table and handed two of them to Meng Xiaoyun, saying, "Auntie, this is a skincare cream specially picked out for you by me, the latest from Maybelline, and another one is a Nosh brand. Wishing you all the best and good health." Meng Xiaoyun couldn't stop smiling, complimenting, "Oh, Huhu is so thoughtful. Hehe, here are Uncle Yi's clothes. Dad, this is chosen by Yi Xiao for you, a belt and clothes. Mom, this is also bought by Yi Xiao for you." Gu Muxi took out gifts one by one, distributing them to the elders. The four elders at the dining table were very happy, praising the two repeatedly. Even though the gifts were not extravagant, they all represented the thoughtfulness of the younger generation, conveying sincere intentions. Ha ha, hu and Zifan. You've grown up. Gu Xingzhang was very pleased, praising them. Li Wen nodded, smiling contentedly. Yes, they've grown up and are very promising. As parents, they didn't seek well for their children, but only hope for their good health, happiness, and understanding of filial piety. Seeing the positive atmosphere, Gu Muxi gave Yifan a signal. Understanding it immediately, Yifan smiled slightly and nodded. Gu Muxi looked at her parents, took a deep breath, and said solemnly, Dad, Mom, I have something important to tell you. I know this may be something you won't approve of, but I don't think I can keep it hidden for long. So, I've decided to tell you myself. I hope you can understand and accept it. Ha, what is it? Li Wen was puzzled. Gu Xingzhang also froze, asking, What's the matter? Muxi, did you get into trouble outside? Gu Muxi blushed, pursing her lips, and said, I didn't get into trouble. The thing is, Dad, Mom, Yisha and I are dating. As Gu Muxi uttered these words, the scene suddenly fell into silence. Not a sound could be heard. Except for Yifang, everyone was shocked and speechless. Clang. Li Wen was dumbfounded, dropping her chopsticks. Gu Muxi secretly glanced at her parents' expressions and discovered that they seemed not as serious as she had imagined, but rather more shocked and astonished. Her heart jumped to her throat. Could it be that her parents wouldn't approve? What if they didn't approve? Oh no, she was so worried. Dad, Mom, Gu Muxi called out softly. Since she had already taken the plunge, whether it would be a success or failure would be revealed soon. Li Wen opened her mouth, with a look of pleasant surprise on her face, and asked, Really? Then she looked at Yifang. Awkwardly, Yifang nodded and said, Yes, Aunt, Gu Muxi and I are together. Meng Xiaoyun and Yi Jianjun both whitened their eyes, exchanging uncertain glances, their faces filled with astonishment. Son, how did you two suddenly end up together? Meng Xiaoyun asked in shock. Before going to college, Yifang honestly replied. Gu Muxi weakly asked Li Wen, Mom, you won't object, will you? Li Wen immediately burst into laughter, looking very happy. Ha ha ha, why would I object? I'm so happy. Li Wen laughed joyfully, tears welling up in her eyes, a mix of happiness and nostalgia. She had originally thought that Gu Muxi and Yifang wouldn't end up together, and even considered trying to matchmake them, but unexpectedly, they suddenly became a couple. Such a pleasant surprise. She had saved herself a lot of effort. Ha ha ha, being together is great. Get married after internship in college. Li Wen continued. Gu Muxi, oh my, how come Mom is even more anxious than me? Gu Muxi blushed and whispered, How can it happen so fast? Li Wen immediately adopted a serious tone. Oh, not too fast. By the time you graduate from college, you'll be 23. The perfect age to get married. Get married in 1 or 2 years, and have a baby by age 25. The perfect age for childbearing. Gu Muxi, Mom, your plan is moving too fast, isn't it? Meng Xiaoyun interjected. Then let me see what year it will be in a few years, so that by the time the children are born, I can tell what zodiac sign they'll be. Gu Xingzhang added, any zodiac sign works, but preferably born before June. That way, they can start kindergarten half a year earlier. I think the Sunshine Kindergarten nearby is pretty go, though a bit pricier since it's private, but the teachers there are great and they even teach English. Li Wen shook her head and suggested, Sunshine Kindergarten is just okay. I recommend the government kindergarten. I have a friend there. With a little help we should be able to get in. The conditions there are good, and the education is also decent. Meng Xiaoyun chimed in. I think it doesn't matter which kindergarten they attend. What's most important is elementary school. The primary school has to be good. I think the normal school affiliated elementary school is good. Exactly. The normal school affiliated elementary school. That school is great. I heard many graduates go on to secondary school too, or even to Taiyuan First High School. In the future, they can definitely excel like Xiaofan, and maybe become the top scorer in the province. Li Wen excitedly exclaimed. Well, the normal school affiliated elementary school is go, but how can it compare with the railway elementary school? Gu Xingzhang shook his head, offering his opinion. Since then, except for the uncommunicative Yi Jianjun, the three elders engaged in enthusiastic discussions about the future grandchildren's kindergarten, elementary school, middle school, high school, and even their future careers. Gu Muxi and Yifeng looked at each other, both slightly bewildered. Yifeng quickly interrupted, smiling, Hey, uncles and aunties, isn't it a bit early to discuss this? Li Wen slapped her forehead, realizing, right, it seems a bit premature, doesn't it? So, when are you both planning to get married? Gu Muxi almost sprayed the tea in her mouth. Blushing, she said, Mom, isn't this topic too early? Li Wen replied seriously, Oh, it's not too early, it's just a matter of 2 to 3 years. It's time to start considering it. Gu Muxi pulled the corners of her mouth. Still, that's still 2 to 3 years away. Gu Xingzhang smiled and said, waving his hand, Pixie, you actually kept it a secret from us. Why? Were you afraid we'd object? We're very open-minded. Besides, I've watched Shafeng grow up. This child is kind-hearted, has a good personality, and has a bright future. He completely fits the standard of my son-in-law. Li Wan. Meng Xiaoyun patted Yifeng's shoulder and said seriously, now that you two are together, don't bully Zixi. If I find out, I'll pull your ears off. Out. Yes. Yes, Mom, I won't bully Zixi. Besides, I never had the ability to bully her anyway. Yifeng responded helplessly. The dining table burst into laughter. Yi Jianjun, who was not very talkative, was genuinely happy and said, since everyone is so happy today, I'll bring out my good wine to let Lao Gu enjoy. Hey, great, Lao Yi, you've been hiding good wine from us. From now on, we'll be in-laws, so don't keep it hidden. Bring it out for me to taste. Gu Xingzhang said joyfully. Yi Jianjun stood up and fetched a bottle of white wine, placing it on the table. Yifeng took it, opened the lid, and personally poured a drink for the two elders, finally pouring some into his own glass. Uncle Gu, I toast to you. Rest assured, I will take good care of Zixi, Yifeng said with a smile, raising his glass. Gu Xingzhang laughed heartily and said, great, with you taking care of Zixi, I am at ease. Cheers. The three clinked glasses, and Yifeng, in high spirits, downed his drink to show respect. Gu Xingzhang, seeing this, praised, this kid, I didn't expect you to hold your liquor so well. From now on, I'll have another drinking buddy. Li Wen rolled her eyes at him and said, you should drink less. Do you think you're still as young as Yifeng? All right, I'm just happy today. Let me have a few more drinks. Don't worry, I'll enjoy but not get drunk, Gu Xingzhang quickly assured, patting his chest. Li Wen smiled. Fine, I'm happy today too. I'll allow you a few more drinks. The dining table was filled with laughter once again. Yifeng, watching this, felt an immense warmth in his heart. Such a wonderful life, peaceful and warm. Under the table, he reached out and secretly held Gu Muxi's hand. Gu Muxi turned her head, and they exchanged smiles, everything understood without words. After dinner, just as Yifeng and Gu Muxi were about to clean up the dishes, there was a knock on the door. Li Wen quickly walked over to open it. It was Liu Mubai, who had traveled a long way. Hey, Xiaobai, you came too? Li Wen said in surprise. Auntie. Hello, I just came to see. Liu Mubai chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. Coming quickly, I heard from your dad that you're back for school, Li Wen said with a smile. Liu Mubai entered and immediately greeted the other elders. Liu Mubai had lived in the same neighborhood when he was younger, and a group of kids often played together, so they were familiar with each other. Gu Muxi glared at Liu Mubai and said, why did you follow us home? Hehe, Zixi, my memory isn't failing. I remember where you live, Liu Mubai said smugly. Li Wen and Meng Xiaoyun brought out some fruit. Li Wen said happily, Xiaobai, you came back just in time. I have good news for you. In a few years, you'll be able to drink Zixi's wedding wine. Let me tell you, Zixi and Yifeng are dating now. In the future, you and your parents must come and drink their wedding wine. These words struck Liu Mubai like bolts of lightning. Boom! Liu Mubai was stunned, his legs went weak, and he fell to the ground. Oh my god, they've reached the point of discussing marriage. And Uncle Gu and Auntie Li actually agreed. My heavens, my god, why are you doing this to me? I am the son of destiny. Liu Mubai was filled with tears on the spot. Hey! What's wrong? Xiaobai, why are you crying? Li Wen quickly helped him up. Liu Mubai tried hard to hold back his tears and said bitterly, "Auntie, I'm fine. It's just that some grit got into my eyes." "What? Enter what?" "Bricks," Li Wen asked in confusion. "Ow, I'm fine. I'm fine. Auntie, I'm just going to the bathroom to wash my face." Liu Mubai quickly dashed off to the bathroom. After a while, he came out, but his eyes were devoid of light, looking lost and dejected. Gu Xingzhang lit a cigarette and jokingly asked, "Xiaobai, your parents are back. If they have time, ask them to come over for a meal. I called your dad last time. He said he's busy for a few more days." "What exactly is your dad busy with since he returned to the country?" Liu Mubai forced a smile and replied, "My dad said he's busy with the clothing factory. He had dinner with the leaders of the commercial bureau the other day, talking about building a clothing factory and engaging in import and export trading. My dad also mentioned that China is preparing to join the World Trade Organization, so engaging in import and export trading would have more opportunities, but other than that, I don't really understand." Gu Xingzhang was taken aback and said, "Your dad has a good eye for business. Come, have a seat and drink some tea. It's been a long time since I last saw you." Liu Mubai just wanted to go home and have a good cry, but he couldn't leave, so he sat down with Gu Xingzhang and Yi Jianjun to chat. In the kitchen, Yifeng saw his awkward and unwilling look and almost burst out laughing. This guy had been studying abroad for so many years, yet he was still so bad at socializing. Talking to elders was even more difficult for him than talking to animals. 1 hour later, Yifeng and Gumuxi came downstairs, planning to take a walk in the neighborhood and have a light snack. Suddenly, they heard hurried footsteps behind them in the stairwell. "Yifeng, stop right there." Liu Mubai ran down panting heavily. "What's wrong? Weren't you chatting with my dad upstairs? Why did you run down here?" Yifeng asked with a smile. Liu Mubai's face fell, saying, "I don't want to. I feel uncomfortable." "Don't change the subject, Yifeng. Let me tell you, although you've gained the approval of Muxi's parents, you haven't gained my approval yet. Muxi's sister is so outstanding and beautiful, The man who can be with her must be the most outstanding man. Cough, like me. But definitely not you." Yifeng put his hands in his pockets and smiled. "Oh, I don't see how you're better than me." Liu Mubai snorted and said, "Then where are you better than me?" Yifeng stood up straight and said, "I'm taller than you." Liu Mubai, "What? Where am I taller than you?" Yifeng grinned and said, "I'm taller than you in height, and in every other way too." Liu Mubai puffed out his chest and lifted his head. Only then did he realize that he was half a head shorter than Yifeng. "Damn it, what's this?" "Yifeng, I'm a talented artist from the new generation. I'm 6 centimeters taller than you. I'm the long jump champion at school. I'm 6 centimeters taller than you. I can do high platform diving. I'm 6 centimeters taller than you. I'm a level 10 in Mandarin. I'm still 6 centimeters taller than you. Round up to 10 centimeters. Liu Mubai was so angry he almost spat blood, his face turning the color of a pig's liver. "Damn it, you're too much of a bully." It hurt, really hurt too much. Gumuxi saw him sulking and couldn't help laughing, finding it quite amusing. Yifeng patted his shoulder, saying, "Go ahead and cry. As the lyrics say, it's not a crime for a man to cry." "Wow," Liu Mubai wailed, covering his face and running away. "Yifeng, you just wait for me. I'll be back." Liu Mubai left these words behind and quickly disappeared at the end of the road. Gumuxi laughed. "Stinky Feng, you are really bad. But I like it, heh. This guy Liu Mubai is so annoying. And he has a thick skin. I almost made him vomit from anger just now, ha ha ha." Yifeng said, "He's not a bad person, just suffering from second-year syndrome. He refuses to accept reality, but sooner or later, he will. Alright, let's not bother about him. Let's go buy popsicles." Gumuxi's eyes lit up at the mention of popsicles. Okay. Holding hands, the two strolled towards the entrance of the neighborhood. They bought 2 popsicles from the small shop in the neighborhood and sat under a large tree to enjoy the cool breeze. In the shade of the tree, the midday heat of autumn was slightly diminished, replaced by a refreshing coolness. Occasionally, a few dry leaves fell from the tree, twirling in the air and drawing an arc. "The weather is really nice today, so comfortable." Gumuxi licked her popsicle, looking at the city skyline in the distance. "Yes, so peaceful." Yifeng sighed. "Stinky Fun, if we have children, do you prefer boys or girls?" Gumuxi blushed and asked. "I like both. I don't have a preference. Whether it's a boy or a girl, they are our children. Yifeng teased. What? Are you already thinking about having kids? Heh. Yifeng had a mischievous look on his face, a hint of obscenity in his smile. Gumuxi blushed even more, turning her head away, embarrassed. No, I just asked casually. You scoundrel, what kind of messy thoughts are you thinking? Yifeng said solemnly. What? Look at how sincere I am. I'm not looking at all. Gumuxi refused to turn and look at him. Really? Look, I'm smiling so innocently. Isn't innocence good? Yifeng continued to persuade. Humph, shameless. Gumuxi still didn't turn around, humming as she said, Oh my god, what is that? Muxi. Look, there's a UFO. Yifeng suddenly exclaimed. Where? Gumuxi quickly turned back, wanting to look towards where Yifeng was pointing. But the moment she turned her head, Yifeng's face suddenly appeared in front of her, and their lips accidentally met. Gumuxi's cheeks turned as red as an apple. Damn it, once again, she was tricked by Stinky Feng. You tricked me. Before she could finish her sentence, Yifeng's hand appeared behind her head. Gumuxi felt her cheeks burning hot as she allowed Yifeng to act recklessly. You're getting bolder, Yifeng. She thought to herself, next time, it'll be my turn to surprise attack you. Finally, after a while, Yifeng released her. Gumuxi let out a sigh of relief, her eyes shining like the waves, her cheeks blushing, and she said shyly, You scoundrel, how dare you flirt with me in public? I'll show you. With that, Gumuxi moved to pinch him, but Yifeng quickly dodged with a smug smile. Hey, little she, wait a moment. Your popsicle is melting. Gumuxi just noticed that her popsicle was indeed melting. She hurriedly stuffed it into her mouth, saying, I'll deal with you once I finish eating. Fine. We'll talk after you finish eating. I'll run for now. Yifeng chuckled. Wait. Gumuxi could only chase after him while eating her popsicle. The two of them chased and played around, their laughter echoing at the entrance of the residential area. At night, after Gumuxi washed up, she lay in bed hugging her plush pig, preparing to sleep. Plush pig, you're so soft, she exclaimed. You're really cute. How come you look so much like Yifeng? Are you two brothers? She jokingly asked. Why aren't you talking? You must be the one in this world that I love the most, she said to the plush pig, pulling on its ear. She then heard a thud at the window, knowing it must be that rascal Yifeng. Without hesitation, Gumuxi kicked the plush pig away and got up from the bed. She ran to the window, pulled aside the curtain, and saw Yifeng's mischievous smile. Yifeng, why aren't you sleeping at this late hour? What do you want? Gumuxi asked with arms crossed, a bit proudly. I couldn't fall asleep because I miss you too much, Yifeng confessed. Gumuxi blushed at his words, feeling as if she had just eaten honey. Well, what do you want to do? You can't stay awake all night, right? Yifeng teased. How about I sleep in your room, or you come to my room? Gumuxi blushed and scoffed. You're so full of yourself. No thanks, she continued. I'm tired and don't want to talk to you. Good night. Gumuxi immediately closed the curtain, but behind it, her heart raced, her face flushed. Unconsciously, she imagined herself lying on a bed with Yifeng. This, under normal circumstances, isn't it common for couples to lie on a bed together? Gumuxi's thoughts made her feel even hotter, although she was somewhat mentally prepared. Nonetheless, there was an indescribable nervousness, especially at that moment. Oh my, it's so complicated. Gumuxi jumped back into bed, burying her head in the pillow. After a while, she lifted her head, grabbed the plush pig, and said shyly, Plush pig, you don't want Yifeng to take your place in bed, right? Do you? She continued talking to the plush pig, feeling it was reluctant to leave her embrace. You're so attached to me, aren't you? Why aren't you responding, silly? Gumuxi ended up pushing the plush pig away, covering her head with the blanket to sleep. On the other side, Yifeng lay on the bed, looking at the ceiling, recalling the moments spent with Gumuxi during the day. It was indeed joyful and carefree, as if they had returned to childhood. When with Gumuxi, Yifeng's mature soul found another side, innocent and cheerful, fully awakened. Smiling faintly, Yifeng murmured, These days are quite good. On Wednesday morning, Yifeng took another day off to prepare for the launch of 361 software at the company. In the company's technical department lobby, Yifeng had John Lay clear a space, projecting the 361 server backend onto a white wall. Wang Tai, Sai Tongming, and heads of various departments gathered, ready to deal with any possible issues that might arise according to the predicted scenarios. Old Sai, is the inventory complete on the e-commerce platform? Is all the information aligned? Yifeng asked seriously. Sai Tongming nodded and replied, the platform is ready after triple checking. Following that, Wang Tai reported, elder brother Feng, the inventory is ready in the warehouse. Yifeng nodded, then turned to the legal department's Luo Xian, asking, are all legal documents processes in order? Yes, everything has been sorted out, Luo Xian confirmed. E-commerce and software support staff are trained and ready, added Zhuo Qianshan. Glancing at the time, exactly 9 o'clock in the morning, Yifeng smiled and said, very well, everyone is ready. The official launch of 361 software. With Yifeng's decision, employees from various departments began their operations. Yizong, Suhu homepage is up, and our ads will be rolling continuously for a day. The software operation head from the tech department reported, Yizong, 51 soft ad posts are officially released, and the soft army has started boosting posts. I've started sharing the prize giveaway marketing campaign, and the user viral marketing is now in progress. Zhang Lei stood up and said, Yizong, the West Maple e-commerce embed package is working fine. Links are operational, and the 361 computer security app has started pushing upgrades to users. The existing 80,000 users will automatically upgrade to the official version once connected. Watching the increasing number of new users on the back-end projection, Yifeng smiled and said, good, our first day target is 200,000 new users, and we aim to surpass 1 million new users monthly. Let's strive towards our goal. 1 million is just the start. We aim for 10 million users or even more. In 2000, China had 22.5 million internet users, and Yifeng's expectation for 361 software was to capture over 90% market share, continuously growing with new users. This free software, for the majority of regular users, is offered for free. Besides the West Maple e-commerce, it avoids bundled marketing profit models, rogue software, and any opportunities for rogue software promoted through 361 Safe Manager. Prioritizing user experience, building a good reputation, the profit model relies on membership services and customized security services for enterprises. With these revenue streams, 361 will quickly develop with significant cash flow, earning more money. Moreover, Yifeng sees the security software as the entry point into the internet industry. The key lies in the transformation of traffic into revenue through e-commerce. E-commerce is the most profitable internet product in the next 20 years. The extended industry chain of e-commerce, including logistics, payments, and finance, all serve as cash-grabbing tools. In Yifeng's vision, with the launch of 361 software, the internet business landscape augmented by e-commerce and social platforms is already taking shape. With West Maple e-commerce and Tencent in his control, the future looks promising. As for that man from Wally Mama, they will inevitably have a showdown. At this moment, various well-known chat rooms and forum sections on the internet suddenly became lively. Posts were being shared in chat rooms and highlighted on forums. Breaking news. The first free antivirus software in the country is online. Correct way to open 361 Computer Security Manager. Check out the review. Highly recommend 361 Computer Security Manager, a conscientious software. Long-time user of 361 Manager, used for 2 months, finally waiting for the official release. Celebration. The first boot-like antivirus software in the country. Experience report of 361 Computer Security Manager. Come see. Shifeng Company is awesome. Free security guard. Conscience. At noon, in the Beijing Science and Technology Park, at Green Shield Company. A middle-aged man in a suit hurriedly walked towards the CEO's office and knocked on the door. Come in. A deep voice came from behind the door. The middle-aged man pushed the door open and immediately said, Manager Guan, the cybersecurity forums are boiling. A software called 361 Computer Security Manager has released its official version, and now the entire internet is discussing it, which might seriously impact our cybersecurity business. Inside the office, a man with a square face, wearing black-framed glasses and thinning silver hair, was reading attentively. Upon hearing this, he looked up, with a puzzled expression. Oh, 361 Computer Security Manager. How come I've never heard of it before? Guan Qianlu asked in confusion. Manager Guan. Originally, the trial version of this software was only circulated in a small scale. I also saw some reviews on forums saying it's a free software, and the key feature is the boot-like antivirus mechanism, which attracted a lot of attention at that time. However, I noticed that not many people were using it. Everyone was just trying it out with a curious attitude, so I didn't pay much attention to it at the time. But unexpectedly, today this software suddenly released its official version, and all major forums are discussing this software, causing a huge reaction. Most importantly, from the reviews, this software has excellent reputation and gains strong support from many individual users. If this continues, I have a premonition that this software will be a strong competitor for us. Green Shield. As the middle-aged man spoke, a look of seriousness appeared on his face. Green Shield was one of the earliest companies to enter the internet security field in the country, mainly serving large enterprises with security needs, including a paid software. Green Shield antivirus software. Users need to pay a certain fee every year to use this antivirus software, which also accounted for nearly half of Green Shield's revenue. Upon hearing this, Guan Tianlu's expression also turned grave. He said, "Secretary Li, immediately find out which company developed this software, and also download the software package for analysis by the technical department. Also, monitor the trend of their official website traffic and prepare a report as soon as possible." This was related to business competition, and he had to take it seriously. Knowing the opponent was key to winning in competition, he had to quickly understand this company and this software. "Yes, Manager Guan, I will relay your instructions right away." Secretary Li nodded in acknowledgement. As he was about to turn and leave, Guan Qianlu called him back. "Wait. Manager Guan, is there anything else you need?" Secretary Li stopped and turned back to ask. "Let the technical department develop the boot-like antivirus mechanism as soon as possible. No more delays. If they develop it, the department will receive early bonuses." Guan Qianlu emphasized. Understood. Secretary Li responded and quickly left the office. In the office, Guan Qianlu immediately searched for 361 Computer Security Manager online and found the official website page. When he clicked in, he was stunned. The home page only had a promotional slogan and the Shifeng Company logo. "Your eternal free protector minus 361 Computer Security Manager." Below the slogan was a large image with a continuously jumping number. 103,345. 103,386. 103,412. Every second, the number jumped. Below the frame, it said, 361 Computer Security Manager Circus users, waiting for you to be next. Guan Qianlu was puzzled. To attract over 100,000 users on the first day of release was beyond belief. He was greatly shocked, but a doubt arose in his mind. With so many users, there must be a significant cost for servers and maintenance. This software was permanently free. How were they making a profit? With this doubt in mind, he scrolled down and saw a comparison of features between the permanent free version and the premium membership version. In that moment, it was as if lightning struck his mind. Could it really be played like this? In his view, cybersecurity services were aimed at enterprises. Charging individual users was difficult as higher fees would not be accepted, and having to pay each quarter or year amounted to a considerable sum. "I provide you with a service, you give me money." This was a very traditional concept of trade. Therefore, the performance of charging individual users had not been very good. So when he saw the 361 membership model, he was shocked. Could cybersecurity software really be done this way? Guan Qianlu felt even more heavy-hearted. This software might indeed become a very strong competitor in this field. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, at Penguin Company in Shenzhen, Ma Teng held a high-level meeting to discuss QQ operational strategies. As the meeting was nearing its end, Ma Teng was preparing to conclude the meeting. Zhang Zhibei suddenly said, "Ma, over at Fengshen, that 361 software was officially released today. Did you know?" I knew. You mentioned it to me." "What about it?" Ma Teng was nonchalant. "Ma, after that software was released, it far exceeded our expectations." Zhang Zhibei took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Oh, what's the situation now?" Ma Teng asked in confusion. "Ma, over at Shifeng Company, He has launched 361 Security Manager. The latest user count obtained from the official website is publicly 215,566 users. On the first day of launch, in less than 24 hours, the user count has exceeded 200,000. Also, based on their download page, there was no delay or lag in server response. It seems like he made sufficient preparations before the software went public. Within a month, the user count may very well exceed 1 million people, Zhang Zhibei reported. Upon hearing this news, everyone in the meeting room had expressions of shock, especially Ma Teng, who was usually calm, was no longer composed. He asked in disbelief, "What? It has already reached 210,000 people? How did they gain so many users in one day? How did they manage to do that?" Zhang Zhibei smiled bitterly and said, "I don't know exactly how he did it, but when I was browsing the forum, 361 Computer Security Manager had already become popular across the entire internet. Chat rooms, major forums, all are discussing this software. It seems Zifeng Company is very skilled in public opinion marketing. In the past as well, they always managed to attract netizens to participate in discussions and increase the product's popularity. I've never seen this kind of marketing method before. It seems that Zifeng Company has its unique operational skills. Especially on major forums, suddenly within a day, there were dozens of hot posts about the 361 software, and all the posts had very high engagement. Almost everyone would be curious and click into the posts to take a look. It can be said that Zifeng Company is leading the way in internet marketing. These are all things that we should learn and study carefully." Ma Teng sighed heavily and exclaimed, "Yifeng, he really is unpredictable. How did he come up with such a marketing method? Is there really such a genius in this world?" In his heart, Ma Teng couldn't help but feel even more curious about Yifeng. He was very much looking forward to seeing how Yifeng would lead the company towards tens of millions in revenue. Zhibei, study the 361 Security Manager software, understand its technical highlights, and prepare a report. Lao Zheng, go take a look at the operational activities of Zifeng Company and learn from it, Ma Teng said sternly to the two of them. Zheng Jing nodded and said, "Okay, it is indeed worth learning from. I will study it carefully. And also, I plan to seek advice from President Yi. I hope he is willing to guide me." Currently, Yifeng held a higher position than Zheng Jing in Penguin Company, making him his direct superior. Asking questions to a superior should not be a problem. After some thought, Ma Teng continued, Good idea. Contact President Yi and ask him to visit Shenzhen when he has time. Invite him for a meal, and also discuss the company's operational work." "Yes," Zheng Jing responded. At 10 o'clock in the evening, at the central square in Guangxi City's CBD area, most of the buildings had their lights turned off, except for one floor of Zifeng Company that was brightly lit. All the employees were still busy, especially the technical department's customer service team, whose phones kept ringing. Other technical staff in the department were maintaining and diverting servers to prevent the e-commerce platform from crashing due to high traffic. Zhang Lei, how is the download page traffic now? Yifeng checked the time and asked. President Yi, the traffic has stabilized from the peak period, and the server pressure has significantly decreased. Zhang Lei pushed his glasses and said excitedly, showing no signs of fatigue. Based on this high traffic experience, you, the technical team, need to update the server framework, adopt measures to handle high traffic, prevent bugs, and prepare to more servers just in case, Yifeng instructed. Yes, President Yi, we have implemented a high traffic, high concurrency technical architecture based on the one you provided. In addition to server diversion technology, we can now fully cope with high traffic. After enhancing the architecture, dealing with daily millions of traffic is not a problem, Zhang Lei said excitedly. This high concurrency architecture technology was a new field for him. Ever since he read the documentation provided by Yifeng, he had been studying this new technology while expanding the server, which could significantly alleviate server pressures and reduce server costs. If this technology were to be applied to Penguin Company, Suhu Portal, and other high-traffic platforms, it would bring about a qualitative change. Just the significant reduction in server costs alone would make these behind-the-scenes websites extremely envious. He had a growing admiration for Yifeng's technology, wondering where he had learned such advanced techniques. Very good. The technical department should rotate personnel to work 24/7 from now on. To avoid any system issues after collecting users' computer data, The product patches need to be updated promptly, Yifeng continued. Yes, President Yi, I will follow your work guidelines, Zhang Lei said seriously. Yifeng then asked, out of the 350,361 Computer Security Manager users, how many are premium members currently? Zhang Lei checked the real-time data in the backend and reported, President Yi, we currently have over 55,000 premium members, and the current membership revenue is 480,000 yuan. The original price was 30 yuan, but with the current discount promotion, it only cost 9 yuan per month. This membership price was significantly lower compared to antivirus software that cost hundreds of yuan for a one-time purchase or subscription models at cost over 100 yuan, resulting in a much higher ratio of paying users. This profit model of obtaining large profits, low unit prices had been beneficial to Yifeng so far. 480,000 yuan membership fee. Well done, Yifeng chuckled. This figure had exceeded his expectations, and the high membership fee ratio was indeed impressive. This revenue was just a daily revenue from membership fees, making substantial profits, and there were still corporate side fees yet to be calculated. This software not only brought in a large volume of traffic users, but also generated significant revenue for Zifeng Company. This income had already surpassed the daily revenue of all Zifeng electronics stores, becoming one of the top profit projects for Zifeng Company. Yifeng then turned to Cai Tongming and asked, Lao Cai, how is the growth of the e-commerce platform? President Yi, out of the 350,000 users of the 361 software, more than 150,000 users have redirected to the e-commerce platform, completing over 30,000 transactions, and the platform's daily sales have reached 4.8 million yuan, with an average purchase amount of 160 yuan. The sales of low-priced products, such as cases, keyboards, and mice are relatively high, Cai Tongming reported with eyes gleaming with excitement. The significant increase in sales on the platform made him feel a sense of magical excitement, even though he was physically exhausted. Mentally he was exhilarated. It was beyond expectations. The sales figure was astonishing. Was this the charm of internet e-commerce platforms? It was way higher than offline stores. The computer accessories sold online were much cheaper than in-store prices, with an average profit margin of only 15%. But due to the high sales volume, the gross profit was over 700,000 yuan. And this was just the daily gross profit. It was terrifying. It was more than 10 times higher than Shen Company. 4.8 million in revenue. Well, that's alright, Yifeng smiled. With membership fees combined with the profits from the e-commerce platform, Zifeng Company had daily profits exceeding millions, soaring revenues directly. This is just alright. Cai Tongming was dumbfounded. What kind of expectations did President Yi have in mind? Such sales volumes were enough to dominate all computer accessories companies in Guan province, right? Seeing Cai Tongming's shock, Yifeng chuckled and said, Don't be too surprised. High sales on e-commerce platforms are normal. In the future, having tens of millions or even billions in daily sales on self-run e-commerce platforms will be commonplace. This reminded Yifeng of an e-commerce event in the past, Double 11, with sales surging to tens of billions, hundreds of billions in a day, making a few million in sales seem insignificant in his eyes. Perhaps it was because he had seen so much that he didn't find anything particularly surprising. But to Cai Tongming and others, who hadn't experienced such figures, it was extremely impressive. Upon hearing the potential for daily sales of over tens of millions, Cai Tongming felt even greater expectations for Zifeng's e-commerce. It was no wonder President Yi attached such importance to the 361 software and Zifeng e-commerce. With the 361 software gaining traffic and the e-commerce platform converting that traffic into profits, by attracting users with cost-effective offerings, this profit model was indeed advanced, very advanced. President Yi, I feel like the conversion rate in traffic is not that high. There is room for improvement, right? Cai Tongming asked. Yifeng leaned back in his chair, smiling. That's because online payments and logistics are not yet mature. Currently, online shopping still requires complex online bank transfers to be completed. The procedures are very complicated, and most people do not really know how to shop online. Secondly, in terms of logistics, platforms like Kuaiyuan and 1688 haven't fully developed, and the biggest constraint is still logistics, which affects the online shopping experience. Currently, All online shopping logistics are handled by the postal service, which is very slow, and sometimes packages go missing. Usually, buying something can take half a month or even a month, especially in areas with poor road transportation. Sai Tongming, after hearing this analysis, felt enlightened and excited. President Yi, should we introduce more convenient payment methods and enhance logistics in the next steps? Yifan snapped his fingers and said, exactly. In addition to questioning the e-commerce platform, I will start testing a new payment system within the technical department and establish a financial company. Secondly, our Zifeng company will build regional large warehouses nationwide and establish our own self-operated logistics network, Zifeng Logistics. These are the things we will work on in the future. The people on the scene showed excitement at the imagined business landscape that Yifan had described, as if they could already see it coming to life. Sai Tongming clenched his fist, holding back the excitement in his heart. He had not expected President Yi to have such a clear development plan for the company, and every step was taken with unwavering determination, steadily moving towards realization. President Yi seemed to be full of certainty about the future. He had indeed chosen the right boss. Yifan glanced at the time, realizing it was already 10:30 in the late night. Everyone has worked hard today, and the official release of the 361 software was very successful. Let's tidy up, organize documents and reports, and get ready to leave. Zhang Lei, you arrange for the technical department and customer service team to take shifts tonight, and then go rest. Zhang Lei smiled and said, Yi President, I'm not tired. You should go rest first. I'll take the night shift tonight. Yifan looked at Zhang Lei in surprise, not expecting him to understand the principle of leading by example. It seems that he has improved in his management skills. All right, arrange it yourself. Fu Ye, come to my office. Yifan turned to Fu Han, the head of the finance department. Okay. Fu Han replied. In the office, Yifan sat on the boss's chair and, after some thought, said, Fu Ye, everyone worked hard today. I plan to give everyone some rewards to motivate them and make them more enthusiastic about their work. Yifan was quite knowledgeable about corporate management. He believed in incentivizing employees to increase their sense of belonging and achievement. He explained that incentive mechanisms in companies could be categorized into welfare incentives, system incentives, and random incentives. Welfare incentives refer to daily benefits like snacks, drinks, team building, etc. System incentives include bonuses, promotion systems, merit reward systems, sales commission incentives, stock options incentives, etc. And random incentives are used during major events to boost morale and cohesion. In this situation, it was appropriate to use random incentives, as after everyone had put in their best effort for a major task, it's essential to reward them to maintain their motivation for future work. Fu Ye, take out 300,000 from the company's finances and distribute bonuses to employees in each department according to their ranks, especially the technical department. They worked hard on the release of the 361 software and often worked late, so they deserve it. Yifan emphasized the technical department. Fu Han understood and knew that Yifan wanted to give more weight to the technical department. Got it, Yi President. For employees who worked overtime, pay them 2 to 3 times their regular wages according to regulations. Follow the legal requirements in all matters. Yifan instructed. Yes. Fu Han jotted down the instructions. In the current situation, it's rare for private companies to pay overtime bonuses. However, Yifan was determined to be a different kind of employer, focused on being a national entrepreneur and giving back to society through his own means and pathways. After finishing his instructions, Yifan looked at the time again, realizing it was already 11 o'clock. It's getting late. You should go rest too. You've had a long day, and your kids at home are probably waiting for you, right? Yifan said to Fu Han with a smile. Yes, Yi President, you should also rest early. I'll head back now. Fu Han replied with a smile and left the office, leaving Yifan alone in the room. Yifan took out a cigarette, lit it, walked to the huge French window, and gazed at the bustling night scene outside. As the neon lights flickered in the night, he exhaled a smoke ring with determination. Shifeng Company would rise with Daozia, and nothing could stop them. 2 days later, on a Friday evening, after a day of military training, Yifeng lay down on a bench in the lovesickness forest. Gu Muxi sat next to him, gently massaging his shoulders. Stinky Fan, is your training intensity that high? You look exhausted, Gu Muxi asked in confusion. Yifeng rolled his eyes and said, "Little Zixi, what do you think? Why don't you try it? We had collective marching in the morning, followed by physical training and a 10-kilometer run in the afternoon. And we also practice standing postures. I guess the instructors are pushing us to our limits in military training." Gu Muxi widened her eyes and said, "Ah, do you guys train this much? I only practice standing and marching every day, and now I'm a supervisor, so I don't train as much and it's not as hard for me." Yifeng envied her. "Who made you the class flower? The instructors must have taken special care of you. I didn't expect discrimination based on appearance even in military training. Hey, wait a minute, I'm quite handsome. Why don't I get the same treatment?" Gu Muxi chuckled and teased, "You're shameless. No one has thicker skin than you." Yifeng smirked. "Zixi, can you do me a favor?" "What favor?" Gu Muxi asked in confusion. "My back itches a bit. Can you scratch it?" Yifeng turned to lie on his side, showing his back. "Ooh, you're sweaty all over. It stinks," Gu Muxi said, disgusted, but still leaned down and reached into Yifeng's shirt to scratch his back. "Where does it itch?" Gu Muxi asked. "A little lower." "Here?" "No." "A little to the left." "Is it here?" "A bit lower." "Is it here now?" Gu Muxi continued to bend down, searching his back. Suddenly, Yifeng lifted his head and planted a kiss on her lips. "What? Yifeng, how dare you ambush me?" Gu Muxi blushed, glaring at him with embarrassment. "Hehe, couldn't help it, understand me." Yifeng smirked. Gu Muxi blushed like an apple, pinched him on the waist. "Ah, Gu Muxi, what are you doing?" "HMPH, I can't help it either, understand me." Gu Muxi then clenched her fist and hummed. Yifeng quickly sat up, drew back, and defensively held up his hands. "Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll yell. Yell all you want, no one will come to save you." Gu Muxi's eyes narrowed, advancing step by step. "I'll yell. Even if I scream my throat hoarse, no one will come to save you." Gu Muxi hesitated for a moment before continuing with a cold expression. "Oh, don't make me laugh. Tilda, give me all you've got." Gu Muxi suppressed a smile and was about to rush at him. At that moment, Yifeng's phone rang. It was like a lifesaver. Yifeng quickly exclaimed, "Wait, let me take this call." Gu Muxi stopped and Yifeng answered the call after 3 rings. "Hello, Teacher Huan, how are you?" "Ha ha. Little fun, the favor you asked last time has been done." Su Longqi, the manager of the Credit Management Department of Guangxi Development Bank's Tiant branch, has agreed to have dinner together. "It's all up to you now." Teacher Huan's cheerful voice came through. Yifeng was delighted, not expecting Teacher Huan to come through with this arrangement. It seemed like Teacher Huan had put in considerable effort, so Yifeng needed to find a chance to thank him properly. "Ha ha. That's great. Thank you so much, Teacher Huan. You're truly my great benefactor," Yifeng said with a smile. "Ah, don't mention it. It's the least I could do." "We've set the meeting for Saturday night. Are you available?" Teacher Huan asked. "No problem. I'll decide on the location. I know what to do," Yifeng replied. "Great. Just arrange everything and give me a call. This relationship is important. You must handle it well. It will definitely help your career in the future if managed properly," Teacher Huan advised solemnly. "Understood. I got it. Thank you, Teacher Huan." Yifeng expressed his gratitude again. After a few pleasantries, they hung up. Seeing Yifeng's excited expression, Gu Muxi curiously asked, "Stinky Feng, what's happening? Why are you so happy?" Yifeng picked her up and spun around in place. "Hehe. I said you wouldn't know, but it's really great news." Gu Muxi blushed being held up in the air and anxiously said, "Yifeng, put me down quickly. Someone might see us." Yifeng grinned and joked, "I'll put you down if you give me a kiss." Gu Muxi blushed even more, looking left and right to see if anyone was around. Probably. No one saw, right? Gu Muxi looked around and didn't see anyone else in the lovesick forest, so she breathed a sigh of relief. "Zixi, there's really no one here. Hurry up and kiss," Yifeng urged with a smirk. Gu Muxi blushed, pouted her lips, and slowly leaned in. But at that moment, not far behind them, behind a big tree, two heads sneakily popped out. It was Liu Mubai and Yuan Hua. They saw Gu Muxi about to kiss Yifeng and their expressions changed almost simultaneously. "No. No. My goddess, you can't kiss him." Yuan Hua's face turned pale as he gritted his teeth. "Damn it. Hixi can't kiss him. Liu Mubai grabbed the tree trunk with both hands, almost peeling off the bark. He had planned to use a strategy to lure Yifan away so he could get close to Gumoxi and win her over. But he didn't expect to see them being affectionate behind his back, and to see Gumoxi about to kiss Yifan was like a stab in the heart. It hurt too much. Lol Liu, we need to stop them. Yuan Hua couldn't hold back anymore and was about to rush out, but Liu Mubai pulled him back. Endure a little, chaos erupts when troubled, bro. Liu Mubai gritted his teeth. Endure? Endure what? Yuan Hua couldn't help but curse. But before he could say more, they saw Gumoxi kiss Yifan on the cheek. Doom. Witnessing this scene, both of them collapsed on the ground in despair and frustration. No, Yifan was taken aback. How? Why did the BGM start playing again? Gumoxi heard a sound behind her and quickly broke free from Yifeng's grasp, turning around to see. Liu Mubai, come out. Gumoxi's shout woke up Liu Mubai. Oh no. It seems like we've been discovered. Liu Mubai quickly got up from the ground. Lol Liu, what do we do now? Yuan Hua asked. Stay calm. Pretend we were just passing by. Liu Mubai whispered. After speaking, Liu Mubai forced a very awkward smile, walked out from behind a tree, and awkwardly said, Ha ha, Muxi, what a coincidence to meet you here. Gumoxi stood with her hands on her hips, glaring at the two of them and asked, What are you doing here? We're here to watch the moon. Wow, the moon is so beautiful. Liu Mubai pretended to admire. Oh yeah, we're here to watch the moon. Yuan Hua nodded repeatedly. Gumoxi looked up and saw that the sun hadn't set yet, so where did the moon come from? Yifan chuckled. These two guys couldn't even come up with a convincing lie. Liu Mubai, were you secretly following us? Yifan saw through him in one glance. No. Absolutely not. That's too creepy. Are we that creepy? Liu Mubai retorted. Yuan Hua chimed in. Yeah, that's too creepy. It's definitely not our style. Yifan chuckled. Let them argue. He already guessed what was going on, so he said, It's okay if you don't admit it. You guys can stay here. We're going back. With that, Yifan put his arm around Gumoxi's waist and walked away. Gumoxi blushed but allowed Yifeng's hand to remain on her waist. Seeing this, Liu Mubai and Yuan Hua's expressions turned even uglier. As Yifeng and Gumoxi passed by them, Yifan purposely stopped, leaned down, and kissed Gumoxi on the cheek, saying, Hixi, let's go out tonight. Remember to bring your ID tilde ha. Gumoxi was taken aback, but Yifeng's words reached Liu Mubai and Yuan Hua's ears like a thunderbolt. After Yifeng and Gumoxi left, the two collapsed on the ground, looking dazed. Killing cripples the heart. Killing cripples the heart. Liu Zhe. This is killing the heart. Yuan Hua lamented. To kill and cripple the heart? This guy is terrifying. Liu Mubai's face turned even paler, truly devastated by Yifeng's actions. In his mind, a scene emerged. Gumoxi, at the hotel front desk pulling out her ID, shyly saying to the receptionist, Please give me a suite. Then, Gumoxi getting the room key, snuggling into Yifeng's arms, blushing cheeks, eyes like waves. Theft. This imagined scene felt like a blade piercing his heart. The pain was too much. Oh no. Liu Mubai sat on the ground with his hands propping him up, on the brink of tears, completely broken down. On the other side, Yifan was walking Gumoxi back to the dormitory. Stinky Fan, are we really going out tonight? Gumoxi's heart was pounding. She asked softly. Hehe, I just lied to them. But, if you want to go out, of course we can. Yifan teased playfully. Gumoxi blushed and shot him a look, saying, HMPH, no way. She wasn't mentally prepared for it. Growing up in a more conservative family, she couldn't easily let go in this regard. Plus, she had never had that kind of education and had only seen kissing scenes on TV dramas, never even watched adult movies. Yifeng ruffled her hair and said, All right, let's talk about it later. You go rest first. The two had reached the entrance of the girls' dormitory. Gumoxi smiled, feeling relieved that Yifeng wasn't pushing it. After bidding farewell, Yifeng went back to the dorm. Just as he entered, he heard singing inside the room. Love must be bold in the face of adversity. Love must affirm persistence. Every single person needs to understand. Don't be afraid of pain if you want love. Find the one you love, deeply love, and long to love, and so on. Inside the dorm, Three friends were having a mini concert. Yeon Jian turned a clothes hanger into a microphone and sang passionately. Kep Hangzi used a broom as a guitar. Lost in the music, Sun Tugging held to chopsticks on the floor, tapping along to the rhythm, equally engrossed. What are you guys doing? Yifeng smiled awkwardly. We're singing. Fengjae, want to join? Yeon Jian stopped his microphone and asked seriously. No thanks, you guys continue. Single love song is not for me. Yifeng chuckled. Damn, that hits hard. But, actually, it's not really for me either. I'm just here to help these to vent their feelings as single guys. Well, I have a date later. I made an appointment with Kui Hua from class of the accounting department, leaving at 8 o'clock sharp. Yeon Jian proudly announced. Kep Hangzi was stunned, then grabbed his collar, lamenting, oh my god, Jian-jae, you actually have a date, you're betraying the single-person alliance. Have you no humanity? Have you forgotten our solemn oath? You shameless traitor. So what? I was thinking of introducing Kui Hua's pretty roommate to you, but it seems you're not interested. Yeon Jian shrugged. Kep Hangzi immediately released his collar and smoothed out his wrinkled clothes, wearing a groveling smile. Come back and give me contact information. Easy fun. Are you sure her name is Kui Hua, and not Shufen? Yifeng sat on the edge of the bed changing shoes, teasing Yeon Jian. Yeon Jian patted his chest and said, yes, it's Kui Hua. I've seen her in person. She exudes simplicity, kindness, beauty. And did I mention beauty? Yifeng, curious, asked, how long have you known each other to understand each other so well? Yeon Jian replied, we've known each other for a long time. It's been over 3 hours since the military training ended. Although she didn't say a word, when I tried to talk to her, she just gave me a note with her name on it. That I believe, for to people with fate, words are unnecessary. Everything can be understood without speaking. Yeon Jian said seriously. Can, astonished, said, wow, Jian-jae, you two made plans to go out within just 3 hours. Isn't that too fast? Fast? I've had an even quicker record before. 3 minutes. Yeon Jian combed his hair, proudly said. Yifeng chuckled. That is indeed fast. You should slow down a bit. Hey, what are you talking about? When it comes to asking a girl out, who needs that much time? 3 hours of interaction already shows my patience, Yeon Jian said seriously. He checked his watch and said, it's almost time, buddies. I have to gallop off now. See you. Oh, right, you don't have to save a spot for me tonight, Ke said as he watched Yeon Jian disappear at the door. Scratching his head, he asked Yifeng in confusion, Yizhe, is picking up girls really that simple? Yifeng shrugged and smiled. Don't ask me. Am I someone who knows how to pick up girls? Not someone who knows, you do. Kan Sun Tugging said, in unison. Yifeng. Equals Omega equals. Lunchtime the next day, Yifeng arrived at the company, where all employees were working on a Saturday. Yifeng called Wan Tai into his office. In the office, there was an antique large tea table made of gold-threaded cedar wood, emitting a charming golden shimmer under the sunlight. This table was custom-made by Yifeng for over $50,000, serving as a centerpiece in the office. Sometimes, these things should not be underestimated, as the office decor reflects financial strength, indirectly showcasing the boss's power and reassuring those who come for cooperation. Packaging to a certain extent is beneficial in doing business. It's like driving a luxury car and wearing clean clothes to maintain a good image outside. Yifeng made tea, and Wan Tai offered him a cigarette. Yifeng accepted and jokingly said, not bad, now you're smoking premium cigarettes. Hey, conditions improve, I'll upgrade too. Don't need to have 2 cigarette packs at a time. Wan Tai happily responded. Offering a lighter, Wan Tai lit Yifeng's cigarette. Yifeng blocked the wine with one hand, lit his cigarette, patted Wan Tai's hand, and said, now that you're a company boss, you should really show some flair. By the way, how's your family? Did your dad come home asking for money? I sent him away a couple of months ago. Even if he returns for money, I won't give it to him. No matter how much money you give him, he'll eventually gamble it all away, Wan Tai said with a bitter smile. I treat you like a brother. I must say something out of line. Pitying a gambling addict isn't worth it. Besides, there's no family love in their hearts, Yifeng said solemnly. Wan Tai sighed. I know, but my mom, every family has its struggles. If you can't handle it, let me know. Don't keep it to yourself as if I'm a stranger. Yifeng laughed. Wang Tai was moved by his words and nodded, saying, "Yes, Yizhe. Besides my mom, you've been the best to me, no doubt." Yifeng blew a smoke ring, poured Wang Tai half a cup of tea, and said, "By the way, this afternoon, buy a gift with me to visit Mr. Huang. Then we have an important social gathering tonight. You're coming too." "Okay, Yizhe. What gift should we bring to Mr. Huang?" "Tea leaves." Wang Tai scratched his head and asked. Yifeng rolled his eyes at him and said, "Mr. Huang's family sells tea leaves. Why would we bring tea leaves?" "Oh yeah, forgot about that." Wang Tai dryly chuckled. "What should we bring?" Then, Yifeng tapped the table and said, "Antiques." "How? Antiques?" Wang Tai, surprised, asked because in his previous encounter with Huang, he didn't see him wearing jade rings or Buddhist necklaces, so he didn't seem like someone who collected antiques. "Yizhe, does Mr. Huang play with those things?" Yifeng smiled and said, "Mr. Huang doesn't play with those things." "Oh, then why are we giving him antiques? Shouldn't we give something he likes?" Wang Tai puzzledly asked. "It is about gifting something he likes. Mr. Huang likes money. Would you dare to give money?" Yifeng gave him a look. "Oh, well," Wang Tai stuttered. Yifeng tapped the ash, took a sip of tea, and said, "Our relationship with Mr. Huang is based on mutual benefit. There is some personal connection, but in the end, it's about benefits and money. This time, he helped me get connections with the credit section of Guangxi Development Bank. He exerted a lot of effort. To truly show gratitude, it's best to provide tangible benefits. Due to his status, he can't accept money directly. Even if you offer, he won't accept it. Gifting antiques and collectibles is a good way. After all, those items can be liquidated." Wang Tai then realized many things upon hearing this. "Ha ha. Yizhe, you're right. I understand." Yifeng blew out smoke, smiling. "So, Tai, gifting is an art. Some things can't be explicitly stated or put on the table but are part of societal norms, unavoidably." Wang Tai nodded in agreement. After pondering for a moment, Yifeng continued, "Also, print out the part-time job appointment letter from Mr. Huang's daughter, Huan Xuan. Frame it nicely, and bring it along. Xuan has talent in game development. We can have her work part-time at our company for research. Although she may not generate economic benefits now, she is still useful." After saying this, Yifeng smiled meaningfully at Wang Tai, who instantly understood his intention and said, "All right, Yizhe, I got it. I believe Mr. Huang would appreciate this gift more, right?" Yifeng smiled. "Definitely." In the afternoon, Yifeng and Wang Tai arrived at the Huang family's house together. Yifeng knocked on the door. "Who is it?" Yuting's voice came from inside the door. "It's me, Xinyang," Yifeng responded. Hurried footsteps were heard from inside, and soon the door opened. Yuting saw Yifeng and joyfully said, "Zifeng is here, come in quickly." "Hello, Xinyang," Yifeng greeted, then introduced Wang Tai to her. Yuting glanced at Wang Tai and said, "Both of you, come in and sit down. Teacher Huan is waiting for you." Yifeng entered carrying gifts and handed a skincare product to her, saying, "Xinyang, this is a little gift I brought for you. Please accept it as a token of my appreciation." The skincare product was from the foreign brand Davon, not cheap, and could sell for over 1,000 yuan in the market. Yuting hesitated but eventually accepted the gift with a smile and said, "Thank you, Zifeng, you were so thoughtful." Yuting then mentioned that teacher Huan was waiting for them in the tea room and asked them to go there while she prepared some snacks. Yifeng insisted they didn't want to trouble her, but Yuting insisted and went to prepare snacks. Shortly after, Huan he came out of the tea room, greeted Yifeng and Wang Tai, and invited them in for tea. They chatted and enjoyed tea. Yifeng brought out a collectible porcelain vase as a gift for Huan he to show his appreciation. As they continued chatting, Yifeng asked about a person named Su Longji, and Huan he shared that Su was a fun person who enjoyed going to places like KTV and nightclubs. Huan he mentioned that if Yifeng wanted to discuss loan matters with Su, he would need to make an effort to keep him happy. Later, Huan he's daughter, Huan Zuexu, came back home and excitedly told Yifeng about a game she had designed and showed him a certificate she received for a part-time job offer at Yifeng's company. Yifeng offered her an attractive part-time job opportunity with a good salary and a project bonus, emphasizing his trust in her potential. Huan he thanked Yifeng for the opportunity given to Huan Zuexu, and they shared a heartfelt moment over tea. appreciating each other's gestures and unspoken understanding. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Dao a Santana drove into the hotel parking lot and stopped in a parking space. The car door opened, and 3 middle-aged men successively got out of the car. The one in the lead was dressed in a white shirt, black trousers, had a big quiff, wore glasses, and was a middle-aged man with a bit of a pot-belly. He glanced at the entrance of Dao and said, "Lao Lin, Lao Liang, looks like we have some drinks today." "Heh. General Su, why did Huan He suddenly invite you to dinner?" "No one climbs the 3 treasures hall without a reason," responded Liang Dao. He pushed his glasses up, pursed his thin lips, and Sulonchi squinted, saying, "He said on the phone that a friend of his wants a loan from us, so we're having a meal today and meeting up." "Oh, I see. Liang Dao nodded knowingly. He had seen many such situations before. He was the head of the Credit Management Department's Review Division, and many companies seeking loans had to undergo a review of qualifications at his division. Therefore, most companies seeking loans would invite them to a meal. But the meal was secondary. The main point was to gain benefits. So, he and Sulonchi had cooperated several times, taking the opportunity to profit from each corporate loan. The Credit Management Department in the Tiant branch could be said to be the department with the most benefits. "Lao Lin, you see, Big Brother will always take care of you when there's a good thing, right?" Sulongs turned to Lin Minda beside him and said with a smile, "Ah, yes. Many thanks, General Su," Lin Minda responded with a grateful smile, looking appreciative. Sulonchi gave a light chuckle, but there was a flicker of something strange in his eyes when he looked at Lin Minda, making his smile stiffen. 3 months ago, Lin Minda arrived at the Credit Management Department to oversee the accounting office, a position that made him the second in command. He was in charge of accounting for loan disbursements, settlement, and supervising use. Every loan to a company had to pass through his office. In these 3 months, their cooperation within the same department had been smooth. Lin Minda was more sensible, and their relationship had grown closer. However, Sulonchi felt that Lin Minda had intentionally kept some distance from him, unlike the review division head, Liang Dao, who was more forthright. Sulonchi understood that a good relationship was one tied to benefits. Only then would two people be like two peas in a pod, confidential and cooperative. So, this time, Sulonchi brought him along to the meal. After all, benefits had to be shared. "Come on, let's go in together. Wang He is probably waiting inside." Sulonchi pulled up his fallen belt, tightening it around his rotund belly. The 3 men walked to the hotel's entrance and saw Wang He already waiting for them, accompanied by 2 young men. "Ahaha, welcome General Su, Director Lin, and Manager Liang." Wang He greeted warmly, shaking hands with each of them. "Hello, Teacher Huan." Sulonchi extended his hand with a smile. After some small talk and pleasantries, Wang He introduced Yifeng and Wang Tai to Sulonchi's group. When Sulonchi heard that Yifeng had a technology company in Zhongshan building and had rented half a floor there, he looked somewhat surprised. Rent in that area was not cheap. Having a company there indicated a certain level of strength. "Hehe, Yi General is indeed promising." Sulonchi reached out his hand and shook Yifeng's, saying modestly, "Having just started a business, you still need lots of guidance, General Su." Seeing Yifeng's humility and adaptability, Sulonchi couldn't help but hold him in higher regard. In that brief handshake, he noticed the watch on Yifeng's wrist, a diamond-studded watch. With sharp eyes, he recognized the style, a new model of a Patek Philippe diamond watch, with a market price of up to 13,000. This young man was quite affluent. Sulonchi enjoyed dealing with wealthy bosses. It would make future banking, loans, and financial dealings more convenient. Such connections would boost his performance, right? "Oh, not to teach, just exchanging ideas, Sulonchi responded kindly. After chatting at the entrance for a while, getting to know each other, they proceeded upstairs to a private room. Inside the private room, Yifeng invited Sulonchi to sit in the main seat, with Wang He on his right. Lin Minda and Liang Dao sat on Sulonchi's right, while Yifeng and Wang Tai were seated on Wang He's side. Seating arrangements were significant during a dinner meeting. The guest of honor sat facing the door, the main guest on the left, and second guests on the right. This way, all parties could chat and drink comfortably. After everyone took their seats, a female server poured tea for each of them one by one. She was about 20 years old, youthful and beautiful, wearing a tight cheongsam that accentuated her graceful figure. When the female server poured tea for Su Lanqi, his eyes widened as they roamed over her. Yifeng had been observing Su Lanqi carefully and understood the implications of his behavior. He realized why Huan He said Su Lanqi enjoyed having fun. Knowing Su Lanqi's preferences, Yifeng intended to cater to them. He whispered a few words to Wan Tai, who nodded in understanding, then stood up and said, "Please enjoy your tea. I'll go to the restroom." Wan Tai left the private room, and Yifeng took the opportunity to offer cigarettes to everyone. This ritual involved first offering a cigarette to the middle person and then to the most distinguished guest as a sign of respect. After offering cigarettes, Yifeng personally lit Su Lanqi's cigarette. Su Lanqi accepted it graciously, using his hand to block the wind. After taking a puff, Su Lanqi praised, "Ha ha, Teacher Huan, Yi General, you both clearly exude a sense of grandeur. Prosperous future ahead." Those who attended to formalities so meticulously were usually good at socializing and would likely achieve great success. Huan He responded, "Heh, I completely agree with General Su." Yifeng waved his hand modestly, saying, "Don't shower me with praises. If you keep it up, I might start floating." Chatting and drinking were essential before discussing business matters at a dinner, and the aim was to create a friendly, lively atmosphere conducive to business talk later. Once the wine and dishes were ready, and Wang Tai had returned, pouring wine for everyone, Yifeng and Wang Tai took turns toasting, consuming several bottles of Mao Tayo over 2 hours. Su Lanqi, with his face flushed and some signs of inebriation, had already drunk quite a bit. Despite a slight buzz, Yifeng and Wang Tai had made some preparations to counter the effects beforehand, so they weren't as affected. Sensing the right moment, Yifeng turned to Huan He and said, "Teacher Huan, I've been having a headache recently over the internet cafe project I'm working on. I need to secure funds to buy equipment." Huan He, being experienced, Yifeng was saying this for Su Lanqi's benefit. He boldly declared, Zifeng, don't worry. General Su is here. For funding matters, he should be able to help. Right? General Su. Su Lanqi, emboldened by alcohol, thumped his chest and said, "Of course, no problem. This is what I do." Guangxi Development Bank has always been supportive of the development of central enterprises. Before Su Lanqi could finish his sentence, Liang Dao coughed, interrupting him. "Cough? Corporate loans, this is not a problem, but..." Liang Dao hesitated. Su Lanqi, realizing the implication after Liang Dao's words, stopped speaking. But the smiles on Huan He and Yifeng's faces froze. Yifeng could sense the intention behind Liang Dao's words, and his heart turned cold. "You three are from the credit management department, and how much to lend? How to lend? Isn't that what you're saying? Isn't this deliberate trouble?" Liang Dao's words revealed a hidden agenda. Leader Liang. Wang Tai felt a bit anxious upon hearing this, about to speak but was interrupted by Yifeng raising his hand. "I see. It seems Leader Liang indeed has his own difficulties. I understand. It's all for work. Come, Leader Liang, I raise a toast to you. Another day, I will definitely visit you personally to learn more about the specific process, or perhaps Leader Liang can come to my company for an inspection. I warmly welcome you." Yifeng raised his glass, with a warm smile on his face, gesturing to Liang Dao. However, he had formed a new opinion about Liang Dao. This person loves money, and he is impatient. Yifeng had dealt with banks numerous times and had seen various bank middle or senior managers, but had never seen anyone as impatient as Liang Dao. When banks lend money to companies, it involves financial transactions and reciprocation. Yifeng always knew how to handle these matters. In such situations, the bank's representative should agree to help first, then Yifeng would show his sincerity according to the banks. Liang Dao seemed to want to see how sincere Yifeng was before agreeing to do anything. In other words, he wanted to negotiate terms first, maybe even money up front. More impatient and more greedy than the average person. People like that always want to squeeze out whatever they can the moment they have some power, without considering long-term relationships. So Yifeng decided to hold off discussing things with such a person for now, and wait for an opportunity to negotiate separately. He didn't mind discussing terms first, as long as things could be accomplished. He was willing to compromise first was not a problem. Liang Dao also smiled and raised his glass in return, saying, "It's good that General Yi can understand. I'll definitely come to your company when I have the chance. As for the loan matter, I believe with General Yi's qualifications, there shouldn't be any issues. What he meant was, let's first discuss the terms. When the terms are suitable, things can be done. Yifeng, upon hearing this, smiled and sat down. At this point, Lin Minda, who was sitting next to them, spoke up. Since General Yi has mentioned this matter, we could start the application process first. General Yi, please send me the necessary documents so we can kickstart the process without any delays. Liang Dao glanced at Lin Minda, but didn't speak. Su Longqi slightly furrowed his brows, but remained silent, calmly eating his food. After everyone had eaten and drank their fill, with some showing signs of leaving, Su Longqi, with a flushed face indicating he was slightly drunk, stood up with a smile saying, "Many thanks for your hospitality. General Yi, I am glad to have met General Yi today. What do you say we call it a night?" Hastily approached him, shaking his hand, whispering in his ear, General Su, why leaving so soon? I have booked a KTV room at Shengxi Entertainment Club, and was hoping to continue the party with General Su." Su Longqi hesitated. Isn't it a bit too much trouble for General Yi to spend more? Yifeng grinned. No hassle at all. Today's meeting with General Su, or should I say, General Zu's friendship, made me happy. Under Yifeng's enthusiastic invitation, Su Longqi reluctantly agreed. The others, Lin Minda and Liang Dao, also obliged as Su Longqi was their department head and superior, and not joining in would be considered disrespectful. However, He found an excuse to leave before the plan materialized. Su Longqi understood that someone of He's age may not be interested in such activities. Yifeng then arranged for a driver to take them to Shengxi Entertainment Club. In the car, Yifeng instructed Wang Tai and the others to pick a few hostesses, and they arrived. Before dinner, Yifeng had whispered a few words to Wang Tai, instructing him to book a luxury compartment at Shengxi Entertainment Club. He was certain that Su Longqi would be interested. Su Longqi had a weakness for pretty female service staff, and such clubs were known for their beautiful hostesses and high expenses. Upon arrival, Wang Tai went to prepare the table while Yifeng took Su Longqi to the private room. After a while, Wang Tai returned with the customer manager and a group of hostesses. Each hostess had an attractive figure and well-done makeup. Su Longqi, seeing these beautiful women, lit up, and under the influence of alcohol, he no longer hesitated to choose a hostess in a pink figure-hugging dress. Lin Minda, feeling a bit awkward, selected one as well, just to go along with the others. Liang Dao, on the other hand, was more outgoing, lighting a cigarette and pulling a hostess onto his lap. Once they all made their choices, Yifeng casually selected two and let them enjoy themselves. In the year 2000, choosing songs at a KTV was like ordering dishes, where the selection was handed over to the staff, and the song would only be played when they reached the control desk. As the music started playing in the room, the dimly lit compartment with flickering lights created an illusion of a mesmerizing atmosphere. Su Longqi was already fully immersed in the moment, singing while holding one of the hostesses close. In contrast, Liang Dao remained relatively sober, puffing on a cigarette. Yifeng had the staff bring out a few dice cups and challenged Liang Dao to play dice. Liang Jie, let them sing. Let's play a couple of rounds first, how about it? Yifeng said with a smile. Liang Dao looked puzzled but agreed. No problem. Want to play trick dice? Yifeng chuckled. Okay. The two began shaking the dice, and after seeing his own dice, Liang Dao smiled. Old Yi, you go first. Yifeng, without even looking at his dice, focused on Liang Dao, 3 of a kind. Liang Dao was taken aback but then smiled knowingly. Old Yi, you're generous. I go. Liang Dao opened the dice cup to reveal no matches. Yifeng also didn't check his dice, a faint smile on his face. Liang Jie, you win. Ha ha. Interesting. Old Yi, you're a sport. Liang Dao praised. Old Yi, shall we go have a couple of drinks on the side? Yifeng shrugged. Sure. No problem. The two got up and walked towards a corner. This time, Liang Dao personally offered a cigarette to Yifeng, whispering lowly, Old Yi, you're straightforward, and since you are, the matter you mention will be easily handled. But, on the side of Director Lin, I can't take the lead. Yifeng lit the cigarette, internally sneering. This person, truly insatiable, but on the outside, he maintained a smile. Liang Jie, I understand. Additionally, let me add one more thing, but Liang Jie, please take care of it. Liang Dao's face lit up in satisfaction, patting Yifeng's shoulder. No problem. it's a small matter. In regards to General Zhu's task, I'll leave it to him. But Yifeng then looked a bit troubled. Lianjie, I realize your bank's policy. For small and micro-enterprise short-term loans, the 1-year interest rate is at 6.1%, which is not low. Look, how much are you looking to loan? Lian Dao inquired. Let's start with a 4 million loan for 1 year. Lian Dao pondered for a moment before remarking, it shouldn't be a problem. You can apply for a small and micro-enterprise support loan, which can be given to you at 3%. The specific support approval will be handled by me and approved by General Zhu. As long as it doesn't exceed 5 million, it's fine. Yifeng felt relieved. The interest rate had dropped from 6.1% to 3%, saving more than half on interest, which was a significant saving. However, Yifeng was not keen on collaborating long-term with such greedy individuals. A one-time or two-time collaboration wouldn't be an issue, but if it became frequent, the other party was sure to ask for more. Yifeng raised his glass, stating, I will leave this matter to Lianjie. Please mention it to General Zhu as well. Liang Dao raised his glass, clinking with Yifeng, of course. Yifeng spoke with Liang Dao about the specific application process and details for over half an hour, then excused himself to the restroom. As he exited, he coincidentally ran into Lin Minda at the door. Lin Minda wore a friendly smile and offered him a cigarette. General Yi, shall we have a chat over there? Facing Lin Min's invitation, Yifeng was somewhat surprised, but he wanted to see what his intention was in coming privately. Sure. This way. Let's go to the lounge area. The two of them walked to the lounge outside the hall and sat on a bench. Director Yi, did Director Lian just talk to you? Lin Min asked in a low voice. Yes, Lin. We've already had a discussion, Yifeng casually replied, waiting for him to explain his purpose. Lin Min pondered for a moment and said, I know Lian Dao. Did he ask for a lot? Yifeng heard the underlying meaning in his words and had already mentioned Lian Dao's name, feeling somewhat dissatisfied with him. Yifeng made a gesture indicating indifference and remained silent. TSK. He really dares to ask for a lot. Director Yi, I think when it comes to cooperation, it's important to understand the other party. Lin Min continued. The first time they asked for 3 from the Ruikai company that produces feed, and the second time they asked for 6. Lin Min said to himself, then stared at Yifeng, wanting to see his reaction. But Yifeng appeared calm, as if he had anticipated something. Lin Min continued, if Director Yi and I collaborate, there won't be as many concerns. Yifeng's expression changed slightly upon hearing this and said, Lin, to me, it doesn't matter much either way, and haven't I already been working with you and Brother Zhu? Lin Min shook his head and said, Director Yi, you understand what I mean. Yifeng naturally understood that Lin Min wanted to sideline Sulanqi and Lian Dao and did this on his own. However, Sulanqi was the head of the department, and it was almost impossible to bypass him now, unless Lin Min had intentions of taking over. But for Yifeng, the risks outweighed the benefits, and he didn't want to get involved. A few more or less tens of thousands would not have a significant impact on him. His goal was clear, to secure the loan first and solve the computer equipment procurement for the Internet Cafe project. Once the procurement was completed, the 3 Internet Cafes could start operating and making money immediately. Lin, in my opinion, whether I work with you or Brother Zhu doesn't make much difference at the moment. However, we can communicate more in the future, Yifeng responded, giving a vague answer. At the same time, he was telling Lin Min that helping him get promoted wouldn't be beneficial for him. Lin Min understood this, let out a long "oh," and then smiled. All right, Director Yi said it. Both of them did not explicitly discuss their intentions, probe each other. Director Yi, rest assured, tomorrow, when you submit the application materials, I'll process it as quickly as possible and personally supervise it, Lin Min reassured with goodwill. Ahaha. Thank you so much, Lin. Yifeng replied happily. While they were chatting, suddenly, they heard loud noises coming from the direction of the private room, and the attendants hurried over. What's going on? Lin Min stood up abruptly, looking puzzled. Yifeng took a glance and saw that it was in the direction of his private room, where a crowd had gathered. Without a second word, he quickly ran over. When he reached the entrance of the private room, he saw Sulanqi and a bald middle-aged man fighting, both with visible scratches on their faces. The attendants were struggling to separate them. Stop. Yifeng and Wang Tai squeezed into the crowd, pulling Su Longqi and the bald man apart. "What's going on, Brother Su?" Yifeng asked in a serious tone. Something had happened to Su Longqi in the private room, and if not handled well, it could affect his own affairs. This sudden situation caught everyone off guard. You asshole. What right do you have to steal my woman? Su Longqi angrily cursed. Anger and alcohol had already clouded his judgment. The bald man, also reeking of alcohol, looked drunk and retorted, "Damn, I just asked Shaoli to have a few drinks with me. What's your problem if I took her? You wanna fight? I'll beat the crap out of you." The bald man's face was full of fierceness and was about to kick Su Longqi again, but was kicked away by Yifeng before he could. Amidst the cursing between the two, Yifeng understood the situation. Damn, they were fighting over a hostess. However, both of them were drunk and stubborn, not willing to back down, escalating from a verbal argument to a physical fight. Yifeng's expression darkened. Su Longqi was meant to assist him, and if this wasn't resolved properly, there could be complications with the loan matter. "Get your manager over here." Yifeng turned to the attendants. The bald man, upon seeing Yifeng standing in front of Su Longqi, became even more infuriated, cursing Yifeng and threatening him, "Get out of here, or I'll beat you to death." With that, he threw a punch towards Yifeng. Dang! Unexpectedly, Wang Tai took action first, delivering a powerful kick that sent the bald man flying into the wall. Wang Tai rolled up his sleeves, shielding Yifeng behind him, and whispered, "Fun, that guy's men are here. You take Su Longqi and leave first." Yifeng turned his head to see a group of men accompanying the bald men rushing towards them, surrounding them near the entrance of the private room. There were at least 10 of them, all looking tough and menacing, like a gang of delinquents. Benjay, was it this guy who attacked you? A tattooed youth glanced at Yifeng and Wang Tai, cursing. Benjay, the bald man, was helped up and pointed at Yifeng, cursing, "Damn you, you're asking for trouble." Su Longqi, seeing so many people on the other side, all looking tough, started sweating profusely, becoming somewhat sober but also more fearful, cowering behind the door of the private room. Cao Fabin combed his shiny bald head, approached Yifeng and Wang Tai, and shouted, It was you who kicked me just now, right? Damn." Suddenly, he punched Wang Tai in the abdomen. Wang Tai endured the pain, didn't step back and continued to shield Yifeng, fist clenched, ready for a fight. The atmosphere at the scene instantly tensed up, like a powder keg ready to explode with a spark. Yifeng had countless thoughts flashing through his mind in this moment, considering various possibilities and impending conflicts. Finally, he arrived at a conclusion. Strike first and strike hard. Yifeng suddenly punched Cao Fabin in the face, followed by a kick to his groin. Dang! With a powerful kick and Cao Fabin's delayed reaction, he collapsed on the ground, losing his combat ability. Damn it! Just as Yifeng made his move, Cao Fabin's henchmen reacted and began to surround Wang Tai and Yifeng. Yifeng endured the punches and kicks from others and, together with Wang Tai, fought back against the aggressive Skull Sand youth. When the numbers were not in their favor, the power balance was extremely uneven. Only by confronting one person at a time did they have a chance. Yifeng locked the Skull Sand youth's neck, using him as a shield, and retreated to the compartment door. Damn it! The Skull Sand youth struggled frantically and cursed loudly. But in the next moment, a piece of glass was pressed against his neck, causing his whole body to stiffen. Others also froze, not daring to make a move. It was Wang Tai. Wang Tai had found a broken beer bowl, the only weapon at hand. "Come on, stab me if you dare," the Skull Sand youth yelled at Wang Tai. A second later, Wang Tai snorted and slashed his neck, causing blood to gush out. The Skull Sand youth dared not make a sound anymore. However, the others at the scene kept a close eye on Yifeng and Wang Tai, ready to strike at any moment. Two people had already pulled out switchblades. Yifeng's heart sank as he realized he might be in danger if the conflict escalated again. A moment of carelessness could result in more injuries. Suddenly, at that moment, a group of security guards in uniform rushed in, shouting loudly, "Don't move." Behind the security guards were more than 20 youths in black t-shirts or shirts. One middle-aged man wearing a black t-shirt broke through the crowd and kicked one of Cao Fabin's henchmen. Cao Fabin slowly stood up, his face showing shock. "Ow. Low. Low, brother." Yes, that middle-aged man was low. Without a word, he slapped the henchman. The slap was heavy, knocking out two teeth from Cao Feiben and swelling his right cheek instantly. Cao Feiben was not angry but fearful, the fear of Lo. Being in the same circle, he naturally knew Lo, and more importantly, the big brother standing behind Lo was Yan Zubing. Brother Bing. Cao Feiben covered his face, not daring to speak, gazing fearfully at Lo. Lo glared at him and scolded. Damn it, who let you cause trouble in Shengshi Club? Don't you know whose territory this is? Damn it. Lo gave him another slap. Cao Feiben broke out in cold sweat, realizing his mistake. Sorry, Lo. Cao Feiben's other brothers dared not speak up, knowing they shouldn't provoke the man in front of them. After the security confiscated the switchblades from the crowd, they lined up on both sides, making way in the middle. Lo, do you know this guy? A deep voice resounded as Yan Zubing, dressed in a black suit, appeared calmly in front of everyone. Yifeng naturally noticed Yan Zubing and breathed a sigh of relief. The crisis seemed to be over. Brother Bing. Other staff members respectfully greeted Yan Zubing. Inside the compartment, Su Lanqi, who had seen Yan Zubing, was shocked but also relieved. This was Brother Bing's territory. He finally felt safe. He had heard about Yan Zubing's legendary reputation, a big shot that even the bank president of Guangxi Development Bank had to respect. Brother Bing, I know this guy, Cao Feiben, from the train station area. Lo responded. Oh. Yan Zubing casually replied, giving Cao Feiben a cold glance. Under his gaze, Cao Feiben felt as if he were in an ice house, shivering, lowering his head, unable to meet his eyes. Yan Zubing scanned the scene and suddenly spotted Yifeng, still holding on to someone. He looked surprised. Yi? Little brother? Kicking the skull sand youth away, Yifeng wiped the blood from his mouth and smiled, greeting. Hey, Brother Bing. Yan Zubing walked over, sizing Yifeng up, and chuckled. What happened? How did you end up like this? Are you hurt? Hearing Yan Zubing's concern, Yifeng smiled, took a few punches, but I'm fine. Yifeng briefly recounted the incident, which was simply a conflict triggered by a hostess dispute. After listening, Yan Zubing nodded and said gently, I see. I'll handle it, Yi. Don't worry. Thanks, Brother Bing. Yifeng grinned. Watching their conversation from the compartment, Su Lanqi was greatly shocked. Yifeng was so close to Yan Zubing. Yan Zubing was actually backing Yifeng. Their relationship was extraordinary. Su Lanqi's heart was in turmoil, and his perspective on Yifeng changed. Yifeng and Yan Zubing were so close. Su Lanqi realized that he might not be able to collect the money after all. On the other side, Cao Feiben was regretful. In his drunken state, he forgot whose territory he was in, and that young man was unexpectedly familiar with Yan Zubing. Completely unexpected. Who was this young man? Before Cao Feiben could figure it out, Yan Zubing approached him. Brother, I. Cao Feiben's tongue was tied, not knowing how to explain himself. Yan Zubing slapped him, his strength overpowering, knocking Cao Feiben to the ground. I said, no one, absolutely no one is allowed to cause trouble on my turf. Are you going to ignore my words? Yan Zubing's voice sent shivers down the spines of Cao Feiben's dozen or so brothers, who dared not speak or help Cao Feiben up. At that moment, Yan Zubing's presence was extremely intimidating, like an insurmountable mountain weighing on their hearts. Brother, I won't dare anymore. I really won't dare anymore. Cao Feiben knelt on the ground, pleading desperately. Yan Zubing kicked him in the face and coldly said, I'll give you a lesson today. Lo, take him down and deal with him according to the rules. Lo smirked and replied, sure thing, brother. Take him away, these kids. As Lo ordered, the security guards and the men in black clothes swarmed up, arresting Cao Feiben and his companions, taking them away. The staff immediately cleaned up the scene, removing the bloodstains and broken glass, restoring order. Yan Zubing turned to Yifeng and smiled. How about a drink? He spoke casually, as if nothing had happened. Sure. No problem. Yifeng smiled and nodded. Just then, Su Lanqi ran out of the compartment and approached Yan Zubing, politely saying, Hey Brother Bing, how are you? Do I know you? Yan Zubing gave him a once-over. We're meeting for the first time, but I've long admired you. In Guangxi, who doesn't know about Brother Bing's great reputation? Su Lanqi said with a smile, trying to network with Yan Zubing. Oh, who are you? Yan Zubing asked casually. Hey Brother Bing, I'm Su Lanqi from the Tian branch of Guangxi Development Bank. It's a pleasure to meet you. Su Lanqi introduced himself. Sulonchi thought to himself that if he could leverage Yifeng to improve his relationship with Yin Zubing, that would be great. Bragging about knowing Yin Zubing in the future would be quite impressive. Yifeng glanced at Sulonchi, knowing from his expression what was on his mind. But for Yifeng, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing, as it would make Sulonchi more attentive during the loan process. Yin Zubing chuckled and said, "I'm really sorry for tonight, disrupting your mood. All expenses tonight are on me. Let's have a couple of drinks together." Yin Zubing was successful in business and naturally knew how to handle such situations. Offering to pay was just a gesture. "Sure, it's an honor to have a drink with Brother Bing," Sulonchi happily said. The group went upstairs together, with Yifeng and Yin Zubing chatting and laughing ahead. Lin Minda looked even more surprised. "It seems that Mr. Yi is quite remarkable." On the third floor, there was a private room reserved specifically for Yin Zubing's people. Once inside, Wang Tai handed out cigarettes to everyone while sporting some bruises on his face, almost resembling a panda. Yin Zubing took a cigarette, looked at Wang Tai, and praised, "This younger brother is not bad. Yi Lao Di, your younger brother seems quite capable." Wang Tai scratched his head and replied with a smile, "I have to be capable. Fun Jie is my boss. Even at the cost of my life, I won't let him get into trouble." Yin Zubing laughed heartily. "Good. Very good." Yifeng was touched and exclaimed, "Just now, it was thanks to Tai Zi. If not for him, I would have been lying on the ground." Through trials and tribulations, true feelings emerge. That's what real brothers are like. I used to have a group of such capable brothers too. Yin Zubing's expression suddenly dimmed as he spoke, cutting off the conversation. Yifeng noticed his change of mood and changed the subject, saying, "Brother Bing, you saved my life today. I'm truly grateful." Yin Zubing chuckled then said, "It's nothing. By the way, how's that brother in the hospital?" "He's recovering well, but it will still be another half a month before he's discharged," Yifeng replied, surprised at how Yin Zubing suddenly brought up the matter. Yin Zubing then said, "The wounds have started to heal. Some stitches have been removed." How did you know, Brother Bing?" Yifeng asked in astonishment. "My younger sister works at the City People's Hospital. She mentioned it to me on the phone last night," Yin Zubing said, seeing Yifeng's shocked expression. "Oh, I see. I didn't know you had a sister, Brother Bing." Yifeng suddenly realized. Yin Zubing flicked the cigarette ash and calmly said, "I rarely mention my sister to others. I just hope she stays away from me. Once I establish myself in Guanxi, I'll have her move out and live independently. I also forbid her from mentioning my name outside. You not knowing is normal." Yifeng nodded in understanding. Yin Zubing, being involved in the underworld, inevitably made enemies, and having close relatives around could lead to trouble and endanger family. Yin Zubing saw Yifeng stumbling as he walked and realized he had also drunk a fair amount, so he let him go, arranging for a brother to drive them home and making plans to visit another day. Before leaving, Yin Zubing even carefully arranged for a brother to drive Yifeng back home. It was already too late, and the dormitory doors were closed, so Yifeng and Wang Tai had to return home to rest. When Yifeng reached home, it was already 2 a.m. Wang Tai helped him onto the bed, and he immediately fell asleep. He didn't know how long he had slept, but when Yifeng gradually woke up, he glanced out the window to see it raining heavily, with raindrops pounding against the window. It was dark outside, and he didn't know what time it was. Instinctively reaching for his phone in his pocket, he found it was already 2 p.m. the next day. Yifeng sighed. Although he was awake, his head was still foggy, a remnant of his hangover. He had slept for quite a long time. Struggling to sit up in bed, he slapped his head, rubbed his temples, trying to clear his mind. But the next moment, he felt parched and his throat felt dry. Turning his head, he suddenly noticed a glass of honey water on the bedside table. Hot. Was it made by his mother? Yifeng didn't care much and just drank it all in one go, feeling much better. The door then opened, revealing Gumuxi. "Stinky Fun, have you finally woken up?" "Hey. I brought it. Why aren't you drinking more?" Gumuxi was holding breakfast, milk, bread, and meat porridge. "Are you feeling better now? Any headache?" Gumuxi set down the tray, sat next to Yifeng, and asked softly and caringly. A typical two-faced person. Yifeng felt warm in his heart. Having such a girlfriend was really nice. He smiled, held her hand, and said, "I'm fine. I just had a bit too much to drink last night. HMPH. Find my foot. What happened to your face?" Don't tell me you're going to tell me that you bumped into something on the road like Wang Tai did. Gu Muxi pouted angrily. She could easily tell that he was injured. Yifeng dryly laughed, knowing he couldn't hide it from Gu Muxi, and said, "Last night, I got drunk and had a little incident, but it's nothing, just a minor scuffle." "Okay. Did you get into a fight because you drank too much?" Gu Muxi puffed up her cheeks and glared at him, looking like she was going to erupt like a volcano. Yifeng gulped. "Oh. Little Muxi seems angry." Cough. "Things happen suddenly. I didn't want it either." Yifeng shrugged, helplessly explaining. Gu Muxi pinched his cheek and said angrily, "Okay, you got into a fight without telling me. Did you lose?" "If I lost, then I deserved it," Yifeng replied. Gu Muxi loosened her grip and huffed, "Well, that's close enough. But in order to make sure you won't lose in fights in the future, I feel it's necessary to continue strengthening your training. You need some discipline." Thinking about that intense training, Yifeng's face fell as he said, "She. Do we really need to? Are you mad? Finding an excuse to discipline me?" Gu Muxi looked surprised and said, "Wow, you figured that out." Yifeng stayed silent. She. "Please don't." Gu Muxi crossed her arms, glaring at him. "I have to." She. "I won't be able to handle it." Stinky Fan, "I can handle it anyway." "Is there no room for negotiation at all?" "None. Just once, for 10 minutes, okay?" "No. For a whole day." Hey. Gu Muxi, are you trying to wear me out?" "Heh. By wearing you out now, it's better than having you stay out next time." Yifeng looked at Gu Muxi pouting and still somewhat angry, thinking he should calm her down. With a mischievous smile, he suddenly leaned in for a kiss. Gu Muxi was caught off guard, and her lips were sealed by his sudden kiss. Her eyes widened and her cheeks blushed instantly. She wanted to pull away, but Yifeng held her firmly in place. Her mind went blank. All emotions dissipated, letting Yifeng take control. After several seconds, Yifeng finally let her go, smacking his lips as if savoring the lingering taste, looking quite satisfied. Stinky Fan. Gu Muxi blushed, feeling a mix of anger and amusement as she lightly tapped his chest. Seeing her reaction, Yifeng felt secretly pleased. "Ah, it seems she isn't angry anymore. Truly, a kiss can resolve many things between a man and a woman. If not, 2 kisses. She. You look really pretty in this sailor outfit today. I couldn't help but be captivated." "Well, it's all thanks to you. Who made you so handsome?" Yifeng replied seriously. "Haha, you're so smooth with your words." Gu Muxi laughed. "Forget it. I'll spare you this time, but it's not a precedent. Go take a shower. You really stink." Yifeng chuckled. "I'll eat lunch first after finishing my breakfast. I'm starving." Yifeng sat on the edge of the bed and quickly filled his stomach with breakfast, then headed to the shower, while Gu Muxi sat in the living room watching TV, peeling apples, planning to feed him when he's done. While peeling, Gu Muxi muttered to herself, "Huh, Stinky Fan, only I treat you so well. Could it be that I owed you in my past life? Here, even peeling fruits for you, you should consider yourself lucky." Though she said that, in the end, she couldn't help but smile sweetly. Stinky Fan had been so busy lately and pulling all-nighters. Maybe he's tired. Should I make him some nourishing tonic later? Yes, that's a good idea, to replenish his energy. I bet he'd be deeply touched. "Oh, you surely are a lucky master. Let me show some mercy and make you a tonic myself." After a while, Yifeng emerged from the bathroom with doubt hair. She. "Why did you peel so many apples?" Yifeng looked at the 3 large apples on the plate, suspecting they weighed about a pound. "Well, for you to eat. I heard that eating fruits after drinking helps to sober up." Yifeng eyed the 3 large apples, probably about a pound. "Ahem, she. That makes sense. But ... isn't this too much?" Gu Muxi glared at him. "Would it kill you to eat more fruits? I peeled them all for you. Won't you eat?" Yifeng chuckled dryly. Yes, of course I will. You made it for me, so I'll eat them all. Yo-ho." With that, Yifeng sat next to Gu Muxi, took 1 apple and started munching. Gu Muxi felt a tinge of sweetness hearing him call her yo-ho. "You eat first, I'll get some arnica oil to apply on you, for a quick recovery." Gu Muxi patted his shoulder and then went to fetch the arnica oil. In times of medical scarcity, just having a bottle of arnica oil was considered a blessing, often prepared by the village's old Chinese doctor, and it worked wonders. Once Gu Muxi brought the arnica oil, a strong scent filled the air, with a hint of alcohol that made Yifan, still reeking of last night's alcohol, nauseous with a hint of a hangover. Gumushi teased, "What's with you? Are you pregnant? How many weeks?" 10 weeks, she, and it's your child, so you better take responsibility. Yifan put on an innocent face. Gumushi sighed. "Yi, I swear. Your face is thicker than anything, even thicker than the earth's mantle." Yifan chuckled. "Thanks for the compliment, it's an honor." Gumushi sat beside him. "Sit properly. Don't move, I'll apply the oil." As she applied the oil on his face gently, their close contact sent a subtle electric current between them. Getting near, Gumushi was focused and gentle in her touch. Seeing her gentle sigh, it was indeed charming. "Stinky Fun, do you want some soup?" Gumushi suddenly asked while applying the oil. "Soup? What kind of soup?" Yifan was surprised. "A replenishing tonic soup to boost your energy." Gumushi replied earnestly. "Oh, there's no need. You've never tried it. How do you know I need it?" "Tried what?" "Nothing. If you want it, just get it from a restaurant as a takeaway." "No. It's too expensive, and the quality might not be good." "How? Don't tell me ... you want to make the soup yourself." Yifan suddenly looked wary. "Dingo, you guessed it. Should I reward you with a bowl of tonic soup?" Gumushi smiled sweetly. Yifan had a bad feeling about this. "You don't mean today, right?" Gumushi laughed. "Bingo again. If you guess correctly, you get a different reward. This time, I don't want to. You still smell like alcohol." Gumushi teased. "Then how about this?" Yifan pouted. Gumushi blushed. There were no other people at home, anyway. Mwah. Gumushi gave him a quick peck. "All right now. Stinky Fun. Don't push your luck. Heh. See, she is so obedient." Yifan grinned smugly. "Okay. We're done with your face. There's nowhere else, right?" Gumushi asked. "There's still one more place." Yifan replied seriously. "Where?" Gumushi scanned him up and down. Yifan turned around, pointing to his buttocks, and smirked. "Right here. Yuwuyan. Get lost." Gumushi gave him a kick from the couch. "Oh, she, are you trying to harm your husband?" Yifan rubbed his bottom as he stood up. Gumushi stifled a laugh, then put on a fragile appearance. How could I? Yifan saw her act and quickly jumped to the other side of the couch. "Don't come near. I have the power of a spider." "A spider? How so?" After playing around for half an hour, Yifan and Gumushi took an umbrella to the market. The autumn rain drizzled, and the air was filled with mist, adding a touch of coolness to the atmosphere. "Zishi, have you decided what ingredients to buy?" Yifan curiously asked. "Of course, my mom has taught me, and I remember everything." Gumushi confidently smiled. "Good that you remember. Just make sure not to put in random ingredients," Yifan teased. Gumushi shook the umbrella. "Splash in water droplets at Yifan. If you can talk more. I'm so smart and clever, you think I wouldn't know what to put in? You said the same thing last time." Yifan joked. Gumushi blushed. "Ahem. Last time was a mistake. I won't make the same mistake again this time." "Hope so." "Yishao, are you feeling itchy?" Hey. Not itchy on the skin, but itchy in the heart," Yifan said, glancing at Gumushi. Today, Gumushi looked exceptionally attractive in a white and light blue sailor suit, especially with the swaying skirt revealing long and sleek legs, attracting attention. He discreetly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Why does it feel a bit lecherous?" Gumushi blushed, snorted, and said, "No seriousness, I'm not going to talk to you." Arriving at the market, Gumushi went straight to the chicken stall. Chicken soup. Definitely chicken soup. Guan province is known for its variety of soup, such as peach pork knuckle soup, yan chicken soup, black bean carp soup, and many more, among which those made with chicken make up over a third, especially the ones for nourishing chet. The most famous is ginseng chicken soup and the like. Gumushi went to the chicken stall and asked the lady boss, "Do you have old hens?" The lady boss picked up a hen that had been slaughtered and said, "Yes, this hen, it's already 2.5 years old." Yifan came forward to take a look and asked in surprise, "A hen this size can be 2.5 years old?" "Of course, I raised it, so, of course, I know. My hens are the best in the market. I play music for them every day, and they even sing and dance. I couldn't bear to slaughter them until they were 2.5 years old." Yifan laughed and asked, "Do you play a song like chicken? You are so beautiful." "Oh, I play all kinds of songs, but I haven't heard that one." The lady boss shook her head. Gumu, she asked softly, evergreen chicken. Isn't that an idiom? Is there a song like that? Not right now. Maybe in the future. Yifeng smirked. Humph, you're definitely just talking nonsense again. I don't believe you. Gumu, she retorted. How much for this chicken per pound? Lady boss. 7 yuan per pound. What do you think? A bit expensive. Can you give me a discount? Lady boss. Gumu, she began to bargain. Can't go any lower. This is the market price. The lady boss firmly replied. Seeing Gumu, she hesitating, Yifeng knew the price was a bit high. Lady boss. Can't you sell it for 6 yuan? I saw the stalls in front lowered their prices to 6 yuan just now. It's already afternoon. Why not sell it at a discount? Yifeng chuckled. In fact, he didn't ask. Nor did he know the price. It was all a guess. As soon as the lady boss heard that the stalls in front had lowered their prices, her face changed, and she hastily said, all right, 6 yuan it is. Gumuji's face lit up. Then please weigh it and cut it into pieces. She even discreetly gave Yifeng a thumbs up. They bought the chicken and other ingredients for the chicken soup and went back home. Gumuji prepared the ingredients in the kitchen and turned to Yifeng. You wait outside for me, I can handle it myself. Really? Yifeng chuckled nervously, worried she might concoct some dark cuisine in there. Don't worry, I've learned. Gumuji reassured confidently. All right then, be careful. Yifeng shrugged and laughed helplessly. All right, don't worry. I got it. You go wait in the living room first. Gumuji pushed him out. Yifeng shook his head, sat in the dining room, and waited. In the kitchen, Gumuji secretly took out a note with a recipe she copied from the computer when she got back, following it step by step. Her focused expression was more attentive than during an exam. After about half an hour, Gumuji put all the ingredients in a clay pot and finally breathed a sigh of relief. When the water boils, simmer for half an hour over high heat, then switch to low heat. Gumuji took out her phone and set the timer. Done. This time, there shouldn't be any problems. Gumuji, you got this. She silently cheered herself on. After cleaning up, Gumuji walked out of the kitchen, clapping her hands, all set. Then I'll eagerly await the results. Yifeng patted her head. Hehe. Just wait and see. I'll definitely impress you. Gumuji said confidently. Yifeng hugged her, lifting her up. I believe in you. You're the best. Gumuji blushed but enjoyed the moment of closeness with Yifeng. And it felt really good to be encouraged by Stinky Feng. Quick. Put me down. What if Uncle and Aunt come back? Gumuxi stared at him with a shy look. She was now firmly held in Yifeng's arms, her body tightly pressed against his, unable to move. Stir-fried eggs with chicken. Besides, my parents haven't come back yet, right? Yifeng grinned mischievously. As he spoke, he put her on the couch, then pounced on her, their faces very close, able to feel each other's breath. Gumuxi felt her heart beating rapidly, as if it was about to jump out of her chest. Yifeng, what are you trying to do? Get up quickly. Yifeng pinched her little nose teasingly, saying, no, you should know what I want to do. What do you want to do? Gumuxi mustered her courage, lifted her chin, stared at him, her watery eyes full of charm. Can you guess? Yifeng pinched her chin and smirked. Humph, I will tell Uncle and Aunt that you want to tease me again. Gumuxi blushed and joked. Then I will keep teasing you for a lifetime. Yifeng chuckled. With that, Yifeng slowly lowered his head, leaning closer, his lips moving slightly. As Yifeng approached, Gumuxi's heart pounded, feeling nervous and more shy than anything. She slowly closed her eyes, lips slightly parted, actively responding. Just at the moment their lips were about to meet, suddenly the sound of the door opening came from the entrance. Creak. The door opened, and it was Meng Xiaoyun returning from grocery shopping. It was this sudden sound of the door opening that startled the two of them, almost scaring their souls out. Yifeng and Gumuxi quickly sat upright, in perfect sync. Muxi, are you here? Meng Xiaoyun's voice came from the entrance. Out. Yes, Aunt. Gumuxi responded, getting up in a hurry, but in a moment of carelessness, she tripped over Yifeng's foot, almost falling down. Yifeng, quick to react, grabbed her by the waist, but her body still brought him along, landing on her back. Now it looked like Yifeng pinned Gumuxi from the back, a posture that left much to the imagination. Ow. You too? Meng Xiaoyun stared in disbelief at the two, her mouth agape, dropping the groceries she was holding. At that moment, Yifeng and Gumuxi felt like they were in a deadlock. The embarrassment was almost tangible, almost as if they could build a castle with their toes. Ahem. Mom, don't misunderstand. It's not what you're thinking, Yifeng quickly explained as he got up. Meng Xiaoyun realized the situation and was equally embarrassed, quickly saying, ahem, you to continue. I didn't see anything. Oh, I forgot to buy garlic. Looks like I have to go out again. Meng Xiaoyun picked up the groceries from the floor and placed them on the table, saying, I'll go to Nanguan Market. The garlic there is good. I estimate I'll be back in about an hour. Before finishing her words, Meng Xiaoyun went out and closed the door. Yifeng and Gumuxi were left frozen in their spots, looking towards the direction of the door. Even a layman could tell what Meng Xiaoyun meant by that. Yifeng didn't even have a chance to continue explaining. Yifeng, it's all your fault. Gumuxi stood up, her pretty face blushing like an apple, glaring at Yifeng with embarrassment. Ahem, I didn't expect Mom to come back so soon. Looks like next time we have to go back to the room. Yifeng said earnestly, you are so bad. Now you've been caught red-handed by Aunt. Gumuxi pinched him around the waist. Heh, it's okay, I have thick skin. My mom will understand. Yifeng said shamelessly. Humph, I'll just ignore you. I'm going to check on the soup. Gumuxi said proudly. Heading towards the kitchen, Yifeng pursed his lips, feeling a bit regretful. The flame that just sparked was extinguished by a bucket of cold water from his mom. He was just about to show off his skills and let Gumuxi know how slick he could be. Yishao, come smell this. In the kitchen, Gumuxi suddenly exclaimed in excitement. Yifeng hurried over, and even before entering the kitchen, he could already smell the aroma of chicken soup. Approaching her from behind, Yifeng embraced her and whispered in her ear, why did little Muxi call me over? She turned to look at Yifeng, joyfully asking, do you smell the fragrance? Is it good? Yifeng exaggeratedly took a deep breath, praised, I smell it, it's really good. Little Muxi, you've improved in your cooking skills, you're really amazing. Hearing Yifeng's praise, pride glinted on her lovely face. Of course, I'm also very smart, you know. If it turns out successful, I'll often cook it for you. Okay, great, as long as you make it, I'll love it. Yifeng indulged her. Gumuxi gave him a look, saying, even if it doesn't taste good, will you still love it? I'll just lie. Yifeng playfully tapped her nose, smiling affectionately, because I love you. So, I'll love anything you make. I will give you the greatest encouragement. I believe you will continue to improve. Gumuxi felt sweet and happy hearing this, a smile of happiness on her face. She turned around, tiptoe, and planted a kiss on Yifeng's right cheek. Since you're so good with words, this is a reward for you. Heh. How can one reward be enough? Give me 10 more. Yifeng turned his face to offer his left cheek. Gumuxi laughed happily, pushed his face with her hand, broke free from his embrace, and said, HMPH, I won't let you off that easily. Then she quickly ran away. Little Muxi, don't run. Yifeng instantly turned into a big bad wolf, chasing after her. 1 hour later, the rain had stopped. Meng Xiaoyun was in a good mood, humming a tune as she carried half a bag of garlic into the neighborhood. Menji, why are you so happy today? Is something good happening? A middle-aged woman at the entrance stopped her bike, curious. Oh, it's nothing much. I'm just particularly happy today. Ha. Meng Xiaoyun waved her hand, smiling happily. The middle-aged woman scratched her head, puzzled. Meng Xiaoyun secretly chuckled to herself. It's the first time she saw her son and Muxi so close. The two kids have grown up, and having some feelings for each other is quite normal. Who knows? Maybe I'll be a grandmother in a couple of years. Meng Xiaoyun felt even more delighted at the thought, but then she thought about Yifeng and Gumuxi still being in college. Was it too early to think this way? It's really a dilemma. What happy troubles! Meng Xiaoyun's thoughts were in a whirl as she reached the bottom floor and coincidentally met Li Wen, who had just returned from the factory. Xiaoyun, why are you so happy today? Is there good news? Li Wen joked. Let me tell you. Meng Xiaoyun vividly described what she had seen when she entered the house, unexpectedly seeing Yifeng and Gumuxi being intimate. After listening, Li Wen couldn't help but stifle her laughter as she covered her mouth. Really? Then it seems like those two kids have a great relationship. But we still need to remind them when we have the chance. Remind them of what? Meng Xiaoyun asked in confusion. Li Wen rolled her eyes and smiled. It's about safety. Tell them to be careful not to get into trouble. Some things need to be explained in advance. Meng Xiaoyun nodded at the words and said, makes sense. I'll find some time to help with Shafeng's work. Yes. Safety measures are very necessary. Li Wen smiled. She was very open-minded and didn't oppose any special behavior between the two, considering they were adults. But in order to focus on their studies, and Xiaoyun and Gumuxi were still quite young, they had plenty of time to discuss serious matters in the future. The two chatted and laughed as they went upstairs together. When they reached the door of the house, Meng Xiaoyun cleared her throat and shouted, Shafan, Zixi, I'm back with soy sauce. Oh no, I mean garlic, she shouted loudly, as if afraid that Xiaoyun hadn't heard. After shouting, Meng Xiaoyun opened the door, but didn't enter immediately. She continued to call out, ahem, Shafang, I'm back. I'm back. Meng Xiaoyun peeked in and saw Gumuxi wearing an apron, holding a ladle in her hand, with a smile on her face, before finally entering the house. Zixi, are you making soup? Ow. Yes, auntie. I'm making some soup for Xiao Xiao to drink. Gumuxi blushed slightly, a bit shy. Oh. What a good child. Meng Xiaoyun chuckled. Li Wen followed into the house and hearing Gumuxi's words, joked, oh, they say daughters are considered little cotton jackets, but this jacket isn't for yourself. Daughter, next time you have to make soup for me too. Gumuxi stuck out her tongue playfully and said, okay. Mom, next time I'll make you some black chicken soup. Zixi, where's Shafeng? Meng Xiaoyun scanned the living room, not seeing Shafeng's figure, and asked curiously, where is he? Is he in the bathroom? Gumuxi replied casually. Meng Xiaoyun was surprised. Oh, you're so fast. Auntie. What is fast? Gumuxi tilted her head, looking puzzled, thinking Meng Xiaoyun was referring to making soup. Oh, it's been about an hour, Meng Xiaoyun exclaimed. An hour? Well, that's not bad. Zixi, let me see what kind of soup you've made. It smells so good. Meng Xiaoyun went to the table, peered into the pot and saw chicken and wolfberries in the soup. Oh, so many wolfberries. Cough. It seems like Zixi really wants to nourish her son well. Gumuxi sweetly said, I made Cotinopsis chicken soup, using a 2.5-year-old chicken. Oh, looks quite nourishing. Meng Xiaoyun smiled and hinted at moderation. Huh, auntie, what moderation? Gumuxi was confused, thinking Meng Xiaoyun was talking about the soup. Ahem. Nothing, I'll go cook. Today, we'll eat here together. Meng Xiaoyun dryly laughed and went to the kitchen. Li Wen covered her mouth and chuckled. Daughter, you're really caring. But Shafeng's mom is right, young people still need to be moderate. After speaking, Li Wen went to the living room to watch TV. Gumuxi was completely bewildered at this moment. Shortly after, Yifeng came out of the bathroom, changed his clothes, his hair damp, looking like he had just taken a shower. Yifeng did indeed take a shower because, when he was fooling around with Gumuxi, he accidentally knocked over the trash can and even slipped, covered in dirt. Good afternoon, auntie. Yifeng greeted Li Wen with a smile. Xiaofeng, is military training hard? Li Wen smiled and asked. It's okay, I can endure it. Next week the military training will be over. Just hang in there. Yifeng replied. Oh, take care of your energy. Endure the military training well, otherwise it's easy to overdraw your energy. Li Wen advised. Okay. Yifeng scratched his head, feeling that there was something more to her words. At this time, Gumuxi called out to him. Yi Xiao, come and taste it. I personally made the soup. All right. Yifeng went excitedly and, when he arrived at the table, Gumuxi had already served him a bowl of chicken soup. Seeing quite a few wolfberries floating on the surface, Yifeng raised the corner of his mouth. Xiaoxixi, why ... So many wolfberries? Oh, my mom said wolfberries are good for nourishing Chan blood, and that men should eat more, so I put in a little more. Come on, taste it. Gumuxi urged excitedly. This was her first time making soup, and she was a bit nervous. Yifeng picked up the bowl, blew on it gently, and took a sip. Huh. It actually tasted good. Quite delicious. It seems that Gumuxi has really improved her cooking skills. Yifeng's eyes lit up, praising sincerely. It tastes good. Gumuxi's expression brightened at his words, jumping up excitedly. Yes, success. I'll have a sip too. Gumuxi took the bowl from Yifeng and tasted it herself, nodding in approval. It is indeed not bad. Ha ha. This little master is truly talented. She then eagerly offered Li Wen and Meng Xiaoyun to try it, both of whom approved. This made her so happy she danced around as if wanting to tell the whole world. Not long after, when Yifeng and Gu Xingzhang returned, they couldn't escape being praised. During this meal, Gu Muxi received many compliments. Her eyes curved into a crescent moon shape with Zhou. At night, Yifeng and Gu Muxi walked hand in hand in the residential area. The night breeze was slightly chilly, after the autumn rain, adding a bit of coldness. Gu Muxi was wearing a sailor suit, feeling a bit cold. After the night breeze, she moved closer to Yifeng, snuggling against him for warmth. Yifeng saw this and took off his outer shirt, indulgently saying, "Are you cold? Wear my shirt." Saying that, Yifeng draped a shirt over her, leaving himself with just a thin t-shirt. Gu Muxi felt touched and said, "You gave it to me. Aren't you cold?" Yifeng gently embraced her. "Silly girl, when I hold you, I don't feel cold." Gu Muxi leaned her head against his chest, listening quietly to his heartbeat, sweet and quiet. Being held by him, she felt very warm. At that moment, she felt time had stopped, with only each other in the world. Stinky fun. Wouldn't it be great if time stopped at this moment forever? Gu Muxi murmured, "Time can't stop here. We haven't gotten married yet, haven't traveled together, haven't had children. There are still many things we haven't done together," Yifeng softly said. Gu Muxi lifted her head, looking at him expectantly. Her eyes curved into a cute crescent moon shape. "You still want to do things?" "Yes, just things we love doing together," Yifeng replied. "What exactly are those things?" "Little Muxi, as long as I'm with you, anything we do together is something to love." Gu Muxi saw a slightly mischievous smile on his face, and some special images flashed through her mind. Instantly blushing, using her fair and slender fingers, she pinched his nose, saying, "What are you thinking about in your head?" "No. Absolutely not," Yifeng solemnly declared. "HMPH, I don't believe you at all, you bad egg, very bad." Mushi playfully pinched his nose, her laughter ringing clear like a bell in the night breeze. "So, you like how bad I am?" Yifeng teased. Mushi's eyes flashed with shyness as she buried her head in his chest and softly said, "I do ... What? What did you say?" "I didn't catch that," Yifeng pretended not to hear, continuing to ask, Annoying. Mushi blushed, pinching the soft flesh around his waist firmly. Before she could pinch him again, Yifeng quickly evaded, teasing, Hey, you can't catch me, you can't catch me." Mushi put on her outer shirt, puffing her cheeks cutely. "Don't run. Let me take care of you." The two of them ran and chased each other, laughter echoing in the neighborhood. When they reached the last building in the complex, they suddenly heard a commotion ahead. Yifeng turned to look and saw a group of people gathered around the staircase, appearing to be watching something and muttering to each other. "Get out of here right now. This isn't your home." Suddenly, a loud voice rang out from the crowd. Full of anger, it was Wang Tai. Yifeng frowned, sensing there was trouble ahead, and hurried over. Smack! In the crowd, a bearded, beer-bellied middle-aged man raised his hand and slapped Wang Tai across the face. F***CK. "Who do you think you're talking to like that? Without me, where would you be?" The middle-aged man pointed at Wang Tai and cursed. Wang Tai, with bruises already on his face, now had a swollen left cheek from the slap. The Wang Tai, with red eyes, stared coldly at the man before him, gritting his teeth. "You're not worthy of being my father. I don't need a gambling addict like you as a father. I'll treat you as having died long ago." The man before him was Wang Baokan, Wang Tai's father. "What did you say? You curse me to death." Wang Baokan raised his hand to slap him again, but before his hand could land, Wang Tai grabbed it. "I won't let you hit me again. You're not qualified. Get lost." Wang Tai forcefully pushed his hand away. "Don't come back asking for money. I won't give you a single penny." Wang Tai's eyes were bloodshot, tears glistening. He had long been heartbroken by his own father, ever since 5 years ago, when Wang Baokan developed a gambling addiction, tearing their family apart. Wang Baokan's debts and dodgy activities resulted in their home being targeted by debt collectors, causing immense fear and distress for Wang Tai's mother, who once ended up in the hospital out of shock. Wang Baokan eventually moved out and continued his gambling ways, only returning home to ask for money when he was broke. "Damn it, I should have never fathered you in the first place. Even a bastard would be better. You have no filial piety." Wang Baokan cursed bitterly. "See if I don't beat you to death." Wang Baokan grabbed Wang Tai's collar, ready to strike. Some onlookers gasped in shock. Suddenly, a hand firmly held Wang Baokan's arm. Stop. Wang Tai turned to see it was Yifeng, and a sigh of relief escaped him. The Wang Baokan, squinting his eyes, recognized Yifeng. Yifeng, what's it to you? Stop interfering. Yifeng pushed his hand away, speaking coldly. Uncle Wang, this is the last time I'll call you uncle. Look at how you are now. Considering it an honor that I'm still calling you uncle. If not, you're just a gambling dog. Tai is my brother. His matters are mine. He knows he's your son and can't lay a hand on you. But I can. Let me tell you. Get out now. Yifeng's anger flared. His presence distinctly strong, his words intimidating, momentarily silencing Wang Baokan. Wang Baokan's eyes showed a hint of fear, but relying on his seniority and not wanting to lose face in front of their neighbors, he pointed at Yifeng and cursed. Who do you think you are to tell me to leave? If I don't get the money today, I won't leave. Yifeng stepped forward, standing in front of Wang Baokan. Firm, not a single penny. Leave. Damn it. Angered, Wang Baokan raised his fist toward Yifeng's face. But Yifeng dodged quickly, instinctively avoiding the blow, and then grabbed his collar, starting to fight back. The two tumbled onto the damp ground, covered in mud, grappling with each other. Wang Tai, fearing for Yifeng's safety, rushed forward to try to separate them. The Wang Baokan, having been a laborer before, possessed strength and was not easily pulled apart. Instead, Yifeng was pulled up by his hands from the ground by Wang Baokan, who then raised his fist, about to strike Yifeng. Dang! Suddenly, a kick came flying in, hitting Wang Baokan in the abdomen. The force was strong, causing Wang Baokan to release Yifeng, doubling over in pain, unable to make a sound. Yifeng was astonished, turning to see it was Mushi. Next, Mushi grabbed Wang Baokan's arm and executed a powerful back throw. Dang! The impact was heavy, and Wang Baokan wailed in agony, unable to stand up. The entire sequence happened so quickly that some onlookers couldn't even catch Mushi's movements before Wang Baokan was subdued. The onlookers were dumbfounded, completely stunned. A man over 100 pounds, close to 200 pounds, was effortlessly defeated by her. The skill, the execution, smooth and fluid, impressive. Yifeng was amazed, only after a while reacting, couldn't help but give Mushi a thumbs up. Mushi, you're amazing. Mushi clapped her hands, relaxed. No big deal. How could I miss out on a fight like that? But it's you. Couldn't even beat him. No wonder you got beat up yesterday. Mushi shook her head, looking disappointed. Yifeng, come on, miss. Even with 3 of me, no, even with 10 of me, I wouldn't stand a chance against you. Mushi walked up to him, patted his shoulder, comforting. From now on, if you encounter such situations, don't panic. I've got your back, as I promised. No one can bully you except me. Yifeng, for the first time, feeling like a freeloader. All right. Little Mushi, you're awesome, you're noble, you're great. Thanks to you, count on you to have my back for life. Mushi still looked smug, smiling. Heh, you're welcome. After the two spoke, Wang Baokan, who had managed to climb up in pain, immediately distanced himself from Mushi, a fearful expression on his face. You all wait for me. Damn it. Mushi clenched her fist, coldly snorted. Wait for what? Want me to break your bones? Wang Baokan's face changed drastically, swiftly dashed out of the crowd, and bolted away. After Wang Baokan fled, the crowd of onlookers dispersed, but the way they looked at Wang Tai carried a hint of pity. Having such a father, it was indeed pitiful. Wang Tai walked up to Yifeng, smiling bitterly. Yizhe, I'm really sorry. I've dragged you into this mess. Yifeng was covered in mud, almost looking like a statue made of clay. Yifeng chuckled. It's okay, we're brothers. Wang Tai felt moved, but thinking about Wang Baokan's situation made his headache worsen. He couldn't help but sigh. Yifeng noticed his worries, patted his shoulder, comforting. Don't worry. There's always a solution to every problem. Come, let's go to your place and talk. Wang Tai was taken aback, but seeing the confident smile on Yifeng's face, he felt a glimmer of hope. Yifeng went back to take a shower, changed into fresh clothes, and then arrived at Wang Tai's home again. Wang Tai's mother, Ma Gulan, warmly welcomed him, poured tea for Yifeng, and even offered snacks, bustling around busily. Yifeng urged, Aunt Ma, don't be so busy, you don't have to be so polite, you're treating me as a stranger. Mrs. Ma Gulan smiled warmly. No, it's just a few snacks. Zifeng, you have helped Wang Tai so much. I must thank you. She knew that ever since Wang Tai started working with Yifeng, he had earned quite a bit, being able to save money every month. Last time, he received a bonus of 20,000 yuan, which was more than she had earned in 5 or 6 years. Those who could save 10,000 now were from Mullah families, so she was extremely grateful to Yifeng. Hey, don't mention thanking me. We are one family. You can't say that in the future, or I won't come next time. Yifeng joked. I understand. You two chat first. I'll go prepare some fruits for you, Mrs. Magulan said, turning to head to the kitchen to continue being busy. Funjie, my mom is always like this, never taking a break. Wang Tai shrugged helplessly. Your mom is hardworking. Older generations are all like this, always feeling like there's so much work to be done. My mom was like that before too. Yifeng lightly laughed and then took out a pack of cigarettes. Come, let's go to the balcony and talk. There are some things that can't be said in front of your mom. Wang Tai understood that if his father, Wang Baokan, was mentioned, Mrs. Mabilan would feel sad and distressed. The two left the living room and went to the balcony, looking at the pitch-black night outside, illuminated by a few dim streetlights. Yifeng handed him a cigarette and asked, "Do you know where your dad likes to gamble?" "I know. At Taiyuan Hotel." Wang Tai replied, taking the cigarette and lighting it up himself. Yifeng also lit one up, blew a smoke ring, and continued, "That place has been around for so long and hasn't been shut down yet. I heard it has been reported several times, but it's useless. They can never find any evidence." Wang Tai frowned. "Funjie, do you have a plan?" Yifeng remained calm and said, "Let me ask you, do you want your dad to continue living like this, every day lost in gambling and buried in debt? The end for such a gambling addict is very tragic, being chased by debt collectors, having no money to pay back debts. There are only two paths, either death or turning to illegal activities for money. Unless he can completely wake up, quit gambling, and work hard to earn money to repay debts. Do you think he is capable of doing that?" Wang Tai shook his head. "Impossible." Yifeng took a puff of his cigarette, looked at Wang Tai, and said seriously, "We can give him a chance. If he still remains stubborn, then we can only." Yifeng whispered something in Wang Tai's ear. Wang Tai looked shocked at first, but then his face turned serious. "Funjie, I'll follow your suggestion. There's no other way. I also don't want to see him end up ruined or take a dangerous path. Perhaps this is the best solution for him." Yifeng patted his shoulder. "Taizi, I know you're not heartless. You are kind to friends and family. If you think it's okay, then it's okay." Wang Tai forced a smile, took a drag from the cigarette, and remained silent. At that moment, Yifeng's phone rang. He checked and saw it was a call from Fengzi. After a couple more rings, Yifeng finally answered the call. "Haha, Feng Laoji. Good evening. Elodi, I'm not interrupting anything important, am I?" "Haha," came Fengzi's voice from the other end of the line. "No. What important thing could I have? I'm just chatting with my brothers now." "Why did Feng Laoji call me so late? Is there something good in store for me?" "Hehe. Sort of. Let me tell you some good news. Shunda Company has begun the settlement process. According to the agreement, the breach of contract compensation amounts to 3.5 million. That's quite a sum." "Oh, that's indeed good news." Yifeng was surprised. Didn't expect Shunda Company could squeeze out so much money. But according to the pre-arranged terms, this money is split evenly among the three parties, which means one party still gets a couple 100,000, a significant amount. "Yes, I plan to celebrate a bit. Tomorrow afternoon, I'll host a meal for you and the boss of Crossing Cheng Company. How about that? Can you honor me with your presence?" Yifeng frowned slightly. It seemed a bit fishy that the matter of treating to a meal suddenly came up. Could it be they are planning to redistribute this money? It's very likely. This is not a small sum. It's a big cake. Yifeng remained composed. "Sure, no problem. Feng Laoji, just send me the address and time later." On the other end of the phone, Fengzi's hearty laughter was heard. "Great, I'll have Sai arrange the location tomorrow and notify you directly." "All right, no problem. It's been a while since I had a drink with Brother Feng." Yifeng chuckled warmly. "Haha, my dear Yi. Same here. Let's settle it this way then. See you tomorrow afternoon." Fengzi laughed back. The two bantered on the phone for a while, their tones and attitudes warm and friendly, as if they were long-time close friends. After chatting for a while, Yifeng hung up the phone. Funzi was looking for you. Fun? Wang Tai asked in confusion. Yifeng flicked off some ash from his cigarette, his face turning slightly cold, saying, he wants to have a drink with me and discuss the compensation for Shendi's breach of contract. What? Wasn't that already discussed and settled? Wang Tai asked in surprise. Yifeng sneered. They want to reopen negotiations. Do you know Shendi's compensation amounts to 3.5 million? What? That much? Wang Tai was shocked by this figure. Completely unexpected. Originally thought that the bankrupt Sheng company could offer 1 or 2 million, not 3.5 million. No wonder Funzi wanted to renegotiate the distribution of funds. Could Funzi be wanting a bit more? Wang Tai asked in puzzlement. According to the original distribution ratio, Shengcheng Corporation would take 40%, while Funzi and Yifeng would take 30% each. After all, Shengcheng Corp had cooperated wholeheartedly, and without them, that deal could not have been possible. It was agreed that Shengcheng Corp would take 40%, and no one had objections. Now with the larger compensation amount, Funzi might be considering a redistribution. Yifeng nodded, speaking coldly. For something that doesn't benefit him, would he be so concerned? He personally called me. There must be his interest involved, possibly including Shengcheng Corp's interest. His relationship with Shengcheng Corp is much deeper than ours. In terms of benefits, they are the ones in collaboration, while I'm just an outsider. Wang Tai's expression changed, asking in a low voice, Feng, what should we do? According to the original distribution mechanism, we would at least get over 1 million. Seeing Wang Tai getting anxious, Yifeng couldn't help but smile. Tai, you've got one thing wrong. The money is not considered mine until it's in our hands. This is called anticipated income, but anticipated income is not equal to actual income, nor does it mean it's our money. Wang Tai was confused, not able to think clearly for a moment. He thought to himself, isn't this still our money? Fun. This. Yifeng blew a smoke ring and calmly said, although the money is tempting, do you think I would turn against Funzi for it? Wang Tai shook his head. No. Many of our goods are still from Nanchao trading. Yifeng smiled. So, Funzi is probably counting on the fact that I won't turn against him for this money, which is why he dared to propose a redistribution. Though would I easily give up part of this money to him? No. Even if it's redistributed, I won't let him have that portion. Suddenly a lightning bolt struck Wang Tai's mind, making him realize, Feng, the key lies with Shengcheng Corp. Yifeng patted his shoulder in delight, saying, Tai, well done. You've improved. Meanwhile, at the Haiding Hotel suite, Funzi sat at the edge of the bed shirtless, smoking a cigarette, his eyes gleaming as if contemplating something. Z. Do you want to freshen up? Lan Kai emerged from the bathroom clad in a white robe, her hair still wet, exuding a seductive allure of a woman after a bath. Her cheeks were flushed, her eyes watery, as if a flower had just been nourished by rain. Heh, I'll wash up later, Funzi replied, his eyes reigniting with a burning desire upon seeing Lan Kai, wishing to devour her immediately. Lan Kai walked slowly to the bedside, drying her hair with a towel, and asked, Z, who were you just on the phone with? Yifeng. I plan to have dinner with him and Shengcheng Corp's Zhou Yanzhou tomorrow afternoon, Funzi replied lightly with a smile. Is it about Shendi's compensation? Lan Kai inquired, taken aback. Yes. It's 3.5 million. We've put in a fair amount of effort and should rightly get a bit more. Funzi's eyes showed a hint of greed. If it were just tens of thousands, even a couple 100,000, he wouldn't mind. But now it was over 1 million. How often in one's life would they come across such sums? He wanted more, much more. Lan Kai furrowed her eyebrows and whispered, Z, if you're planning to change the distribution ratio, wouldn't Yifeng have some objections? Funzi stubbed out his cigarette, sneering. So what if he does? What can he do? I've taken on much of Shengdi's business. Yifeng Electronics gets at least 50% of their goods from me, and if we include the goods from Chengbo and Jiaotong Crossing, it amounts to over 60% of his supplies. Without suppliers like us, does Yifeng Electronics have goods to sell? Yifeng is a clever person. He can see that and will likely make concessions on his own. Funzi was confident that he could completely control Yifeng, sure that Yifeng wouldn't turn against him for this money. Any intelligent person wouldn't do that. By reducing Yifeng's share, he and Shengcheng Corp could gain much more. Tens of thousands, even over 1 million. Lan Kai halted, her hair drying, reflecting for a moment, worried. Z. That young man Yifeng. I sense it's not wise to offend him. Don't worry. I know how to handle things. Funzi smiled. I plan to increase the supply to Yifeng's company, then propose the idea of exchanging goods for equity shares. If he's smart, he'll see the potential of this plan. He has sales channels, and I have the most stable and lowest priced products, so together we can easily make money. Rolling her eyes, Lan Kai asked, Z, if you're already reconsidering the distribution ratio, will he accept discussing equity with you? The odds aren't high. Funzi squinted, a hint of malevolence in his eyes. It's best he agrees, or else, it's not my fault if I turn hostile. I'm holding Xing Cheng Corp's fate in my hands now. If I want to ruin him, it's not that difficult. I've wanted to venture into the computer parts sector for some time now. If Yifeng cooperates, it would save me a lot of trouble. But if he doesn't cooperate, then it might get a bit troublesome. Hearing this, Lan Kai's heart trembled. Funzi was finally planning to enter the computer parts sales sector. In Guangxi, Yifeng Electronics was the leader in computer parts sales. Funzi wanted to enter this industry, either as partners with them, making money together, or becoming business competitors. A wave of worrying surged through Lan Kai. She understood Yifeng was not someone to mess with, but a smart fox. The situation with Sheng was proof that Yifeng was not so easy to deal with. Z. Do you really have to go this far? Lan Kai asked with concern. Funzi reached out, pulling her into his arms, staring into her eyes, and said coldly, What? Do you want me to remain just a distributor for life? In the whole industry chain, most profits go to manufacturers and sales channels, leaving us with just scraps. How come I'm not even allowed to have a bit of meat now? Why can't I have a taste of the meat? Lan Kai looked into his cold eyes and felt a chill run down her spine. In that moment, she felt that Funzi had become a stranger to her. Zhe. Lan Kai moved her lips, wanting to continue persuading, but the words didn't come out, because she knew Funzi would not listen to her. Funzi gently stroked her back and chuckled. Don't worry, maybe Yifeng also wants to work with me. Taking a step back, with my advantages in the supply chain, entering the first-tier market would be a piece of cake. Baby, you believe I can succeed, right? Lan Kai forced a smile and remained silent. Funzi looked her up and down, feeling a flame rise within him, and pushed her onto the bed. Baby, let's do it again. Lan Kai blushed, shyly saying, Not now, I just took a shower. Hehe, you can shower again later. Funzi joked as his hands began to explore her body. Just as things were heating up between them, a sudden phone call interrupted the moment and halted their actions. Funzi sat up, checked his phone, and frowned. After a moment of hesitation, he answered the call. Damn it, it's so late. Where have you been wandering to at this hour? The phone call connected, and a woman's scream pierced through, causing his eardrums to ache. Funzi glanced at Lan Kai and whispered, I'm out for business. Why are you making a scene? Go to sleep first. I'll be back later. If I drink too much, I'll sleep near the office. All right. Funzi, business is more important than family, right? Fine. Then don't come back. Just live your life with your business. The woman's angry voice came through the phone. Funzi quickly attempted to calm her. Can't you understand my situation a bit? On the other side of the call, the woman coldly said, I don't understand. Are you coming back tonight or not? If not, then don't bother coming back. Tomorrow, I'll take our son back to my parents' home. Funzi hurriedly agreed. All right, I will go back now. Okay, don't threaten to go back to your parents' home all the time. If your dad finds out, what will I say? Huh? Now you're afraid of my dad getting angry. Can't you fulfill your responsibilities as a husband and father? The woman cynically taunted. Funzi's face showed embarrassment. All right, I'm going back now. Before he finished speaking, the call was already cut off. Funzi sighed, got up, and started getting dressed. Lan Kai listened carefully from the side and saw Funzi preparing to leave, a look of reluctance on her face. Are you leaving now? Funzi looked apologetically at her. Yes, you heard it. I have to go back. Tears welled up in Lan Kai's eyes as she choked out. Can't you stay with me a little longer? She knew Funzi wouldn't stay, but she still wanted to say what was on her mind the most. At that moment, her heart was filled with endless bitterness. Impatiently, Funzi waved his hand. Enough. Stop making a scene. We'll spend time together another day. Lan Kai's heart sank as she stood up, staring at him, questioning, "Funzi, when are you going to divorce your wife at home? It's been year after year of delays. Have you ever thought about my feelings? Have you ever thought about my feelings?" Lan Kai became emotional, crying as she punched his chest, venting her frustration and dissatisfaction. Funzi's expression turned unpleasant as he grabbed her wrist, staring at her. "Can you stop making a scene? Give me a moment to calm down." Lan Kai's wrist hurt where he held it, and she stopped moving, tears streaming down her face. Funzi released her wrist, straightened his clothes, and calmly said, "Let's talk about this another time. I have it all figured out. I'm going back now. Take a day off tomorrow to relax." With that, Funzi pulled out a stack of cash from his wallet, threw it on the bed, and left without looking back. Lan Kai watched him disappear through the door, then looked at the money on the bed, feeling a dead silence fill the room. After a moment, unable to contain her emotions, she threw the money away, wiped her tears, took out a pack of cigarettes from the bedside table, and lit one for herself. Smoking, she walked to the window, where the cigarette ember flickered in the darkness, matching the colorful city night scene outside. She exhaled a smoke ring, staring at the night view outside, her eyes filled with endless loneliness. The next day at noon, it continued to drizzle. Nanchao Trading Company, Funzi's office. "Haha, come on. Manager Joe, try the Da Hong Pao tea I'd been collecting from Wui Mountain." Funzi sat at the tea table, pouring tea for a middle-aged man with golden-rimmed glasses, a large back and hairstyle, and a potbelly. The middle-aged man had slender eyes that narrowed when he smiled. He picked up the teacup, took a gentle sip, and praised, "Fragrant on entry. Truly a good tea." He was the boss of Xingcheng Company, Zhou Yan. After taking a sip of tea, he crossed his legs and pulled out a cigarette from his pocket. Funzi immediately handed him his lighter and said, "Manager Joe, have one of mine." Zhou Yan chuckled, pushed his hand away, and took out a metal box from his own pocket, opening it to reveal cigars. "I prefer these." Funzi heard a hint of disdain in his words, couldn't help but smile awkwardly, and said, "Oh, I see. When did you start liking these? I'll have someone send you a few boxes later. I have plenty here." There was more to his words, indicating that he also smoked cigars. Zhou Yan sniffed the aroma of the cigar, took a deep breath, closed his eyes to savor the unique taste. The taste of these things depends on personal preference. There are many flavors, such as creamy, coffee, cardamom, and more in Cuban cigars. The intensity, smoke volume, and craftsmanship vary for each flavor. Even for the same flavor, it can evoke different feelings. Only what suits oneself is the best. This statement was in response to Funzi's previous remark. Funzi understood the implication and jokingly said, "Haha, I didn't expect you to have so much knowledge about cigars. You may find many flavors in cigars, but to me, they all taste like money." Well, indeed, everyone loves the taste of money, no matter what flavor it is. Zhou Yan cut off the cigar's end, lit it with a special lighter, and didn't puff until the cigar was completely lit. "True. Everyone loves money. You're absolutely right. I totally agree." Zhou Yan smoked his cigar, blew out a dense smoke, and smiled with narrowed eyes. Funzi knocked on the table and said, "Speaking of money, Manager Joe, the compensation of 3.5 million from Sheng Company, I think we should discuss how to handle it." "Oh, I understand. You've mentioned it to me several times, but what exactly is your final thought?" Zhou Yan asked calmly. "I believe you've put the most effort into this matter, Manager Joe. If it weren't for you, this matter might not have succeeded. That's why I think, out of the 3.5 million, you should receive 1.6 million, Funzi politely suggested. Zhou Yan raised an eyebrow. This figure was 200,000 more than what they had previously discussed. Did Funzi suddenly decide to give a 200,000 discount? "Oh, everyone has contributed. Isn't it inappropriate for me to take that much?" Zhou Yan pretended to decline. "There's nothing inappropriate about it. It's more than appropriate. It's very appropriate," Funzi insisted. "Think about it. Would this have been possible without Xingcheng Company?" Funzi said seriously. Zhou Yan exhaled a puff of smoke and asked, "How would you split it with Yufeng Sai? I get 1 point per million, and he gets 500,000. I think this should be fine. We all worked on this, so a little more for each of us is only fair. Yi is a smart person. I believe he will understand," Funzi said casually, then picked up his teacup and finished it in one gulp. This statement and his action highlighted his absolute confidence. He believed Yifeng only provided an idea and didn't need that much money. 500,000 was already beyond their initial expectations. Previously, they thought Sheng would offer a compensation of around 100,000 per person, and now, the situation had changed. With double the compensation and more than expected, Yifeng should be grateful to receive 500,000. Also, Funzi firmly believed Yifeng wouldn't offend him or Xingcheng Company in these matters. Zhou Yan showed a hint of realization upon hearing this. After discussing it several times, he finally understood Funzi's thoughts. The extra money he was offered was Funzi's way of showing goodwill, an attempt to win him over. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Yan raised his glass and said, "Since Funzi is considering this thoroughly, I have no objections." Funzi's eyes sparkled. He poured himself another cup of tea and raised his glass, saying, "Ah, Manager Zhou, as I said, this is what you deserve." In the evening, at Ranhua Tower in Guan City, Yifeng drove to the entrance of Ranhua Tower, and Wan Tai got out of the car from the passenger side. "Funjie, why did Funzi ask you to meet him here? This restaurant feels a bit average," Wan Tai muttered. After going through all this experience, he also grasped the norm for business banquets and knew Ranhua Tower, though having good food, wasn't the most suitable place for such an occasion. It was more suitable for family gatherings than business banquets. Yifeng locked the car and smiled, saying, "What other meaning could he have? Perhaps he thinks our relationship is good and wants to remind me that we should maintain a good relationship." Wan Tai scratched his head, not quite understanding the implications in Yifeng's words. Yifeng didn't elaborate further, just waved his hand and said, "Let's go. There's good food tonight." The two entered the restaurant and headed to the private room reserved by Funzi. The staff opened the door to the private room, and Yifeng walked in to see Funzi and Zhou Yan, each with their female secretaries, already waiting in the room, drinking tea. "Ha ha. Both bosses, sorry to keep you waiting. Had a little race on the road, which made me late. Please forgive me." Yifeng smiled warmly, greeting both men. Funzi stood up to welcome him and joked, "You'll have to drink a penalty later." "Of course, no problem." Yifeng shook hands with him and said. Then, he turned to Zhou Yan, shook hands with him as well, and said, "Manager Zhou, it's rare to see you out for drinks. Regardless of tonight's outcome, let's make sure to enjoy it. This kind of opportunity is too rare for me." Yifeng subtly elevated Zhou Yan's status. Zhou Yan seemed quite pleased and replied, "Oh, come on. Are you planning to get me drunk? Ha ha. A true friend needs only 1,000 cups of wine. Tonight, I won't return without getting drunk," Yifeng replied. Listening to their conversation, Wan Tai suddenly felt that he wasn't very eloquent in comparison. Later, Yifeng even greeted Lan Kai, complimenting her by saying, "Secretary Lan, you look even more beautiful today." Lan Kai covered her mouth and laughed. "Mr. Yi, you're a great joker. Aren't I the same every day?" "Oh, you're glowing today. If I were looking for a secretary, I'd have to match up to your standards. But I reckon it'd be hard to find someone like you in all of Guan City," Yifeng joked. This praise made Lan Kai a bit embarrassed, and she laughed, saying, "Mr. Yi, please, don't flatter me. You have a girlfriend as beautiful as a goddess. How could she match my standards?" Yifeng just smiled without commenting. After some chit-chat, everyone took their seats, food and drinks were served, and they began to eat and drink. The atmosphere at the table was cheerful and harmonious, with conversations and jokes filling the air. After a few rounds of drinks and tasting the dishes, Funzi suddenly said, "By the way, today's meeting with Zhou and Yi still involves some matters. I'd like to discuss it with you both." Yifeng raised an eyebrow holding his glass. It seemed like they were getting to the main point. He wanted to see how Funzi planned to divide the cake. "What's the matter?" Yifeng remained composed and calm as he asked. Funzi nodded to signal Lan Kai to take out the document. Lan Kai's smile looked a bit forced, but she still retrieved a document from her bag and handed it to Yifeng. Yifeng took the document and casually flipped through it. Funzi continued, "The compensation of 3.5 million from Sheng Company has been confirmed and will be transferred to Hanhai Company's account shortly. This is a new agreement. By the way, Yi Loxian, take a look at the profit sharing as well." Yifeng nodded and continued reading. Towards the end, he indeed found a profit sharing plan for the 3.5 million, detailing how it would be divided among Xingcheng, Nanchao, and Zifeng companies. Glancing over it, he saw that Zhouyan had the highest share at 1.6 million, followed by Nanchao Trading with 1.4 million, totaling 3 million, and Zifeng Company only had 500,000. Based on the agreed profit-sharing ratio, Yifeng was entitled to a much larger amount, at least 1 million. The atmosphere at the table suddenly quieted down, with everyone's gaze fixed on Yifeng, creating a somewhat eerie feeling. Zhouyan smoked silently, while Fengzi, with a slight smile, was the first to break the silence and asked, "Yi Loxian, any thoughts on the plan?" Yifeng casually closed the document, shrugged, and said with a smile, "I have no objections. Both Zhou Zan and Feng Luo have put in a lot of effort for this matter, and I agree." As Yifeng spoke, the others present couldn't help but show a slightly surprised expression, especially Lan Kai, who looked at Yifeng incredulously. She didn't expect Yifeng to react so calmly. His calmness made it seem like he thought the plan was perfectly reasonable. In her expectation, Yifeng would express some dissatisfaction upon seeing the plan, maybe even complain, but under the pressure from Fengzi and Zhouyan and their persuasion, Yifeng ultimately accepted the plan. But now, everything that was happening was different from what she had anticipated. Yifeng's response was to compose. At that moment, while Lan Kai observed Yifeng's slightly amused eyes, she couldn't help but feel a hint of fear in her heart, causing a shiver down her spine. She found Yifeng unexpectedly calm. Fengzi was also somewhat surprised and couldn't help but ask again, "Yi Loxian, have you thought it over?" With a grin, Yifeng replied, "What's there to think about? Both of you have put in a lot of effort for this matter, so this share is only fair." Fengzi internally breathed a sigh of relief, finding out that Yifeng had such a magnanimous side. It seems that Yifeng had psychological expectations and wasn't greatly affected by their relationship. "Ha ha ha, brother, you're straightforward. Come, let me toast to you." Fengzi laughed heartily, raising his glass. Zhouyan also stood up and raised his glass to toast to Yifeng. Working with a talented young person like Yi Loxian is worth it. The atmosphere relaxed, becoming cheerful again. Everyone smiled, except for Wang Tai, whose expression stiffened, showing some displeasure in his eyes. However, he could only lower his head and eat alone. Halfway through the drinks, Yifeng asked Wang Tai to buy some cigarettes and excused himself to go to the restroom. They left the private room together and arrived at the rest area in the lobby. Wang Tai took out a new pack of cigarettes and offered one to Yifeng, saying, "Fengzi, that plan really makes us look bad. Damn, Fengzi is treating us like idiots." "Fengzi, how can we agree to that plan? We agreed that we would get at least 30%, which is at least 1.05 million. That old Fengzi is too greedy." Wang Tai grumbled as he lit his cigarette, looking unhappy as he sat on a chair. Yifeng nodded, listened to him complain, and then calmly patted Wang Tai's shoulder, saying, "TZ, do you think getting angry will help? If you were in my position, what would you do?" Wang Tai hesitated, but before he could respond, he stopped himself and took a puff of his cigarette, the anger in his eyes gradually fading. "Fengzi, I understand now. I was wrong." Wang Tai finally understood that if he confronted Fengzi on the spot, Zifeng Company's source of goods might be cut off. Fengzi had taken over many regional distribution rights that belonged to Shen Company, intending to form an advanced computer assembly in the market with Fengzi's company's parts, which would be difficult to bypass once it was established. Fengzi's company had a monopolizing advantage. Even though Zifeng Company had implemented a strategy of diversifying its sources of goods, Cai Tongming had put in a lot of work in that direction. Fengzi's Nanchao Trading still occupied 30 to 40% of Zifeng Company's supply. If they parted ways with Nanchao Trading, it would have a significant impact on Zifeng Company's Zifeng Electronics business and online e-commerce sales. All of this was highly unfavorable for Zifeng Company. Wang Tai also realized this, and as his anger faded, he became more rational, but also more resigned. Seeing him calm down, Yifeng smiled slightly, patted his shoulder, and comforted him, saying, "TZ, you should think of it this way. We didn't expect much from Shen Company's compensation. In the first place, getting 50,000 is quite good. A free profit. That's called self-expectation management. It was an anticipated income, not actual revenue. And it's extra income, not the company's operating profit. Let alone 50,000. I would be happy with 20 or 30,000. Ow." Wang Tai looked amazed as he turned to Yifeng. It seemed that there was some truth in what he was saying. Leaning back in his chair, Yifeng flicked the cigarette ash and said with a smile, "So, TZ, take it easy." Wang Tai forced a smile and said, "What would Feng Jie say? Should we just swallow this humiliation? Feng Zi clearly colluded with Xingcheng Company to take more money, squeezing our share so low. Are we just going to accept this? I think that old Feng Zi is not a suitable partner for us, too greedy." Yifeng took a drag of his cigarette slowly and exhaled the smoke, his face appearing blurry through the haze. "TZ, I never thought that we would just let it go." Feng Jie. Wang Tai waited for what Yifeng would say next. Sitting with his legs crossed, flicking off the cigarette ash calmly, Yifeng said, "Feng Zi thinks that he is me eating out of his hand on this matter, and he's not wrong. I won't confront him on this matter at this time, but also, he has long planned to enter the sales market, and this is a test for me. But this doesn't mean I will let him take advantage of me. Since he dared to step on me, I will break his leg." Wang Tai's chest burned with boiling hot blood, admiringly looking at Yifeng. He believed that besides school beauties, no one could take advantage of Yifeng. Those who dared to provoke Brother Feng would eventually have a bad ending. This was Wang Tai's firmly believed law. "Brother Feng, what should we do?" Wang Tai asked eagerly, rubbing his hands together. "Now is not the time. When the time is right, I will tell you what to do. For now, stay calm," Yifeng instructed. Wang Tai nodded seriously. "Yes, Brother Feng, I understand. I will be calmer in the future." Yifeng smiled and patted his shoulder, saying, "All right, let's go back." Although we must maintain a fake smile, it's a necessary skill for businessmen. On the other side, Lan Kai watched Yifeng's empty seat, feeling a bit uneasy. She turned to Feng Zi and asked softly, "Brother Zi, will Yifeng really accept this proposal so easily?" Feng Zi smiled and asked, "Why wouldn't he accept it?" Lan Kai replied, "His easy acceptance makes me think highly of him. It shows that this young man has a stable mindset and understands the current situation. I told you, he is a smart person. He will accept it. His easy acceptance is better than reluctantly accepting it later," Feng Zi said. After a moment of contemplation, Lan Kai continued, "Won't he hold a grudge?" Feng Zi waved his hand, saying, "Even if he does, it doesn't matter. Would I give up tens of thousands because of his grudge? Stay realistic." Lan Kai was briefly stunned, then quickly understood. Feng Zi was aware of Yifeng's potential grudge, but in practical terms, other people's grudges were worthless. In the face of interests, personal relationships were fragile. At that moment, the door to the private room opened again, and Yifeng and Wang Tai returned. Wang Tai was holding a roll of drawings. "Haha, sorry for keeping you two bosses waiting." Yifeng laughed heartily. "No problem, let's continue drinking. It's a pleasure to drink with you again today. I wish you success in your career. Cheers." Feng Zi raised his glass warmly and invited Yifeng. "Great, Feng brother, success in your career." Yifeng raised his glass, and the two of them drank together. Laughter and joy filled the private room once again. The next morning, the sky cleared up, and the sun rose from the east. Yifeng woke up with a headache, realizing he had slept until 10 p.m. the night before due to drinking. Upon checking his phone, he found it was only 7 a.m., but he had military training in half an hour. Considering his condition, he decided to rest for half a day first. He sent a text message to the counselor, Zhuangzhen, requesting leave. After sending the message, Yifeng was about to go back to sleep when his phone vibrated with a new message. It was a reply from Zhuangzhen, stating that he would only accept written leave requests. Yifeng frowned upon reading the message. How come Counselor Zhuang suddenly acted like this? Reluctantly, Yifeng got up from bed to prepare for training. After a while, the other three friends in the dorm also got up one by one. "Good morning, Feng," Yan Jian said, his head drooping, looking dispirited. Yifeng wiped his face with a towel and asked curiously, "What's up with you? Looking like a man with kidney deficiency." Yan Jian let out a bitter laugh, waving his hand. "Don't even ask. These past few days, I've really been worn out." Yifeng smirked and said, "Because of your little Fen? Or little Ni?" "Neither. It's Lei Lei," Yan Jian sighed. Yifeng. No wonder you look worn out." "Serves you right," Yan Jian complained. "I didn't mean to. I just wanted to be friends with them, purely platonic friends, but they keep wanting to take me to hotels." Yifeng immediately rolled his eyes at him. After washing up, the four dorm mates went out to find food. After breakfast, They started another day of military training. Yifeng gritted his teeth and persevered until noon, quickly eating something and taking a nap to recharge. A brief nap was followed by more training, marching, physical training, and so on. With only 2 days left before the end of the military training, they had to hold a marching formation drill on the last day. After dinner, they had to continue practicing their marching. At night, the field echoed with shouts of 1, 2, 1 as formation drills were carried out. With each class formation marching past the platform, high in spirits, and perfectly synchronized. Marching formation was the training where progress was most evident. Compared to the initial chaos, the now synchronized and coordinated movements were quite pleasing to the eye. Computer Science Class 1, gather here. The military training instructor Zhao Jun shouted. The whole class marched to the middle of the field. Sit down. Zhao Chun's face bore a hint of a smile. Hearing the command, the students quickly sat on the grass, groaning all the while. After standing all day, most people's legs were giving out. Zhao Jun walked back and forth in front of the class with his hands behind his back. Seeing the students looking exhausted, he shouted, "Everyone's tired today, but we need to hold on a bit longer. Relax while we rest. Who has any talents, come up and perform. Dance, play guitar, anything?" Zhao Jun scanned the crowd, but everyone looked at each other, and no one responded. Nowadays, college students with talents were still relatively few. Zhao Jun shook his head, looked at Yifeng, and smiled. No one volunteered. "So it's your turn, Yifeng. Step out." Having spent some time together, Zhao Jun knew Yifeng could play the guitar and sing well. With no one responding, he could only call Yifeng out. Yifeng had wanted to rest, but hearing Zhao Chun's voice, he smiled helplessly. "Yes, instructor." Yifeng stepped out of the formation and came to Zhao Chun's side. Zhao Jun patted his shoulder and smiled. "Kid, buck up. Performing won't cost you anything. Come on, I believe in you." Encouraged by Zhao Jun, Yifeng responded with a smile. "Thank you, Instructor Zhao." The two had developed a good relationship during the training period. Yifeng had requested leave several times, and Zhao Jun had generously approved them, thanks in no small part to Yifeng's gifts of cigarettes and soda. According to Yifeng's networking strategy, it was crucial to maintain good relations with those who set the rules in any given environment. Zhao Jun brought a guitar and handed it to Yifeng. Yifeng sat on the grass and played a solo. The sound of the guitar resonated across the wide football field, attracting many people from other classes as well. She, it seems someone is playing the guitar over there. Hey, it looks like your little Feng. Chen Jiujia teased Gumuxi. Gumuxi's pretty face turned red, and she pouted, "Really? Then I shall reluctantly go and take a look." Before she finished her sentence, Gumuxi dashed over. Chen Jiujia. Gumuxi squeezed into the crowd and made her way to the front, where she saw Yifeng sitting on the grass, casually playing the guitar. The clear guitar sound echoed in the air above the school playground. At that moment, Yifeng became the most eye-catching focal point of the crowd. Yifeng looked up and saw Gumuxi in the crowd, giving her a slight smile. "It's another quiet evening, sitting alone in the rocking chair to cool off. I admit it's really peaceful this way. Just like the old man downstairs." The cheerful and sweet guitar melody, accompanied by Yifeng's magnetic voice, instantly infected everyone present with a pleasant atmosphere. The catchy melody of the song made people unable to resist humming along softly. Gumuxi listened to Yifeng sing, and her eyes curved into crescents as her head couldn't help but sway with the rhythm. Yifeng's singing is so pleasant to listen to. There were two other sneaky figures in the crowd, Liu Mubai and Yuan Hua. HMPH, what's so great about being able to sing? Liu Mubai said in a sour tone. Exactly. It's just showing off. But it does sound really good. Yuan Hua echoed, but then couldn't help but swayed his hands along with the rhythm, getting lost in the cheerful and sweet melody of the song. Liu Mubai nudged him with his elbow, frustrated, and said, "What are you humming along for? Don't forget, we're the Avengers Alliance." "Oh, right, stand firm." Yuan Hua replied sheepishly, but in his heart, he couldn't help but add, "Indeed, it sounds good." Liu Mubai didn't want to see Yifeng stealing the spotlight like this, so he schemed a little and whispered a few words in Yuan Hua's ear. Make Yifeng embarrassed. "Can we do that?" Yuan Hua asked, a bit puzzled. Hehe, of course we can. You just have to do it. Liu Mubai said seriously. Yuan Hua glared at him. Why don't you do it since it's such a dangerous thing? Liu Mubai patted his shoulder and said seriously, because you are the most suitable candidate, brave. In an instant, Yuan Hua was touched. Yuan Hua clasped his hand excitedly. Mubai, you understand me. Yifeng stood up from the ground and walked towards Gumuxi while singing. Don't draw familiar eyeliner. No need to evenly apply foundation. On a rainy day, go shopping. Laugh at other people's embarrassed expressions. If I look at you again, do I still feel anything? All the most real emotions are buried in yesterday. Everyone listened as if enchanted, as if immersed in the song, and many couldn't help but sway their hands to the rhythm. From a distance, it looked like a personal concert was happening here. Under the gaze of everyone, Yifeng took step by step towards Gumuxi. Gumuxi was taken aback, but as Yifeng approached, her heart beat faster. What does Yifeng want to do? So embarrassing. So many people are watching. Gumuxi blushed, unable to move from her spot. But she felt a hint of anticipation in her heart. Next moment, Yifeng reached her, stopped playing, and extended his hand. Zixi, give me your hand. Why? Nothing. Just wanted to hold hands with my girlfriend. With that, the crowd erupted into a flurry of commotion. This guy is so bold. Wow, so sweet. This handsome guy has a girlfriend. I'm crying. My goodness, isn't this the new campus beauty? Jealous. Amidst the nosy crowd, Gumuxi blushed, with a hint of shyness in her eyes, but she still placed her hand in Yifeng's. Yifeng gave a light laugh, pulled her onto the center of the venue, looked at her affectionately, and continued playing and singing. All that has passed will never return, no performance, no splendor of those years, feelings of regret, why those feelings of disappearance, the true faces no longer seen. As Yifeng's voice gradually faded, the guitar sound blended softly, leaving behind a lingering resonance. Gumuxi smiled sweetly, and as she smiled, tears welled up in her eyes. This was happiness. These were tears of emotion. It seemed that listening to Yifeng sing was a very happy thing. Clap, clap, clap. After a while, the venue burst into enthusiastic applause. Such a beautiful voice. Singing God, singing God, singing God. I love you. Please sing another song, please. One more song, one more song. The crowd erupted with passionate cheers, requesting Yifeng to sing another song. Facing such enthusiasm from everyone, Yifeng smiled and said, let's have another song then. I'll dedicate The Moon Represents My Heart to my beloved. Saying that, Yifeng turned to look at Gumuxi, with eyes full of endearment. Everyone was touched by Yifeng's gaze, causing a stir. So full of love. That look, it's so sweet. Sniff, now I want to fall in love too. Yan Jian couldn't help but exclaim, Yifeng's charm is simply overflowing. Kep Hangzi envy. I want to learn the guitar too. Yan Jian glanced at Kep Hangzi's belly and teased, I think you should first reduce your 7-month pregnant belly. Kep Hangzi. Yifeng held the guitar and stood in front of Gumuxi. His fingers brushed the strings, producing beautiful music. As the guitar sounds filled the air, the venue fell into silence, with all eyes on the two of them. You asked me how deep my love is for you, how many portions of it are true. My feelings are true. My love is true. The moon represents my heart. Yifeng's deep and magnetic voice resounded, and every onlooker's eyes lit up. The military training instructor, Zhao Jun, got goosebumps the moment he heard the first lyrics of the song. Fellow student Yifeng sang so well. The Moon Represents My Heart is a simple yet deeply affectionate song. The melody isn't difficult, but the challenge lies in singing with heartfelt emotions. Zhao Jun believed that Yifeng accomplished that, perfecting the interpretation of the song with touching emotions. Gumuxi's face was filled with a sweet smile, her eyes curved like crescents, standing brightly in the middle of the venue. At that moment, she seemed to shield all gazes from her surroundings. In her eyes, at that moment, the whole world contained only herself and Yifeng. You wonder how deep my love is? Go think about it. Go take a look. The moon represents my heart. You go think about it. You go take a look. The moon represents my heart. This intimate confession and declaration, as Yifeng's voice faded, the curtain slowly closed. Yifeng looked into Gumuxi's eyes, gave a slight smile, and said, Zixi, I love you. Gumuxi also smiled, took 2 steps forward, stood in front of Yifeng, tiptoed, and kissed his cheek. Stinky Yifeng, I love you too. This scene was witnessed by hundreds of people present, and the venue buzzed with excitement. Ah, immortal love. So envious. This is the kind of love people long for. In the crowd, Liu Mubai and Yuan Hua, seeing this scene, both looked dumbfounded. Almost simultaneously, the two grabbed their heads, sat down, and exclaimed in unison, "Oh no, no." Liu Mubai stared in astonishment at the scene where Yifeng and Gumuxi were hugging each other. It was painful. It was too painful. Seeing Gumuxi kiss Yifeng made him feel like a hammer was striking his heart fiercely. Yuan Hua, if we don't act now, when will we? Liu Mubai pushed Yuan Hua, bringing him out of his daze. Yuan Hua shook his head, regained his composure, gritted his teeth, and said, "All right, I'll go." He couldn't bear to see Gumuxi being so affectionate to another man. He couldn't stand it. A jar of sour vinegar had been overturned in his heart. Now was the time to act. Yuan Hua stood up, took a deep breath, and suddenly rushed towards Yifeng. "God of Song, I'm your fan." Yuan Hua wanted to embarrass Yifeng on the spot, even if it meant sacrificing himself. Hearing this, Yifeng turned around and saw a figure already with open arms, pouncing towards him. He instinctively dodged, causing Yuan Hua to trip over his own feet. Huh. Oh no. Yuan Hua missed his target and stumbled forward, falling flat on his face, his mouth directly on the grass, biting into a mouthful of grass and dirt. It hurt. He felt like his jaw was about to dislocate. Liu Mubai, seeing this scene, disappointedly slapped his forehead. This guy. He actually missed his target. Incompetent. Yifeng turned his head and asked, puzzled, what are you doing? But Yuan Hua, who was now mess on the ground, couldn't respond and could only whimper. Zhao Jun walked over and chuckled. Ha ha. Yifeng, he must be your enthusiastic fan. All right, that's enough rest. It's time to continue training. Let's all disperse, said the military training instructor, prompting the students from other classes to reluctantly leave. After most people had left, the embarrassed Yuan Hua finally got up. Ha, it's you. Yifeng immediately recognized the male classmate in front of him as the person he had met at the girls' dormitory entrance last time. It was clear that this person was also one of Gumuxi's admirers. I mean, Yi. And Gumuxi. Hi. Yuan Hua awkwardly greeted, pretending that nothing had happened earlier. Stinky Fan, who is he? Gumuxi asked in confusion. Yifeng shook his head and said, I don't know either. Yuan Hua, am I really so insignificant? Both of you, I'm Yuan Hua. Yuan Hua introduced himself. Oh, I don't know you. Yifeng first looked puzzled, then shrugged, indicating unfamiliarity. Hehe. Yifeng, you will get to know me sooner or later, Yuan Hua boasted. At this moment, the military training coach Zhao Jun walked over and asked, who can help me move the spring baton equipment? No one responded because moving the equipment was exhausting. After a while, Yifeng volunteered, saying, Instructor, this student Yuan Hua has the time to help, and he is very enthusiastic about it. Yuan Hua, what does this mean? You are kidding me. Zhao Jun looked at Yuan Hua and chuckled. Oh, is that so? Are you really that enthusiastic? Yuan Hua couldn't refuse and said with a forced smile, yes. Beside him, Gumuxi couldn't help but chuckle quietly. Yifeng is so cunning, but I like it, hehe. All right, then it's you. Follow me. Zhao Jun beckoned and walked away. Yuan Hua glared indignantly at Yifeng before saying, Humph, Yifeng. Listen to me. Thank you. I really mean it. This guy is really playing tricks on me. It was painful. Yifeng chuckled, not caring. We're classmates. No need to thank me. No need to be polite. Yuan Hua was so angry that he almost spat blood. You are really despicable, you dog. Oh. You just wait and see. Yuan Hua held back his anger and left. Seeing his embarrassed appearance, Gumuxi found it amusing and chuckled. Stinky Fan, your despicable tricks have reached the highest level, merging people and dogs into one. Thank you for the compliment, Yifeng smiled smugly. An hour later, after the military training ended, Yifeng collapsed on the ground, exhausted from a whole day of training. Fat Ke had already lain down early, and seeing Yifeng on the ground, he rolled over to him and weakly asked, Bro Feng, how about going to the snack bar later? Let's have some instant noodles. Eat instant noodles? Do I look like someone who eats only instant noodles? Yifeng scoffed at him. You don't look like it, but you can eat instant noodles with 2 sausages. Fact, Ke joked. Yifeng rolled his eyes at him and teased. Come on, I've made plans with little Shishi to go to the food street for supper later. Ah, really? Bro Feng, please bring back a plate of fried noodles for me, please. Fat Ke pleaded. I want one too. Fried noodles with an egg. Yang Jian rolled over from the other side and shouted. Even Sun Tugang, who usually remained silent, raised his hand and said, I want fried noodles, no egg. Yifeng, aren't you guys playing landlord? Yang Jian chuckled and said, Landlord? It's all about fighting the rich. Yifeng smiled and said, Okay, as the dormitory head of 602 and your meal-carrying father, how can I let the children go hungry? Don't worry, I'll bring it back for you. Yang Jian, Fat Ted, Sun Tugang, _ Bro Feng, you're exploiting the situation big time. Yang Jian said, almost in tears, but laughing. Hehe, of course. Yifeng got up from the ground. At that moment, Gu Muxi came bouncing over. Yi Xiao, let's go, I'm starving and craving some street food. Her voice turned sweet and charming when she acted cute, making people's bones go soft. Yifeng ruffled her head affectionately and said, Sure, whatever you want to eat. Suddenly, a middle-aged woman in a white shirt appeared in front of them. Gu Muxi, wait a moment, the woman said. Startled, Gu Muxi quickly let go of Yifeng's hand as the woman approached. Hello, Teacher Li, Gu Muxi greeted awkwardly. The middle-aged woman in front of them was Li Ru, the advisor teacher of the student union. Li Ru had already noticed the intimacy between the two, but she was used to it and joked, Ha ha, no need to be nervous, I just need to speak with Yifeng. Yifeng was surprised. She needs me. Teacher Li, what's the matter? Li Ru looked at Yifeng kindly and asked, Yi, do you have any interest in being the lead dancer at the freshman welcome dance? What? Lead dancer? In the era when the internet was not well developed, the main extracurricular activities of university students included playing basketball, reading, hanging out, and dancing. The most popular entertainment venues outside were various dance halls, which were the favorite places for young men and women to go on dates, and people's love for dancing seemed to be ingrained in their bones. Many hotel private rooms would prepare a TV and sound system for customers to sing and dance after dining, and later on, many outdoor restaurants with KTV setups emerged, where guests could sing and dance outdoors at a few tables with equipment set up. There were also many dances held in universities, such as freshman dances, social dances organized by student unions for making friends, dances organized by various clubs, and even dances organized by classes. Of course, exceptions were made for majors like computer science and engineering, which were nicknamed temples because of the gender imbalance, so organizing dances for those majors was considered silly. For new university students, the most important social event was actually the freshman dance, where students could make friends and meet senior students. Most dances at the university were simple partner dances with a basic rhythm. When asked to lead the dance, Yifeng lacked interest and politely said, Teacher, I'm not familiar with dancing. Oh, if you're not familiar, you can learn. It's very simple. Didn't Gu arrange for you? She can teach you, the teacher suggested. If you don't want to lead, I can arrange a different dance partner for Gu. Li Ru laughed. Yifeng was taken aback. A new dance partner? He looked over at Gu Muxi, wanting to ask her what was going on. Gu Muxi chuckled and said, The teacher asked me before if I wanted to join the freshman dance, and I agreed. Yifeng's expression changed, and he immediately turned to Li Ru and said, Teacher, I believe I am fully capable of handling this responsibility. If you want to lead the dance, then lead it. I believe you will do well and bring out your spirit, Li Ru said, seeming to have expected Yifeng's agreement. That's settled then. Learn well, the teacher nodded. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll head back first. Yifeng, Gu Muxi, practice well. I'll check on your assignments later. Gu Muxi responded cheerfully. Yes, teacher. After Li Ru left, Yifeng turned around in surprise and asked, Muxi, why did you want to be the dance leader? Don't you know that Li Ru is the advisor of the student council? Gu Muxi tilted her head and asked, I do, but how is that related to this? Yifeng continued, Of course, it's related. I've already applied to join the student council and I plan to be an officer in the student council. Gumushi shared her thoughts. Yifeng suddenly realized, I see, Mushi, you're quite strategic. Gumushi pinched his waist and rolled her eyes, asking, are you complimenting me or making fun of me? Ouch. Yifeng winced in pain and quickly said, complimenting, of course. Humph. Gumushi turned her head, not entirely believing his explanation. By the way, Mushi, why did you suddenly want to join the student council? Yifeng inquired curiously. Joining the student council makes it easier to apply for scholarships, and if you contribute, you can even earn credits, Gumushi explained frankly. Yifeng smiled. Makes sense. Also, being in the student council exposes you to a wide network of people, which does have its benefits. I not only support you, but I also plan to join later. Delighted? Gumushi said. Really? You want to join the student council too? Of course. With my abilities, being a leader in the student council shouldn't be a problem, Yifeng confidently stated. Oh please, I don't believe you. It can't be that easy. Just bragging, Gumushi scoffed, showing her disbelief. Don't believe me? I'll prove it to you. Yifeng straightened his chest. Well, we'll see. I'm hungry. Let's go get some supper. Gumushi grabbed his hand and led him outside the campus. The next afternoon, Yifeng and Wantai carried fruits to visit Han Ping'an in the hospital. As they arrived at the ward door, they heard a female voice inside. Yifeng stopped and peeked inside through the glass door, seeing a nurse changing Han Ping'an's bandages. From his angle, he could only see the nurse's slender back and fair profile, which somewhat resembled actress Liu Yifei and looked quite attractive. Then they heard the nurse's clear voice from inside. Your wound seems to be healing quickly. It seems like you have a good tolerance for pain. Han Ping'an responded with silence. You never make a sound when I change your bandages. Can you really bear it? Doesn't it hurt? Han Ping'an responded. Do you want the truth? Of course. Actually, changing the bandages really hurts. Then next time, just lied. Han Ping'an said. All done. Let me tie a bow for you. I hope your wound heals faster. Thank you. The beautiful nurse skillfully tied a pretty bow and said, all set. Unaware of the two smirking faces behind the glass, Wang Tai remarked, DMN, fun. Doesn't Ping'an seem to be quite lucky with the ladies? Yifeng replied with a light smile. Yeah, who knew Ping'an would have this kind of luck? This nurse looks quite pretty. Who is she? Do you know, Fun? Wang Tai asked. I don't know either, but we'll find out soon, Yifeng said, pushing the door open. Walking into the ward, he greeted Han Ping'an, feeling better. Ping'an, Fun, I am much better. You guys don't have to come and visit me often. It's a hassle for you to keep running back and forth, Han Ping'an said, feeling embarrassed seeing Yifeng. He felt bad for causing trouble for Yifeng. Yifeng put down the fruits and waved his hand. We're family. Don't say such formal things. The nurse suddenly interjected. He will need to rest for a month even after being discharged before he can work. No need to rest. I don't even have the strength for work, Han Ping'an replied. He was eager to be discharged and get back to work, feeling restless lying on the hospital bed. Yifeng appraised the nurse in front of him and asked, how may I address this lady? Without looking up, the nurse focused on arranging items on her cart and replied, Yan Lu, Your last name is Yan too. Yifeng's expression revealed surprise. Was this girl in front of him the younger sister of Yan Zubing? She looked about 10 years younger than Yan Zubing. Yan Lu raised her head to look at Yifeng, seemingly unfazed by his surprise. Your name is Yifeng, right? Yan Lu asked. Yes. Aren't you? Yifeng tried to guess, but she cut him off. You guessed right, but I don't like having my brother's name mentioned outside. Yan Lu's face turned slightly colder. She then looked at Han Ping'an, and her initially icy expression melted into a friendly one. I've changed your medicine. Rest well. I'm heading out. Press the bell if you need anything. Okay. Thank you. Han Ping'an nodded quietly. Yan Lu then pushed her cart and left the ward. After the others were out of sight, Wang Tai sat next to Han Ping'an, excitedly asking, Hey, buddy, you scored big time by getting the attention of such a beautiful girl. What? No. I didn't. Han Ping'an responded, in confusion. Wang Tai smirked and said, Come on. Don't act like you didn't notice her attitude just now. Who knows, she might have some interest in you. Han Ping'an felt a bit awkward and smiled shyly, showing hints of happiness in his eyes. He did have some interest in Yan Lu. He found her to be special, unique, and different from others. After spending these days together, he felt that Yanlu was very principled, independent, and had a strong personality. Yifeng patted his shoulder, shaking his head with a smile. Ping-an, don't get too happy too soon. Do you know who her brother is? Who is he? Yan Zubing. What? Han Ping-an's eyes widened in shock. Bing Jie. Yifeng smiled and said, yay. Her? She's Bing Ji's sister. Han Ping-an's face suddenly showed a hint of difficulty and fell silent. Through this incident, he understood who Yan Zubing was from Yifeng's words. Pursuing Yan Zubing's sister, this probably wasn't going to be an easy task. After being silent for a while, Han Ping-an let out a heavy sigh and chuckled. I see. His thoughts were complicated now. Growing up in a broken family, lacking love, and not knowing how to love someone, coupled with the awareness of his own poor communication skills, how could he, so Tantai, pursue a girl? Forget it. It's not worth forcing it. Let things take their course naturally. He comforted himself inwardly, knowing he was just trying to find excuses to escape from his own insecurities. Seeing his uneasy expression, Yifeng reassured him, don't think too much. Whatever decision you make, I'll support you. Han Ping-an forced a smile and nodded. Wang Tai approached, continuing to ask, has Yanlu been personally changing your bandages these days? Yes, Han Ping-an responded, then continued, she said. She was asked to take care of me for a while. I thought it was Feng Jie, didn't expect it to be Bing Jie. Yifeng looked surprised. Last time, during the drinking session, Yan Zubing did mention a few things, but Yifeng didn't expect him to take this matter to heart. It was surprising how someone as burly as Yan Zubing could have such delicate thoughts. Hehe, you're really living the life, having such a pretty girl take care of you. Enjoy it. Wang Tai envied. Han Ping-an gave him a look and said, I still don't want to stay here. The internet cafe matters have been delayed too long because of me. Yifeng shook his head and laughed. You just focus on recovering. The internet cafe business is almost sorted. Once the loan comes through, we can set up with all the necessary equipment. I'll take care of these matters, Han Ping-an replied. Puzzled, Feng Jie, any news about the loan? Of course, should be in these few days. Yifeng smiled faintly. At the end of the workday, Guangxi Development Bank Tiant branch. The bank's main door was closed, and other employees were leaving for home one after another. The office of the credit department manager was still lit. In the office, Su Longqi stood up to offer cigarettes to Liang Da and Lin Minda, then sat back on the sofa. Lao Lian, have you completed the process for Shifeng Company's documents? Su Longqi asked while lighting a cigarette. Almost done. Should be ready for final approval tomorrow. Suzanne, should I speed up or slow down? Liang Da asked about Su Longqi's stance. Su Longqi frowned and waved his hand. Faster is better. You finish it tomorrow, then hand over all the documents to me, and I'll proceed with the final approval. Liang Da hesitated and asked, should we give Yizan a heads up? And what about that? Do we proceed with that as well? Su Longqi glared at him and said, a heads up is necessary, but let's not bring that up. Don't you see how close Yifeng is with Yan Zubing? Do you dare to proceed with that? I wouldn't dare. The incident from last time was still fresh in his mind, and seeing Yifeng and Yan Zubing becoming so close, if they didn't handle things correctly, they might offend Yifeng in the future. This money, they couldn't take it. Liang Dao smirked and said, yes, I understand, Suzanne. Su Longqi turned to Lin Minda and said, Lao Lin, make sure the accounting procedures are ready in time as well. Sure, no problem, Lin Minda replied politely. After pondering for a moment, Su Longqi added, and Lao Lin, invite Yizong for a meal in your name. Thank him for helping out last time. Remember, in your name. On Saturday morning, Yifeng arranged the layout and decoration of tables and chairs in the internet cafe, as well as other furnishings. For our internet cafe, the environment must be good enough. It needs to have a tea room, or resting area, and a resting area should have a whole wall of comics, Yifeng said as he walked into the resting area and smiled at Wang Tai. Ow, Feng, with this setup, why do I feel like this is more like a club? Wang Tai asked in surprise. Icing on the cake, that's the atmosphere we want to create. A sense of elegance, otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of my careful design and decoration? Yifeng replied, Tai, if we're going to do it, we have to do the best internet cafe, whether it's the environment or the service. Once our reputation is out there, how can those shady internet cafes compete with me? Look, I even designated a smoking area here, and the entire internet cafe has the best fire safety facilities in the industry. Safe, beautiful, clean. This is the first impression customers get when they enter our internet cafe. It will leave to words in the customers' minds. Comfortable, Yifeng said confidently. The design, layout, and decoration style of the internet cafe were all based on his design. It combined advanced scene marketing concepts and his West Maple electronics store, which was ahead of its time in this era. It had the potential to dominate the market. Wang Tai grinned and nodded, saying, "Indeed, I already feel like this doesn't seem like an internet cafe, but it does give a very comfortable feeling. I believe in Feng's vision. Our internet cafe will definitely be a hit." Yifeng patted his shoulder and said, "The head of the bank's construction team called me. The loan matter should be settled next week. After finishing the process and obtaining the funds, once the money is in place, we will directly go to purchase equipment next week from the provincial representatives." Yifeng added. Wang Tai, sensing Yifeng's implication, asked, "What about Mr. Feng's sign?" Yifeng took out a pack of cigarettes, handed one to him, and coldly chuckled. "Howd, Funzi. Funzi is not on the same path as us." Wang Tai still harbored grudges about the compensation issue from last time, so hearing Yifeng's words, he was sure that Yifeng had a plan in mind. Excitedly, he accepted the cigarette and asked, "Feng, are we negotiating for the agency rights for West Maple Company?" Yifeng nodded, lit his cigarette, and said, "That's the plan. We can't let the source of goods be controlled by Funzi. However, changing agents is an important matter that requires careful planning. It can't be rushed." Last time, Yifeng had already asked Huan He to contact the provincial representatives of Keji Company and had started preliminary contact. When the time comes, he could leverage this major deal to potentially secure the municipal level agency in Guangxi, displacing Funzi's position. Yifeng smoked his cigarette, looking out at the falling leaves, only then realizing that autumn had arrived. Suddenly, the phone rang, interrupting his thoughts. When he picked it up, he saw it was a call from Lan Kai. Looking somewhat surprised. Normally, if Funzi wanted to reach him, he would call directly. So why was Lan Kai calling now? Of course, unless Lan Kai was representing Funzi to send a gift. "Fun, who is it?" Wang Tai curiously asked. "Secretary Lan," Yifeng replied briefly, then answered the call after 2 more rings, turning his stern face into a friendly smile. "Oh, Secretary Lan, what's up?" Yifeng greeted with a smile. "Is President Xi busy? Am I disturbing you?" Lan Kai's voice came from the other end of the line, polite and courteous. "Not at all. I am busy right now. Even if I were, I would still take Secretary Lan's call." Yifeng joked. "President Yi, you're making me flattered. Do you have some time? Would it be okay to come to the company to discuss the supply matter with Mr. Feng?" Lan Kai stated her true purpose. Yifeng felt a slight frown when he heard that Feng was looking for him. Feng didn't call personally, but had Lan Kai call instead. What did this mean? Sure, I have time. I will head over shortly," Yifeng agreed. However, Yifeng changed his mind, specifying the time now. "But Secretary Lan, before that, I would like to ask, what's the issue with the supply?" After a brief silence on the other end of the line, Lan Kai answered, "Mr. Feng may need to reorganize the supplier situation." Her tone was hesitant, but she was giving Yifeng a heads up. Finally, she added, "It shouldn't be a significant issue." This last sentence was on behalf of Funzi, hoping to reassure Yifeng and continue their cooperation. Yifeng pretended to smile and reply, "I see. Thank you, Secretary Lan. I will be there in about 2 hours." Although Yifeng initially mentioned heading over shortly, now he had set a specific time because he had changed his mind. "Okay, I'll be at the company awaiting President Yi." After exchanging pleasantries, they hung up. "Feng, why did Funzi suddenly contact you?" Wang Tai anxiously asked. Yifeng sneered and said, "Reorganizing the supplier situation. He probably wants to adjust the supply proportions." "Adjust the supply proportions? Won't that reduce our products?" Wang Tai panicked. The West Maple Electronics Store and West Maple e-commerce platform both relied on selling accessories to generate revenue. If the supply decreased, it would harm West Maple Company's profits. "We don't know that yet. We'll find out when we go there later," Yifeng said. "Tai, come with me. Let's buy a gift for Secretary Lan on the way. This time, the gift needs to be of higher quality." Yifeng smiled. "Hot. Feng, What should we get? Wang Tai asked. After giving it some thought, Yifeng said, perfume, branded bags, jewelry, all around 10,000 yuan. Not too low-end but not too precious either. Tai, you will be the one to deliver it. Say it's a return gift for the watch she gave me last time, and she has also given me some things. This expresses my gratitude. Remember, do not mention Feng Zi. It's purely a personal thank you gift, and ask her to kindly accept it. Wang Tai remembered Yifeng's instructions, nodded heavily, and said, got it, Feng, I understand. On the other side, at Nanchao Trading Company, Lan Kai pushed open the office door and saw Feng Zi sitting at the tea table, smoking, with a smoky haze in the office. Feng Zi hummed a tune, his face flushed, seemingly in a good mood. How did it go? Did you call Yifeng? Feng Zi raised his head, flicked the cigarette ash, and asked Lan Kai. Mr. Feng, I already called him. He said he'd be here in about 2 hours, Lan Kai replied softly, looking somewhat worried. Feng Zi saw through her thoughts and comforted her. Don't be upset. I'm just going to discuss business with him. With so many suppliers now, so many people coming to me for goods, I have to balance things out a bit. I believe Yifeng will understand. He's a smart person and should understand my situation from my perspective. Lan Kai forced a smile and gave an acknowledging sound. However, having followed Feng Zi for so long, she was well aware that what he said was only the surface reason. In reality, he was beginning to put pressure on Yifeng. Kai, could you organize a set of supplier requirement documents for me and I'll show them to Yifeng later? Feng Zi waved his hand gently and said, all right, I'll do that now. Lan Kai smiled reluctantly, turned and left, closing the door behind her. She stood at the office door, took out her phone, intending to dial a number, but her finger hovered over the keypad without pressing down. She glanced back towards the office door, ultimately put down her phone with a light sigh, and left somewhat desolately. 2 hours later, Yifeng and Wang Tai arrived at the entrance of Nanchao Trading Company. Before entering the company, Yifeng called Lan Kai. Soon after, Lan Kai came to greet them at the company's entrance. Ha ha! Welcome Mr. Yi to our company. Lan Kai greeted with a warm smile, her fair face showing a hint of fatigue. Hello, Secretary Lan. I was originally going to go directly to see Brother Feng, but I thought it might not be appropriate, so I gave you a call. I hope I didn't disturb your work, Yifeng greeted with a smile. Lan Kai's expression froze for a moment, sensing the implication in Yifeng's words that there might be some dissatisfaction with Feng Zi now, which was not the case before. It seemed this young Mr. Yi also sensed something different. Lan Kai awkwardly smiled, saying, Mr. Yi, you're joking. I have only one work, and that is to specially welcome you. Please, Mr. Feng is already waiting for you in the office. Yifeng nodded, and then went with Lan Kai to Feng Zi's office. At the office door, Yifeng asked Wang Tai to wait outside. Lan Kai pushed open the door, smiled, and said, Mr. Feng, Mr. Yi is here. Ah, Yi my dear fellow, come in, please sit down. Feng Zi spoke warmly, standing up from his desk. Yifeng sneered inwardly but remained warm and greeted Feng Zi, exchanging pleasantries. Lan Kai closed the door and saw Wang Tai. Looking surprised, she asked, aren't you coming in, Mr. Wang? Wang Tai grinned and replied, hey, Yi and Feng can chat. Secretary Lan, let's have our own chat, shall we? Lan Kai had initially noticed the elegant bag in Wang Tai's hand, and now with his invitation, she had some guesses in mind. Sure. Mr. Wang, this way please. Lan Kai smiled slightly, gesturing for him to follow. The two of them went to the balcony rest area in the tea room, where they found two bamboo chairs to sit down. Secretary Lan, Mr. Yi mentioned that you sent him a lot of gifts a few days ago and made a significant contribution to the cooperation between our Zifeng Company and Nanchao Company. We are truly grateful, Wang Tai said with a smile. These are just small gifts, selected by Mr. Yi. Please accept them. Wang Tai smiled, picking up the gift bag and placing it in front of her. Perplexed, Lan Kai stared at him and said, This. I can't accept such expensive gifts without deserving them. These gifts are actually Mr. Feng's intention. I'm just executing them on his behalf, Wang Tai said casually. Besides, Mr. Yi mentioned it was just a personal gesture of gratitude. It's truly a small token of our appreciation. With that, Wang Tai opened the gift bag, revealing a set of Lapa cosmetics and a bottle of Chanel perfume, both imported luxury items that were currently in trend and quite costly. Lan Kai, who usually follows fashion magazines, recognized the items instantly and her eyes gleamed with delight. Despite her interest, she hesitated and didn't reach out to accept the gifts. Mr. Wang, these gifts are quite expensive, Lan Kai whispered, feeling tempted, but not wishing to accept them abruptly. The price of these two gifts was equivalent to her annual salary. Wang Tai waved his hand dismissively. Oh, Secretary Lan, these are not really that expensive. Do you think Mr. Yi would give such cheap items considering his current status? This is just a token of appreciation from Mr. Yi, with no other intentions. Secretary Lan, please accept them without worries, he reassured her. After some consideration, Lan Kai agreed. Yifeng's current financial standing indeed indicated that the gifts wouldn't be of low quality. Moreover, these were just cosmetics and perfume, both consumable items. Politely, she said, "Thank you, Mr. Yi and Mr. Wang." Seeing her accepting the gifts, Wang Tai's smile broadened, and he chuckled. "Ha, Secretary Lan, you're too polite. We will rely on you for the close cooperation between our two companies in the future." On the other side, Yifeng and Funzi were chatting over tea, deliberately avoiding the main topic at first. Suddenly, Funzi asked, "Brother, is your company solely focused on West Wind electronics stores? Do you have any plans to expand into other businesses?" Yifeng pretended to play dumb. "Other businesses? Well, maintaining the current situation is already fine. How could we venture into other businesses? Any diversification would just be experimental. The present situation is uncertain. Caution is necessary." Funzi poured tea and remarked casually, "Oh, I heard from Secretary Lan that your company seems to be recruiting technical staff from the talent market, right?" Yifeng's heart skipped a beat, not anticipating Funzi's knowledge about his company's recruitment activities. We are just considering developing a software for after-sales customer service, back-end data digitization. It's the current trend." Yifeng responded casually. "Ha, I must say, brother, you are so intelligent, always a step ahead in business, with great foresight," Funzi praised. Yifeng waved off the compliment, saying, "Brother Feng, you are just teasing me. I can only follow the trend." Funzi took out a pack of cigarettes from the table, handed one to Yifeng, lit one for himself, and with a troubled look, continued, "You know, I envy you, running your own business, not needing to deal with competitors. Me, on the other hand, I am in a dilemma lately. Pleasing the superiors, appeasing the suppliers, being a regional director is no easy task." Yifeng smirked. "It's only because your business is thriving. If there's no business, it would be more relaxed." Funzi took out a document from under the tea table and pointed out, "Right now, every other supplier that I work with wants more stock from me, but I don't have enough to fulfill everyone. It's a real headache. You see, they are all cooperative partners, and I can't favor one over the other. Don't you think?" This complaint was actually directed at Yifeng, subtly indicating that the supply to Zifeng company might have to be amended due to the increased demands from other partners. Yifeng understood the underlying message in Funzi's words. Nanchao Trading Company was the most crucial source for Zifeng Company's supplies, and Funzi's decisions could significantly impact Zifeng Electronics' profitability. It was a subtle warning. Yifeng showed a troubled expression. "Does this mean, brother, that Zifeng's supply might need to be adjusted?" It's just an unavoidable situation. I hope you can understand," Funzi consoled. "But, brother, you need not worry. I have a solution that can make us earn big money in our partnership in the future, much more than now." Yifeng pretended to be puzzled. "Oh, what solution is that?" Funzi shifted positions, sat next to Yifeng, and put an arm around his shoulder, sincerely saying, "Investing, my brother. If we work together, with your market channels and my superior supply sources, we can dominate the whole city, even the province's computer parts market." "Join forces?" Yifeng showed a hesitant expression. Funzi saw his face and asked, "What's the matter, little brother? Any concerns?" After a moment of contemplation, Yifeng replied, "This matter is significant, and I need to discuss it with the management team in the company." Funzi's expression turned slightly cold upon hearing this. He sat back down, poured a cup of tea for Yifeng, and asked, "So, what do you think?" He was trying to push Yifeng to express his attitude towards the cooperation. Yifeng smiled slightly and said, "Well, my friend, you know me. I've always been cautious. If I mess up on my own, It's my own responsibility. But if we partner up, and I mess up, how can I face you? To be honest, I need to think about it myself. This statement was clearly a pretext and did not directly agree or disagree with Feng Zi's idea of joining as a partner. Feng Zi squinted at Yifeng, tapped the table, and suddenly laughed, saying, "All right, it's a significant matter. Take your time to consider, my friend. As long as we collaborate, we can certainly achieve great things." Yifeng raised his teacup and thanked, saying, "Haha, I'll depend on you a lot, Feng brother. Here, I toast you with tea instead of wine." They clinked cups, drank up, but their thoughts were different. At that moment, the door pushed open, and Lan Kai entered with a plate of snacks. "Come, Feng Yi, have some snacks and pastries." She gracefully walked towards the tea table. She was dressed in a professional suit, with a pair of slender legs, full of mature charm, captivating everyone's attention. Yifeng noticed Feng Zi occasionally glancing at Lan Kai's legs and couldn't help but chuckle to himself, realizing that Feng Zi was simply admiring Lan Kai's beauty. "Kai, please adjust Yi's supply agreement later. Update it and bring a new one," Feng Zi instructed. Lan Kai glanced at Yifeng, sensing they had already discussed these matters. "Feng, how much adjustment?" Lan Kai whispered. Feng Zi looked at Yifeng and asked, "Yi, can we adjust 20% of the goods first, distribute them evenly to other distributors? What do you think?" 20% may not be much in general distribution, but Yifeng Electronics' monthly value through Nanchao trading was over 500,000 yuan, making a significant impact. Feng Zi stared at Yifeng with a stern expression. It was a warning to make Yifeng understand who held the initiative in their collaborative relationship. Yifeng shrugged and said with a smile, "No problem, we can make it hard for you. I have no objections." He spoke casually, as if he had no complaints and was willing to compromise for the sake of their friendship. "Ha, I knew my little brother is sensible." Feng Zi laughed heartily. Lan Kai forced a smile and whispered, "I'll go organize the documents and bring them later." She left the office but returned after about 10 minutes with a new agreement, handing a copy to each of them. Yifeng carefully reviewed it, nodded, and said, "Okay, no problem." Feng Zi extended his hand, saying, "Let's sign it." "All right." Yifeng nodded. They both signed the agreement. Wang Tai sat beside them, feeling a bit frustrated and smoking alone. Having already known the conditions Yifeng had agreed upon, he was prepared but still felt a bit annoyed at Feng Zi. However, he couldn't show his dissatisfaction openly, so he just sat there feeling frustrated. "Tai, have a cigarette." Yifeng signed the papers, turned to Wang Tai, and smiled. Wang Tai sighed, shook his head, wondering why Yifeng seemed so carefree. He passed a cigarette to Yifeng and then to Feng Zi. Yifeng glanced at him appreciatively, lit his cigarette, and said, "Tai, this afternoon we need to hold a mobilization meeting at the store." Wang Tai understood Yifeng's hint and was ready to leave. At 5 in the afternoon, just before closing time, Wang Tai checked the time on his watch and replied. Feng Zi interjected, Hey, little brother, don't be in such a hurry. Work is never ending. Why don't you come with me for lunch now? Let's go at 3 in the afternoon. Yifeng politely declined. Today is really not possible. Let's do it another day. I'll treat you. Feng Zi's expression turned stern as he insisted. A man shouldn't say no. Today, we must have a good time. Kai, go book the private room at Bai Chiayi for us. Lan Kai acknowledged and was about to leave but was stopped. Stay. The affluent lady stood in front of her, staring coldly. Lan Kai pursed her lips and remained silent. You're Lan Kai, right? You seduced my husband, didn't you? You shameless woman. The wealthy lady suddenly raised her hand and gave Lan Kai a resounding slap across her cheek. It was a loud, clear slap. Everyone in the room was momentarily stunned, not reacting at first. Just as the first slap ended, a second slap followed, hitting Lan Kai's other cheek. These slaps left Lan Kai's lovely face red and swollen, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. As the lady was about to strike a third time, Feng Zi quickly intervened, grabbing her hand. What are you doing? Feng Zi sounded taken aback. What am I doing? You asked me what I'm doing. Feng Zi, you dare cheat on me and protect this vixen. The lady's gaze was fierce, her tone menacing, questioning Feng Zi. Feng Zi argued. What are you talking about? What vixen? I have no idea what you're talking about. You dare do it but not admit it, right? You think I have no evidence? The lady took out a stack of photos from her bag and flung them at Funzi's face. The photos scattered all over the floor. Yifeng glanced at them briefly. They were all intimate pictures of Funzi and Lan Kai, from holding hands on the street to embracing and entering a hotel. They were all candid shots. Funzi was thunderstruck upon seeing the photos. He was dumbfounded. After a moment, he reacted with shock and anger, looking at the wealthy lady. You had someone spy on me. Facing Funzi's shocked and angry questions, the noblewoman sneered and said, "What's the matter? Are you afraid of being found out after doing it?" Funzi's expression grew even more unpleasant. After a moment, his expression changed, and he whispered, "Dear, can we talk about this when we get home? I have guests here." As he spoke, his tone had softened. "No, today I must properly deal with this vixen," the noblewoman said, turning to glare at Lan Kai and raising her hand as if to strike. But before her hand could fall, Lan Kai grabbed it. "Do you want to continue?" Lan Kai's eyes were filled with tears, but she stood her ground without backing down. After speaking, Lan Kai turned to Funzi and earnestly pleaded, "Zijie, it's already at this point. Why don't you confront her now? You promised me a lifetime of happiness." Her voice choked up as tears streamed down her face. 3 years ago, when she twisted her ankle while hiking and met Funzi, he was at the beginning of his entrepreneurial journey, full of vigor and warmth. On the way back down the mountain, he took care of her in every possible way. It was from that day on that she had irreversibly fallen in love with this man. She gave up the opportunity to continue her studies in the capital and stay by his side without hesitation, her love growing deeper and deeper. Then one day, when their hands finally entwined, she discovered that Funzi already had a family, even a son. She was terrified, hesitated, and thought about retreat. But Funzi, with deep affection, told her that he only loved her, Lan Kai, not the one at home. Funzi promised her that in the future he would divorce and give her a formal status, allowing them to be together openly and honestly. She believed him and had been waiting with a sense of guilt for that day to come, waiting for the day when Funzi and his wife, Wulan, would confront each other. Now, that day had come, albeit not as she had expected. Lan Kai hoped that Funzi would stand up like a man and resolve the situation. She hoped that Funzi would use this opportunity to confront Wulan, get a divorce. Lan Kai looked at him with pleading eyes, but all she received was a furious glare from Funzi. "What nonsense are you talking about? When did I promise you anything? I'm telling you, don't talk nonsense." Funzi glared at her. Lan Kai was stunned, confused. She stood there, frozen, unable to believe the words that had just come out of Funzi's mouth. On the side, Yifeng internally shook his head. This Funzi had no integrity, daring to act but not to admit it. However, he had already anticipated that this might be the outcome. How many mistresses actually succeed in taking over? "No, Zijie, you promised me. You promised me." Lan Kai wept, tears streaming down her face, and grabbed Funzi's arm. At that moment, she truly fell apart. "What are you doing?" Funzi raised his hand and slapped Lan Kai across the face, causing her to fall to the ground. Funzi turned to placate Wulan. "Dear, let me explain. Can we go back and talk about it properly? Let's negotiate, okay?" Seeing that Lan Kai had been slapped by Funzi, Wulan finally showed a smug expression on her face but still glared at Funzi, saying, "Hey, Funzi, you still have a bit of conscience left. However, I intend to tell my father about this right now. You wait to be dealt with." After saying that, Wulan turned and left. "Wait, don't tell Dad, dear." Hearing that she was going to report to her father-in-law, Funzi's face turned pale, and he hurriedly followed her. After Funzi and his wife left, the office fell into a deathly silence. Wang Tai had been watching the whole drama unfold, and seeing Funzi's embarrassed expression, he could hardly contain his laughter. But when he saw Lan Kai sitting on the ground, dazed and stunned, he couldn't find it in him to laugh. "Brother Feng." Wang Tai looked at Yifeng. Yifeng raised his hand to interrupt him, then walked to Lan Kai, crouched down, and took out a tissue from his pocket, handing it to her. "Secretary Lan, wipe yourself." Lan Kai looked up, her face covered in tears, cheeks swollen and marked with clear handprints, looking extremely dejected and forlorn. "Thank you." Lan Kai took the tissue and wiped away the blood at the corner of her mouth and the tears on her face. Yifeng took out a pack of cigarettes and handed one to her. Lan Kai took it and Yifeng lit it for her. Lan Kike was taken aback and said, "Thank you. No need to be polite. If you need any help, you can come to me." Yifeng smiled faintly, then left. Lan Kike watched Yifeng and Wang Tai leave the office, smoking and exhaling a puff of smoke. She sat on the ground, silently smoking, letting the tears continue to fall. Outside the company, Wang Tai muttered as he walked, "Tsk. Secretary Lan had her emotions played with by Fengzi. How pitiful." Yifeng's expression remained indifferent. "Pitiful? I don't think so, huh?" Wang Tai was taken aback. Yifeng stopped in his tracks, took out a cigarette from his case, and calmly said, "She got herself into this. Not worthy of sympathy. People always have to pay the price for their choices. No one is exempt." Yifeng lit a cigarette and said calmly, since Lan Kai knew she was a third party, knew that Fengzi was already a married man, and yet she still stayed by his side, there would inevitably be such a day. She chose to betray morality for personal feelings, and ended up in this completely self-inflicted predicament, completely undeserving of sympathy. Wang Tai froze, asking quietly, "But Fengzi, didn't you show sympathy for her just now?" Yifeng chuckled, "Do I have that leisure? She is useful to us in some ways. From today onwards, there is an irreparable crack between her and Fengzi. Isn't that useful to us? Sometimes love can turn into hatred. There are plenty of men and women in the world who have fallen out of love." Wang Tai only then realized, laughing, "Yifeng, you're smart, I get it. Let's go. We'll return to the company and prepare for the contact with Keji Company. While Fengzi is busy with household matters now, we need to make arrangements and be prepared in advance." Yifeng waved his hand. "All right." The two left the electronics building and returned to West Maple Company to work during the weekend. Monday morning, Gu Muxi and Chen Jiujia arrived at the student union office. Today was the day for Gu Muxi to complete the procedures to enter the student union. "Muxi, do you really want to join the student union?" Chen Jiujia asked with some concern. "Yes, what's wrong? Do you think I can't handle it?" Gu Muxi smiled then asked in return. "Well, it's just that I've heard that the student union is quite complicated. I'm worried you might not be able to handle it," Chen Jiujia said earnestly. "Complicated? Hard to handle? What are you saying?" "I didn't understand a word." Gu Muxi rolled her eyes. Chen Jiujia looked in the direction of the student union building and said, "I heard that there are serious struggles for power and profit in the student union behind the scenes. Everyone is trying to climb up, leaving a shining point on their resume. But think about it. There are thousands of members in the student union, but only a few top leaders. The student union head and deputy head altogether are only 4 people, and they are elected once a year. How many people are competing for those positions? You're going in to earn some extra credit, but at least you have to be an excellent officer, even the head of a student union department, in order to have a chance. There aren't many vacancies each year, and it's not easy to grab one." Gu Muxi waved her hand and said, "Well, forget it. As long as I do my job well and finish my tasks, it'll be fine. As long as I work hard, there will be rewards." Gu Muxi was full of confidence at that moment. The two chatted as they walked and soon entered the student union office building. It was a 4-story bungalow, an old building used for teachers' offices originally, but later the school built a new office building, and this building was left for the student union departments to work and organize entertainment activities. Gu Muxi entered the organization department office, where there was only one male student buried in his work, not looking up, engrossed in drawing something. Gu Muxi knocked on the door and asked softly, "Excuse me, is this the organization department office? I'm here to apply to join the student union." The male student didn't even raise his head, and said stiffly, "Go to the notebook at the door to register your information. If you have a referral person, write that down too. Fill it out and leave it on the table. I don't have time to review it now. Come back this afternoon to pick it up." "All right," Gu Muxi sighed, feeling a bit unwelcome. Chen Jiujia took a sneak peek at what the male student was doing and found him drawing cartoons at his desk. This guy wasn't busy at all. He was just fooling around. Chen Jiujia didn't know who he was, but his official tone was off-putting. Gu Muxi left the room and registered her information at the door. Chen Jiujia whispered, "Muxi, that guy is really cold, isn't he? He didn't even look at us straight in the eyes." Gu Muxi felt the cold atmosphere of the student union for the first time. "Forget it. Let's follow the process. Get things done quickly," Stinky Fang's class will be over soon, Gu Muxi said helplessly. She finished registering the information, then went back to the office. Hello, I've completed the registration, Gu Muxi greeted. At this moment, the male student stopped writing, satisfied with his work, and looked up to see Gu Muxi. When he saw Gu Muxi, he was stunned, dazzled by her beauty. Gu Muxi was wearing a light blue sailor suit, her skirt reaching her knees, looking fresh and youthful. Were you the one who wanted to apply for the union just now? The male student was suddenly interested, stood up from his seat, and walked over with a much warmer smile than before. Yes, Gu Muxi nodded. With a friendly smile, the male student said, "Ha ha, great. Another beautiful student joining the student union. Oh right, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Liu Fu, currently the head of the organization department, a sophomore. You can also call me Liu Bu." Liu Fu looked Gu Muxi up and down and said, "You look familiar. You must be a freshman, right?" "Yes, I'm from the architecture design class 1, Gu Muxi." Gu Muxi smiled politely and replied. When Liu Fu heard that Gu Muxi was a freshman, his eyes lit up even more. A freshman beauty. This little schoolgirl looks really tender. Liu Fu licked his lips, never having seen such a beautiful girl. He was immediately smitten when he saw Gu Muxi. He even thought to himself, knew such a beautiful girl should have been more enthusiastic earlier. Okay, I'm a year ahead of you. Just call me Senior Ding, or Liu Bu is fine. Liu Fu rubbed his hands, smiling charmingly. Chen Jiajia saw his lewd smile and wanted to hit him with a shoe. Too lewd. He was just indifferent to us earlier. Now he's all smiles after seeing Gu Muxi. What a shameless person. Well, Senior Liu it is, Gu Muxi forced a smile. A bit helpless. Hey, classmate. With your conditions, joining the student union shouldn't be a problem. Wait for me, I'll approve it right away for you. Haha, Liu Fu said cheerfully. With that, he went out, brought the registration book in, glanced over the information Gu Muxi had registered, and was surprised. Is it Teacher Li who recommended you? Teacher Li was the one who invited Gu Muxi to represent the freshmen at the dance party. Li Julo, who was also a faculty advisor for the student union. Yes. Teacher Li recommended me, and she said, I just needed to come here to register today, Gu Muxi replied. Gu student, why didn't you say so earlier? I was really negligent just now. I'll approve it right away. Liu Fu clapped his hands and signed his name on a document, handing it to Gu Muxi. Gu student, just fill in your basic information on this one. If you don't know how to fill it out, feel free to ask me anytime. Liu Fu was enthusiastic. Gu Muxi shook her head inwardly, realizing that this person's attitude improved because Teacher Li recommended her. As expected, it's all about connections. Gu Muxi, with her father being a deputy factory director, didn't interact with these kinds of people much, so seeing it today felt strange and somewhat intriguing. So relationships work like this. Gu Muxi sat down to fill out the form, while Liu Fu stood by, making small talk, finding random topics to chat about. Where do you live, Gu student? Why did you choose this major, Gu student? Are you getting used to being at South China University of Technology, Gu student? Liu Fu stared at her lovely profile, licked his lips, and jokingly asked, You just finished military training. Any boys catch your eye? Senior Liu, I have a boyfriend. Gu Muxi paused for a moment, lifted her head indifferently, and said, You have a boyfriend now? Liu Fu was astonished, with a hint of disappointment in his eyes that he couldn't hide. Yes. Any problem? Gu Muxi chuckled lightly and asked in return. No. No problem. Liu Fu cleared his throat twice, regained his composure, but his face turned a bit colder. Have you finished filling it out? Gu Muxi nodded, stopped writing, and handed him the form. Senior Liu, I've finished filling it out. Let me have a look, Liu Fu said without much emotion, then sat back at his own desk, pretending to carefully examine it. Student Gu, which department do you intend to go to? Gu Muxi had already made up her mind, and said directly, Senior, I'd like to go to the External Affairs Department to sharpen myself. Compared to other internal departments, the External Affairs Department offers more opportunities for performance in the student union. Many executives in the student union have been promoted from the External Affairs Department. This department is mainly responsible for external communication tasks, such as coordinating with other clubs on campus, teachers, student unions from other schools, external organizations for sponsorship, etc. The External Affairs Department is also one of the only 2 departments in the student union that can access sources of funding. The student union's activity funds are usually allocated by the school annually, so each year they prepare a budget in advance and apply for school funding, but they always end up exceeding the budget. The External Affairs Department securing sponsorships becomes an important source of funds. Therefore, the External Affairs Department is actually considered a core department of the student union and a department where promotions are relatively quicker. External Affairs Department? This might be a bit difficult. Liu Fu put down the documents, crossed his legs, and hesitated. Difficult? Gu Muxi was stunned. Wasn't it the head of the organizing department who decided where new members go? Why did it suddenly become difficult? Recognizing Gu Muxi's puzzled expression, Liu Fu inwardly chuckled. Indeed, she was like a fledgling, not understanding anything. She couldn't even grasp the implied meanings. Some things are better understood than explained, without any benefits, and she still wants to casually change departments. Liu Fu tapped the table, fabricated an excuse, and said, "Yes, you know, the External Affairs Department is an important department and has always had enough personnel. It has been overstaffed for a long time. As the head of the organizing department, I have to consider the overall personnel situation. If you want to apply to the External Affairs Department, it's also difficult for me." "What? Not possible? Senior Liu, why do I feel like you are just brushing me off?" Gu Muxi furrowed her brows and spoke directly. Hearing this, Liu Fu's eyes flashed with a hint of anger. He leaned back in his chair, glanced at her coldly, and said, "How am I brushing you off? This is the norm, so I have to act accordingly. Student Gu, I think your attitude is problematic. I will need to reconsider the membership approval process. I will personally inform Teacher Li about it. There's nothing else for you to do. Just wait for the notification." After that, Liu Fu picked up a book, casually flipping through it, his expression turning sour. "Little girl, I can make things difficult for you, even for a month or 2. Offending the organizing department in the student union, you'll see." Gu Muxi was a bit anxious upon hearing this and was about to continue persuading Liu Fu, and suddenly Chen Jiajia tugged at her arm, gesturing with her eyes for them to step outside for a chat. "Senior, let's go to the restroom first." Chen Jiajia pulled Gu Muxi out of the office to the other side of the corridor before stopping. "Jiajia, what are you doing? Why so sneaky? Can't we discuss it inside?" Gu Muxi rolled her eyes at her. Speaking in a low voice, Chen Jiajia said, "Muxi, can't you see that Senior Liu is deliberately finding excuses to brush you off?" Why?" Gu Muxi was puzzled. Chen Jiajia said earnestly, "Hey, Muxi, your dad is a vice factory director. Why can't you see through this? You want to transfer to a popular department just like that. Can he help you for free? If he does help you, won't everyone start asking him for favors in the future? When he says it's difficult, maybe he's actually trying to negotiate conditions with you." Hearing this, Gu Muxi was confused and a bit dazed. "What's going on? I understand each word you said, but why can't I understand the whole sentence?" Gu Muxi said helplessly. Chen Jiajia slapped her forehead, realizing Gu Muxi had been sheltered and straightforward in her actions and speech all her life, making it understandable why she couldn't grasp these nuances. Simply put, if you want to transfer to the External Affairs Department, you have to give him something in return. That's all, Chen Jiajia said bluntly. Gu Muxi raised her eyebrows, discontented. "Why should I give him something in return? If I can transfer, I can. If I can't, I can't. Why does giving something mean I can transfer? This is the student union, not just any place. Why all these things?" Chen Jiajia gave her a look, saying, "Do you think so? I told you. The student union has its complexities, which you can't handle." Gu Muxi clenched her fists, a hint of coldness in her eyes. "I wonder if he dares ask for something from me. I'll go ask him right now. I want to see what he wants in return." As she spoke, Gu Muxi turned to go back to find Liu Fu to reason with him. Chen Jiajia's heart skipped a beat. If Gu Muxi clashed with Liu Fu and offended the head of the organizing department, how could she continue working smoothly in the student union? Did she still plan to be promoted to an executive level in the future? Chen Jiajia was about to catch up with Gu Muxi when she saw someone approaching from the front. Yifeng, you came at the right time. Quickly stop Muxi. Yifeng was walking towards them, and upon hearing Chen Jiajia's shout, he saw the displeased expression on Gu Muxi's face, her aura filled with a desire for a fight. Yifeng walked up to Gu Muxi, smiling, and asked, "Little Muxi, what's wrong? Who made you upset?" Gu Muxi pouted, then poured her grievances to Yifeng, briefly explaining what had just happened in the office. That senior Liu thinks he can do whatever he wants just because he's the head of the organizing department, whether he agrees to the transfer or not. I just want to ask him a question. If he doesn't agree, I have no complaints, but if he asks for something from me, that's just outrageous. Gu Muxi was angry. After listening to the whole story, Yifeng comforted her by patting her head, reassuring her, all right, it's not worth getting upset over such a person. Don't be angry. I will go and handle this matter for you. Trust me, he won't refuse later. Gu Muxi stared at him puzzled, asking, what? You will handle it for me? Do you know him? I don't know him. Yifeng shrugged, smiling. Gu Muxi gave him a look, pouted, and said, then what are you bragging about? I'll just go myself. As she tried to leave, Yifeng quickly held her back, firmly grabbing her shoulder and said, hey, Muxi, trust me, if you rush in now, your future in the student union won't be easy. It's easy for someone to undermine you. You can be assured, I have my ways. Yifeng looked at her, smiling confidently. You have to trust your man. Gu Muxi blushed at his words, scoffing. What? What man? Humph, shameless. Ahem. Both of you. I'm still here. Chen Jiajia awkwardly coughed twice, without interjecting any further, quite content with the entertainment. Yifeng pinched Gu Muxi's chubby, adorable cheeks, indulgently saying, all right, you wait here for me, I'll be right back. Gu Muxi watched as Yifeng walked towards the office of the organization department, feeling a bit worry in her heart. She wasn't familiar with Stinky Feng. Would they be able to have a good conversation? Oh well, if they couldn't, it didn't matter. She would figure out a solution later. She didn't have much hope with Mr. Liu's attitude, so she didn't expect much either. Don't worry, Zixi, if Yifeng can't handle it, we'll ask Teacher Li for help. Chen Jiajia comforted her. That's the only way. Gu Muxi smiled helplessly and the two sat on chairs in the corridor, waiting. Knock knock. The office door was open, but Yifeng still knocked. Mr. Liu raised his head and saw Yifeng, a stranger whose face he had never seen before, and asked impatiently, who are you? What do you need? Hearing the impatient tone, Yifeng remained calm, smiling, and asked, is this the office of the organization department? I just want to ask how to join the student council. Mr. Liu replied, and handed him some student council information and forms, saying, I'm busy right now, you can fill out the forms if you want to join, and I'll review them later. I'm the head of the student council's organization department, Liu Fu, you can call me Lao Liu. Yifeng smiled, pulled a chair and sat next to him, observing Liu Fu. This person's demeanor was a bit arrogant, with a sense of power, probably why Zixi was so angry. Yifeng didn't rush to fill out the documents but instead took out a pack of cigarettes and placed it on the table, asking, Lao Liu, can I smoke one? I have a bit of a smoking habit. Seeing the pack of cigarettes, Liu Fu's eyes widened. Huazi cigarettes, priced at 85 yuan a pack. Most families couldn't afford such expensive cigarettes. People usually smoked the cheaper 7 to 8 yuan Honta Shan 1956 or Hongshan tea brand cigarettes. Liu Fu had never smoked Huazi before. Seeing the cigarette on the table, Liu Fu immediately adjusted his posture, put on a friendly smile and said, sure, feel free to smoke near the window. Liu Fu sat up straight, with a much better attitude than before. Yifeng stood up, handed him a cigarette, and asked, Lao Liu, do you smoke? Want one? Yes. Occasionally. Thank you. Liu Fu politely accepted the cigarette. By the way, what's your name? Yifeng. Yifeng walked to the window and lit the cigarette for him. Liu Fu was amazed by the name, feeling like he had heard it somewhere but couldn't remember. Yi student, are you a new student? The student council welcomes new members. Fresh blood brings new energy. Liu Fu said, actually, I didn't plan on joining the student council, but Teacher Su kept persuading me, saying there are benefits, so I thought I'd come to find out more. Yifeng said, oh, do you have a recommendation? Teacher Su, Which Su? Liu Fu asked. Teacher Su Hui from the admissions office. He's the one who recruited me to the school, and I'm quite familiar with him. He's a good person. Yifeng subtly mentioned his relationship with Su Hui, a conversational tactic to show connection and gain favor. Liu Fu's attitude improved upon hearing that Yifeng was recommended by Su Hui. Ah, I see. If it's recommended by Teacher Su, I'll process your application. He has guided us a few times in the student council, Liu Fu said. Liu Fu then realized Yifeng's impressive academic achievement and was surprised. 721 points. Are you the top scorer in the province this year? Liu Fu asked in disbelief. It was in the newspapers, but it doesn't matter in this day and age. Yifeng modestly replied. Yifeng extinguished the cigarette and asked for water. Liu Fu hurriedly offered him a glass of water and eagerly tried to build a good relationship with him. Meanwhile, outside the office, Gu Muxi and Chen Jiajia were surprised to see Yifeng and Liu Fu coming out of the office, chatting and laughing. Gu Muxi was shocked by the sudden change in their relationship. Yifeng suggested having dinner together and even made arrangements for Gu Muxi. Liu Fu apologized for his previous behavior and hoped for forgiveness. Gu Muxi was left speechless by the turn of events. Out. It's okay, no problem. Gu Muxi replied in surprise, then looked at Yifeng with curiosity. Yifeng just smiled, shrugged his shoulders, indicating it was a trivial matter. Liu Zucheng, you go ahead and do your work first. My girlfriend and I are going out to eat. Yifeng turned to Liu Fu. Liu Fu nodded repeatedly and said, Sure, I'll walk you there. No need to trouble yourself. Yifeng politely declined. Holding Yifeng's hand, Gu Muxi left the student union building. As they stepped out, she couldn't help but ask, My goodness, how did you do that? How come his attitude towards you is so good? Tell me. Yifeng chuckled. There are many tricks in there that you might not understand even if I explained. Gu Muxi, all right, You think my comprehension skills are lacking? Yifeng smirked. Is your comprehension really that great? I'll test you. If you answer correctly, I'll tell you. Challenge accepted. Why can a frog jump higher than a tree? Oh. Gu Muxi scratched her head, pondered deeply, but couldn't come up with an answer. It's impossible. How can a frog jump higher than a tree? Is there even a frog like that? Absolutely impossible, Gu Muxi asserted confidently. Yifeng touched her nose teasingly. Silly. Of course there's an answer. What is it? Gu Muxi questioned skeptically. You silly girl, the tree doesn't jump. Yifeng chuckled. Oh. Gu Muxi's eyes widened in realization. So that's how it is. You rascal. Gu Muxi blushed and playfully chased after him. The two of them chased and played around, their laughter filling the air. Chen Jiajia watched them with a maternal smile. Gu Muxi and Yifeng really were a great match. Ah, the sweetness of their love was truly enviable. Ah, I wonder where my boyfriend is now. Has he had lunch? Is he at kindergarten? Boss. Another bowl of beef noodles. Wang Tai raised his hand and called out, drawing glances from the other customers in the restaurant. Upon seeing Wang Tai's stature, it was no surprise that he was ordering extra food. Being both fat and strong, it was normal for him to eat more. Manager, I'm full. Zhang Lei put down his chopsticks and said softly, One more bowl. This beef noodles with fresh ingredients tastes really good. Eat without worries, my treat. Wang Tai generously offered. He came to the company at noon to handle some tasks, and seeing Zhang Lei not having had lunch, he took him out. Zifeng Company was still in its early stages, and they were in different departments, so it was rare for them to have lunch together. No need. I'm not a big eater. Zhang Lei scratched his head sheepishly. Wang Tai chuckled and suddenly asked, By the way, how many registered users does our 361 software have now? We have 1.33 million registered users, with 890,000 daily active users and 400,000 members. Membership fees total 3.6 million, and the user base is growing at a monthly rate of 230%. Zhang Lei's response sounded almost mechanical, showing his deep familiarity with the data. Wang Tai looked at him in surprise, impressed by how Zhang Lei always kept these numbers in mind. A true workaholic in the tech department. TSK, the development of 361 software is really fast, and it's really making money. Just the membership fees alone are over 3 million. Old John, you deserve a lot of credit, Wang Tai praised. Actually, it's because President Yi's arrangements are good. No matter how good the product is, it needs excellent marketing. President Yi's word-of-mouth marketing strategy has been very successful. This is the key to such rapid user growth, John Lei said with emotion. He felt very fortunate to have joined such a pioneering tech company with a great atmosphere and, most importantly, a wise and decisive boss. People often say that the key to success is choosing the right industry and the right boss. And now he had both, filling him with confidence about the future. Fun is indeed amazing, his vision is unparalleled. By the way, the tech department is starting its third round of expansion, right? How many people are they planning to hire this time? Wang Tai asked curiously. Currently, Zifeng Company was gradually shifting its main personnel towards the technical side. The number of tech staff was nearing the number of employees in Zifeng Electronics, which now had 8 offline stores with nearly 200 sales and maintenance personnel. According to President Yi's plan, the tech department will expand by 150 people, bringing the total to 280. Besides strengthening the development of 361 software, there's also the technical work for the Zifeng e-commerce platform and assisting Penguin's QQ software. Additionally, President Yi has instructed to hire game development tech personnel, John Lei said peculiarly. Games, makes sense, Feng mentioned that our company will also get into games in the future. He said games are quite profitable and low cost. Wang Tai laughed. He remembered Yifeng mentioning a game, Legend, which was developed abroad but just starting its operations. Yifeng wanted to create a domestic version of Legend, not seeking authorization but developing it independently, aiming to launch it by the end of the year. Developing the game's technology wasn't difficult. The key was exploring the gameplay. Most companies would take many detours in gameplay development, but Yifeng said the gameplay was all in his head, and it was just a matter of implementing it with code. Wang Tai couldn't understand how Yifeng had such a clear idea of the gameplay. It was as if Feng knew everything. President Yi's ideas are always hard to fathom, but following him is always right. John Lei smiled. In the next few days, it'll be running to various universities for recruitment. When it comes to tech talent, we have to look at Zhejiang University, Shanghai University, and some top schools in Guangzhou. Especially in Guangzhou, recruiting local talent is more reassuring, John Lei said, as the shop owner brought a bowl of beef noodles and placed it in front of Wang Tai. Guangzhou is good, plenty of talent. The interviews will be a lot of work. Feng said that it's okay if their technical skills are a bit lacking. What's important is their character. As long as they're willing to learn, work hard, and strive for progress, their technical skills will naturally grow. Our company has the platform for that growth. You're like that too, old John, a real workhorse. Ha ha. Wang Tai joked. John Lei felt a bit embarrassed by the praise and chuckled. I understand. President Yi has already reminded me. I'll ensure we get the best people. However, President Yi will personally conduct the final interviews for mid-level and senior technical staff. That's good. Old John, keep working hard. In the future, you'll get promoted, get a raise, and reach the pinnacle of life. Wang Tai encouraged, painting a big picture. This was something he learned from Yifeng. As a manager, you have to know how to paint a picture, but it can't be too big, too fake, or too hollow. It must be achievable, a reasonable goal to motivate. Yes, General Manager Wang, I will work hard, John Lei nodded solemnly. Elsewhere, after lunch, Yifeng and Gumuxi arrived at the school's dance studio. In the large studio, nearly 100 men and women were practicing dance, preparing for the upcoming freshman dance party. Yifeng had already promised teacher Li Ru that he would lead the dance with Gumuxi at the freshman dance party. Feng. Suddenly, Yan Jian's voice sounded behind him. Yifeng turned around to see Yan Jian, Fatty Cat, and Sun Tugang, but he was stunned when he saw Yan Jian's outfit. Damn. Yan Jian's clothes looked just like ... Yan Jian noticed Yifeng's surprised expression, proudly adjusted his blue suspenders, smoothed his parted hair, and smiled. Hey, do I look especially handsome today? Yifeng smirked and gave a thumbs up. Handsome, of course. You're the most dazzling guy here. But seriously, how do you have blue suspenders? Yan Jian showed off the logo on his pants. Levi's, my treasure. Yifeng joked. Yan Jian, I think you look particularly handsome now, like a celebrity. Yan Jian's face lit up with joy, And he asked curiously, Hehe, who? Singing, dancing, rapping, playing basketball. I am Kunkin. Who would I fear? The most handsome Kunkin in the universe. Yifeng teased into verses. Ha, is there such a celebrity? Why don't I know? Is he very famous? Yanjian asked in confusion. Yifeng put his arm around Yanjian's shoulder and said persuasively, of course, he is famous. He's a big star. You don't follow the entertainment circle, so it's normal not to know. But aren't you trying to meet some girls at the dance party? Yanjian nodded, adjusted his hair confidently, and said, yes, I'm wearing this outfit like a warrior. I just want to shine at the dance party. You know, Drive, let me teach you a trick. If you dress like Kunkin, you might as well imitate him to the end. He's a big star. Definitely has a lot of girls liking him. Maybe you'll even meet some brainless, true love female fans, then you can easily shine at the party, continued Yifeng. Yanjian's eyes lit up and he understood. Ah, you have a point, a good point. Then quickly tell me, what are the highlights of Kunkin? I'll imitate it right away. Yifeng smiled and said, I just said, singing, dancing, rapping, and playing basketball. If you do these well, then you'll be a qualified Kunkin. Oh, okay. I got it. I'll try it later. Yanjian suddenly realized, then turned and left, ready to show off his skills. After Yanjian left, Kapangzi quickly followed him, shouting, Jianj, don't forget about me, your co-pilot. Sun Tagung shook his head, laughing, these two are bursting with hormones. I better go do some work on the side. Yifeng was surprised. Tagung, are you going to the dance just to work? Well, my mouth is not smooth. No one would want to be my dance partner. Might as well focus on studying e-commerce marketing. By the way, Yifeng, I have an idea. Not sure if it's right. Sun Tagung hesitated for a moment before speaking. Yifeng patted his shoulder, smiling. Hey, just say it. Having ideas is a good thing. I think, is our e-commerce platform's delivery too slow? For example, when a customer buys from Beijing, and we ship from Guangzhou using postal service, it takes half a month, or even more, to reach Beijing. Many buyers find it troublesome, waiting too long and end up buying computer parts locally at a higher price. This shipping time is too long. I was thinking, can't we ship some goods to Beijing, set up a warehouse there, and store the goods in Beijing in advance? If a customer from Beijing orders, we can ship locally, which will be much faster. It can be delivered to the customer in about 2 or 3 days. Sun Tagung suggested seriously. Yifeng's face showed a hint of surprise as he looked at Sun Tagung, realizing that he had thought of this aspect. This is the concept of a local warehouse. Yifeng had indeed thought about setting up a local warehouse, but due to issues with Nanchao trading, there were risks with the source of goods, and he hadn't been able to take that step. After Sun Tagung's reminder, he realized he should prearrange the local warehouse and logistics, as these are the pillars of future e-commerce platform development. Yifeng, what do you think? Did I say something wrong? Sun Tagung asked hesitantly. Yifeng waved his hand, said seriously, hey, you didn't say anything wrong. Your idea is very good, but it needs to be combined with a logistics plan. A logistics plus local warehouse plan. Can you make a plan for me to look at? I want a complete plan. I'll provide you with some information later, and you can add to the plan to make it more comprehensive. If the plan is feasible after discussion, I think you can work on this aspect. Sun Tagung received Yifeng's approval and praise, and he was delighted, saying, great. No problem, Yifeng. I'll go back now to work on the plan. After saying that, Sun Tagung lost interest in staying at the dance party, turned around and left, wanting to go back to the dormitory to research on the computer. Gamuxi listened nearby, feeling confused about the discussions on logistics and local warehouses, not sure what they meant. Foul fun. Come on, let's practice quickly. I don't want to embarrass myself at the dance party. Gamuxi grabbed his hand and headed towards the dance floor. In fact, Gamuxi was feeling a bit nervous about leading the dance, as she had very few experiences in dancing social dances, and had never danced with a guy, including Yifeng. But to save face, she pretended to be confident. The two arrived at the dance floor, where the corner speakers were playing music. Many couples were dancing to the music. Little Hope, you know how to dance, right? Yifeng asked naturally. Out. Yeah. Of course, I'm very skilled. I see. Gamuxi tried to cover up her embarrassed smile. Shall we start? It's my first time dancing with you. It will be a memorable experience. Yifeng smiled. He took Gumuxi's hand, prepared for the movement, and pretended to be a gentleman, saying, "Beautiful Miss Gu, I am honored to dance with you." Ahem. I'm getting goosebumps. Gumuxi blushed, glancing at him with disdain. It's called setting the mood. Get it? Yifeng laughed helplessly. Then Yifeng started guiding Gumuxi with the soothing music. In the next moment, Yifeng suddenly felt a pain on his foot, being stepped on by Gumuxi. Ouch. Little Hope, you stepped on me. Ah. I'm sorry. My mistake. Let's try again. Ouch. Is your try again mean stepping on me again? Cough, cough. My bad. Next time, I'll make sure to pay attention. Ouch. My goodness. Your next time means stepping on me again? You've almost swollen my foot from being stepped on so many times. Oh, sorry. I thought I remember how to dance like this. No, Falfon, I must have stepped wrong. Yifeng? Little Hope, do you have no sense of rhythm? Cough, I used to, but for some reason, I forgot a little at the back, forgot a little bit. Great Buddha's Amitabha, you should have said that earlier. Alright, I'll teach you. Yifeng gently hugged Gumuxi's waist and said, "This song has a 3-beat section, so we have a slow 3-step. Come on, follow my steps." With Yifeng's patient and careful guidance, Gumuxi finally found the rhythm and pace. The two were close together. Gumuxi could feel Yifeng's heart beating in his chest and his warm breath. At that moment, her heart was beating faster, blushing and feeling the warmth. Dancing with Falfon felt really nice. Little Hope, focus. Yifeng's gentle voice sounded in her ears, making her shiver, feeling a tingling sensation in her ears. In a daze, Gumuxi tripped over her left foot with her right foot, almost falling backward. Fortunately, Yifeng's hand was around her waist, preventing her from falling, but at that moment, their posture was like the main characters in a movie or TV drama. Their eyes met. Gumuxi's heart beat faster, her face flushed, her lips buzzing. Yifeng, with a mischievous smile, bent over and slowly moved closer. Gumuxi panicked in her heart, her cheeks reddening even more. What is Falfon trying to do? Not here. There are too many people around. Gumuxi watched as Yifeng's face got closer. Blushing, she puffed up her cheeks and asked nervously, Stinky Fun, let go of me. What do you want to do? Her tone was a bit panicked, afraid that Yifeng would do something embarrassing to her in front of everyone. But unexpectedly, Yifeng suddenly stopped, squinted his eyes, and teased, "Silly girl, what do you think? Ha ha. Okay, look how scared you are. I was just teasing you." Yifeng reassured her. Gumuxi finally relaxed a bit. Blushing, she said, "You're so annoying. Stinky Fun, watch me tear you apart." As she tried to pinch Yifeng's face, he quickly evaded her. Heh. Little she. How about we find a quiet place? Yifeng shamelessly suggested. No way. You wish. Gumuxi's face turned even redder, like an apple, and she glared at him. Stinky Fun, it seems like you've been feeling itchy lately. Just wait, I'll get back at you. Yifeng dodged her with a smile as they chased each other around the dance hall. Gumuxi's laughter caught the attention of the surrounding students, and many male classmates looked at Yifeng with envy because of his beautiful girlfriend. Yifeng. Suddenly, Yang Jian shouted and hurried over, grabbing Yifeng. Yifeng was surprised by his urgent expression and asked, "What's wrong? Quick, you have to help me now, you're the only one who can." Yang Jian urged anxiously. "Help you with what?" Yifeng asked puzzled. Just then, Gumuxi arrived, ready to take action against Yifeng. Wait, my bro has urgent business. Let's continue later. Yifeng immediately raised his hand to stop her. Yang Jian stood in front of Yifeng as if ready to sacrifice himself, saying to Gumuxi, "If you want to touch Feng bro, you have to step over my dead body." Gumuxi, HMPH, I don't have time for you two. I'm going to get some water. Stinky Fun, I'll deal with you later. Yang Jian saw Gumuxi leave and tried to take credit with Yifeng. Heh, Fun bro, see? I saved your life. This time you have to help me. Tell me, how can I help you? Yifeng adjusted his clothes and asked with a smile. Excitedly, Yang Jian explained. I saw a girl with a great figure over there. 876385. Her name is Lily. She seems to be a Kunkan fan. He then asked Yifeng to help him impress Lily with his dancing and rapping skills. Yifeng agreed to help him learn some moves. Meanwhile, a girl in a tight dress, attracting many guys' attention, sat in the lounge area beside the dance floor. She was chatting with a girl with short hair, discussing relationships and material possessions. Later, Yeonjin and Yifun approached the girl. "Hi. Lily, I'm back," Yeonjin greeted her. "He's my roommate, Yifun." "Fun bro," Yeonjin introduced Yifun. Lily sized up Yifun and noticed his expensive watch, Cartier. She was excited about the connection. Introducing herself warmly, "Hi, I'm Lily." Yifun responded calmly but felt that Lily was overly enthusiastic, especially when she kept looking at his watch. Yeonjin and Yifun offered to showcase their rap and dance skills to Lily, who shyly expressed her belief in magical connections. Yifun was silently watching the performance of the two. One pretended to be innocent, the other pretended to be pure. Truly a match made in heaven. However, as a friend, Yifun whispered to Yeonjin's ear, "Jianzi, I feel like you can't control this girl." Yeonjin didn't understand Yifeng's meaning, glanced at Zhou Lily's chest, gulped, and replied in a low voice, "I know, it's indeed hard to control, but I like this kind of challenge." Yifun helplessly smiled and shook his head. "Well, handle it yourself then." "Hey, Funjae, don't worry, I know what I'm doing," Yeonjin casually replied. Then he walked up to Zhou Lily and solemnly said, "Lily, now, let me perform the Coco rap and dance skills for you." Okay." Zhou Lily pulled her mouth into a smile, pretending to be very interested. "Watch this." Yeonjin began to imitate the demonstration Yifeng had just shown, started dancing and chanting. "Just because you're so beautiful, just because you're so beautiful, my little darling, my little darling." In an instant, Zhou Lily was petrified. She felt awkward just watching, feeling goosebumps all over her. Is this it? Is this Coco's dance? Ow. Well, I don't even know who Coco is, so who cares? After finishing his dance, Yeonjin struck a pose he thought was cool, gazing at Zhou Lily affectionately, asking, "Lily, how was my dance?" "Ow. It was so good. Really amazing." Zhou Lily reluctantly started clapping, praising him. Yeonjin, seeing her reaction, felt pleased, thinking, hey, it's working. Meanwhile, Yifeng was speechless watching these two. They are both natural-born actors. Yeonjin then reached out his hand, very gentlemanly, saying, "Beautiful Miss Lily, may I invite you to dance a song with me?" Sure, but I need to go to the restroom first. Wait for me." Zhou Lily excused herself to freshen up in the restaurant. "No problem, I'll wait right here for you," Yeonjin earnestly replied. After Zhou Lily left, Yeonjin excitedly jumped up and down, saying to Yifeng, "Funjae, did you see that? I have a chance now. Today, I'll make a move and soon I'll be riding off into the sunset." "Dare." Yifeng shook his head, laughed, and said, "You think you're setting her up? Be careful, or someone might trick you." Yeonjin clenched his fists in the air, smirking, Hey, don't worry. In the end, I'll definitely have the upper hand." Yifeng slapped his forehead, too lazy to deal with him, sat on a nearby chair, and sent a message to Gu Muxi. On the other side, at the restroom door, the girl with butterfly hairband emerged from the restroom and saw Zhou Lily touch up her makeup in front of the mirror, applying concealer and lipstick, making her look even more vibrant. "Why are you touching up your makeup, Lily?" the girl asked in confusion. "Hehe, that classmate Yeonjin invited me to dance, so I had to freshen up." Zhou Lily chuckled to herself. "Oh, you guys hit it off that quickly?" the girl asked, surprised. "Ahem, what hit it off?" "It's just two kindred spirits," Zhou Lily teased her. "So what do you see in him?" the girl continued to ask. He's good-looking, wealthy. Doesn't that count? But I did find a flaw, his dance skills were quite awkward," Zhou Lily reflected. After washing her hands, the girl solemnly remarked, "Don't just focus on someone's wealth, check out their character too. Finding the right person isn't that simple. If you end up with the wrong one, you could waste a lot of your youth." Zhou Lily shrugged. "Oh well, I don't mind. Youth is for fun." She suddenly paused in her actions, turned to the girl, and said, "By the way, Xiao Yao, just saw Yeonjin's roommate, and he looks like another rich guy. His name is Yifeng. That guy is wearing a Cartier new watch. That's a luxury item, probably worth tens of thousands. As they say, The poor play with cars, the rich play with watches. With such a good wristwatch, his family's wealth must be substantial. Your chance has come. You better seize it. The girl rolled her eyes. Come on, who wears a watch worth tens of thousands as a college student? Tens of thousands can buy a house in Tian. Lily grabbed her shoulder, saying, you have to trust my taste. I've studied over 100 fashion magazines. Well, just listen to me. It'll never go wrong. And I think this Yifeng guy isn't bad looking. You'll definitely like him. With that, Lily dragged her out. How? Why's she been gone for so long? Yang Jian looked towards the restroom. Yifeng, engrossed in playing the mobile game, Snake, replied without lifting his head. She might be fixing her makeup in the restroom. From the situation just now, Yifeng could guess Lily's intentions with one foot. Before a man and a woman dance, the woman wants to show her best 10 most beautiful side in front of her partner. Just like Gumuxi dressing up in Yifeng's favorite sailor suit for this day, and even putting on light makeup. Moreover, Lily did seem to be interested in Yang Jian, although it could be for him, as a person, or for his money. Hey, Yang Jian, I'm back. Introducing. She's my roommate, Xiao Yao. Lily returned with the girl. Greeting. Hello, classmate Yang Jian. Xiao Yao extended her hand graciously. Yang Jian shook her hand and smiled. Ah, hello. Sitting nearby and hearing the conversation, Yifeng suddenly froze. He heard that familiar voice once again. He lifted his head and met the girl's gaze. He could see the surprise in her eyes. The girl had shoulder-length hair with a butterfly hairband, wearing a floral dress, with an oval face, willow leaf-like eyebrows, exuding the graceful temperament of Jiangnan women. The girl widened her eyes, looking at Yifeng in astonishment, saying, Hey, what a coincidence, you're here too, classmate. Don't you remember me? Hello, classmate. I'm Lu Yao, have you forgotten? Yifeng was taken aback. How could she be here? Was this a joke from the heavens? If he was given a second chance at life, why would he encounter her once again? After a brief moment of confusion, Yifeng stood up, took a deep breath, and calmly said, hello. Regardless of how intertwined this world was, at this moment, Yifeng told himself that the girl in front of him was just a stranger. You two knew each other before? Lily asked in confusion. Lu Yao smiled, showing two dimples on her cheeks as she said, Yes, my portable music player was lost in the food street last time, and this classmate helped me find it. I hadn't thanked him yet. Recalling Yifeng's strange behavior earlier, Lu Yao became more puzzled, wondering how a person who seemed perfectly normal could act in such a strange way. That means you to have a fate. Lily chimed in. Lu Yao blushed slightly, rebuking her softly. We just met, don't make up stories. But then, she turned to face Yifeng, extending her hand and saying, So your name is Yifeng. Nice to meet you. I'm Lu Yao. Classmates call me Xiao Yao. Yifeng hesitated but shook her hand. Everyone observed how Yifeng showed a somewhat indifferent, maybe even cold attitude towards Lu Yao, deliberately keeping his distance. Lu Yao noticed this and couldn't understand why this classmate she had just met seemed to be intentionally alienating her, even giving off a slightly hostile vibe. Yifeng pursed his lips, choosing not to answer Lu Yao's question. Hey, Stinky Fun. At that moment, Gumuxi's voice rang out like silver bells from behind Yifeng. He turned around to see Gumuxi running towards him, holding two popsicles in her hands. Hey, here's one for you. I bought it for you specially, Gumuxi sweetly said, handing him one of the popsicles. Yifeng took the popsicle, knowing her sentiment, and chuckled. You just wanted to eat it yourself, right? Seeing through her little plow, Gumuxi stuck out her pink tongue playfully. She suddenly noticed Lu Yao sitting across from Yifeng, expressing her surprise. Hey, this classmate, I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Right, at the food street. Really? I apologize, I may not have made an impression. Hello, my name is Lu Yao. I'm a freshman at Guanda and came here today for the exchange. Lu Yao smiled apologetically and extended her hand. Gumuxi gave her a handshake, squinting as she said, Hello, I'm Yifeng's girlfriend, Gumuxi. Gumuxi stared intently, Lu Yao, feeling inexplicably vigilant in her heart. Her self-introduction, as Yifeng's girlfriend, carried a taste of asserting dominance. Hello, Gu classmate, your outfit is really beautiful, Lu Yao admired when she saw Gumuxi's sailor suit. Gumuxi let go of Lu Yao's hand, smiling. Yeah, My boyfriend gave it to me. Oh, really? It seems your classmate has good taste, Lu Yao said with a smile. Gu Muxi proudly boasted about her boyfriend. Lu Yao smiled and said, I have to go to the student council, so I have to say goodbye. Have fun. With that, Lu Yao bid farewell and walked away. Gu Muxi watched Lu Yao leave, feeling relieved for some reason, then turned to Yifeng and asked, Stinky Feng, do you know her? Yifeng, seeing the pout on her face and the jealous tone in her voice, teasingly replied, Yeah, we've met before, but we're not close. I found her personal music player that she dropped last time, over in the food street. Really? Why does it seem like Lu classmate often stares at you? Gu Muxi took a bite of her ice popsicle with her cute fangs, asking. Yifeng tilted his head and asked back, Is that so? Why didn't I notice? Ah, but now I do smell a strange scent. Yifeng approached a bit and sniffed her. Huh, what scent? I don't smell anything strange. Gu Muxi raised her hand in confusion to smell her own sleeve but found nothing on. Suddenly, Yifeng touched her head and chuckled. Well, I smell a hint of jealousy, like someone's vinegar jar was tipped over. Gu Muxi blushed, saying defensively, No way. Who said I'm jealous? Humph, you're thinking too much. Yifeng chuckled mischievously, getting closer and teased, still denying it. Ha, I clearly smell it. Little fool, are you jealous? Gu Muxi, feeling exposed, blushed and said, I'm not jealous. HMPH. Anyway, for the rest of your life, you're mine. You think you can escape? If you dare to run, I'll break both your legs. No, wait, all three of them. Yifeng, all right, Shao. Anyway, I rely on you in this life. In the future, I have to rely on you to cover for me. Gu Muxi finally laughed and proudly said, That's about right. Sha Feng, accompany this little miss to buy some snacks. I'm hungry. Yes, Your Highness. Please. Yifeng smiled like a lackey, gesturing with his hand. They licked their ice popsicles as they walked, then went to buy snacks. Gu Muxi loved all kinds of snacks, like mini master instant noodles, kiss prawn crackers, jelly and more. She welcomed everything. After shopping, Yifeng had an extra bag full of snacks. Gu Muxi, can you finish eating all of these? Yifeng asked helplessly. Of course, and besides, your roommate and mine eat them too, Gu Muxi asserted. Okay, but I have to keep 2 packs of instant noodles for myself, Yifeng immediately claimed. Dream on. I'll give you 2 jelly packs at most. Gu Muxi raised her chin, refusing. Yifeng, Shao, you are really good to me. Gu Muxi turned her head, rubbing her small fist, saying, My dear Yi, do you have something on your mind? Why? Do you have a problem with me? As soon as Yifeng heard this, he felt that something was wrong. If he said yes, Gu Muxi's deathlock would be unleashed. He dryly laughed and said, Why would I? I don't have any issues with you. Absolutely not. That's about right. Wise men know when to yield. Humph. Gu Muxi self-satisfied. Yifeng stopped and asked, Shao, were you jealous just now, deliberately opposing me? Gu Muxi pouted, unwilling to admit, saying, No. Yifeng set down the bag in his hand, suddenly grabbed her shoulder, turned her around, facing him. Still being stubborn? Clearly, you were. Stop it. How can this little miss be like that? Yes. Gu Muxi, TCH, this little miss won't take it to heart. Heh. Still not admitting. I'm going to see if you're really that stubborn. What are you going to do? Gu Muxi looked astonished at Yifeng. The next moment, Yifeng hugged her, kissing her. Gu Muxi's eyes widened in shock, caught off guard by the kiss. The autumn leaves rustled down, forming graceful arcs in the air. The two lovers stood under the tree, isolated from the world at this moment, seeming like they only had each other, feeling only each other. The sunlight shone through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled patterns on them. In the distance, 2 girls walked and chatted, their figures appearing at the end of the road. Lu Yao, with the corner of her eye, caught sight of the 2 under the tree, suddenly stopped, stunned. Lu Yao, what's wrong? A girl with glasses standing beside her saw her stop in her tracks and asked in confusion. Lu Yao snapped out of it, her expression a bit strange, and forced a smile, saying, It's nothing. Let's go. Ha. Are you feeling a bit envious seeing that young couple too? Joked the girl with glasses. Ow. Not really. Lu Yao replied with a blank expression. I know that girl, Gu Muxi. She's the new campus belle of our South China University of Technology. TSK, the girl with glasses gossiped. New campus belle ... Indeed, she is quite pretty. Liu Yao shrugged, not denying it. Hey, let's not dwell on it. Let's go. I'll introduce you to the other members of our student council, and if you had any questions for the freshman dance, you can ask them, the girl with glasses said with a smile. Okay. Thank you then. Liu Yao nodded with a smile. The two left. Liu Yao had just walked a distance when she couldn't help but glance back in the direction of Yifeng. Nighttime. In the girls' dormitory. Gu Muxi took a shower, wearing a pink nightgown, humming a tune as she walked out of the bathroom. She, you're in a good mood today. Is there something good happening? Ding Ying asked curiously. What else could it be? In a while, certain someone will lead the dance with Yifeng at the freshman dance, so Xiaomei put down her novel, crossing her legs and smiling. Chen Jiajia sat up from the bed, teasing, I also heard that certain someone kissed someone today. The red mark on Yifeng's lips is the best proof. Oh, I guess someone is in high spirits. Gu Muxi blushed slightly but still confidently said, isn't that normal? HMPH. Are you envious or jealous? Chen Jiajia giggled. Of course we're envious, jealous, and hateful. She. Can you ask Yifeng if he has any good guys to introduce us to? Huh, what do you want to do? Gu Muxi was puzzled. Of course, trying to get out of being single. What else? Can you stand watching the three of us be single and miserable for the next 4 years? Chen Jiajia gave a sympathetic look. Gu Muxi said seriously, I can endure it. Chen Jiajia, she, you're the best friend in the world. Gu Muxi covered her mouth and smiled, saying, okay, fate is something that can't be forced, right? If you don't introduce, how do you know if there's fate? Maybe this is also a form of fate, Chen Jiajia countered. All right, I can't argue with you. The love expert, Gu Muxi chuckled helplessly. It seemed she wouldn't rest until she introduced a guy to Chen Jiajia. Yes. She, I consider you promised. Chen Jiajia exclaimed joyfully. Oh, she. Today I saw Yifeng talking with his roommates and to girls. Is there ... any story behind it? Chen Jiajia, with a gossip face, asked. Gu Muxi gave her a look and said, what kind of story could there be? They are students from other universities, just here to exchange. Chen Jiajia jumped off the bed, walked over quickly, and put her arm around Gu Muxi's shoulder, saying, I think those two girls are quite pretty. She. You better keep an eye on Yifeng. Gu Muxi snorted and said, what's mine will never be taken by others, and what's not mine will never be mine. Besides, I trust Yi Shao. If he dares, Mei Chen Jiajia chuckled. True. But, she, Yifeng is quite handsome, successful in his career, and has a good personality. Such an excellent person with great charm. Even if he doesn't indulge, there will still be many admirers and pursuers around him. Well, it's up to you to handle it. Gu Muxi pursed her lips, not saying anything. 2 days later, Wednesday afternoon after school, Yifeng drove to Guanxi University to pick up Wang Tai. The Audi car parked at the school gate attracted the attention of passing students. Some even stopped to watch, whispering and discussing. Wow, this car is so cool. Who's inside? Which second-generation rich kid is this? I haven't seen it before. Probably not from Guanxi. I've only seen the head of the city government ride this kind of car before. Could it be a higher-up coming? The driver looks young. He doesn't seem that old. He's so handsome. Yifeng opened the car window, lit a cigarette, smoked while waiting for Wang Tai. Knock knock. Suddenly, a heavily made-up, flamboyantly dressed girl in a short dress appeared at the passenger window. Yifeng furrowed his brows, rolled down the power window, and asked, is there something you need? Classmate? The girl had a melon seed face, a bit attractive. She tousled her ear-length hair and sweetly asked, hello classmate. Can you give me your number? Let's be friends. Yifeng was taken aback, surprised by the bold openness of the girl. Sorry, I don't usually give my number to strangers. Yifeng politely smiled and firmly declined. The girl probably didn't expect Yifeng to refuse so decisively, and was stunned for a moment. At that moment, another figure appeared behind her. It was Wang Tai. Classmate, can you move aside? Wang Tai said, in a low voice. The girl stepped aside. Wang Tai opened the car door, sat in the passenger seat. Sorry, fatty, something held me up. Wang Tai scratched his head, apologizing. No problem. Yifeng smiled, extinguished the unfinished cigarette in the car ashtray, started the car and drove off. Inside the car, Wang Tai asked, Fun. Why do you think Lin Minda from the development bank suddenly asked us to dinner? If he invited us individually, maybe there's something, but if Liang Da and Su Lanqi are also present, then it's nothing more than a celebration. They just want us to remember a favor. Yifan smiled. Huh, could it be that the loan didn't go through? Wang Tai asked. It went through. I already received a text message from the bank. The money will be distributed in these 2 days, Yifeng said. That's good. So what do they? Wang Tai still hadn't figured out the intention of this dinner they were invited to. Yifeng turned his head, glanced at Wang Tai, and said with a smile, TZ, can't you see that? It seems your insight is a bit lacking. The loan approval was originally our treat for dinner. They invited us. That's just to show kindness and gain recognition, to make us owe them a favor. Yifeng continued. They won't ask for those kickbacks themselves since they invited us. Or realization dawned on Wang Tai. It must be because of the previous incident, and if that's the case, they probably did it to save face in front of Bingjie. Yifeng nodded, smiling, exactly. But even if they don't ask for it, we must offer it proactively. You can't easily owe someone a favor. Sometimes, favors are more valuable than money. Wang Tai understood the meaning. Nodding, I see. Fun, I've learned something again. If they didn't take the money, Yifeng would have been in debt for their favor. And if they asked for other help, if the matter was simple, it would be alright. If it was more difficult, he would find himself in a dilemma. If he helped, he might pay an even greater price. If he didn't, he would leave an image of ingratitude in the other party's mind, possibly affecting future cooperation. Yifeng smiled slightly, stepped on the gas, saying, Let's go get the cash first. 2 hours later, at 7 o'clock in the evening, at Lianxiang restaurant, Su Lanqi, Liang Dao, and Lin Minda stood at the entrance of the restaurant. Lao Lin, did you bring the liquor? Su Lanqi turned to ask Lin Minda.